Chapter 1. The Landlady. Do you claim to be a writer? Have you published any works? I. I am an online author, aspiring to publish my works, but they must achieve considerable acclaim. So, your accomplishments are lacking? How much do you earn in a month? With full attendance, I make around 6,000. Only 6,000? That's not even half the cost of my handbag. How can you possibly survive in Shanghai City with such a meager income? Within the lakeside CAF of Shanghai City, Shen Lang found himself on a blind date with a woman introduced by his mother's friend. When the conversation veered towards his salary, the atmosphere grew palpably tense, exacerbating Shen Lang's inherent social anxiety. After a brief, awkward pause, the woman stood up, shouldering her brown handbag with a resigned smile. Well, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. We can reconnect later. I in her eyes. This young man was rather presentable and of decent height. However, his simple attire, unkempt stubble, and casually tousled hair conveyed an impression of neglect. His demeanor exuded a sense of lethargy, with hollow eyes behind thick glasses, reminiscent of a reclusive gamer who spends endless days indoors. Most importantly, he lacked financial means. His electric scooter, parked at the CF entrance, paled in comparison to the neighboring cars, adding to the air of disappointment. "Take care," Shen Lang said, feeling no sorrow, rather, a flicker of relief surged within him finally. He could relish solitude. At 24 years of age, his fervor for online novels had led him to pursue a career as a web novelist, specializing in martial arts and adventure tales. This profession, akin to that of tech enthusiast, required him to remain secluded, typing away in his home. Such prolonged isolation had exacerbated Shen Lang's naturally introverted and shy disposition. Apart from descending to eat, he seldom ventured outside. Years of living in seclusion had rendered his social skills woefully inadequate. Whenever he interacted with women, he became exceedingly anxious, his speech often disjointed, uttering remarks that were glaringly out of context. This was a primary reason he had never experienced a typical romantic relationship at his age. Just then, his phone chimed from his pocket. "Hello, is this Mr. Shun? Could you come to sign the contract shortly? I need to pick up my daughter from school." "Sure, they'll be there right away." Unable to bear his parents' incessant pressure to find a partner, Shen Lang sought a single apartment online, intending to escape his nagging elders. He gulped down the last of his coffee, rose, and approached the cash register to settle the bill. Given the woman's materialistic demeanor earlier, he held no hopes of her splitting the bill. "Hello, that'll be 150 yuan, you can scan here." The cashier, a strikingly beautiful girl, smiled, her eyes curving delightfully, exuding charm. "Oh, okay," Shen Lang replied, bashfully averting his gaze from her. Most socially anxious individuals behave this way, finding it difficult to maintain eye contact with the opposite sex, especially during conversations with attractive women. "Thank you for visiting. Please take care." After scanning the QR code and completing the payment, Shen Lang was suddenly engulfed in a moment of disorientation. It seemed that a few fragments of text and a vague heart icon flickered above the head of the young woman before him. Blinking, he glanced back at her, only to find that the text and heart icon had vanished. "It is time to find an opportunity to exercise," Shen Lang mused, attributing his discomfort to the detrimental effects of prolonged sitting. After settling the bill, he mounted his electric scooter and headed straight to the suburban Fulong community. Though situated far from the city center, the area boasted affordable rent and a tranquil atmosphere. The IT was precisely this serenity that had compelled Shen Lang to promptly pay the deposit on the rental website. As he stepped into the elevator, a WeChat notification chimed. Ping ping, and his mother. "Awake at dawn. Son, how did your blind date go today?" "Awake at dawn. It fell through. What else? By the way, I spent 150 on this date. Could you reimburse me?" Ping ping, and in. "Son, would you like me to tell you a story?" "Awake at dawn. What story?" Many years ago, the Supreme Lord Laozi spent 14 days refining a celestial elixir. This elixir possessed sentience and descended to the mortal realm, eventually transforming beneath the ginseng fruit tree. Over time, it took on the guise of a ginseng fruit. Later, when Tang Sung and his disciples arrived, Sun Wukong devoured numerous ginseng fruits, but he struck down the one that had transformed from the elixir. Can you guess why? Awake at dawn, why? Ping Pinganin. Because it was a Danshun, and what purpose would it serve to let it live? Don't you agree, son? Smile, smile, smile. Awake at dawn. Gazing at the series of smiley emojis from his mother, Shen Lang nervously swallowed and quickly exited the WeChat group, choosing to remain incognito. For the sake of his own peace, he resolved to refrain from visiting his parents for dinner that weekend. The elevator reached the 22nd floor, and Shen Lang stepped out, arriving at the door of his rented room. The door was ajar, and the sound of high heels striking the floor echoed within, crisp and resonant. "Is this Mr. Shen?" As the sound of the elevator echoed, the footsteps and high heels drew nearer, causing Shen Lang's heart to race. He truly struggled to engage with women. Moments later, a woman adorned in a shirt embroidered with brown patterns appeared before him. She possessed a delicate, fair oval face with long, lustrous black hair cascading over one shoulder. Her lower attire consisted of a nude-colored straight skirt paired with nude stockings, her legs long and well-proportioned, exuding the unique sensuality of a mature woman. Alongside an air of domestic elegance in her hand, she held a rental agreement, while a large cluster of gleaming silver keys rested on the small table in the room. Shen Lang instinctively glanced at the keys, noting there must be at least a dozen properties. Stunningly beautiful, with an enviable figure, the landlady embodied the charm of a seasoned wife, a figure he had only encountered in the pages of romantic novels. "Are you Shen Lang?" The woman unexpectedly scrutinized Shen Lang, playfully remarking, "From your voice, I assumed you were in your 30s. I didn't expect you to be so youthful." Faced with the sudden compliment from the beautiful young woman, Shen Lang nervously chuckled and quickly replied, I didn't expect that either." As soon as the words escaped his lips, Shen Lang regretted it, feeling as if he could dig a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes. What foolishness had he just uttered, wondering how old he really was? Indeed, upon hearing his words, the beautiful young woman regarded him with an expression of sheer astonishment. Shen Lang felt an overwhelming urge to vanish. After racking his brain for a moment, Shen Lang desperately blurted out, "What I meant to say is, sister, you are also incredibly youthful, looking just like a young girl." Chapter 2, Love Assistant. The landlady was momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing the seemingly honest, tall young man before her, letting out a dismissive snort. "Oh, young man, I am nearly 40. How could I possibly be associated with the notion of youth? You have quite the audacity to say that, regardless of gender. Anyone would feel a modicum of joy when receiving compliments." However, Xia Shi was a woman of the world, seasoned and astute, having encountered all manner of men over the years, bolstered by her substantial real estate holdings. Even if flattered with remarks of youth and beauty, she would never reveal her delight. She was not a naive girl emerging from the mountains, easily beguiled by such trivial flattery. What to do? Sensing the evident displeasure in the young matron's tone, Shen Lang, already muddled in matters of romantic communication, began to sweat profusely. It was clear that women placed immense significance on the issue of age. At that critical juncture, 3 virtual text options suddenly materialized before Shen Lang's eyes. 1. You're nearly 40? That's impressive. At your age, I'd be long gone. 2. Not old at all. You're still far too young to compete with me. 3. Really, dear sister, time does not diminish beauty. Your age may be advanced, but your allure is timeless. Moreover, the indistinct heart icon that had previously hovered above the cashier's head reappeared, though this heart was transparent rather than pink, accompanied by the number 1 and a faint, rosy glow emanating from within. Shen Lang rubbed his eyes in disbelief, then gazed intently at the landlady's graceful figure. The text and the transparent heart remained unchanged. As a writer of online novels, Shen Lang was well aware of such phenomena. This was undoubtedly a golden opportunity to elevate the protagonist to the pinnacle of life. "Please, host, respond correctly. The right choice will yield rewards," an electronic metallic voice echoed in Shen Lang's ear, convincing him that he had indeed been chosen by this surreal creation. Among the 3 options, it was impossible for any sane individual to choose incorrectly. "Really, dear sister, time does not diminish beauty. Your age may be advanced, but your allure is timeless." With the omnipotent system at his disposal, Shen Lang felt a surge of confidence. As he uttered these words, he was noticeably less anxious and shy than before. Yet, speaking such ambiguous sentiments to a woman he had just met still left him feeling somewhat awkward. As he nervously observed Xia Shi's reaction, Xia Shi regarded Shen Lang with an impassive expression, then subtly shook her head, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. "You seem quite refined and honest with those glasses, yet your words are so slick. Is this how young people behave nowadays? Lavishing compliments indiscriminately?" Under the piercing scrutiny of Xia Shi's gaze, Shen Lang couldn't help but feel a tinge of panic. Had he truly made the wrong choice? Why did she appear so displeased? He quickly scanned the first two options again, reassuring himself that he had indeed responded correctly. If I were to choose the first two options to respond, let alone renting a place, I might find it difficult to leave this room. Ding. Xia Shui's affection for the host has increased by 2 points, currently at 3 points. Please continue your efforts. It was only after the system's prompt that Shen Lang suddenly noticed the heart icon above Xia Shui's head shift from 1 to 3. Within the transparent heart, a hint of rosy brilliance shimmered, reminiscent of a romantic simulation game. The increase in affection indicated that his chosen response was undoubtedly correct. Yet, why did she not appear particularly pleased? Could it be that her words belied her true feelings? More importantly, how should he respond next? Just then, the system's options reappeared. 1. Haha, you saw right through me, but I don't act this way with everyone. It's only because of you that I speak like this. 2. I truly think you look quite young, almost like my mother. 3. Sister, I genuinely believe you appear very youthful. Your current age is a woman's prime, radiating charm like a blossoming flower, looking similar to those young ladies at the peak of their bloom. Faced with these three options, Shen Lang found himself at a loss, as his ability to comprehend the nuances of conversation was somewhat lacking. However, upon reflection, the first option sounded almost like a confession, which could easily be misconstrued. The second option was surely not advisable. How could one compare a woman's youthful appearance to that of their mother? Conversely, the third option seamlessly complemented his previous statement. Indeed, Shen Lang thought the landlady was quite beautiful, albeit a tad older. After all, some men were fond of such older sisters. And expressing this sentiment wouldn't come off as overly flattering. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Lang smiled sincerely. Sister, I genuinely believe you look very youthful. Your current age is a woman's prime, radiating charm like a blossoming flower, looking similar to those young ladies at the peak of their bloom. Xia Shi was momentarily taken aback by Shen Lang's ambiguous yet exceedingly polite compliment. Upon seeing his earnest and simple smile, her cheeks flushed slightly, pretending to be annoyed. She shot him a playful glance and tentatively asked, all right, with all these sweet words, you're not hoping for me to reduce your rent, are you? 1. You caught me, sister. I've been having some financial difficulties lately. Could you possibly lower the rent? 2. I'm merely speaking the truth. You really are quite young, and if we went shopping together, people would surely mistake us for siblings. 3. Shouldn't it be reduced? You charge me 1,000 for this godforsaken place. No, the rent should remain as it is. Shen Lang earnestly replied, I'm simply stating the truth, sister. You really do look young, and if we were to go out shopping, people would definitely see us as siblings. Ding. Xia Shui's affection for the host has increased by 3 points, currently at 6 points. Please continue your efforts. Xia Shui, her face flushed, waved her hand dismissively. Her tone and demeanor noticeably softened. You truly possess an audacity that is remarkable, often employing such words to deceive young ladies, do you not? Not at all, dear sister. I remain single, and I genuinely find you quite youthful, he replied, with a hint of playful sincerity. Enough, Xia Shui interjected, slightly overwhelmed by Shen Lang's brazen flirtation. Teasingly retorting, are you here for a blind date, or to rent a room? Are we even signing a contract? Yes, of course, Shen Lang responded eagerly, following Xia Shui into the house to sign the agreement. In that fleeting moment as she turned away, he distinctly noticed the subtle upward curve of her lips. Chapter 3. Flirting for Profit. This is a one-bedroom apartment, equipped with all necessary appliances and complete with internet access, ready for immediate move-in. Xia Shui sat nearby, quietly watching Shen Lang sign the contract, occasionally using her delicate fingers to indicate where he should sign, and asking a few mundane questions from time to time. Her voice had lost the earlier commanding tone, now embodying the warmth of an understanding older sister. After signing the contract, Shen Lang meticulously reviewed the stipulations outlined within. Subsequently, Xia Shui guided him through the room and hallway to familiarize him with the surroundings. After paying the rent, Shen Lang and Xia Shui exchanged WeChat contacts. Well then, I must go pick up my daughter from school, she said, taking the keys and a copy of the contract. If you have any questions, feel free to message me on WeChat. Shen Lang nodded. Thank you, Sister Xia. Have a safe journey. As Xia Shui stood to leave, she cast a thoughtful glance at Shen Lang, her demeanor suggesting she had something more to say but hesitated. Sister, is there anything else? Shen Lang inquired politely. Well, Xia Shi tucked a few stray strands of hair behind her ear, pausing momentarily before asking, a mix of shyness and anticipation in her tone. What you said earlier, was it inappropriate to describe me with the words beautiful and young? Women invariably regard their beauty and age with utmost importance. Xia Shi had certainly received compliments on her youthful looks before. In fact, such praises were abundant within her social circle. However, she understood that those compliments often came with ulterior motives, whether for her wealth or her connections. Shen Lang's remarks, in contrast, did not carry that insincere flattery. Xia Shi distinctly noticed the nervous expression on Shen Lang's face when he spoke those words earlier, a demeanor characteristic of a freshly graduated student. She naturally believed that his compliments were heartfelt. Shen Lang was taken aback that the landlady took his earlier words to heart, especially since she had feigned indifference at the time. Just as he hesitated on how to respond, a system prompt chimed in. 1. Old by dang. I only said you were young. When did I say you were beautiful? Age must be affecting your hearing, right? 2. Really, sister. If you hadn't mentioned your age, I would have thought you were only in your late 20s. 3. You are truly beautiful, sister. And I particularly adore your figure. It must be delightful to embrace you. Really, sister. If you hadn't mentioned your age, I would have thought you were only in your late 20s. Shen Lang sincerely asserted, adding, and I believe it's not just me. Your friends must frequently compliment your youthful beauty as well. After responding, Shen Lang couldn't help but internally critique options 1 and 3, wondering just how bold one must be to select them. He shuddered at the thought of what Xia Shi's reaction would be had he chosen either of those responses. Ding. Xia Shi's affection for the host has increased by 4 points, currently at 10 points. Please continue your efforts. They were all making fun of me. Xia Shi, somewhat awkwardly, brushed her flowing hair, her eyes clearly sparkling with joy as she couldn't help but chuckle. I fear you are the only one who would praise an old woman like me. Not at all, sister. I genuinely think you are quite youthful and beautiful. And your figure is splendid, Shen Lang replied with a smile, feeling an unfamiliar surge of accomplishment swell within him, devoid of the anxiety and nervousness that once stemmed from his social awkwardness. So this is what it feels like to make a woman happy with kind words. Haha, your flattery is truly sweet. Well then, I must take my leave. I need to pick up my daughter from school. The principal has been urging me on WeChat. Xia Shi said, striding out of the room in her high heels. As she entered the elevator, she cast a flirtatious glance back at Shen Lang, leaving him breathless. A man who had been solitary for over 20 years. Indeed, mature women possess an undeniable charm. Once Xia Shi departed, Shen Lang eagerly shut the door, ready to explore the system. System, he called out. Greetings, host. The romance assistant system is at your service. That name is rather down-to-earth, Shen Lang chuckled. Then inquired with anticipation, could you elaborate on your functions? As the name suggests, this system is designed to assist the host with social interactions. Whenever you encounter challenging social situations, the system will provide various response options tailored to the personality traits of the other party, regardless of whether they are male or female. If you select the appropriate response provided by the system, you will increase their fondness for you and earn cash rewards. 1 point of fondness can be exchanged for 10,000 yuan. When the fondness reaches 50 points, you will gain detailed personal information about the other party along with a mysterious treasure chest. This treasure chest can yield any item the host desires, and upon reaching a fondness of 100 points, you may receive another 10,000 yuan for 1 point of fondness. So, I currently have a reward of 100,000 yuan. Shen Lang asked eagerly, recalling how he had just significantly increased the landlord's wife's fondness by 10 points. The host has already garnered 10 points of fondness from Xia Shi, and you currently have the option to withdraw 100,000 yuan. Would you like to proceed? Withdraw. Withdraw. Shen Lang exclaimed, exhilarated. This money was far quicker than earning it through laborious typing, and it also honed his conversational skills. No sooner had he spoken than a text message pinged on his phone. Your account 6770 has received a deposit of 100,000 yuan on December 11th at 6:30 a.m., CITIC Bank. Chatting for a few minutes had equated to receiving a year's salary. This was utterly delightful. Shen Lang adjusted his glasses, inexplicably feeling that communicating with women was not such a daunting task after all. Even if he might still feel shy or awkward in conversations with women, this was a tangible way to earn money. What man wouldn't prefer a little awkwardness over an empty pocket, while enhancing one's eloquence and simultaneously amassing wealth? Who could possibly resent such a lucrative endeavor? By the way, I have a question for the system. What if the individual in question is someone I despise? Shen Lang curiously inquired. Am I truly expected to devise ways to increase their fondness for me despite my aversion? Fear not, dear host. In such instances, lowering their fondness will yield rewards instead. This system will also provide various response options to diminish their affection based on their words and actions. That is reassuring. Shen Lang sighed in relief. He certainly did not wish to expend effort in winning the affection of everyone he encountered. That would be no different from being an insufferable sycophant. Chapter 4. Only cowards remain single. The final inquiry. Shen Lang cleared his throat lightly, awkwardly touching his nose. So, once the other party's affection reaches its zenith, can it be likened to those games? The system replied in a vague yet suggestively loaded manner. The final attitude of anyone the host interacts with, upon reaching a goodwill level of 100, entirely hinges on the hostess' choices. Oh, Shen Lang, feeling somewhat embarrassed, realized he had posed a rather juvenile question. If a person of the opposite sex harbored maximum affection for you yet hesitated to engage in more adult pursuits, then she was either a lesbian, a relative, or perhaps had some physical ailment. Glancing at the time, he noted it was already nearing 6 o'clock. Shen Lang grabbed his phone and keys, intending to descend and explore the vicinity for dinner, familiarizing himself with the surroundings, while also hoping to find someone to converse with for a bit of extra income. This community was somewhat secluded, and after a brief perusal guided by his navigation, he stumbled upon a bustling snack street, alive with vendors peddling their wares. After a simple meal of fried rice, he wandered towards a stall selling candied chestnuts, intending to purchase some to enjoy while gaming later. Such is the daily routine of many single individuals. Their culinary expectations are remarkably modest. At home, they consume whatever their parents prepare. Outside, they indulge when finances allow, and settle for whatever is affordable when they do not. A lifestyle that requires little maintenance. The chestnut vendor was a robust man with dark skin, fervently stirring the aromatic chestnuts in his pan. Shen Lang approached him and inquired, "How much for the chestnuts?" 20 yuan per pound, freshly harvested. Care to buy some, young man? The vendor warmly peeled a steaming chestnut and offered it to Shen Lang. Here, try one. It's quite delightful. Feeling a bit shy? Shen Lang accepted it and popped it into his mouth. The flavor was indeed delightful, prompting him to nod. I'll take 20 yuan worth then. Even if the chestnuts had been subpar, Shen Lang would have felt too awkward to decline the vendor's earnest hospitality, thus purchasing some to take home. Many socially anxious individuals share this trait. A modicum of warmth from vendors makes it hard for them to refuse, leading them to unwittingly buy items that do not entirely satisfy their preferences. All right, we have sweet, salty, and original flavors. Which would you prefer? Salty. Very well. I shall prepare that for you. The vendor, with a cheerful demeanor, set aside his spatula and began to package the chestnuts for Shen Lang. Ding! The vendor's affection for the host has increased by 1 point, now totaling 1 point. Please continue your efforts. With the system's notification, Shen Lang noticed a heart symbol above the vendor's head, albeit in blue, indicating a mere 1 point of goodwill. After a moment of contemplation, he decisively stated, "Vendor, please also prepare 20 yuan's worth of original flavor chestnuts for me." "Oh, certainly." The vendor responded with surprise and a smile, resuming his task of packaging the original flavor chestnuts. His affection for Shen Lang increased yet again by another point. Shen Lang finally comprehended that one's charm could be enhanced not solely through verbal finesse. Much like the vendor before him, purchasing a greater quantity of his chestnuts could also endear him to the seller, allowing him to earn a bit more profit. It's a total of 40 yuan. Just scan here, the vendor instructed. All right, I've completed the transaction. Shen Lang chuckled nonchalantly, realizing that turning 40 yuan into 20,000 was an incredible bargain. You must be buying so many to share with your girlfriend, right? The vendor teased, handing over 2 bags of steaming chestnuts with a grin. Oh, how I envy you youngsters today. So carefree, he added with a laugh. Shen Lang accepted the warm chestnuts, chuckling awkwardly. What was with this old chap? While tending to his business, he still found time to make jibes. Did he think that I couldn't consume 40 yuan worth of chestnuts alone? At that moment, his attention was suddenly captivated by a slender, exquisitely featured young girl who approached with a lively bounce, greeting the vendor with a radiant smile. The girl possessed a striking oval face, fair skin, and delicate features, particularly her cherry-red lips, which appeared irresistibly luscious. Even clad in an oversized school uniform, her figure shone through, exuding an undeniable youthful allure. Thump, thump. Shen Lang felt his heart racing violently, and he instinctively stepped aside, filled with a nervous apprehension. This was not merely a case of infatuation. Rather, it was a common reaction among socially anxious individuals. Encountering a girl, especially one of his age with a bright and cheerful disposition, could elicit such a defensive response. To the untrained eye, they might seem aloof and indifferent, yet within, they were often a bundle of nerves. It was akin to a goblin dwelling in the shadows of a cave, encountering a radiant elven maiden outside. The desire to converse with her battled against the fear that his unappealing exterior might repel her. In this moment, Shen Lang embodied that very goblin, stealing glances at the vivacious elven maiden from the corner of his eye. Alas, she seemed oblivious to his presence, engrossed in lively conversation with the vendor, deliberating over which flavor of chestnut to purchase. Shen Lang turned to leave, but couldn't he resist one last furtive glance at the enchanting girl. Truly, she was breathtaking, her demeanor radiating a sweet, sunny disposition that made Shen Lang smile involuntarily. In that fleeting instant, with his penchant for whimsical daydreams, Shen Lang found himself imagining various romantic encounters with this girl. This was a lamentable skill possessed by many socially anxious, introverted single souls. They could easily envision a beautiful girl accompanying them on shopping excursions, gaming sessions, or leisurely strolls. Yet, in reality, such sweet serendipities remained elusive, mere figments of their discontent with life, a series of grand fantasies. As the dream faded and the ordinary returned to its mundane state, they suddenly realized that what they termed youth was, in fact, nothing of significance. While traversing the path home, Shen Lang found himself engulfed in regret. Despite having a system at his disposal, he still lacked the courage to approach that girl. If this were a contemporary urban novel, a protagonist as timid as he would undoubtedly be subjected to the scorn of readers. If only he had seized the moment to initiate a conversation. The system's capabilities would have been activated. Even if he stumbled over his words, the system would have provided support. Alas, Shen Lang's timidity, honed over years of a reclusive lifestyle, rendered him incapable of uttering a single word. It truly echoed the sentiment found online. Attractive individuals have partners. Less attractive individuals have partners, yet only the timid remain alone. Deep within, Shen Lang vowed, should fate grant him another opportunity, he would boldly approach and request her contact information. At that moment, he was unexpectedly met with the cheerful laughter of a girl behind him. Chapter 5. Without initiative. Where lies the story? Shen Lang abruptly turned around, noticing the girl who had just purchased roasted chestnuts, cheerfully chatting as she strolled behind him, seemingly messaging her roommate. Oh dear, I forgot. I'm currently on a diet. What should I do? I bought sweet chestnuts. Oh, you're not eating them either? I certainly can't just discard them. That's 20 yuan. Alas, I'll just have to cut back next week. Hold on. There's a guy staring at me as Su Lishuan engaged in lively conversation with her roommate. She inadvertently noticed a tall boy in front of her gazing her way, prompting her to sheepishly put away her phone. His pair of clear, innocent eyes, like a curious child, glanced at Shen Lang before looking back again. Realizing that no one was behind her, Su Lishuan confirmed that Shen Lang was indeed looking at her, and she cautiously lowered her head, intending to quickly pass by him. Upon sensing that the girl had acknowledged him, Shen Lang began to feel anxious. His mind was a jumble, unsure of what to say as an opening line. Just then, the system's options appeared. 1. Jokingly intimidating. This road is mine. This tree I planted. If you wish to pass, hand over your chestnuts. Haha, just kidding. May I add you on WeChat? 2. Inquiring with a smile. Excuse me, did you also buy chestnuts from that old man? What flavor did you choose? 3. Friendly banter. Miss, you look quite lovely. May I add you on WeChat? Excuse me, did you also buy chestnuts from that old man? As the girl was about to brush past him, Shen Lang smiled and initiated the conversation, asking about her flavor choice. He dismissed option 3, nearly selecting the first seemingly humorous response, but later realized that such a crude joke would likely frighten her off, making the prospect of exchanging WeChat information impossible. Sweet? Sweet? What of it? Su Lishuan halted, scrutinizing Shen Lang with a hint of wariness. As the campus beauty of Zhuhai University, she was the object of countless boys' affections. Embodying the essence of first love, she often received requests for her contact information, and in just a few weeks of university life, she had already turned down numerous suitors, even leading some to speculate if she preferred girls. Instinctively, Su Lishuan assumed this bespectacled lad was also seeking her contact details and began contemplating how to politely decline. Shen Lang, too, was not surprised. Any girl would be cautious when approached by an unfamiliar male. The system's options reappeared. 1. Feigning depth. He suggested, eating so many sweets, be careful of cavities, and as a girl, don't you care about your weight? 2. Chuckling. He remarked, that vendor must have misheard me. I requested sweet and salty, yet he gave me the original flavor. I prefer sweet. How about I trade you my salty and original for yours? 3. Friendly advice. Little sister, you shouldn't use your phone while walking along the road. The boss did not hear me clearly. I requested both sweet and salty, yet I ended up with plain. Shen Lang decisively dismissed the first option proposed by the rather dull man, smiling as he weighed the chestnuts in his hand. I prefer sweet. How about I trade you my salty and plain ones? Oh, I see. Su Lishuan sighed with relief. Initially fearing that another young man was about to ask for her WeChat, she smiled brightly and nodded, sure, I'm actually trying to lose weight lately. Shen Lang placed 2 bags of chestnuts before her. So, which do you prefer, salty or plain? I'll take the salty. The plain doesn't seem appetizing. Su Lishuan gazed thoughtfully at the 2 steaming bags before her, then picked up the bag of salty chestnuts and handed the sweet ones to Shen Lang. Here. Your sweet chestnuts. Thank you. Shen Lang gratefully accepted the chestnuts, relieved. He hadn't anticipated that such a simple exchange of chestnuts would lead to this charming interaction. They continued walking in silence, though maintaining quite a distance. It was then that Shen Lang noticed that the girl's uniform bore the emblem of Zhuhai University. Having graduated from Zhuhai University 6 months ago, they were indeed alumni. Suddenly, options appeared again. 1. Surprised, ask, you're from Zhuhai University? I graduated just last semester. We are alumni. 2. Lecherously inquire. With that uniform, you must be from Zhuhai University, right? I've heard the female students there have a good life. Can you introduce me to a few? 3. Raising an eyebrow, smile and ask, beautiful, may I ask for your WeChat number? After glancing at options 2 and 3, Shen Lang nearly choked. If he were to ask that, it would be a miracle if she didn't report him for harassment. Shen Lang feigned surprise. Oh? I just realized you're also from Zhuhai University? Su Lishuan turned her head in astonishment. Oh? You are too? Shen Lang responded warmly. I graduated last semester. Who would have thought we are fellow alumni? Indeed, I didn't expect to encounter a fellow alum out here, Su Lishuan replied with a sweet smile, causing Shen Lang's heart to nearly melt. He felt an overwhelming urge to rush to the Civil Affairs Bureau and register their marriage on the spot. Options appeared once more. 1. Begin eating the chestnuts, feigning doubt about their taste, and invite her to try, engaging in physical interaction to bridge the gap between them. 2. Sternly reproach, shouldn't you be calling me senior? That is quite impolite. 3. Suddenly pull her into an embrace, gently warning her to watch for oncoming vehicles. Haha. I didn't expect that either, Shen Lang chuckled in response, then tore open the bag of sweet chestnuts and began to eat. Soon, he frowned as he complained, ouch. Why do these chestnuts taste a bit off, almost spoiled? Really? Is that so? Su Lishuan asked, somewhat surprised. Shen Lang offered her the bag. Why don't you give it a try? Without much thought, Su Lishuan took a few small steps closer to Shen Lang, reached out, and popped a chestnut into her mouth. After savoring it for a moment, she smiled. I think it tastes just fine. Perhaps the one you had was spoiled. Indeed. It is quite possible. Shen Lang nodded thoughtfully. You are fortunate in comparison, Su Lishuan remarked with a playful complaint. You know, the last time I purchased a bag of chestnuts at Wanda Plaza, half of them were spoiled. It infuriated me. Shen Lang chuckled in response. Haha. You certainly have had your share of misfortune. Did you not consider returning them to the vendor? The vendor is quite imposing. I dared not approach him. Haha. Indeed, I was left with no recourse. Such seemingly trivial exchanges, however, unexpectedly fostered a harmonious atmosphere between the two. Throughout their journey, Shen Lang engaged Su Lishuan in conversation, guided by the system's prompts, which were tailored to her interests and preferences. When the topics aligned with her passions, Su Lishuan expressed her opinions with great fervor. Within mere minutes, the two transitioned from complete strangers to amiable acquaintances capable of engaging in lively dialogue. Su Lishuan was astonished by her ability to converse so deeply with a boy she had just met. They spoke of inconsequential matters. Yet Su Lishuan found herself inexplicably drawn to the ambience of their conversation. It seemed as though this young man possessed a unique talent for steering the dialogue towards subjects that captivated her interest. Chapter 6. Damn it, I'm no longer a goblin. As they strolled towards a red light intersection, Su Lishuan's smile remained unwavering. She had not anticipated that the boy before her would possess such a delightful sense of humor. far surpassing the schoolmates who merely flaunted their wealth and sought her WeChat. Upon noticing the fork in the road ahead, an inexplicable sense of melancholy washed over her. She needed to cross the street to reach the bus stop that would take her back to school. Zhuhai University was not far from this food street. Nearly 2 bus stops away, it was common for students to escape the cafeteria's fare and venture here for a meal. She wondered if he might take the same route. Su Lishuan found herself enchanted by the mere experience of conversing with this boy. Despite their acquaintance lasting less than half an hour, she was taken aback by her own thoughts. I must head over to catch my bus. Reaching the traffic light at the fork, Su Lishuan cheerfully pointed towards the bus stop across the road and tentatively inquired, "Which direction are you headed?" For a moment, Shen Lang was at a loss for words. He resided in a different neighborhood from Su Lishuan. Yet after such an engaging conversation, he hadn't even asked for her WeChat. If they parted ways now, would they ever have the chance to meet again? Would she return to this food street for chestnuts? While Shen Lang's mind raced with possibilities, the system's options reappeared. 1. With a raised eyebrow, he invited, "I live in Fulong Community. My bed is large and soft. Would you like to come see it?" 2. Mysteriously, he said, "My cat can breathe fire, do backflips, and even speak. This secret is just for you. Would you like to visit?" 3. With a friendly smile, he offered, "Though we're headed in different directions, I know the area well. Would you like to add me on WeChat? Next time you come, I can show you around." After discarding option 1, Shen Lang hesitated between options 2 and 3, both reasonable responses. However, he leaned towards option 3, yearning for Su Lishuan's contact information. Yet, when the words hovered on the tip of his tongue, he hesitated to voice them. It was his first time asking a girl for her WeChat, especially such a beautiful one. As passers-by gathered to wait for the traffic light, many discreetly observed the enchanting girl before Shen Lang. In such a public setting, his social anxiety intensified, making it even more daunting to speak up. He awkwardly smiled, opting not to choose any of the system's suggested replies. Instead, he pointed towards his neighborhood and awkwardly stammered, I live that way." "Oh, I see." Su Lishuan's smile noticeably dimmed. Just then, the light turned green, and pedestrians began crossing the street. Su Lishuan offered a friendly smile, then looked up at Shen Lang, her tone carrying a hint of hesitation. "Well then, shall I go catch my bus?" "Ah well." Shen Lang was consumed with regret internally. Yet his face remained adorned with a forced smile as he watched Su Lishuan blend into the crowd, making her way across the street. Damn it, what's there to be timid about? Once Su Lishuan vanished among the throng, Shen Lang couldn't help but mock himself for his own cowardice. Was it truly so difficult to ask for a WeChat? She wouldn't bite, would she? What did it matter what others thought? Engrossed in conversation, Shen Lang had failed to notice just how much Su Lishuan's fondness for him had grown. Throughout their interaction, her smile had never wavered. Shen Lang was convinced that had he mustered the courage to request her WeChat, she would have readily acquiesced. Alas, the socially anxious Shen Lang found it exceedingly difficult to approach a girl in front of so many onlookers. Sigh. With a melancholic exhale, he grasped the now cold chestnuts, trudging like a lost soul under the desolate glow of the setting sun, dragging himself toward his community. A few minutes later, a familiar feminine voice called out from behind, "Wait a moment." Shen Lang's eyes widened in surprise as he turned abruptly, still holding the chestnuts. Under the brilliant golden rays of the sunset, Su Lishuan, clad in her school uniform, hurried toward him, clutching a bag of chestnuts. As she ran, her long black hair shimmered in the sunlight, transforming into a cascade of golden hues, dancing gracefully around her shoulders like a lively golden sprite. Before long, Su Lishuan reached Shen Lang, bent over, panting and resting her hands on her knees, clearly not accustomed to physical exertion. What's the matter?" Shen Lang inquired, taken aback. He had not anticipated that the ethereal sprite, destined to vanish into the forest, would return of her own volition. After taking a few deep breaths, Su Lishuan regained her composure, a hint of shyness creeping into her demeanor as she asked, "You mentioned earlier that you live nearby, right?" "Yes. Just in the little community up ahead," Shen Lang replied, his heart racing with anxious anticipation as he speculated on the reason for Su Lishuan's return. "Well, you see, I just started school, and the cafeteria food is quite dreadful. This street seems to be the only place with decent eateries." Su Lishuan pulled out her phone, adorned with a Pikachu case, somewhat bashfully shielding her face, revealing only her slightly flushed eyes as she gazed at Shen Lang. "So, could we exchange WeChat? Next time I come by, could you show me some good places to eat?" Shen Lang stared in disbelief at the bashful girl before him. utterly astonished that Su Lishuan had sprinted back just to ask him to add her on WeChat. Of course, I would be delighted. I know this area very well. I've lived here for 2 or 3 years. Coming to his senses, Shen Lang hastily retrieved his phone, eagerly adding Su Lishuan as a friend on WeChat. Her WeChat ID was Early Morning Joy. With a bright smile, Su Lishuan said, I should head back now. My roommates and I have plans to enjoy chestnuts and watch a horror movie tonight. Shen Lang enthusiastically nodded. Sure, take care on your way back. And just send me a message before you come next time. With a sweet smile, Su Lishuan waved goodbye to Senior Shun as she cheerfully declared, well then, I shall take my leave. Until next time. Beneath the resplendent glow of the setting sun, her radiant smile, akin to a constellation of stars, inadvertently reminded Shen Lang of a comment often found in the sections of beauty bloggers' posts. Mom, I think I'm in love. All right, goodbye, he mumbled, waving foolishly at Su Lishuan as she gradually made her way across the street to board a bus. It was only after she had departed that Shen Lang, jolted from his reverie, picked up his phone and opened WeChat. As he gazed at his newly added contacts, a smile began to spread across his face. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue over the dusk, Shen Lang couldn't help but raise his arms in exhilaration, exclaiming, Damn it, I shall no longer be a goblin. Chapter 7. The 3 Great Illusions of Life. As he walked home, Shen Lang eagerly contemplated his interaction with the system. Based on Su Lishuan's demeanor earlier, he felt a surge of excitement, believing her fondness for him must have surpassed 20 points. Ding. Su Lishuan's affection for the host is a mere 7 points. Please continue to strive for improvement. What? The mechanical voice echoed in his ears, causing Shen Lang's anticipation to plummet. The atmosphere between them had been so harmonious. Su Lishuan had even requested his WeChat and sweetly addressed him as Senior Shen Lang. How could her affection be so low? It was even less than that of his landlady. Indeed, it is 7 points. Please, host, continue to put in more effort. She had taken the initiative to add me on WeChat. How could her fondness be so scant? Reflecting on Su Lishuan's enchanting smile juxtaposed with this paltry score, Shen Lang felt an undeniable sense of defeat. He couldn't help but think that if her affection were truly this minimal, she wouldn't have reached out to him. Could she be a fickle woman? Otherwise, how could she add me on WeChat with such a low affection score? Host, the reason she called you senior was merely a matter of politeness. Your previous exchanges were appropriately aligned with her interests, the omniscient system reassured him. Girls of her age typically appreciate witty and humorous boys, which explains her decision to add you. With this clarification, Shen Lang gradually emerged from his inexplicable despondency. Wasn't this precisely one of life's 3 great illusions? I can turn the tables. His phone buzzed with a call. She likes you. In truth, it was quite natural. The reclusive Shen Lang had not interacted with many girls. Encountering such a beautiful, sunny, and polite girl for the first time, he mistakenly believed that her request for his WeChat indicated her affection. To consider that mere minutes of conversation could lead to an overwhelming fondness would be rather trivial. If a girl were to develop such strong feelings after only a brief chat, he would find her rather indiscriminate, certainly not his type. Moreover, it was undeniable that Su Lishuan had shown some increase in her affection for him. This was far superior to those who had been infatuated for years without so much as a few words exchanged with their goddess. When pursuing a girl, what is truly daunting is the fear of investing everything only to find the other party utterly unyielding. Reflecting on this, Shen Lang quickly found solace. Pursuing a girl is akin to defeating a boss in a game. As long as one adheres to the strategy, success is assured. Furthermore, Shen Lang considered himself a player utilizing cheats, which naturally instilled confidence. He pulled out his phone, found Su Lishuan's WeChat, and sent a message. Have you arrived at school yet? After a brief wait, a notification chimed. However, it was not from Su Lishuan, but rather from the landlady he had added earlier in the afternoon. Blossoming through the seasons, Xiaoshen, have you eaten yet? Would you like to come over for a meal? I've prepared it myself. Sly smile accompanying this message was a screenshot depicting several delectable home-cooked dishes that appeared quite appetizing. In the image, there was a little girl with pigtails, joyfully raising her hands and holding chopsticks while seated across the table, exuding an endearing charm. 1. Thank you, Sister Xia. These dishes look incredibly appetizing, but I have already eaten, so perhaps next time. 2. Dear landlady, please conduct yourself with decorum. We have only known each other for a mere half day, and you are inviting me over. I am but a young gentleman. 3. The dishes are indeed delightful and seem very appealing. Is this little girl your daughter, Sister Xia? She is absolutely adorable. After dismissing option 2, Shen Lang pondered over responses 1 and 3, both of which seemed reasonable. Just as he was about to select option 1, a fleeting memory of a short video he had previously watched crossed his mind. The video suggested that to attract the interest of divorced women or widows, one must lavish attention upon their children. Shen Lang was unaware of Xia Shiyi's family circumstances. However, her bold invitation to a male stranger for dinner suggested she might be divorced or alone. Moreover, that little girl was undeniably charming, prompting Shen Lang to genuinely wish to compliment her. Thus, he typed out response 3 and sent it along with a thumbs-up emoji. In an instant, a notification chimed in his ear. Ding! Xia Shiyi's affection for the host has increased by 5 points, currently at 15 points. Please continue your efforts. Goodness, a single remark raised it by 5 points? The video was indeed not misleading. Elated, Shen Lang noted that Xia Shiyi soon replied. She can be quite mischievous, always making a racket, like a little tomboy. LOL. While she spoke modestly, her message was accompanied by yet another adorable snapshot of her daughter, clearly demonstrating her deep affection. Upon reflection, it's understandable. What parent doesn't cherish their child? Especially for someone like Xia Shiyi, who may be a single mother, the importance of her child is undoubtedly magnified. Haha, little girls can be quite impish. My younger sister was the same way. With that, Shen Lang began to focus the conversation around Xia Shiyi's daughter. It appeared as though the floodgates had opened, as her responses transitioned from text to voice messages. After chatting for nearly 10 minutes, Shen Lang politely declined, saying, Sister Xia, I just finished my meal. Perhaps I can join you for dinner next time. Blossoms bloom in all seasons. Yes, adorable. Seeing the emojis accompanying her message made Shen Lang chuckle. The older sister's attempts to be cute were simply irresistible. Ding! Xia Shiyi's affection for the host has increased by 9 points, currently at 24 points. Please continue your efforts. This progression was astonishingly swift. Shen Lang swallowed hard, feeling an unexpected sense of awe. He had previously harbored doubts regarding the notorious men described online. News reports claimed they could seduce a newly acquainted woman into bed within a day, swindle her out of all her assets in 2 days, and leave her bereft in every sense within 3 days. Shen Lang perceived that the young women of today are as shrewd as ever, making them rather difficult to deceive. It appears that such sentiments are not mere hyperbole. He even contemplated that if a conversation flowed seamlessly, he could transform a girl into a woman in less than a day. The art of conversation is indeed exaggerated, possessing an uncanny ability to grasp the human heart. Reflecting on the sensational stories circulating online and observing the endearing expressions of Xia Shiyi, he couldn't help but recall the alluring figure of his landlady. If Xia Shiyi were to harbor a profound affection for him, might he not engage in some adult games with this enchanting older sister? Chapter 8. The Elf Who Loves Horror Movies. Despite the current affection level of only 24 points that Xia Shiyi holds for Shen Lang, it is noteworthy that they have known each other for less than 2 hours and have engaged in minimal conversation. Moreover, this affection value represents the most candid perception an individual of the opposite sex harbors for you, akin to a scoring sheet reflecting various manifestations of their feelings. To put it more bluntly, it serves as a gateway card to gauge a woman's willingness to engage in deeper dialogue with you. The fact that a few exchanged words could significantly elevate the affection of a woman as discerning as Xia Shiyi highlights the extraordinary capabilities of the system. This is certainly not comparable to the fleeting affections of those notorious for their insincerity online. Of course, the system has also indicated that it will extrapolate response options based on the information provided by the other party, but ultimately, the ability to enhance one's affection still rests in Shen Lang's hands. Upon returning home, the chat box from Su Lishuan illuminated. I just finished showering and am about to watch a horror movie with my roommates. The top horror film from South Korea, Ganjiam, Haunted Asylum. Following her smug message was a selfie screenshot. As Shen Lang enlarged the image, he felt a sudden rush of warmth. The snapshot featured a laptop on the table displaying the horror film, while beneath it appeared a pair of long, slender, and delicately alluring feet, glistening with droplets of water, clearly just washed. Several other girls were also visible in the frame, all possessing commendable looks, particularly the short-haired girl sitting closest to Su Lishuan, who was munching on chips. Her beauty rivaled that of Su Lishuan's, with a charming oval face, sparkling large eyes, a prominent nose, and a petite cherry-like mouth, her fair skin radiating a fresh glow. The other girls, however, were seen clutching pillows, trembling in a manner that suggested a desire to watch yet an overwhelming fear to proceed. This photograph appeared to be a casual capture, and Shen Lang sensed that Su Lishuan was not the type to share such a personal image with someone she had just met. As anticipated, Su Lishuan promptly retracted the screenshot, sending an awkward emoji. Did you see it? 1. Yes, I want to savor every inch of it. 2. I didn't see anything. What did you retract? 3. Yes, your roommate is quite timid. This film isn't even that scary. In all honesty, as a serious leg enthusiast, Shen Lang was tempted to select option 1. Those exquisite feet indeed exuded an almost ethereal charm. However, he believed that choosing option 1 would undoubtedly trigger a red exclamation mark in his WeChat chat window. So, he opted for option 3 instead. Yes. Your roommate is quite timid. This film isn't even that scary. Su Lishuan merely intended to send Shen Lang a casual photo of herself watching a horror movie with her roommates, inadvertently capturing both her roommates and her legs in the frame. Fortunately, the others were initially oblivious to this, their attention solely on the computer screen, which allowed her to breathe a sigh of relief as her spirits soared, her fingers lightly dancing across the screen. Oh dear. This is the foremost horror film from the land of the morning calm. It is said that someone even succumbed to fear on the day of its release. That seems rather exaggerated. I watched this film alone, and it was at night, no less. You truly are remarkable. I, however, cannot bear to watch horror films alone. Yet I find myself irresistibly drawn to them, much like others who are both timid and playful. 1. If you are faint-hearted, it's best not to watch. It's easy to be frightened into a predicament. 2. What is the name of the girl with the short hair beside you? Could you share her WeChat with me? 3. Share the 30-second video from your Douyin favorites with her, and let her know that by following the techniques in the video, she will no longer feel fear. The 30-second video in the Douyin favorites list? Shen Lang, surprised, opened his Douyin app and found the 30-second video in his saved list. He couldn't help but burst into laughter and sent the video to Su Lishuan. Let me share a method with you. If you learn from this, you will no longer fear watching horror films in the future. Is that true? Su Lishuan curiously clicked on the Douyin video sent by Shen Lang. The video depicted a girl watching a horror movie who was startled out of her wits when a ghost appeared. Yet, in the next moment, she immediately took out her phone to play Baby Shark, clapping her hands to bolster her courage while chanting along, still somewhat shaken. Ha ha ha, this is too funny. Su Lishuan laughed heartily, drawing curious glances from her roommates who were watching the horror film nearby. Sensing this, she instinctively lowered her phone screen, then lay on her bed facing the wall, unable to suppress her laughter as she typed. This video is absolutely hilarious. So, do you feel a bit less fearful now? Indeed, I must admit it helps somewhat, but I cannot act like this in the dormitory. My roommates think I'm quite silly. Ding. Su Lishuan's fondness for the host has increased by 2 points, currently standing at 9 points. Please continue your efforts. Hearing the voice of the system in his ear, Shen Lang felt even more motivated, realizing he had struck a chord of interest with her. For the duration that followed, he carefully considered the correct responses provided by the system. Each time he sent a suitable reply, Su Lishuan's responses came back swiftly. Sometimes, before Shen Lang could finish a sentence, Su Lishuan had already sent her third message. Moreover, as their conversation progressed, her use of emoticons increased, often adorning the beginnings or ends of her sentences with charming, girlish emojis. Shen Lang could subtly perceive an eagerness in Su Lishuan's replies, a desire to engage with him. Until the 2-hour horror film concluded, Su Lishuan remained immersed in the cheerful atmosphere of her conversation with Shen Lang, entirely oblivious to her roommates who had stealthily climbed onto her bed to secretly observe her chat with him. Is it truly that delicious? If I come by next time, would you take me out to eat? We can split the bill, or I can treat you. It was only when her roommate squeaked out the news about Su Lishuan that she abruptly snapped back to reality. Realizing that several of her roommates were gazing at her with knowing smiles, their eyes glinting with mischief. What are you doing? Su Lishuan's cheeks flushed, and her heart raced as she quickly turned off her phone screen, fearful that these rascals might discover her conversation with Shen Lang. Lishuan, which department is he from? Is he handsome? Is he the one who asked for your WeChat a few days ago? The one from the finance department? Come on, Lishuan. We promise we won't tell anyone else. The gossiping spirit of her roommates was ablaze. They never anticipated that Su Lishuan, who usually kept a distance from others, the ethereal beauty coveted by countless boys at school, could engage so deeply in conversation with a boy. Chapter 9. Do you think he is a cad? What if the other boys discovered that Su Lishuan had just been engaging in a flirtatious conversation with another male? They could confidently assert that her admirers would flood the forums of Zhuhai University, digging relentlessly to unearth this fellow. But no, do not misunderstand. He is merely a friend. Su Lishuan feigned calmness, her cheeks flushing as she diverted the topic. Weren't you all watching a horror film? Why are you so concerned about me? My dear Lishuan. The horror film has long concluded. Just how infatuated are you with this boy? One of her roommates remarked with playful exasperation, her curiosity piqued. I'm quite intrigued by what charm this guy possesses to enchant our campus belle in such a manner. I already told you it's not like that. Wait, the movie is over? Su Lishuan exclaimed incredulously, glancing at her laptop screen where subtitles in a dialect were rolling. Had they truly conversed for over 2 hours? Time had flown by far too swiftly. Seeing that Su Lishuan stubbornly refused to acknowledge him as her boyfriend, her roommates hesitated to press further. Some took to showering, while others immersed themselves in vocabulary revision, transforming the dormitory into a lively hub of activity. The short-haired girl from earlier shut off the horror film and opened a game to rank up. Lishuan, seizing the moment while waiting for a match. The short-haired girl glanced at her roommate, who was listening to English vocabulary through headphones. She eagerly climbed onto Su Lishuan's bed, lowering her voice with anticipation. Is this guy from our school? I've been your close friend for 7 to 8 years. You can't possibly keep this from me. The short-haired girl, named Yi Xinshin, had known Su Lishuan since middle school. Their families shared a close bond, and they had grown up as childhood friends, akin to sisters, with little to no secrets between them. In contrast to the bright and cheerful Su Lishuan, Yi Xinshin was a quintessential femme fatale, albeit of the online variety. A gaming enthusiast, Yi Xinshin dabbled in various games, though her lack of skill often led to criticism from her teammates. Consequently, she began creating accounts on numerous gaming forums, posting her attractive photos to entice solitary gamers to assist her in leveling up. With a sweet and alluring voice, her conversational skills were honed to perfection, leaving many gaming aficionados utterly spellbound. Even some moderately well-known male streamers had once served as her gaming partners. However, the moment any of them suggested a face-to-face meeting or a video call, Yi Xinshin would promptly sever ties, seeking a new Navi player willing to assist her without expectation. For her, gaming was one realm, while reality was another. She had little patience for aimless boys who spent their days languishing at home, devoid of ambition. Certainly, if one possesses striking good looks, it might warrant consideration. Oh, but truly, that is not the case. Su Lishuan's cheeks flushed slightly as she murmured, I merely met him while out buying chestnuts this afternoon. How could he possibly be my boyfriend? What? After just a mere 10 minutes of acquaintance, he asked for your WeChat? More importantly, you actually gave it to him? Yi Xinshin inquired incredulously. When did you become so indiscriminate? Su Lishuan hesitated, her mouth opening as if to speak, yet she was at a loss for words. It was even more embarrassing to confess that she had been the one to approach Shen Lang for his WeChat. Could it be, you've encountered a scoundrel? Yi Xinshin warned cautiously. Li Hai from the economics department has been pursuing you for months, showering you with breakfast, and inviting you to movies in his sports car. And you haven't even exchanged pleasantries with him. Is that so? He seemed quite nervous when conversing with me, and he gives off a hint of social anxiety. Su Lishuan replied earnestly. Scoundrels are often skilled actors, Yi Xinshin admonished seriously. Let me see what you two have been discussing. As your devoted friend, I must ensure your safety. After a moment's thought, Su Lishuan handed her phone to Yi Xinshin, opening the chat history with Shen Lang. Despite Yi Xinshin's reputation for being a bit of a rogue online, she was nonetheless considered an adept in matters of the heart by Su Lishuan. Yi Xinshin perused the conversation for quite some time, feeling an inexplicable flutter in her heart. This young man possessed quite the conversational prowess. It was evident from the plethora of adorable emojis Su Lishuan had used that Shen Lang was gradually dismantling the barriers Su Lishuan had erected around her heart. Su Lishuan transitioned from her initial facade of reserve to becoming increasingly engrossed in the conversation. Were it not for the presence of her roommates in the dormitory, Yi Xinshin was convinced that her foolish friend would have engaged in voice or even video calls with him. Su Lishuan was astonished at how swiftly time had passed during their chat. As she began to reflect, she was taken aback to realize the extensive nature of her conversation with Shen Lang. So, do you think he is a scoundrel? Su Lishuan asked anxiously, her gaze fixed on the solemn Yi Xinshin. The source of her nervousness eluded her. Perhaps it stemmed from the fear that if Shen Lang were indeed a scoundrel, she ought to sever ties with him. I have a vague feeling, but I'm not entirely sure, Yi Xinxin replied ambiguously. The chat history indicated that Shen Lang's responses were friendly and typical, devoid of any overt attempts to steer the conversation towards topics Su Lishuan might favor. The content of their exchanges was rather mundane. To label him a scoundrel based solely on this would be somewhat excessive. We can simply check his social media. Yu Xinxin exclaimed, a sudden realization dawning upon her as she playfully tapped Su Lishuan's fair thigh. Su Lishuan rubbed her thigh, her curiosity piqued. What can we discern from his social media? How naive. Our rogue-like friend's social media often exudes an air of desirability, crafting an impression that says, I am single and easily pursued. Yi Xinxin elucidated with confidence. Boys are somewhat similar. However, they tend to infuse a melancholic ambience based on their availability, perhaps stemming from a recent breakup. As long as a girl falls for it and engages in private consolation, their objective is accomplished. The naive Su Lishuan listened in a daze, finally exasperatedly resting her forehead and laughing awkwardly. Indeed, the entertainment circle is truly chaotic. With a playful grin, she added, although I too have my flaws, I certainly do not indulge in the same indiscretions as those boys. I merely seek their assistance in gaining a few points. Yi Xinxin stuck out her tongue, cheerfully defending herself. Otherwise, do you think I would possess so many king accounts? Chapter 10. My life is like walking on thin ice. After a moment of playful banter, Yu Xinxin accessed Shen Lang's moments. His posts, a chronicle of his life, revealed a young man who had indulged in a full night's slumber. Shen Lang's moments were not restricted to 3 days, allowing friends to peruse them freely. November 24th, exceptional master rank, 21 kills. Details determine success or failure. Achieving greatness is no mere coincidence. November 28th, new version, double server 1,000 points with the shovel. Feeling accomplished. December 21st, the new year approaches. In the coming year, I strive to save for a down payment. December 23rd, my life feels like walking on thin ice. Will I ever reach the other shore in this lifetime? It was one thing for a boy to be socially anxious, and another to remain cooped up at home without a girlfriend. But if one were to squander so much free time without demonstrating any gaming prowess, then it would indeed be time for a reinvention. Shen Lang's gaming skills were exceptionally high. He frequently engaged in fierce competitions with professional players and renowned streamers. Aside from his daily writing endeavors, Shen Lang spent most of his time immersed in the vast ocean of the gaming world. Long ago, he had entertained the notion of becoming a gaming streamer. But due to his social anxiety and lack of eloquence, he ultimately dismissed the idea. Therefore, Shen Lang's moments predominantly revolved around gaming topics or motivational quotes that encouraged self-discipline. Yu Xinxin scrolled through his posts from beginning to end, failing to discover any discernible romantic undertones. It seems that that's not the case, she remarked. She returned the phone to Su Lishuan and teased, didn't you say you preferred the refined scoundrel type? How come you now fancy this gaming hermit? Oh, I've mentioned it's just a casual acquaintance. I hardly know what he does, Su Lishuan retorted, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. Curiosity piqued, she continued. And by merely observing his moments, can you ascertain that he isn't a scoundrel? Firstly, the absence of a 3-day visibility setting suggests he is quite an open-minded individual. Moreover, Yu Xinxin couldn't help but chuckle. Have you ever seen a scoundrel whose moments are filled with gaming content? If that were the case, those boys who helped me rank up would all be love gurus. However, this fellow does possess considerable gaming talent. Yu Xinxin settled down, preparing to relax, and then turned to Su Lishuan, saying, if you choose not to pursue him, do remember to pass along his contact information. I would like to climb the ranks in my alternate account. How long have we known each other? Who would want to date him? I don't even know what he does, Su Lishuan mumbled, a touch of defiance in her tone. She then nestled into her blankets, her clear eyes gazing at Shen Lang's moments, a faint smile gracing her lips. As long as he isn't a scoundrel. Having recently moved into a new home, aside from a few basic necessities delivered the previous night, Shen Lang found himself lacking in household items. Early the following morning, he awoke with anticipation, riding his little electric scooter to a nearby supermarket for supplies. By around 9 o'clock, he returned to the community, scooter in tow. This community is notably more convenient than the average one, featuring a dedicated charging room for electric vehicles, eliminating the need to run an extension cord from above. Shen Lang had just finished charging his electric bike when he heard a familiar female voice behind him. It was none other than his landlady, Xia Shi. Accompanying her was a little girl with a ponytail, the same child featured in yesterday's photograph. The weather was quite pleasant today, and Xia Shi was dressed in a black chiffon jumpsuit, her lustrous hair elegantly styled in an updo. The neckline of her attire revealed a generous expanse of fair skin and alluring collarbones, accentuating her curvaceous figure, a testament to her charm as a mature woman. Shen Lang noticed that Xia Shi was also carrying a shopping bag from the supermarket, its logo identical to the one he held, filled with an assortment of fruits and vegetables. With a smile, he initiated a conversation. Sister Xia, did you also go shopping at Baihui? I didn't see you earlier. Xia Shi returned his smile. I saw you, but today is Saturday, and the supermarket is quite crowded, so I didn't want to disturb you. Just as Shen Lang was about to respond, the toy duck atop his electric bike suddenly let out a quack, startling the little girl, who quickly retreated to Xia Shi's side, clutching her mother's ample thigh and hiding her head in Xia Shi's skirt, peeking out occasionally to curiously observe the tall young man conversing with her mother. Look at this little rascal, Xia Shi affectionately ruffled her daughter's hair, her seemingly scolding words laced with deep affection. It was evident that she cherished her daughter greatly. Shen Lang chuckled lightly, and soon after, a set of system options appeared before him. 1. Remove the duck toy and gift it to Xia Mingming, inquiring about her age or grade for friendly interaction. 2. Give Xia Mingming a serious lesson about the consequences of stealing, emphasizing the proverb little thieves become great thieves. 3. Squat down in front of Xia Mingming. Smilingly say, this duck isn't fun. Would you like to see my big duck? Girls can be quite mischievous in their childhood. My sister was a handful as well. Shen Lang detached the duck toy from the front of his bike, squatting down to face Xia Mingming, squeezing the toy a couple of times to produce its quacking sound. Here, Mingming, I'm giving you this duck. That's unnecessary, Xiaoshen. Xia Shi waved her hand dismissively. Don't worry. It was a cheap buy from PDD, only a few bucks, he reassured her. Xia Mingming reached out her hand hesitantly, then looked up with her big, round eyes, seeking her mother's approval. Sweetheart, shouldn't you thank your brother? Xia Shi nudged her daughter gently, her affection palpable, emerging timidly from behind her mother. Xia Mingming took the duck, her voice soft and sweet. Thank you, Xiaoshen Gich. No need for thanks, Shen Lang smiled, ruffling the little girl's hair playfully. He then feigned curiosity. Let me guess, Mingming, you are in kindergarten, right? No, I'm not. The little girl shook her head like a rattledrum, correcting in a sweet, childish voice, I am already in the kindergarten class. Wow, kindergarten class? Mingming, you are truly impressive, Shen Lang exclaimed in feigned astonishment. Unbeknownst to him, last night, Xia Shi had divulged all of the girl's basic information to Shen Lang. The reason Shen Lang deliberately misguessed Xia Mingming's grade was merely to prompt the little girl to proudly reveal her true grade, allowing Shen Lang to praise her effortlessly. Most children yearn to showcase themselves before strangers, even if it is over trivial matters. This is not a response provided by the system, but rather a reflection of Shen Lang's experience. After all, he has 2 such little girls at home. Unfortunately, they have already grown up. Chapter 11. The Mendacious Syndrome. Indeed, as expected, Shen Lang affectionately ruffled the little girl's hair before rising to his feet. It appeared that in order to capture the attention of the single mother, no amount of polite inquiries about her well-being could compare to the kindness shown towards her child. Xia Shi observed the interaction between the two with a heartwarming smile, and the tender scene stirred an inexplicable sense of happiness within her, a feeling long absent from her life as a divorced woman. Xiaoshen, are you free for lunch? Would you like to come over for a meal? Xia Shi asked with a bright smile. After all, it's just you alone, why not join me? I'll make sweet and sour ribs for you. 1. I would love to, but what if your husband returns and misinterprets the situation? 2. I'm not in the mood for sweet and sour ribs. Can you prepare abalone instead? 3. That sounds delightful. I'm eager to taste your culinary skills, but would it be inconvenient? That sounds delightful. I'm eager to taste your culinary skills, Shen Lang shyly admitted, subtly probing into Xia Shi's family circumstances. But would it be inconvenient? Not at all, Xia Shi replied readily, explaining with an open heart. It's just my daughter and me at home. There's nothing inconvenient about it. You're welcome to come. Then I shall take you up on your kind offer. Shen Lang finally comprehended that Xia Shi was indeed a divorced woman, and he bashfully accepted her invitation. Xia Jia, where do you live? I'll drop off my things and come find you. Room 1702 in Building 3. All right, it won't be long. So I'll head back to prepare the meal now. Xia Shi glanced down at her daughter and reminded her, Mingming, say goodbye to Xiaoshen. The little girl, understanding her cue, waved to Shen Lang and squeezed the toy duck he had gifted her, producing a cheerful quack. Goodbye, Xiaoshen, and thank you for the little duck. You're welcome. Shen Lang waved back at the mother and daughter, his heart inexplicably racing as he gazed at Xia Shiyi's graceful silhouette. How could it be that they had known each other for such a short time, yet their relationship had evolved to the point of sharing a meal at her home? After arranging his newly purchased household items and playing a couple of games, Shen Lang received a WeChat message from Xia Shiyi, informing him that he could come over. The thought of dining at the home of a woman, particularly a single mother, made him feel somewhat anxious. Initially, he had considered bringing some fruit along, but he thought it would be overly courteous for such a casual visit, especially since they often crossed paths. So, he decided to go empty-handed. Upon arriving at Building 3, as Shen Lang approached Xia Shiyi's door, he was greeted by the enticing aroma of oil mingled with a hint of sweetness. This traditional neighborhood resonated with a sense of warmth and community, where neighbors readily offered assistance with minor household issues. It stood in stark contrast to those upscale complexes, where neighbors seldom interacted, often remaining strangers to one another. Moreover, this residential community is situated in the bustling metropolis of Zhanghai City, where every inch of land is immensely valuable. Despite the seemingly unremarkable appearance of the complex, the total worth of these few buildings is no less than 100 million. Presently, the sole proprietor of these edifices resides within this very apartment, a landlady whose fortune exceeds 100 million. As Shen Lang pressed the doorbell, the voice of Xia Shiyi resonated from within. "Ming Ming, your Uncle Shen has arrived. I can't leave the kitchen right now. Please go let him in." Shortly thereafter, a cheerful patter of footsteps echoed, and the security door opened slowly. A small head peeked out, gazing adorably at Shen Lang before breaking into a beaming smile. "Uncle Shen, you're here." Children tend to warm up quickly, and given that Shen Lang had made a favorable impression earlier, coupled with the fact that her mother seemed quite fond of this tall, gentle man, Xia Mingming joyfully dashed into Shen Lang's embrace, tilting her little face up to blink her sparkling eyes at him. "Uncle Shen, Mommy made sweet and sour ribs today. Is that so?" Shen Lang, adept at interacting with children, closed the door behind him and effortlessly lifted the little girl into his arms, cradling her. "Mingming, do you really enjoy sweet and sour ribs?" Feeling a bit bashful in Shen Lang's hold, the little girl nodded shyly while stealing glances at this enthusiastic older brother. "Uncle Shen, you're here." Xia Shi, hearing the commotion by the door, emerged from the kitchen with a spatula in hand. "Please, have a seat. I just need to prepare some soup, and then we can eat." Shen Lang noticed that Xia Shi had changed into a new outfit, a fitted black dress, often referred to as the stepmother dress. The dress accentuated her long legs, which were adorned with nude stockings. In this daring and alluring attire, Xia Shi's curvaceous figure was magnificently highlighted. Upon their first meeting, Shen Lang had thought her rather ordinary. However, in this ensemble that showcased her silhouette, her presence was suddenly elevated. Truly, the perspective changes everything. What appears as a ridge from one angle may reveal a peak from another. After merely a glance, he responded with polite words. "There's no need for such trouble. A simple meal would suffice." "It's no trouble at all. You and Mingming can watch some television while I finish up." Xia Shi replied with a smile, playfully waving the spatula in her hand before returning to the kitchen, a hint of disappointment shading her expression. "Have I gained weight recently?" In the kitchen, she glanced down at her figure, letting out a soft sigh of frustration. Xia Shi had mustered the courage to wear this rather bold outfit, anticipating compliments from Shen Lang, yet his reaction had been rather subdued. In the living room, Shen Lang and the little girl sat on the sofa, engrossed in a cartoon playing on the television. The child animatedly narrated the plot to Shen Lang. Although he had little interest in the show, he responded enthusiastically while curiously surveying the room shared by mother and daughter, ultimately directing his gaze towards the silhouette of Xia Shi in the kitchen. From this vantage point, Shen Lang could perfectly observe the industrious Xia Shi in the kitchen. At this moment, she skillfully chopped scallions, occasionally lifting the pot lid to check on the simmering soup. Beneath her alluring stepmother's dress, her diligent efforts exuded a sense of sensuality, an enchanting charm that was both captivating and elusive. Particularly striking was her curvaceous, well-rounded figure. Any man witnessing this scene would likely feel an irresistible urge to embrace her from behind, coupled with her status as a woman worth over 100 million. Even having a child and a history of divorce would likely cause countless men to fall victim to the syndrome of infatuation, willingly surrendering to her allure. Chapter 12. My fondness for older women. Once the meal was prepared, Xia Mingming eagerly pushed her dedicated cartoon stool over and excitedly settled beside Shen Lang. This charming display elicited a gentle smile from Xia Shi, who remarked, "Look at her. They say daughters are their mother's little treasures, and in no time at all, she's already leaning away. Shen Lang, quite fond of the little girl, lifted his hand to serve her a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs, making her beam with delight, her round eyes squinting with joy. Observing the affectionate interaction between the two, Xia Shi couldn't help but smile with a sense of satisfaction, feeling an inexplicable warmth that resonated with the essence of home. Many single mothers like Xia Shi, navigating the challenges of solitary parenting, existed amidst the materialistic tides of Jiahai City. They possessed luxurious mansions worth millions, exquisite sports cars, and assets that ordinary individuals could only dream of. Yet, they were devoid of love or familial bonds. Before the lavish decor and the intimidatingly spacious homes, these women often grappled with an inescapable sense of loneliness. They yearned for the belonging and dependence on men that most ordinary women experience. However, their affluent circumstances attracted only opportunistic suitors, leaving them in a state of emotional numbness as they faced the materialistic world alone. Deep down, they longed for a man who could alleviate their inner emptiness. For Xia Shi, the somewhat shy yet genuinely sincere young man before her seemed to embody the qualities she sought. Ding! Xia Shi's affection for the host has increased by 10 points, currently at 40 points. Please continue your efforts. Shen Lang nearly choked on his food, perplexed as to why the landlady's fondness for him had surged so unexpectedly. After the meal, Xia Shi began to tidy the dining table. Given her financial means, she could easily hire a nanny to assist with her and her daughter's daily needs. However, with recent reports of nannies being less than favorable, her primary concern was her precious daughter, and she preferred not to have outsiders intrude on their lives. Thus, she took it upon herself to handle the mundane chores. Xia Jia, let me help. Shen Lang rolled up his sleeves, intending to assist, but Xia Shui playfully shook her head, giving him a teasing glare. No, no, no. How can I let a guest help? It's all right. I often do chores at home. Shen Lang replied as he systematically gathered the plates and made his way to the kitchen. Oh, Xiaoshen, you are too kind, Xia Shui said cheerfully, following closely behind. They stood side by side at the sink, scrubbing the dishes. As Xia Shui glanced at Shen Lang diligently washing the plates, she couldn't help but feel they resembled a couple, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Ahem, Xiaoshen, I recall you mentioned you graduated not long ago, right? Xia Shui coughed lightly to initiate the conversation. What are you doing now? This fundamental exchange is something Shen Lang is quite capable of, not that I fear you laughing. Sister Xia, for I am but an online writer. An online writer? Oh, you mean one who crafts novels on the internet. Wow, I never imagined you to be such a great author. Xia Shui exclaimed in surprise, to which Shen Lang bashfully scratched his head and self-deprecatingly remarked, Great author? Hardly. I only earn 5,000 to 6,000 a month, just enough for a bowl of kanji. That is still commendable. Xia Shui consoled him like a close sister. Just look at how difficult it is to earn a living now in Jiahai City. Many university students toil tirelessly yet only make 2,000 to 3,000 a month. You are already quite exceptional. It is often said that most men are drawn to mature women, for they possess an innate understanding of the unspoken struggles men face. In both career and life, they have a remarkable ability to soothe the deeper wounds of a man's heart with the simplest of words. By the way, little Shun, doesn't T your girlfriend live with you? What does she do? Xia Shi casually inquired, her gaze fixed intently on the dishes in the sink, her washing becoming slightly more vigorous. I hardly leave the house. Where would I find the opportunity to meet girls? Shen Lang humorously lamented. When I see a girl on the street, I can scarcely muster the courage to speak. Just yesterday, I met a girl, quite beautiful, and she attends the same university as I do. I'm planning to pursue her. What do those young girls even mean? I prefer married women, especially those with children. They are my absolute favorite. In the presence of a woman, one ought never to speak of another woman. Even though Shen Lang was socially anxious, he understood this principle well. I hardly leave the house, so how could I meet girls? He chuckled self-mockingly. When I see a girl on the street, I can hardly say a word. Is that so? Xia Shi smiled sweetly, her dishwashing motions growing gentler. Little Shun, what do you think? Suddenly, a series of firecrackers erupted outside, startling her. Xia Mingming rushed in, covering her ears and bouncing excitedly as she tugged at Shen Lang's trousers, exclaiming, Brother Shen, they're setting off firecrackers outside. I can't see. Quickly, carry me to have a look. All right. Shen Lang wiped his hands dry, grasped the little girl's chubby hand, and lifted her onto his shoulders. The little girl gleefully wrapped her arms around his neck, her short legs swinging as she urged, Hurry, Brother Shun. The firecrackers will be over soon. Okay, okay. Shen Lang laughed, nodding repeatedly. As he left the kitchen, he inquired, Sister Xia, what were you saying just now? Oh, nothing. Xia Shui replied with a hint of guilt, smiling lightly. You should accompany Mei Ming to see the firecrackers. It's likely that the couple across the street is getting married. Shen Lang nodded, holding the little girl's sturdy legs as he ran towards the window, cheerfully calling out, Let us go see the firecrackers. Listening to the joyous laughter of Xia Ming, Xia Shui couldn't help but mutter under her breath, that mischievous little girl, always ruining my good moments. After washing the dishes, Xia Shui neatly arranged the tableware and dried her hands before making her way to the living room. The sight by the window momentarily stunned this solitary woman, who had endured years of loneliness. Her delicate face, marked by the passage of time, broke into a smile of contentment. She beheld Shen Lang lifting Xia Ming onto his shoulders, the little one gleefully pointing at the procession of wedding cars passing by. Her delight evident in her beaming expression. As someone set off firecrackers, Mei Ming thoughtfully covered Shen Lang's ears, both of them sharing a moment of pure joy. The brilliant sunlight bathed them, creating a heartwarming scene reminiscent of a father caring for his daughter, prompting a dreamy smile from Xia Shui as she whispered to herself. How wonderful it would be if this could last forever. Chapter 13. Is it true that she divorced because her husband was incompetent? Listening to the voice of the system echoing in his mind, Shen Lang turned in astonishment and found Xia Shui leaning against the kitchen door, gazing at him with a look of deep satisfaction. The ability to delve into the innermost thoughts of others made Shen Lang awkwardly touch his nose, lifting his hand to set aside the little creature that had been causing a ruckus around his neck. Summer sister, it's getting late. I should be heading back. Just a little longer. After all, it's still early, Xia Shui replied, her tone tinged with reluctance. I bought some cherries today. Let me wash them for you and Mei Ming. Yes, brother, stay and play a bit longer. Xia Ming chimed in, clearly not wanting Shen Lang to leave. She adored this tall, big brother and clung to his hand, playfully begging him to stay. Indifferent, what's the point? Your daughter is at home, and you're not letting me play, so what should I stay for? Complaining. Sister, you're wealthy and prosperous. You can play every day. I, on the other hand, have to work for a living. Feigning reluctance, summer sister. I too wish to play a bit longer. Primarily, if I don't update my novel today, I'll lose my attendance bonus. I also want to play a little longer, mainly because if I don't update my novel today, I'll lose my full attendance. Shen Lang squatted down again to pinch Xia Ming's soft little cheeks. Be good. Next time I come to play, I'll bring you a little duck. All right then. The little girl pouted, reluctantly nodding her head. Then, Xiao Shun, come back tonight. I'm making black-bone chicken soup. You can come over and have some. Sorry, summer sister. I need to go back to my mama's place tonight. Shen Lang scratched his head. Maybe in a few days, I'll come by to taste your cooking. That works. Xia Shui smiled helplessly, watching as Shen Lang opened the door to leave. The moment the door closed, gazing at the desolate living room, an inexplicable sense of emptiness surged within Xia Shui. For so many years, she had believed she had grown accustomed to this feeling of solitude. Yet, looking at the vast living room and her daughter, who sat glumly squeezing a duck toy on the sofa, Xia Shui's heart felt heavy. Ming, it's time for your nap. With a soft sigh, Xia Shui returned to her room, intending to change into her pajamas for a midday rest. I don't want to take a nap. I want to play with Brother Shun. The little girl rolled around on the sofa, unhappy. Be obedient, Xia Shui lazily called out, just as the notification sound of WeChat chimed from her phone. Taking out her phone, she saw it was a message from Shen Lang. Thank you for your hospitality today. Xia Shui smiled slightly, her delicate fingers tapping the screen. Not at all. It was just a meal. You're welcome to come anytime if you have the time. Haha, sounds good. I'll get back to my tasks now. All right. Xia Shui instinctively believed that Shen Lang had no further words to say. Little did she know that just after she returned to her bedroom and pulled down the straps of her dress, a message from Shen Lang arrived. Good morning, sister. You look stunning in that outfit. The dress suits you perfectly. I was completely captivated when you walked in, but I tend to be socially anxious, so I felt too shy to compliment you in person. Upon reading this message, Xia Shui was filled with immense delight. She had thought that Shen Lang hadn't noticed her transformation, but it turned out he had seen it the moment she entered. In that instant, Xia Shui felt like a girl receiving a confession from a man she liked, a mixture of surprise and joy washing over her. Really? I thought at my age, I shouldn't be wearing such youthful attire. Not at all, sister. It suits you very well. After exchanging a few more casual messages, Xia Shui's heart was brimming with happiness as she turned off her phone. She lay on her bed for a while, feeling the warmth of her phone, before finally rising to put away her outdated pajamas. Eagerly, she tiptoed to the mirror, twisting her slender waist from side to side. As she admired her own charm in the reflection, the earlier emptiness vanished, replaced by a surge of inexplicable excitement. She approached the vanity in the bathroom and devotedly prepared herself for quite some time. Grabbing her Chanel handbag and slipping into a pair of high heels that had long been untouched, she joyfully called for her daughter. Meng Meng, let's skip the nap and go shopping with Mommy. Hooray, long live Mommy. Beep. Xia Shuyi's affection for the host has increased by 5 points. Currently at 50 points. Keep up the good work. Beep. Xia Shuyi's affection for the host has reached 50 points. Would you like to view her personal information? Beep. With Xia Shuyi's affection at 50, you have received a mysterious treasure chest. Would you like to open it? Upon hearing the system prompt, Shen Lang eagerly opened Xia Shuyi's personal information. Initially, he had no intention of continuing the conversation with Xia Shuyi on WeChat after returning home. However, seeing that he was just 5 points away from viewing her personal information and obtaining a mysterious treasure chest, he decided to initiate a chat with her. With the system's assistance, Shen Lang successfully surpassed the 50-point threshold, gaining access to Xia Shuyi's personal information and a mysterious treasure chest. Name, Xia Shuyi. Gender, female. Age, 36. Appearance, 8'9". Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 54 kilograms. Hobbies, yoga, shopping, playing mahjong. Measurements, 85 centimeters. 52 centimeters. 92 centimeters. Affection for host, 50. Marital status, divorced with a child. Current mood, excited, full of anticipation for the future. Current location, Fulong Community Parking Lot. Experience, 12 times. What? Only 12 times? Shen Lang was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled as he remarked. Could it be that her ex-husband was inadequate, leading to the divorce? Xia Shuyi is 36 years old this year, and she is also living the life of a caregiver. Given this situation, her romantic experiences amount to a mere 12, which is indeed quite scant. Contemplating Xia Shuyi's alluring figure while noting the paltry number of her encounters, Shen Lang feels an inexplicable heat rising within him. It is often said that women of Xia Shuyi's age tend to have particularly intense desires. Whether this is true remains uncertain. Her affinity for Shen Lang stands at a mere 50 points, merely half of the maximum. However, if this were the case with another woman, an outing to the cinema or a meal together could easily lead to a complete home run. In essence, it is not a prerequisite for mutual attraction to reach 100 for one to engage in delightful escapades. Such matters are contingent upon the disposition and character of the individuals involved. If the other party is more open-minded or less reserved, a mere 20 or 30 points of attraction might suffice to initiate a game of cards. Thus, a 50-point affinity is indeed quite substantial, akin to a maiden in the throes of passionate love. Even a traditional woman like Xia Shuyi, who is well-versed in the ways of the world yet retains a degree of modesty, cannot help but don a stepmother dress at home to capture Shen Lang's attention after reaching such a level of attraction. Chapter 14. What is old Deng doing? Exploding gold coins. Shen Lang also discovered that the current location of his target was being tracked in real time. Xia Shuyi's whereabouts had shifted from the parking lot of Fulong Community to the commercial street of Jianghai City. Shen Lang murmured thoughtfully. It seems this is a feature that can unveil a person's entire background, or perhaps a capability that accelerates one strategy to win over another. With knowledge of the other party's interests and detailed information, Shen Lang could more accurately pinpoint key elements in their interactions, thereby enhancing the other's fondness for him in future engagements. And there was a mysterious treasure chest as well. Realizing this, Shen Lang clapped his hands in enlightenment. System, open the mysterious treasure chest. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a physical enhancement liquid. Physical enhancement liquid. Upon consumption, the host's physical fitness will be significantly improved. Shen Lang's eyes brightened instantly. Years of prolonged sitting and late nights had led to various ailments in his body. Who would have thought that a 24-year-old young man could experience symptoms like sore waist and knees, dizziness, and lethargy? Shen Lang had contemplated improving his physical condition long ago. Unfortunately, he was in the late stages of laziness, always postponing his exercise plans with increasingly elaborate self-deceptions. Now, with the physical enhancement liquid, Shen Lang could bypass the torment of exercise and attain a healthy, perfect physique. As the system concluded its announcement, a bottle of dark green liquid materialized in Shen Lang's hand, resembling a bottle of herbal essence. Without hesitation, he twisted off the cap, the size of his thumb, and poured the viscous liquid into his mouth, leaving not a single drop behind. To avoid waste, Shen Lang rinsed the bottle with mineral water and drank it before discarding it with satisfaction. The effects of the enhancement liquid were astonishingly swift. In mere moments, Shen Lang's body began to heat up, akin to being in a sauna, with every pore exuding perspiration. His muscles ached subtly, as if fresh muscle fibers were emerging from beneath the scarred surface of old wounds. The sensations in his waist and abdomen were particularly pronounced, as though hands were meticulously performing corrective surgery within him. Overwhelmed by the heat, Shen Lang shed his damp clothing and rushed into the bathroom. After nearly 10 minutes of cleansing, the feeling of being remade dissipated. Shen Lang eagerly approached the mirror at the sink, where he was greeted by a physique reminiscent of a sculpted athlete with a perfect sun-kissed complexion. Especially striking were his clearly defined, tiled-like 8-pack abs, glistening with droplets of water. This physique, typically found only in comics, left Shen Lang, a grown man, momentarily dumbfounded as he groped himself in disbelief. The most noticeable transformation in the mirror was the astonishing change in his own reflection. Gazing into the mirror at his clearly visible self, Shen Lang could hardly believe his eyes as he exclaimed with joy, "My nearsightedness is gone." Due to years of excessive strain on his eyes, compounded by long hours in front of computer screens, his vision had deteriorated to nearly 800 degrees. On ordinary days, after taking a shower without wearing his glasses, Shen Lang perceives the world around him as a blurry haze. However, at this moment, devoid of his spectacles, everything in his vicinity appears strikingly clear. Perhaps even sharper than the vision of an average person, his sight is akin to a vibrant 1080p or 4K display. Is this the effect of the physique enhancement liquid? It feels absolutely exhilarating. Shen Lang clenches his fist, sensing an abundance of strength coursing through him, while his once heavy body gradually transforms into a lighter form. After drying his hair and donning his clothes, his demeanor radiates newfound vitality. He no longer resembles the lethargic recluse he once was. Instead, he exudes an aura of health and sunshine. "Goodness, you truly look handsome." Shen Lang opens the front camera of his phone, gazing at his remarkably transformed self in the mirror, and cannot help but boast. Who knows which young lady will benefit from this in the future? At 6 in the evening, just as Shen Lang plans to head out for a meal, a WeChat notification pops up, displaying 2 messages. Vampire number 1, "Old dang. Have you finished decorating your new home? I'm downstairs, hurry down to welcome me." Vampire number 2, "Brother, my sister and I have arrived at the entrance of your community. The security won't let us in without a pass. Come down and fetch us." These 2 individuals are none other than Shen Lang's younger sisters, Shen Linlin and Shen Ranran. The labels he assigns them reveal just how exasperated he is with these 2 bothersome siblings. Both sisters have just turned 18 and are currently in their 2nd year of high school, attending the same institution, although they are merely minutes apart in age. Their personalities are as different as night and day. The elder sister, Shen Linlin, has always been mischievous and playful, often trailing Shen Lang and his friends on their escapades. Engaging in activities that girls typically scoff at, such as collecting bird eggs or blowing up latrines, she finds immense amusement in them. As she matured, Shen Linlin became increasingly rebellious, her speech filled with colorful language and local dialects that she has mastered with finesse. Shen Lang has even heard tales of this unruly sister getting into brawls with some local delinquents. Since she entered junior high, she has ceased to call him brother, opting instead for more disdainful nicknames, now directly addressing him as Old Dang. In contrast, the younger sister, Shen Ranran, is far less troublesome. She has always excelled academically and possesses a sweet, obedient nature. Her sole flaw is her excessive attachment to Shen Lang. Since childhood, wherever he went, she would follow closely like a shadow. If he refused to take her along, she would throw a tantrum, complete with tears and snot, forcing Shen Lang to devise clever ways to appease her. This is why he has become adept at handling children, thanks to the lessons learned from these 2 girls. The reason the sisters are humorously labeled as vampires by Shen Lang is that ever since he graduated and began earning money through writing novels, they have relentlessly sought financial assistance from him, whether it be a few dozen or several hundred yuan. The hard-earned money Shen Lang makes from his writing is largely devoted to these 2 girls. Their most classic line is, "What is Old Dang doing? Time to explode some gold coins." At that moment, the impatient Shen Linlin initiates a video call. Shen Lang was utterly disinclined to engage, promptly hanging up the call and responding with a panda emoji, expressing his irritation. Shen Linlin, not to be outdone, retaliated with her own panda emoji, teasingly asking, "What? A dog barking?" Shen Lang couldn't help but chuckle at the girl's audacity. He truly couldn't fathom why some young men were attracted to such troublesome younger sisters. They were untouchable, unscoldable, and had to be coddled like princesses. It was as if the heavens had sent them solely to vex him. Grabbing his keys, he descended the stairs and made his way to the community square, where he spotted the two girls in their school uniforms, engaged in animated conversation at the entrance. Chapter 15. Who are you? The two sisters were easily recognizable. The younger sister, Shen Lang, sported a sleek and vibrant high ponytail. Her face adorned with a radiant and sweet smile, endlessly engaging her sister in conversation. The elder sister, Shen Lang, had a pragmatic short hairstyle, her expression a blend of disdain and arrogance, occasionally gesturing dismissively with outstretched hands. Both sisters possessed striking beauty, garnering considerable popularity in their high school. Particularly, Shen Lang's charming smile, coupled with her kind and enthusiastic nature, often drew the attention of male classmates who would secretly admire her. Shen Lang's several reclusive friends often joked, questioning whether he was adopted, given the stunning beauty of his sisters. How is it that both sisters are so beautiful, while their brother's looks barely amount to a third of theirs? In truth, Shen Lang was not unattractive. However, his habitual low profile and shadowy demeanor took a toll on his appearance. During high school, he would often sit in a corner engrossed in novels on his phone. And after graduation, his reckless late-night escapades further affected his looks and aura. As Shen Lang approached the entrance, a joyful smile instantly illuminated Shen Lang's face. Yet, just as she prepared to greet him, her smile faltered. Shen Lang stared at him in utter disbelief, as though she had encountered an extraterrestrial. Shen Lang, with an amused expression, raised his chin slightly toward the sisters and inquired, "What is this? Do you not recognize your brother?" The atmosphere grew tense, the sisters exchanged glances. And the outspoken Shen Lang broke the silence with astonishment. "Who are you?" "I am your brother," Shen Lang retorted with a hint of annoyance. "It's only been a month. Have you forgotten me already?" Shen Lang scrutinized the sun-kissed, handsome figure before her, her incredulity palpable. "Wait, you're Shen Lang?" She could hardly fathom that this striking young man was her reclusive, gaming-obsessed brother. Prior to the start of school, Shen Lang had indeed mentioned his intention to adopt a disciplined workout regimen, to which Shen Lang had mockingly commented that he would likely be inconsistent. Who could have anticipated that in just 1 month, this so-called slacker brother had actually transformed himself, emerging as if reborn? Shen Lang, gleefully tracing Shen Lang's firm abdominal muscles, pulled up his short sleeve to reveal his well-defined abs, exclaiming, "Wow, sis, look, brother has abs." Upon seeing the tanned 8-pack, Shen Lang's heart inexplicably skipped a beat. Though her words belied her surprise, "Is that it? What is the big deal? He must be using some protein powder to achieve this." "Don't act so crazily," Shen Lang said, playfully pinching Shen Lang's cheeks to push her away, then straightening his shirt. "Enough chit-chat. What brings you here? Is it wrong to come over just to hang out after school?" Shen Lang replied, clinging to his arm with a playful pout. "Which building do you live in? Take us to see it." Shen Lang sighed softly and led the sisters into the community, eventually arriving at his single apartment. Shen Lang curiously surveyed the surroundings of the room, then took out her phone to record a video for her mother's review. Subsequently, she inquired in astonishment, "Brother, do you actually live here? How much is the rent per month?" Shen Lang casually tossed the keys onto the table, replying, 1,000 yuan. Shen Lang nodded repeatedly, deeming the price acceptable. "This place is as messy as a dog's den," Shen Lang remarked disdainfully, turning to flop onto Shen Lang's bed, lazily scrolling through Douyin on her phone. Shen Lang also perched on the edge of the bed, gazing foolishly at Shen Lang, her slender legs swinging cheerfully, occasionally flashing a silly grin his way. The room fell silent, save for the rather loud sound of Shen Lang's Douyin scrolling. "Look closely. This man is called Xiao Zhuang." "All right, enough already. Stop bothering me," Shen Lang said, beginning to feel exasperated with the two sisters. "I'll book a hotel nearby for you. You can go have fun there." Shen Lang blinked her eyes innocently, asking, "Brother, did you receive your manuscript payment?" "Yeah, made a bit of pocket money this month." Shen Lang immediately regretted his words as they left his mouth. Shen Lang swiftly leaned in, wrapping her arms around his waist in a playful manner. "Brother, I recently spotted a lovely piece of clothing, but alas, my finances are lacking. The disaster relief funds from Mom and Dad haven't come through yet. You wouldn't want your sister to wear her school uniform all day, would you? Just 500. Dear brother, I only need 500. I promise to pay you back once I graduate and start working." All right, all right. By the time you have money, I'll probably have starved to death, Shen Lang replied, pushing her head away in mock disdain. Nevertheless, he took out his phone and transferred 2,000 yuan to her. Having earned a substantial sum of 500,000 yuan from Xiaoshi alone, this 2,000 posed no significant burden for him. Moreover, being his beloved younger sister, if he weren't worried about revealing his wealth, he might have been inclined to give even more. Wow, 2,000. Shen Ranran's eyes sparkled with excitement. Brother, have you received a generous tip recently? You're being so extravagant. What? 2,000? Shen Lin, who had been lounging on the bed scrolling through Douyin, suddenly sprang up. I want some too. Come on, give me 2,000. Shen Lang crossed his arms, grinning smugly. Sure, if you call me brother, I'll transfer it to you. He couldn't quite remember the last time this girl had called him brother, especially since she often mocked him with her sharp tongue, always presenting herself with a sassy demeanor. Now that he had the upper hand, Shen Lang was determined to teach this girl, who constantly hurled insults at him, a lesson. Shen Lin paused for a moment, her cheeks flushing slightly, before picking up a pillow and throwing it at him. Get lost, you old fool. Shrugging indifferently, Shen Lang replied, no call, no money. Hurry up, I'm going out to eat. Who would have guessed that Shen Lin would suddenly leap towards him, embracing him like an octopus, reaching for his phone to initiate a transfer. As a girl, Shen Lin possessed unexpected strength, surpassing many boys her age. In the past, the once frail Shen Lang had often found himself forcibly pinned down by her, losing his phone to her relentless demands for money. Yet now, Shen Lang has transformed beyond recognition. He seized Shen Lin by the waist and tossed her onto the bed, causing her to bounce precariously close to the edge. Heh, did you think my recent efforts were in vain? Shen Lang proclaimed triumphantly, casting a glance at the visibly dazed Shen Lin. Today is not like any other day, my troublesome sister. However, in the blink of an eye, Shen Lin began to throw a tantrum on the bed, crying and wailing. Wah. I'm going back to tell Dad that you hit me. Observing Shen Lin's antics reminiscent of a primary school child throwing a fit, Shen Lang could not help but twitch his lips in exasperation. Stop your nonsense, he retorted, fully aware that she was merely putting on a show. Helpless against her antics, he ultimately transferred 2,000 yuan to her. Upon hearing the notification of the WeChat transfer, Shen Lin's sobs abruptly ceased. With a victorious grin, she taunted Shen Lang. Heck, look at you. Shen Lang's brows twitched as he surveyed the two theatrical sisters before him, exclaiming with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Having to deal with you two clowns feels like a debt from my past life. Chapter 16. Sure, shall we go Dutch? Around 7 in the evening, Shen Lang took his two younger sisters out to dine at Heideleo. Although he outwardly expressed disdain for their company, deep down, he harbored a profound affection for them as they were, after all, his beloved sisters. It was a rare occasion to reunite, and he was reluctant to let them return to their school so soon. After placing their orders at Heideleo, the sisters engaged in lively chatter about their school experiences, sharing amusing anecdotes about eccentric roommates, typical trivialities of young women. Shen Lang listened quietly, feeling a sense of comfort wash over him, reminiscent of a neighborly girl blossoming into maturity. Time, indeed, seemed to fly. His younger sisters had blossomed into their adolescent years, yet the vivacious and adorable images of their childhood lingered in Shen Lang's mind, refusing to fade away. If only they weren't so bothersome, he mused silently. At that moment, a message from Su Lishuan arrived. How boring. What are you up to? She texted. After a moment's contemplation, Shen Lang replied, dining out. And you? Watching a horror movie again? No, just daydreaming in the dorm. I can't even decide what to have for dinner. I'm really not in the mood for the cafeteria food. Tomorrow is Saturday. I thought college life would be exciting, but it's surprisingly dull. I really envy you, senior, for having escaped the tortures of college life so soon. Following her message was a brief video. In it, Su Lishuan's roommates were either engrossed in their phones or binge-watching shows, while Yuxinshin casually played a game nearby. The last few seconds captured Su Lishuan as selfie. Her lips pursed in a charmingly sulky expression. 1. If you find it so boring, why are you in college? Don't you realize how difficult it is for your parents to support your education? 2. It looks like your bed is quite isolated. No one seems to pay attention to you. If you're bored, you might as well open a chat. 3. How about going out tomorrow? I'll treat you to roast duck at that famous place we visited last time. Options 1 and 2 were swiftly dismissed, but Shen Lang found option 3 to be quite reasonable, albeit tinged with an inexplicable sense of anxiety. Sending that message would essentially mean inviting Su Lishuan out. He couldn't fathom why he felt so nervous, Perhaps it was due to his prolonged seclusion that had fostered a sense of social awkwardness, leading to a fear of rejection. Damn it, why am I being such a coward? Recalling how close he had come to missing out on an opportunity with Su Lishuan previously, Shen Lang typed out a response, a mix of anticipation and trepidation. Shall we go out tomorrow? I'll treat you to roast duck at that renowned place we visited last time. After hitting send, his heart raced uncontrollably. This was the first time he had taken the initiative to invite a girl to dine, uncertain of whether she would accept. Once he regained his composure, Shen Lang felt that the likelihood of Su Lishuan agreeing to meet was reasonably high. After all, her roommates were right there, and she could easily chat with them. Yet she took out her phone to find Shen Lang on WeChat, even capturing videos to share her daily life. Shen Lang perceived this as a clear signal, a subtle indication from her, yearning for conversation and connection. She mentioned feeling bored on Saturday, subtly suggesting her desire to go out and explore. Furthermore, her initiative in reaching out to Shen Lang to convey this message was unmistakably an invitation for him to take her out. After waiting for a few minutes without a response from Su Liyuan, Shen Lang felt a tinge of disappointment. Perhaps she had gone to the restroom or stepped out to collect a delivery. This is a common mindset for those who are emotionally fragile and withdrawn. They often prepare for the worst-case scenario in their minds, crafting excuses for rejection to soothe their sensitive hearts. As a few more moments passed with no reply, Shen Lang could not resist opening the chat with Su Liyuan, only to discover something intriguing. He noticed that the chat window displayed, "The other party is typing," every few seconds. Initially taken aback, he soon realized that Su Liyuan was not preoccupied with other matters. She was likely contemplating whether to accept his invitation. Upon reflection, this was entirely reasonable. Having known her for barely 2 days before suggesting an outing, it was understandable that she would find it difficult to decide. She was not a frivolous girl. In such a short span of acquaintance, it was challenging for any young man to invite a normal girl out, let alone someone as attractive and reserved as Su Liyuan. It seemed he had been a bit too eager. After this introspection, Shen Lang felt a sense of relief, readying himself for the possibility of rejection. He resolved to be more patient in the future, understanding that there would be ample opportunities to take her out. Moreover, if Su Liyuan were to immediately agree to go out, he might actually feel somewhat uneasy. It was akin to defeating a formidable boss in a game. If a player were to vanquish an overwhelmingly powerful foe in a single blow, there would be little sense of accomplishment. Pursuing a romantic interest indeed required a certain finesse. As he gazed at the message indicating the other party was typing, he found himself lost in thought. At that moment, a WeChat notification chimed, and Su Liyuan finally responded. "Sure, but there's no need for you to treat. We can go Dutch. It feels a bit awkward to have you spend money on me so soon after meeting. All right, then let us meet at the same spot by the station tomorrow at 6. Su Liyuan sent a cat emoji in response. Yup. In truth, sometimes defeating a boss in one fell swoop isn't such a bad thing after all. Shen Lang, brimming with excitement, tucked his phone away, eagerly anticipating their date the following day. Just as he placed his phone in his pocket, he noticed Shen Ran gazing at him with a smile. "So, who are you romancing online again? Haven't you suffered enough from the last time?" Shen Lang's first love was indeed someone he had met online. During their offline meeting, the young woman, after finishing her meal, urged Shen Lang to purchase various items, ultimately spending nearly 20,000 yuan. Yet he did not even hold her hand. Upon returning home, she promptly blocked him. For nearly half a year, Shen Lang was engulfed in melancholy, even leaving a profoundly sorrowful message on his social media. "In this lifetime, if I trust a woman again, I am a dog." Shen Lang offered no reply, merely smiling and saying, "Don't mind me, let's eat." His laughter was indeed quite frivolous. Shen Linlin cast a scornful glance, remarking, "With that kind of disposable income to be a sycophant, you might as well spend it on me." She implored, "I beg you all to quickly find a boyfriend to indulge with. Must you cling to me all day?" Shen Lang's smile abruptly faded as he looked at the two sharp-tongued sisters and pleaded, "When can we fast forward to, brother? You just don't understand him." Chapter 17. Beneath a man's knees lies gold. Now is the time to cash out. The following morning, Shen Lang awoke on the sofa of his modest rental abode. Typically, at this hour, he would still be ensconced in slumber. Yet after consuming a physical enhancement elixir the previous day, he seemed to have been endowed with an innate biological clock. Precisely at 7 o'clock, he stirred awake, devoid of any lingering drowsiness, and felt no hint of fatigue in his body. After freshening up, Shen Lang approached the door of his bedroom, gazing at the two sisters nestled in their small bed. In the dimly lit chamber, the sisters, clad in their pajamas, were tightly entwined, occasionally murmuring dreamy phrases in their sleep. The prior evening, they had opted against taking a taxi home and finding the hotel too distant. They had purchased 2 sets of pajamas to share a night in Shen Lang's cramped quarters. The sisters possessed strikingly distinct personalities, which was reflected in their sleeping positions. Shen Ranran lay on her side, snuggled against Shen Linlin, her face adorned with a serene and sweet smile. In stark contrast, Shen Linlin sprawled in a more carefree manner. Her slender legs encircling Shen Ranran like an octopus, her soft murmurs barely audible. Despite their close proximity, Shen Linlin's bold sleeping posture inadvertently revealed patches of her smooth, fair skin. However, like any protective older brother, Shen Lang harbored no inappropriate thoughts toward his sisters. He chuckled softly, shaking his head as he approached to tuck them in, playfully pinching Shen Linlin's fair cheek, remarking, "You sleep like a pig, brother." Shen Linlin murmured sleepily, her face breaking into a bright smile as she tightened her embrace around Shen Ranran. Shen Lang paused for a moment, feeling an inexplicable warmth in his heart, and playfully retorted, "You only dare to call me in your dreams, huh?" After purchasing breakfast for the 3 of them, Shen Lang roused the sisters from their slumber. After lingering in bed for several minutes, they reluctantly descended to commence their morning routines. Once they had washed up and finished their meal, Shen Lang escorted the sisters downstairs to return home. Initially, the sisters clamored for Shen Lang to take them out for a day of fun. However, as he had a date with Su Lishuan that afternoon, he was resolute in not bringing along these 2 exuberant companions, promptly hailing a ride for them. "Brother Shen." As they reached the ground floor, a little girl with pigtails ran towards them, her arms raised high. It was Xia Shuyi's daughter, Xia Mingming. Xia Shuyi was carrying a shopping bag from the supermarket, evidently returning from grocery shopping. "Oh my, whose little sister is this?" Shen Lang exclaimed, joyfully lifting the girl into his arms, weighing her playfully. "So heavy. With the new year approaching, I might just have to sell you for candy." "I'm not heavy at all," the little girl retorted with a beaming smile, her chubby hands clinging tightly to Shen Lang's neck. Shen Linlin observed the duo with a hint of jealousy, her expression suggesting she had something to say, ultimately letting out a barely noticeable huff. "You and your little girl obsession." Xia Shuyi had intended to greet them, but she was taken aback by the noticeable transformation in Shen Lang today. As for where the change lies, it is difficult to articulate, yet one cannot shake the feeling that Shen Lang's demeanor has transformed entirely. And who are the 2 lovely young ladies by his side? In an instant, Xia Shuyi felt a tinge of nervousness, but she still managed to smile brightly and inquire, "Xiao Shen, who are these 2? "They're my sisters," Shen Lang succinctly introduced, then turned to the sisters, saying, "This is my landlord, Sister Xia." Shen Linlin merely cast a disdainful glance at Xia Shuyi without uttering a word. "Hello, sister," Shen Ranjan greeted warmly, adding, "My brother mentioned yesterday that his landlord is a very beautiful lady. I didn't believe it at first, but here you are, truly stunning." Shen Ranjan epitomized the ideal child often praised by adults. She excelled academically, was strikingly beautiful, and possessed a charming way with words, all while being exceedingly polite. There was hardly anyone, whether peers or adults, who could harbor any dislike for such a considerate young girl. "Where to?" Xia Shuyi asked with a radiant smile, a hint of shyness in her demeanor, before curiously inquiring, "So early, where are you all headed?" After a few more minutes of conversation, Xia Shuyi lifted her shopping bag and said, "Well, let us leave it at that for now. Next time you visit your brother, do remember to come to my place for dinner." "Sure." Shen Ranjan eagerly nodded, while Shen Linlin occasionally glanced at Shen Lang, observing his interaction with the little girl with a look of barely concealed disdain. "By the way, Xiao Shen," Xia Shuyi called out to Shen Lang, who was squatting in front of the little girl, "I'm having some issues with my computer today. Could you come over and take a look when you have time?" Shen Lang stood up. "No problem. I'll drop them off at the car and come right over." "Great. You might as well stay for lunch at my place," Xia Shuyi suggested, lifting her shopping bag. "I bought quite a bit of food today." "All right," Shen Lang agreed, as he had no other plans until meeting Su Lishuan in the afternoon. "Brother, I feel like the landlady might have a bit of a crush on you. The way she looked at you just now was almost electric," Shen Ranjan said with a mischievous grin as Xia Shuyi led the little girl away. "And if I recall correctly, you only moved in a few days ago, and she is already inviting you over for dinner?" One cannot deny that Shen Ranjan was quite astute. She perceived the subtleties of people and situations better than many adults. "Don't overthink it. She is worth over 100 million. This entire neighborhood belongs to her," Shen Lang remarked, dismissing the notion. "Do you really think someone of her caliber would be interested in a homebody like you?" Shen Ranjan pondered for a moment before seriously muttering, "Well, that is true. If I had that much money, I wouldn't fancy a homebody either. Shen Lang responded with a silent expression. Hee, brother, if she genuinely has feelings for you, would you accept her? Shen Ranjan teased half-jokingly. Isn't this the kind of wealthy woman that all you boys dream of? Sure, she is a bit older. But she is so beautiful, being with her could save you decades of hardship. Why not embrace it? Money is hard to come by these days. If she gives a nod, I would instantly fall at her feet. Shen Lang shrugged nonchalantly, engaging in a whimsical debate. A man's knees are beneath gold. Now is the time for redemption. Do you know the language of steel wool? Forbearance, do you understand? Ha ha, you truly lack shame. Shen Ranran laughed and playfully struck Shen Lang. I see that you're not enamored with the landlady, but rather with that little girl. Shen Linlin retorted sarcastically, just one utterance of little brother Shen from her. And someone's heart turns to mush. It's utterly disgusting. Chapter 18. What type of woman do you prefer? What on earth is wrong with you, Shen Linlin? Are you really getting jealous over a little girl? Shen Lang chuckled in exasperation and reminded her, if you wish to call me, feel free. I'm your elder brother. There is no shame in calling me brother. Go to hell, Lao Bai Ding. Shen Linlin's cheeks flushed crimson, leaving her at a loss for words. In a fit of frustration, she lifted her foot to kick Shen Lang, but he nimbly dodged her with a grin. Take it easy on the way. Don't bother your brother unnecessarily in the future. After sending the two sisters off in a ride-hailing car, Shen Lang approached the door of the landlord's residence and rang the doorbell. Little brother Shen. The door swung open to reveal the lively and adorable Xia Meng Meng, who bounced with glee, raising her arms high and tilting her cute little face up, eagerly requesting Shen Lang to embrace her. Where's your mother? Shen Lang inquired, cradling the little girl in one arm while pinching her cheek playfully. Mommy is cooking, she giggled, revealing her charming little milk teeth. Little Shen, your timing is perfect. Xia Shui emerged from the kitchen, carrying the last dish, her face adorned with a joyful smile. Dinner is ready. Wash your hands and come eat. You can watch the computer later. Xia Shui wore a flowing white dress made of delicate fabric, her fair skin subtly visible beneath it, and her ample curves gently accentuated the slightly loose attire. The day was particularly warm, and after her time in the kitchen, beads of sweat glistened on her porcelain neck, with a few strands of hair clinging to her forehead and neck, exuding a captivating allure. The sight of her flushed cheeks and disheveled hair was undeniably heart-thumping. Thank you for your hospitality, Sister Xia, Shen Lang replied with a smile, washing his hands before joining her at the dining table, while the little girl continued to perch beside him on a cartoon-themed stool. Ding. Xia Shui's favorability towards the host has increased by 10 points, currently at 60 points. Please continue to strive for improvement. With the system's assistance and prompts, Shen Lang managed to elevate Xia Shui's favorability once more. The atmosphere at the dining table was exceptionally harmonious, reminiscent of a family, a sentiment Xia Shui cherished deeply. After the meal, the two washed the dishes together, while the little girl entertained herself on the sofa, laughing heartily at the animated show, rolling about in delight. Xia Shui relished this warm ambience. The presence of a man in the household gave her an inexplicable sense of security. Little Shen, if I recall correctly, you are 24 years old, right? You are not too young. It's about time you found a girlfriend, Xia Shui remarked, leaning in closer during the dishwashing. I'm curious. What type of girl do you, as a young man, prefer? 1. I prefer older women. They should possess a gentle and intelligent demeanor, much like you, sister. 2. I like women who are flirtatious. The more provocative, the better, and they must have an appealing figure and face. 3. I prefer women with voluptuous curves. Let's not confuse the two requirements, busty and alluring. Perhaps my personality is not particularly appealing to women. A tad bashful, responded. I tend to prefer women who are older than me, particularly those with gentle and intellectual personalities, much like yourself. Me? I'm not as wonderful as you describe. Xia Shui humbly smiled, her face radiating joy, quite taken aback by Shen Lang's forthrightness. As they engaged in awkward small talk, they continued washing the dishes. It was uncertain whether the vigorous motions of washing were intentional or merely coincidental, but Xia Shui's elbow occasionally brushed against Shen Lang's abdomen. Each time he turned to glance at her, she would lower her head, a shy smile playing on her lips. Once the dishes were washed, Xia Shui led Shen Lang to her bedroom to fix her computer. Before entering, she nervously instructed the little girl in the living room, Meng Meng. I'm going to help little Shen with the computer. Be a good girl and stay here. Got it. The little girl replied, her gaze fixed intently on the LCD screen. Shen Lang couldn't shake the feeling that they might not be fixing the computer after all. Recalling Xia Shui's earlier gestures, he swallowed nervously. He pondered whether he should resist if the landlady made an unexpected advance or simply give in. or perhaps take the initiative himself. At that moment, he met Xia Shui's shy yet expectant gaze. In an instant, they both averted their eyes, and the atmosphere turned undeniably suggestive. With the sounds of the animated series echoing in the living room, Bear Big and Bald Chong are back to chop down trees. Shen Lang cleared his throat. Breaking the tension, Sister Xia, is the computer in this room? In this one, she promptly replied, rushing to open the bedroom door and sitting down at the desktop. I just bought this computer not long ago, and I haven't used it much. I was hoping to watch a movie, but it prompted me to download something. I'm not very tech-savvy, so I didn't dare to proceed. Can you take a look? As Xia Shui spoke, she powered on the computer and revisited the previous website. Attempting to play a video, only to be met with a prompt to download Flash. This was a common issue. Installing the software would allow her to watch the video without any hindrance. Shen Lang intended to suggest this, but another system prompt appeared. 1. Pretend not to know. Take Xia Shui's hand, guide her mouse, and create an intimate atmosphere. 2. Inform her that downloading the software from the prompt would enable normal video playback. 3. Download the software for her, and playfully inquire about her preference for adult films. Xia Shui's fondness for Shen Lang had reached a level where they could comfortably engage in a more adult game. Shen Lang felt that even if he chose option 3, he might receive some suggestive responses from her. With such a degree of affection, had it been another woman, Shen Lang might have already found himself pushed onto the bed upon entering the room. In essence, the 3 options before him serve as a test or a reminder for Shen Lang. As a man, it is high time for him to take the initiative and engage in somewhat audacious actions to bridge the gap between the two. Naturally, should he falter, Shen Lang may opt for the second choice in response. I shall take a look. Shen Lang swallowed nervously and stepped forward, positioning himself behind Xia Shui. After a moment's hesitation, he leaned down and grasped her delicate, porcelain-like hand that held the mouse. In that instant, both of their bodies involuntarily trembled. Chapter 19. Have we only known each other for a few days? The robust presence of a young man loomed near, causing Xia Shui's heart to race alarmingly. Her cheeks flushed with a deep crimson that she dared not lift her gaze to meet Shen Lang's. She never anticipated that one day, in her own sanctuary, while her daughter was outside engrossed in animated tales, a man would stand behind her in such an intimate manner. The thought that they had only recently acquainted intensified her embarrassment to an unbearable degree. Was her heart truly so desolate? This young man, whom she had known for less than a week, had the audacity to bring her into his private quarters. Xia Shui felt utterly mad. She yearned to break free from Shen Lang's grasp, yet feared that such an action might incite his displeasure or misunderstandings. Deep within her, there resided a flicker of hope that Shen Lang would engage in these ambiguous gestures, even secretly longing for him to be bolder still. Thus, she remained in a daze, fixated on the computer screen, ignoring any audacious advances he might make. Out of the corner of her eye, she occasionally assessed the boy, still somewhat bewildered by the situation. As she felt the warmth of Shen Lang's hand, a sense of reckless abandon surged within her, igniting desires that had lain dormant for years. Simultaneously, it was Shen Lang's inaugural experience of holding a woman's hand, and in such a suggestive manner. More importantly, this woman was his landlady, whom he had only met less than 2 days prior upon moving into the neighborhood, contrary to his preconceived notions of a woman's hand. Xia Shui's was soft and warm, akin to a piece of translucent jade. Shen Lang was both anxious and exhilarated, uncertain of how to proceed. Merely clutching her hand while the mouse erratically danced on the screen. 1. Lift her gently and place her upon the bed, kissing her from above. 2. Pin her against the window, lifting her skirt tenderly. 3. Cradle her in his arms, sitting at the computer, positioning her facing him on his lap. Confronting her with playful humiliation. What on earth? This system is even more desperate than I am. Shen Lang thought, his face aflame, his heart racing. In that moment, he comprehended that should he take the initiative, Xia Shui would undoubtedly reciprocate. Otherwise, such outrageous options would not have presented themselves. Sister Xia. Shen Lang released her hand, trembling as he delicately slid down the strap of her dress, revealing an expanse of porcelain skin and a rounded purple bra. Xiao Shen threw out. Xia Shui offered no resistance, occasionally casting shy glances filled with yearning towards Shen Lang, her features exuding a mature charm yet betraying a hint of youthful innocence. This innocence was not a reflection of her age, but rather a sense of bewilderment, as she had only experienced intimate encounters a mere handful of times. The last being years ago, as a traditional woman. Forget it. Let us go for it. In that fleeting moment of resolve, Shen Lang's mind blanked. Consumed solely by the most primal of desires, he brusquely lifted Xia Shui, and they tumbled onto the soft bed together. Shen Lang, towering over her, held her arms down. gazing at the bashful noblewoman beneath him with a fervor that was palpable. Little Shen Ming is still outside. Just as Shen Lang tugged down the strap of Xia Shi's dress, she instinctively clasped her hands around the exposed skin, shyly averting her gaze as if inviting him to partake. Her intention was not to refuse, but to remind Shen Lang that the little girl was still nearby, urging him to keep the noise to a minimum. Sister Xia, Mom, the phone is ringing. With a soft click, the doorknob turned, and the door was gently pushed open. Xia Ming stood at the threshold, holding her ringing phone, her innocent eyes fixed on the two on the bed, momentarily frozen in surprise. Mom, what are you and little Shen doing? The child's naive voice abruptly extinguished the flames of desire between them. In nothing, Ming. Just hand me the phone. Xia Shi, resembling a woman caught in a compromising situation, awkwardly adjusted her dress and quickly tidied her disheveled hair. Her cheeks flushed as she nudged Shen Lang, signaling him to hastily get off her. Shen Lang swiftly leaped off the bed, turning his back to the little girl to discreetly adjust himself. Little Shen, what were you doing with Mom just now? Were you playing a game? I want to play too. Shen Lang, feeling embarrassed, patted the little girl's head, at a loss for words. Suddenly, Xia Shui chuckled at Shen Lang's flustered demeanor, playfully scolding him with a glance before addressing the little girl. Ming, go grab your backpack. It's time for your tutoring class. Once the child exited the room, an unspoken understanding passed between the two adults, their eyes meeting briefly before they quickly averted their gazes. Xia Shui, incredulous, began to reflect. Had Ming not interrupted them? Would she really have allowed herself to engage more deeply with this young man who had only just moved in a few days prior? Xia Shui recognized her growing affection for Shen Lang. She was fond of this earnest, kind-hearted boy. More importantly, he genuinely cared for Ming and was adept at looking after children. However, she felt that diving into a deeper relationship after only a few days was rather hasty. Surely, they should date for a while first. And why had she agreed to such intimacy in the first place? Was she truly that lonely? After a moment of silence, Shen Lang casually broached a topic. Ahem, what does Ming need tutoring in? Piano, Xia Shui replied, her tone indifferent, which instantly thickened the air with awkwardness. That, Sister Xia. I think. Little Shen, why don't you head back to your business? Xia Shui interjected, anxious that he might utter words of persuasion that would cause her to waver. I need to take Ming to her tutoring class. You took Ming to the tutoring class. Shall we continue upon your return? In a fervent declaration, Sister Xia, I have deep feelings for you. I wish to be with you. The matter of wealth is inconsequential. What truly matters is my desire to care for Ming alongside you. With a broad-minded farewell, very well, I shall take my leave now. Sister Xia, should you encounter any issues in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Perceived that genuinely wished to refrain from dwelling on the earlier matter. Moreover, with Ming now involved, could not afford to neglect her daughter, thus she decisively exited the bedroom. As the sound of the door closing echoed, sat on the bed, hugging her knees, lost in thought. It has only been a few days. Am I truly losing my mind? Contemplating the events that transpired, she bashfully buried her flushed face in her knees. Chapter 20. The Goblin's First Date. After returning home for quite some time, Shen Lang found himself unable to quell the tumultuous excitement within him. His gaze fell upon the hand that had so impulsively tugged at Xia Shui's skirt, and his mind involuntarily replayed the vivid scenes from the bedroom, igniting a flicker of fiery fervor within him. Regrettably, there was no automatic fire extinguisher at home, leading Shen Lang to lament, what use is this iron rod? As a novice, this was his inaugural experience, and it was with a married woman at that. It must be said, the thrill of real-life encounters far surpassed the fantasies spun by solitary daydreamers in their novels. The more he pondered, the more restless he became, especially with his unspent ardor. This pent-up sensation left Shen Lang feeling inexplicably irritable. In a state of urgency, he took a cold shower, which helped to calm his tumultuous thoughts considerably. It wasn't until after 5 o'clock in the afternoon that Su Lishuan sent him a WeChat message. Not busy today, are you? She inquired, clearly testing whether Shen Lang had forgotten their prior arrangement. Alternatively, she might have been checking if he was free to meet later that afternoon. After a few days of systematic training, Shen Lang could easily decipher such straightforward insinuations. Not busy. Do you need me to pick you up from school this afternoon? He replied. No need. The school isn't far from your place. I can just take a Didi, she responded. All right, just let me know when you get in the car. He replied. Okay. After a brief exchange, Shen Lang closed the WeChat chat window. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory of Zhuhai University, Su Lishuan excitedly tossed her phone aside and eagerly opened her wardrobe. Gazing at the array of garments, she pondered what to wear for her first date. Like many single female college students, Su Lishuan had not only envisioned acquiring knowledge and securing a diploma that would lead to a good job upon entering university. She also dreamed of finding a satisfying boyfriend, engaging in a sweet romance, strolling together after class, and going on romantic outings during breaks. Savoring the sweetness of youth that college life uniquely offered. Interestingly, the individual Su Lishuan encountered was not a fellow student, but rather an alumnus she had coincidentally met while purchasing chestnuts. Indeed, life resembles a box of assorted chocolates. One can never predict what flavor awaits with the next bite. Hey, Shen Yuan, take me along, will you? Yuxin teased, observing Su Lishuan struggle to choose an outfit. I want to see what charm this guy possesses to captivate our campus beauty so profoundly. I've already said he's just a friend, and it's merely a casual dinner. Su Lishuan mumbled, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush as she finalized her choice of attire for the date. It was Saturday, and while several of her dorm mates had gone home, only Yuxin and Su Lishuan remained in the dormitory. Su Lishuan, indifferent to the need for a restroom, nonchalantly began to loosen her garments before Yuxin, revealing a figure that left countless young men envious. Much like Xia Shudi, Su Lishuan remained blissfully unaware that she and Shen Lang had only known each other for a few days. Their sole offline encounter had been a mere chance meeting at a snack street. Such is the nature of girls who have yet to experience love. They embody a yearning for beauty and an aspiration for the future. The so-called aloof campus belles, untouched by the mundane world, are even more so. Should an intriguing male catch their eye and win their favor, their emotional and intellectual faculties inexplicably diminish. This phenomenon explains why, in any university, one can observe couples with starkly contrasting attributes. Often, the boys possess average qualities, or even fall short of conventional attractiveness, yet their girlfriends are invariably stunning, with figures that captivate. The primary reason lies in these boys' audacity to explore the thoughts of girls. They do not perceive themselves as unworthy and do not cower in obscure corners, watching their dream girls be courted by others. Instead, they are invigorated by the challenge presented by attractive girls. Naturally, all single women harbor numerous expectations for their future partners, such as owning a car and a house, or meeting specific height requirements, as well as considerations regarding family background and siblings. Some even meticulously evaluate astrological signs and zodiac compatibility, pondering whether such factors might influence their fortunes together. For instance, Shen Lang's less-than-stellar looks and the stereotypical demeanor of a homebody were perceived as detriments by Su Lishuan. Yet, if a girl finds herself captivated by a boy, her previously established criteria swiftly dissolve. She readily embraces any of his traits, habits, and even his less-than-ideal appearance. Su Lishuan, for instance, was drawn to Shen Lang's humor, finding their conversations refreshingly delightful. Many couples who share mutual affection gradually evolve from this initial connection. In this context, Shen Lang's shortcomings in looks and personality are inexplicably overshadowed, such as the intriguing nature of girls, beings with peculiar thought processes. Oh my, who would believe such words? Yuxin chuckled mischievously, then turned her gaze to the fair-skinned, slender Su Lishuan, who was adorning white stockings, with the fervor of a lovesick admirer. She approached and playfully explored the delicate feet before her. Goodness, those legs leave me mesmerized. I truly envy that fellow. What are you doing? Su Lishuan, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, shyly pushed away her friend's mischievous hands. Dressed impeccably as she departed the dormitory, Yuxin suddenly reminded her, if you don't return tonight, remember to ask him to bring a t-shirt. I certainly do not wish to assume the role of a godmother right at the onset of college. Go on and play your game. Su Lishuan retorted, her cheeks flushed, and with a decisive bang, she slammed the dormitory doors shut. Around 6 in the evening, Su Lishuan arrived at the bus station where she had last parted ways with Shen Lang, as per their arrangement. At this hour, the bustling crowd surged, coinciding with the peak of the workday. Dressed elegantly, she undeniably attracted considerable attention from onlookers. Su Lishuan, tall and possessing a graceful figure, particularly showcased her long, slender legs encased in white stockings beneath her short skirt, which were both elongated and proportionate. Ascending from there were her fair thighs, often referred to as the absolute territory, which, accentuated by the white stockings, appeared even more delicate and luminous. Chapter 22. You look quite handsome without glasses. Several male college students, in their pursuit of food, were utterly captivated by Su Lishuan's appearance, causing them to miss their bus. They stood nearby, engaged in an internal struggle, contemplating whether to approach her for her contact information. When Su Lishuan's gaze fell upon them, they were struck by the illusion of being secretly observed by a beauty, which bolstered their confidence in seeking her contact details. Unbeknownst to them, Su Lishuan was merely searching for someone. Apologies for my tardiness, a familiar voice echoed from behind. Su Lishuan's heart stirred, and she promptly turned to greet the speaker. However, upon facing the familiar yet transformed handsome figure before her, she found herself momentarily speechless, managing to stammer, "Excuse me. Who are you?" "I am Shen Lang," he replied, bemused. "Have you forgotten me so soon after just a few days?" You are Shen Lang?" Su Lishuan struggled to reconcile the sunny, dashing young man before her with the bespectacled, introverted boy she had met previously. Shen Lang pondered for a moment, playfully forming his hands into a pair of binoculars before his eyes. "Can you see now?" "You look completely unrecognizable without your glasses," Su Lishuan admitted. A realization dawning upon her as she smiled, curiosity piqued. "Is it convenient for you to be without them?" Shen Lang nodded. "My nearsightedness is not severe, so it does not really matter to me." "Ah, I see," Su Lishuan replied, her voice tinged with delight, her seemingly calm and polite eyes betraying a surge of excitement as she scrutinized the newly transformed Shen Lang. Although his face remained the same, it was entirely natural for her not to recognize him at first glance without his glasses, especially considering this was only their second meeting. Most significantly, it was his demeanor. During their initial encounter, Su Lishuan had distinctly sensed Shen Lang's nervous and introverted aura. Now, however, he exuded the essence of a vibrant and cheerful young man. Could this be the stark contrast between wearing and not wearing glasses? It was indeed remarkable. "You look quite handsome without your glasses," Su Lishuan couldn't help but compliment. If Shen Lang had previously attracted Su Lishuan with his humorous and witty conversations, his introverted demeanor had detracted from his appeal. Now, however, there were no drawbacks to be found. He perfectly matched Su Lishuan's ideals for a partner. This is an undeniable reality, regardless of gender or the stage of a relationship. Individuals wish for their beloved to evolve toward perfection. Boyfriends often hope their girlfriends possess a more appealing physique or enhanced beauty, while girlfriends feel similarly. No girl desires to accompany a socially anxious and introverted boyfriend on a shopping excursion. "You are quite beautiful, though your bust may not be particularly ample. I suggest you indulge in fruits like papaya on a regular basis." "Thank you. You are rather alluring too, especially with those speed-enhancing socks." "So, is it possible for you to skip returning to school tonight? I have a craving for ice cream. You are also quite lovely." After a moment of contemplation, Shen Lang curiously gazed at Su Lishuan. "And you seem rather tall, about 170, I presume?" "Not at all. I'm not that tall." Su Lishuan shyly shook her head. "I'm around 165. Haha, perhaps it's just that your legs are notably long," Shen Lang casually complimented, gesturing with his hand. "It feels as though you nearly reach my chest." "Haha, I'm not that tall. You're over 180, after all." Su Lishuan lifted her slender calves adorned in white stockings, smiling shyly, yet genuinely pleased. Ding. Su Lishuan's affection for the host has increased by 2 points, currently at 11. "Please continue your efforts." Only then did Shen Lang grasp the reason behind the system's suggestion to offer casual compliments. An unstudied demeanor often conveys the most sincere praise. "Well then, let us proceed to dine." Shen Lang pointed towards the snack street, speaking with anticipation. "There's South and Ancient Street over there, and tonight there will be a lively lantern festival. After dining, we shall stroll there together." It is Saturday, and since Su Lishuan is out for the evening, as long as she doesn't return too late, it's perfectly fine. Such a splendid opportunity, Shen Lang would never simply say goodbye after dinner. Moreover, the fact that a girl is willing to spend the night out with you signifies her fondness. The atmosphere of the night is often more intimate, and a woman's emotions tend to be more vivid, easily stirred, coupled with the presence of an attentive male companion. Most women cannot help but reveal more of their true selves or their innermost thoughts. This is also why confessions tend to be more successful at night than during the day. Of course, one cannot dismiss the unfortunate outcomes where, after a successful confession, the girl may later message, "Upon further reflection, I believe we are somewhat incompatible." Indeed, Su Lishuan smiled sweetly, walking alongside Shen Lang, conversing and laughing as they made their way to the snack street, leaving behind a few heartbroken male university students. Shen Lang led Su Lishuan to a renowned roast duck restaurant. After placing their order, with the system's assistance, Shen Lang initiated a conversation. The topics suggested by the system largely revolved around Su Lishuan's interests, such as campus life, celebrity gossip, and various horror films. At this moment, Shen Lang casually introduced a topic regarding roommates. Su Lishuan eagerly seized the conversation, animatedly discussing the personalities and quirks of her roommates, her expressive desire to communicate evident. In truth, One of the primary reasons a girl may hesitate to engage in conversation is that the topics do not align with her interests. Perhaps your conversational skills are overly rigid and awkward, causing the young lady to feel inexplicably irritated. Fortunately, Shen Lang is equipped with an advantage. Otherwise, not only would he struggle with conversation, but he would also find it impossible to invite the campus beauty of Zhuhai University to enjoy a meal of duck. With the assistance of the system, Shen Lang's mentality has undergone a significant transformation, and even his conversational techniques have seen remarkable improvement. At times, without the system's prompts, Shen Lang can seamlessly continue the dialogue. After all, the system has meticulously guided him. If he were to maintain a timid and submissive demeanor towards women, it would indeed be hopeless. Just then, the server brought forth steaming hot red oil roasted duck accompanied by a selection of side dishes. As the two female servers served the dishes, Shen Lang and Su Lishuan were engrossed in their conversation, completely oblivious to the server's ant-like smiles. Su Lishuan, naturally lively and playful, initially presented herself with the quiet and reserved demeanor typical of many young ladies during a first meeting with a gentleman. However, unexpectedly, within less than an hour of their conversation, her true self began to emerge. Consequently, after the server had placed all the dishes on the table, she beamed at the chatty couple and remarked, "Ladies and gentlemen, love can take its time, but the roasted duck must be savored while it's hot." Chapter 23. I Crave Ice Cream. Originally filled with joy, Su Lishuan was rendered crimson with embarrassment by this ambiguous misunderstanding. She cleared her throat softly, lowering her head as she delicately nibbled on the duck meat, glistening with red oil, while discreetly observing Shen Lang's reaction to her words. Shen Lang, equally flustered, coughed awkwardly. At a loss for words, and only under the system's prompting did he serve Su Lishuan more duck. Gratefully, she nodded repeatedly, stuffing her cheeks full with the morsels he offered, her fair cheeks puffed to the brim. The lively banter that had previously filled the air between the two inexplicably fell into silence, the surrounding din of patrons clearly audible. However, rather than feeling awkward, this atmosphere radiated an unspoken, enchanting intimacy. To put it plainly, the female was aware of the male's ulterior motives, while the male recognized the female's feigned modesty. In such circumstances, allowing things to progress naturally would undoubtedly lead to a fitting conclusion. Yet, the waitress's comment had directly pierced through the veil of their shared understanding, making the situation somewhat uncomfortable. After finishing their meal, Shen Lang settled the bill and led Su Lishuan to a nearby lantern festival. Stepping outside the restaurant, the inexplicable tension between them dissipated once more as they resumed their lively exchanges. Upon reaching the ancient street, the festival was just commencing, and a dazzling array of lights enveloped the surroundings. Colorful lanterns adorned both sides of the road, each radiating its unique brilliance, creating an illusion of a dreamlike realm. The streets were teeming with people, alive with the cacophony of celebration, as the pair navigated through the bustling crowd, sharing laughter and conversation. Each shop glimmered with vibrant lights, their signs undulating gracefully under the illumination, captivating the attention of passers-by. Su Lishuan walked beside Shen Lang, her heart brimming with joy as she admired the shops lining the streets, occasionally pausing to gaze in wonder. The vibrant scene was alive with the sounds of drums and gongs, accompanied by dragon and lion dances, acrobatics, and magic performances. Such a grand spectacle naturally attracted numerous streamers, who, laden with broadcasting equipment, shouted into their phones, fervently soliciting support from their viewers. The tourists were alive with excitement, applause echoing through the air, while children scampered about, their laughter ringing joyfully. In addition to the performances, the Lantern Festival offered a plethora of traditional delicacies, and Shen Lang purchased a rabbit-shaped sugar painting for Su Lishuan to enjoy as they walked. She absolutely adored this place. Ever since they arrived, her smile had been unwavering, occasionally requesting Shen Lang to hold her sugar painting while she snapped pictures with her phone. Ding! Su Lishuan's affection for the host has increased by 6 points, currently at 17 points. Please continue your efforts. Perhaps this was what it felt like to have a boyfriend? As the system's notification chimed in his ears, Shen Lang gazed at the half-eaten rabbit sugar painting in his hand, then turned to look at Su Lishuan, who was energetically capturing the lion dance on her phone, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Just then, Su Lishuan was jostled by a small child in the crowd, causing her to stumble and nearly drop her phone to the ground. The mischievous child paid no heed, merely casting a curious glance before sticking out his tongue at Su Lishuan and bounding away. Startled, she nearly dropped her phone. Watching the child scamper off, Su Lishuan pouted in displeasure. As the crowd swelled around them, Shen Lang took a moment to gather his thoughts before gently grasping Su Lishuan's soft, fair hand. His gaze flickered as he suggested, "Shall we take a stroll by the sea? There's a place ahead called Yusha Bay, which is quite delightful." Despite the assistance of his system, Shen Lang felt a wave of nervousness at the boldness of holding a girl's hand in public. He worried whether such an audacious move might displease Su Lishuan. They had not yet formally established their relationship. Would she consider him too forward? What if she expressed her discomfort, pulling away and leaving him in an awkward predicament? While Shen Lang was engulfed in his thoughts, Su Lishuan found herself surprised by the gentle hold of his hand. The vibrant energy she had exhibited moments ago seemed to dissipate. She shyly glanced up at him, her cheeks flushing as she hesitated before softly responding, "Mm." Encouraged by her reply, a smile of excitement broke across Shen Lang's face. "Then, let us go." Jianghai City, a coastal locale, boasts several attractions that locals take pride in. Beyond renowned historical sites, the varying temperatures of the sea are a point of pride. Yusha Bay, however, is somewhat secluded, garnering little attention in tourist guides. It features a prominent seashell sculpture, surrounded by stretches of sandy beach and the vast ocean, frequented mostly by nearby residents during their leisure time, while tourists often overlook this unassuming shoreline. Hand in hand, Shen Lang and Su Lishuan wandered along the pebble-strewn path beside the endless sea, with a few scattered passers-by strolling on the beach. The evening breeze was brisk, but their warm attire rendered it a minor inconvenience. Throughout their walk, Su Lishuan spoke little, occasionally glancing at Shen Lang. Her face flushed as she focused on their joined hands, lost in thought. As an inland dweller, Su Lishuan rarely had the opportunity to witness the ocean. In the past, she would have eagerly shed her shoes to revel in the sensation of sand beneath her bare feet, capturing joyful moments in photographs. She was inherently the spirited and lively type. Regrettably, her palm was firmly clasped in Shen Lang's grasp. Experiencing for the first time the tender sensation of romantic skin contact, Su Lishuan felt a bewildering confusion alongside a burgeoning anticipation for love. At that moment, the system's options reappeared. 1. Playfully smiling. It remarked, "Did you not say you had never seen the ocean? How about we venture to the beach?" 2. Wrapping his arm around her waist, he eagerly suggested, "It is getting late. Shall we find a room? I have a craving for ice cream, and tomorrow I will escort you back to school." 3. Inquiring with concern, he asked, "Why are you silent? Are you longing to return to school? Would you like me to take you?" Chapter 24. The Sea Sprite. By the way, didn't you mention that you had never seen the ocean before? Shen Lang tightened his grip slightly on Su Lishuan's hand. "What do you think? Shall we play on the beach?" Su Lishuan nodded eagerly, and the two strolled along the soft sands towards the shore. Dressed in flat shoes and white thermal stockings, they could only walk along the edge of the waves. "Shen, what do you do now?" Su Lishuan suddenly inquired, subtly clasping Shen Lang's warm hand in return, feeling her delicate fingers gently pressing against his palm. Shen Lang was overwhelmed with joy and an indescribable sense of accomplishment, nearly rendering him speechless. "You might laugh at me, but I'm currently writing novels at home." "Really? What genre are you working on?" Su Lishuan was familiar with online novels, occasionally perusing romantic tales on Tomato Novel to pass the time. Unlike Shen Lang's previous blind date, she did not inquire about his salary, but rather about his writing. After all, one was pursuing a financial windfall, while the other sought a sweet romance. Martial arts stories, mostly filled with action and conflict. I doubt girls would enjoy them. I've already penned over 1,000,000 words. That's impressive. At least you're doing something you love. Su Lishuan smiled without reservation. I didn't expect you to be such a prolific writer, senior. Haha, prolific writer is an exaggeration. Shen Lang handed her a piece of candy. I'm just earning a little pocket money. Who knows if I'll continue in this field. As the sea breeze caressed them, they chatted leisurely along the beach, leaving behind a trail of shallow footprints. With the system's assistance, their conversation meandered from campus life to future aspirations and even to their roommates, anything that came to mind, devoid of any particular structure. This is how most couples begin. After all, as long as they hold each other in their hearts, even mere silence spent in one another's company can ignite their feelings. The shimmering sea, bathed in the silvery glow of the moonlight, mirrored their animated figures as they laughed together. Ding! Su Lishuan's affection for the host has increased by 5 points, currently at 22 points. Please continue your efforts. Indeed, the emotions of women at night are quite profound. After just a brief chat, Su Lishuan's affection had surged by a full 5 points. Shen Lang could distinctly sense Su Lishuan inching closer to him. When the conversation reached a fervent peak, She would unconsciously lean against his shoulder, embodying the charm of a lively and affectionate girlfriend. Only when she became aware of her actions would Su Lishuan shyly create some distance, yet her clear, bright eyes continued to reflect Shen Lang's presence. Time passed unnoticed until they finally halted before a pile of jagged rocks. There was no path forward. Su Lishuan gazed at the dark, chaotic stones ahead, her voice tinged with disappointment. Shen Lang turned back in astonishment to glance at the spot where they had entered the beach. Have we come this far? He mused, a chuckle escaping his lips. Indeed, time tends to fly when engaged in conversation. The two shared a soft laugh, their gazes lingering on each other's faces before an inexplicable silence enveloped them. At that moment, a series of options materialized before him. 1. Embrace her slender waist and press her against the jagged rocks, kissing her passionately. 2. Ask with anticipation, since no one is around. May I caress your feet adorned in white silk stockings? 3. Gently stroke her face, gazing deeply into her eyes, and kiss her tenderly. Should he send her back? Shen Lang wrestled with his thoughts. Truth be told, the idea of letting Su Lishuan go felt somewhat unsatisfactory. Yet, aside from the second option, were the remaining two not excessively bold? They had only known each other for a few days. And this was merely their second meeting. Wouldn't such a forward approach invite a slap? Suddenly, Shen Lang spoke up. About that. Su Lishuan jumped in surprise. Huh? What's wrong? And nothing. Oh. After exchanging shy glances, they averted their eyes, though their hands continued to clasp together. At that moment, silence enveloped them. The sound of waves crashing against the rocks resonated crisply. The ginkgo trees in the nearby park rustled gently in the sea breeze, their leaves producing a soft whisper. Don't be timid. There's nothing to fear. Shen Lang encouraged himself internally. He then released Su Lishuan's slightly sweaty palm and slowly raised his hand toward her delicate, fair cheek. The system presented him with two ambiguous options, indicating that deep down, Su Lishuan might be receptive to his kiss. He reminded himself that should Su Lishuan display any reluctance, he would immediately withdraw and concoct an excuse to deflect. Shen Lang was not willing to scare away the enchanting girl he had fortuitously encountered with his rash actions. Under Su Lishuan's slightly dazed gaze, Shen Lang's hand gently brushed against her exquisitely soft face. Just as he had imagined, her skin was tender and smooth, though its warmth was increasing. The moment his fingers grazed her cheek, she shivered slightly, as if sensing his intentions. At that instant, Su Lishuan longed to ask Shen Lang, "What is our relationship now?" Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, amidst the tranquility of the night and the absence of others, she refrained from disrupting the romantic atmosphere, merely biting her lip and gazing at him irresistibly. No objections? That must mean. Under Su Lishuan's watchful eyes, Shen Lang gradually leaned closer, their faces inching nearer. He could even catch the sweet scent emanating from her lips, reminiscent of the sugar painting they had purchased earlier. He wondered if it would taste even sweeter. With a rhythmic thump, thump. Feeling the warmth of Shen Lang's fingers and his increasingly approaching face, Su Lishuan's heart raced uncontrollably, her lips quivering slightly as her hands clutched the hem of her dress tightly. Soon, Shen Lang's nose brushed against Su Lishuan's delicate upturned nose, his lips meeting her soft, sweet ones. The initial sensation was one of softness, imbued with a hint of sweetness, as he could distinctly sense Su Lishuan's deepening breaths. Being his first kiss, Shen Lang lacked experience, awkwardly pressing against Su Lishuan's lips. Had he not been concerned about her potential rejection, he would have longed to mimic the romantic gestures he had seen in films. After a few minutes of tender contact, he gradually released Su Lishuan's flushed cheeks, staring in disbelief at her expression of bewilderment and surprise. Shen Lang never imagined that. Having known Su Lishuan for merely a few days, and this being their first outing together, he would receive the initial kiss from this enchanting girl. Su Lishuan, as if awakened from a dream, shyly turned away, covering her burning cheeks, questioning herself in disbelief. Su Lishuan, what is wrong with you? How long have you known him? This is your first kiss. In the stillness of the night, amidst such a serene and elegant setting, two young hearts, newly awakened to love, found themselves blushing and flustered by the intensity of their emotions by the seaside. Chapter 25. Is this what it feels like to fall in love? After disembarking from the seaside, the two seemed to have had their memories wiped clean, effortlessly forgetting the intimate kiss they had just shared. They continued to stroll hand in hand along the pebble path by the shore. By around 10 o'clock in the evening, having nearly explored the entire area, and with the lively lantern festival coming to an end, Shen Lang reluctantly saw Su Lishuan off to her car. Is this what it feels like to be in love? Upon returning home, Shen Lang lay on his small bed, gently touching his lips and unable to suppress a silly grin. It felt truly wonderful. The only regret he harbored was that, despite such a splendid opportunity by the sea, he had not dared to extend his tongue during the kiss. He believed that incorporating the tongue into a kiss was what truly constituted an authentic kiss. Yet, as a socially anxious introvert, the mere act of initiating a kiss with Su Lishuan was already a commendable display of courage for him. As for extending his tongue, that was a step too far, primarily due to his concern that Su Lishuan might react excessively, especially considering it was their first offline date. Even now, Shen Lang felt a lingering nervousness, an oppressive sense akin to being in a dire situation of 1v5 in a game. However, he did not allow this to dishearten him. The unsuccessful attempt had merely served as a precautionary measure for Su Lishuan. The next time he asked her out, if he were to take the initiative to kiss her, she would likely be prepared, sparing them both from any awkwardness. Tomorrow was Sunday, and Su Lishuan would return home to accompany her parents. They had agreed that if they were both free next Saturday, they could venture out together. With this thought in mind, Shen Lang couldn't help but smile broadly, already looking forward to the upcoming Saturday. At that moment, a WeChat message from Su Lishuan arrived. "I've reached school. I had a wonderful time today. Get some rest. I'll take you out again next Saturday." "I don't want to be early bird, Lishuan," she replied. "By the way, I'll transfer you the money I spent today." Su Lishuan sent Shen Lang 120 yuan, which even included the 15 yuan for the sugar painting. In the past, Shen Lang might have wondered if this gesture indicated that she wanted to end their relationship, trying to return the money as a means of distancing herself. However, now he perceived Su Lishuan as a genuinely admirable girl, at least commendable in terms of character. "There's no need. It's just a little over 100 yuan, he replied. "No way. I must pay you back," she insisted. "We've only known each other for a short time. I can't casually spend your money, so hurry up. How about this? Consider this treat on me, and next time, you can treat me. There's no need to make a fuss over just a little over 100 yuan. After a brief silence, she responded, "All right, next time I'll treat you to seafood." They exchanged a few more messages until they reached the girls' dormitory. With a beaming smile, Su Lishuan tucked her phone away and walked cheerfully to her room. She was thoroughly pleased with today's date, her steps light with joy. Upon returning to her dorm, most of her roommates were already asleep, except for her best friend Yishinshin, who was nestled under a summer quilt, engrossed in her phone. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, Yishinshin eagerly peered out, her expression playful as she teasingly remarked, "I thought you weren't coming back tonight. If you didn't return this late, would I be sleeping on the overpass?" Su Lishuan, her heart racing and cheeks flushed, evaded Yishinshin's knowing smile. After loosening her clothing, she retreated to the bathroom to freshen up. After her shower, Su Lishuan nestled into her bed, clutching her plush Pikachu, reminiscing about her stroll along the beach with Shen Lang. It felt like a fleeting, beautiful dream. The progression of her relationship with Shen Lang had been astonishingly swift. They had known each other for barely 4 days, yet they had shared a kiss by the seaside, a kiss that was, in fact, her first. Was it truly too hasty? They had only just met, after all. Emerging from her cocoon of blankets, Su Lishuan regarded Yishinshin, who was ensconced in her own covers, engrossed in a game, with a solemn expression, pondering whether to consult her worldly friend about such matters. Yet, could it not be common for such circumstances to arise? Moreover, the mere thought of kissing Shen Lang by the ocean caused her cheeks to warm, her pearly teeth nibbling at her rosy lips, revealing a bashful demeanor. Her translucent complexion flushed with color, and her chest, concealed beneath her pink nightgown, rose and fell with increasing frequency. In the next moment, Su Lishuan's luscious lips curled into an endearing smile that grew ever wider. Suddenly, as if recalling an embarrassing thought, she buried her heated face into her fluffy Pikachu, tossing and turning in her small bed, unable to find slumber. A silly grin often graced her lips, only to be replaced by a serious expression, as if she were wrestling with some irresistible thought. It was truly happening. Yishinshin propped her chin on her hand, observing the restless Su Lishuan, and shook her head, unable to suppress a sigh. "It seems that in the days to come, we shall be inundated with dog food," she mused. As anticipated, the following days unfolded as Yishinshin had predicted. Whenever Su Lishuan found a moment to spare, she would engage in ardent conversations with Shen Lang on WeChat. Initially, she hesitated to chat openly in front of her roommates, but as time passed, she laid all her cards on the table. Their communication evolved from typing to voice chats, intensifying their affection at an astonishing rate. The sounds of their sweet exchanges left her roommates feeling both envious and inexplicably anxious. Every time they spotted Su Lishuan reclining on her bed, playfully swinging her fair feet while chatting with Shen Lang, her roommates, each a singleton, including the internet flirt Yixin, could not help but covet a sweet romance of their own during their university years. Occasionally, during classes, Su Lishuan would discreetly pull out her phone to converse with Shen Lang. Their late-night phone calls grew longer with each passing day, sometimes stretching into the entire night, to the point that Su Lishuan's power bank was utterly worn out. The individuals in the dormitory have come to a complete understanding. The campus belle of Zhuhai University, the ethereal dream of countless male admirers, has indeed entered into a romantic relationship. However, apart from Yixin, no one is aware that Su Lishuan's partner is not from the school, but rather someone she met while purchasing chestnuts. Can you believe it? The dormitory residents had previously vowed to keep Su Lishuan's relationship with Shen Lang a secret, refraining from disseminating the news of their romance. Yet, who could have anticipated that the very next day, the news of Su Lishuan's relationship with an off-campus gentleman would grace the trending section of Zhuhai University's popular forum? As the epitome of beauty at Zhuhai University, Su Lishuan has captured the hearts of many, and her suitors, upon discovering this post, were engulfed in envy and jealousy, eagerly inquiring about the identity of the campus flower's rumored boyfriend. Initially, Su Lishuan harbored some reservations, concerned that this forum post might incite some form of chaos. Moreover, the title of campus belle was bestowed upon her by those boys without her knowledge. However, she eventually found solace in the situation. After all, she is neither a celebrity nor a prominent influencer. Why should she be concerned about others' opinions regarding her ordinary love life? Even as the campus belle, she certainly has the right to pursue love. Chapter 26. The discomfort of being overheard by a child. In recent days, the weather in Zhuhai City has been rather temperate. The sun hangs serenely in the sky, casting its warm rays, while the cicadas' calls resonate throughout the woods, adding a hint of irritation to the sweltering afternoon. On Thursday afternoon, as Shen Lang opened his computer, preparing to indulge in a couple of gaming sessions, a message from Su Lishuan popped up. It is no wonder that some claim that once one enters a romantic relationship, gaming becomes a distant thought. Indeed, this holds true. Shen Lang could only chuckle as he closed the game client and opened Lishuan's chat window. In the next moment, a surge of blood rushed through him, prompting him to sit up straight. Su Lishuan had sent several selfies, predominantly featuring close-ups of her legs clad in white stockings. Her legs were undeniably alluring, especially when adorned with white hosiery, resembling soft, plump cat paws, so inviting that one might be tempted to take a bite. On this sweltering summer day, gazing at those delicate, creamy limbs left Shen Lang parched. However, he quickly regained his composure. While their relationship was amicable, it had not yet reached the level of sharing such intimate photographs. He doubted that Su Lishuan was the type to engage in flirtatious banter. Perhaps she simply sought his opinion on her selfies? Moments later, Su Lishuan sent another message. Shen Lang, do you think I look strange dressed like this? This was indeed a loaded question. Shen Lang could not afford to answer incorrectly. Not at all. What is the matter? He replied. Then why do some say I look provocative in this outfit? Who said that? Just those folks on the school forum. They claim I dress inappropriately and don't resemble a typical university student, despite the fact that many girls in our class dress similarly. 1. Based on these few photos, it's hard to judge. Send more for me to see. 2. Silly. Those who call you provocative are merely envious of you. If I had your figure, I would flaunt it everywhere. 3. Indeed, it is quite provocative. Show me more. Shen Lang was disinclined to type, opting instead to initiate a voice call with Su Lishuan. Recently, she had faced harsh criticism on the forum. Although she had not been particularly well known at Zhuhai University, the title of campus belle had circulated primarily among freshmen. To his surprise, after rumors of her potential romance emerged, the comment section erupted with sarcastic remarks, criticizing her everyday attire as unbecoming of a university student. Feeling aggrieved and unsure how to counter these comments, Su Lishuan had been brooding alone, losing her appetite over the past few days, and neither her roommates nor her close friends could console her. Shen Lang. Su Lishuan promptly accepted his voice invitation, yet her tone was notably dejected, indicating that those comments had indeed affected her. Silly, what is the fuss about? Shen Lang teased with a smile. I can assure you that most of those who criticize you are likely females, as only women express jealousy towards another woman by calling her provocative. Su Lishuan was momentarily taken aback, feeling somewhat better, yet she still retorted angrily. But what they said was truly excessive. Moreover, upon investigation, many of the girls who insult me are actually my seniors. Sighing, she added. Regardless of whether they are seniors or juniors, if they are provocative, then so be it. Shen Lang chuckled. If they can mock you with such sarcasm, it merely signifies that your figure indeed incites their envy. If I possessed a physique like yours, I would be tempted to stroll around in the nude, eagerly awaiting compliments from those girls. Ha ha ha, you are quite the pervert. Su Lishuan exclaimed, reclining on her bed, her feet playfully swaying at the edge. In just a few minutes, their conversation swiftly shifted to the upcoming rendezvous on Saturday. Over the past few days, Su Lishuan's fondness for Shen Lang had finally surpassed the 30% mark. Several of her roommates observed this development with admiration for the young man. After just a few exchanges, he had managed to bring such joy to his previously sullen girlfriend. It was no wonder he had captured the attention of the campus beauty at Zhuhai University. Meanwhile, in the living room of Xia Shuyi, she was engaged in a game of mahjong with a few old friends, while several children frolicked in her bedroom. Since their near encounter with intimacy, Xia Shuyi had refrained from reaching out to Shen Lang, even feeling too bashful to invite him over for dinner. She was torn between her affection for this sincere young man and her reluctance to let go, especially since he treated her daughter with such kindness, and Ming Ming adored him. Caught in this web of complex emotions, Xia Shuyi resorted to inviting a few close friends for a game of mahjong to alleviate her recent dismal mood. Her friends were adorned in glimmering jewels, clad in luxurious attire, and carried designer handbags, driving cars that were beyond the reach of ordinary citizens. Some of their husbands ran oil companies, while others were involved in real estate or tourism, each of them boasting a net worth exceeding 100 million. The quartet assembled for their game represented a wealth equivalent to 1/5 of the GDP of Zhuhai City. However, in terms of beauty and physique, these women paled in comparison, as they were all of a certain age and had born children. In contrast, Xia Shuyi remained stunningly beautiful, effortlessly maintaining her figure and allure without the need for costly enhancements, leaving no trace of her status as a divorced single mother. A plump woman, heavily made up, gazed at Xia Shuyi with interest. Shuyi, your husband has been gone for quite some time. Have you not considered finding a man? Xia Shuyi played a tile, responding with a smile. I am quite content on my own and can take good care of Ming Ming. I believe what Li Jian meant was not just caring for Ming Ming. Another woman teased with a laugh, but caring for you, especially during the evenings. Ha ha ha. The women could not help but burst into laughter. These seasoned ladies relished in exchanging such playful jests. Keep it down. The children might overhear, Xia Shuyi remarked, her cheeks slightly flushed as she glanced toward the bedroom. Meanwhile, Xia Shuyi could not help but recall the incident that nearly transpired with Shen Lang in the bedroom, causing her cheeks to gradually flush. In truth, women of Xia Shuyi's age possessed significant desires, and although she had been striving to suppress them, her focus solely on caring for her daughter. She felt as if a switch had been activated within her since that day, rendering her increasingly unable to restrain herself. Each night, as she prepared for sleep, memories of the nearly intimate encounter with Shen Lang would flood her mind. Xia Shuyi held relatively conservative views and did not possess a mobile phone filled with the numbers of numerous personal trainers like those wealthy women. Apart from Shen Lang, she had no inclination to seek the company of other men. Thus, she resorted to purchasing various toys for her own solace. Oh my, you're blushing. It seems there is indeed something to pursue, remarked Hongjia with a satisfied nod. I told you, you're certainly not one to remain idle. Oh dear, I called you here to play cards. Why are we discussing this? Xia Shuyi retorted, her shame mingling with anger. What if the child overhears us? Just then, the bedroom door swung open unexpectedly. Xia Mingming emerged, clutching a purple toy, exclaiming loudly, Mommy, they're trying to take your toy. Chapter 27. I am your sister. Ha ha. A few wealthy women were momentarily taken aback, then they burst into a frenzied laughter. Their camaraderie was quite strong, and their laughter was not meant to mock. They found it amusing that someone as affluent and influential as Xia Shuyi would resort to such trivialities. Truly, it seemed that wealth does not equate to wisdom in spending. Ah, Meng Meng you. Xia Shuyi was startled and flustered, her face flushed as she rushed over to snatch the toy away, retreating to her bedroom to hide it, and sending all the wealthy women as children out. Back at the mahjong table, Xia Shuyi gazed at her giggling friends, her cheeks burning as she exclaimed, What is so funny? Are we still playing or not? Shuyi, I know you wish to keep other men from interfering in your life with Meng Meng, Hongjia said with a smile, attempting to console her. But life is life. You can't possibly rely on toys forever. You're only in your 30s. Indeed, Shuyi, with your attributes, what man can't you find? Why bother with such trifles? Urged another friend. Look at me. My husband is out every night reveling. I can't just remain in an empty house, can I? Shui, we must live in the moment. Yes, Shui, we women must learn to treat ourselves well, another affluent lady advised. We've earned so much over our lifetimes. We can't take it with us when we leave. Spending it is not shameful. Finding a man to enjoy life with is not disgraceful. Oh dear, let us not discuss such matters in front of the children. Xia Shui cast a glance at Ming Ming, who was playing on her phone with a few other children on the sofa. As her friends encouraged her, a sense of melancholy deepened within her. All right, let us call it a day. I must take Ming Ming to her tutoring class. The radiant sisters exchanged glances, silently sighing, and began to gather their bags, taking their children with them as they departed. After they left, Xia Shui surveyed the disarray of the mahjong tiles and the emptiness of the room, a wave of loneliness washing over her. The little girl sat on the sofa, gazing curiously at Xia Shui, who was lost in thought, and blinked. Mommy, I remember we don't have tutoring this afternoon. Xia Shui moved to sit beside her daughter, pinching Ming Ming's cheek, a bittersweet smile crossing her face. You little rascal. You always make me look foolish. I'm not foolish, Ming Ming replied, not understanding what foolish meant. Hugging Xia Shui's arm with pride. The teacher says you are much prettier than the other kids' mommies. Such sweet words. Xia Shui's spirits lifted considerably at her daughter's compliment, grateful to have such an understanding and obedient child. Mommy, why hasn't brother Shen been coming over to play lately? Ming Ming asked, clutching the rubber duck Shen Lang had given her. Her curiosity piqued. I miss brother Shen. What has he been doing? Is he also in school? I'm not sure, my dear. Xia Shui sighed, a hint of sadness in her voice. Ever since their last meeting, it felt as if a sharp knife had severed the connection between the two of them. Each time Xia Shui recalls the events that transpired in her bedroom that day, her heart races uncontrollably, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of shame that spreads within her. She retrieves her phone and opens the chat window with Shen Lang, reminiscing about their previous conversations, a smile involuntarily gracing her lips. The following midday, Shen Lang busily types away at home, intent on concluding the novel he has been serializing. This martial arts epic, comprising 1,000,000 words, has taken nearly a year to complete. Although it has not garnered significant acclaim, the sheer volume of text allows him to earn a modest income of 5,000 or 6,000 yuan each month, bolstered by a full attendance bonus. With the support of a system and nearly 1,000,000 yuan in savings, Shen Lang feels confident that he will no longer need to rely on writing for sustenance. Nevertheless, after investing so much effort into the story and nearing its grand finale, along with the loyalty of several hundred devoted fans, he finds it difficult to abandon the project without resolution. He resolves to provide the protagonist with a perfect ending, despite the potential risk of an unsatisfactory conclusion. Shen Lang types with remarkable speed, working diligently from morning until 4 or 5 in the afternoon, ultimately completing his martial arts novel and adding a special chapter of gratitude upon its conclusion. However, the reception in the comments section is less than favorable. What? It's over already? Author, are you even human? Well, at least there's an ending. Let the celebrations begin. Please, dear author, refrain from writing romance in your next book. It's truly cringeworthy. Can't the protagonist simply focus on leveling up and defeating monsters in a martial arts narrative? While Shen Lang reviews these reader comments, a WeChat notification pops up. Who told him not to comfort me? Congratulations on the completion. Looking forward to your next book. I believe in you. This message comes from one of Shen Lang's devoted fans, whose support has significantly contributed to his ability to reach 1,000,000 words. When he first began this book, his writing was clumsy, and the narrative felt like a mere recounting of events, drawing scorn from many readers. Yet, this particular fan not only encouraged him in the comments, but also engaged in spirited debates using the richly nuanced dialect of Zhuan against the critics. They urged Shen Lang to disregard the negativity and assured him that persistence would lead to success. Although the book never achieved the anticipated popularity by its conclusion, Shen Lang remains profoundly grateful to this reader. They have even exchanged WeChat contacts and sometimes play games together, though the reader never uses voice chat and only types, leaving Shen Lang unaware of their gender. He speculates that the reader is likely male, as it is rare for a girl to possess such a deep appreciation for Zhuan culture. With thoughts of potentially stepping away from writing, Shen Lang replies, I plan to seek a different job to make a living. Who told him not to comfort me? Really? What do you intend to do? After a good night's sleep, I'll see where life takes me. They exchange a few more words before the other party mentions they are off to eat. Just as Shen Lang prepares to venture out in search of food, His WeChat notification chimes once again. Shen Lang initially assumed that Su Lishuan had come to pester him again. However, upon opening WeChat, he was astonished to find it was the troublesome Shen Lin. Vampire no. 1. Old dang. I took a glance at your abysmal book. I heard it's finished? A good night's sleep. Indeed. And I don't plan on writing any more for the time being. I might need to rely on you two sisters for assistance in the future. After a prolonged moment of typing from the other side, she unexpectedly transferred 2,000 yuan. I haven't had any pressing expenses lately, so I'm lending you some for now. If you run out, just ask me again. Shen Lang stared at the 2,000 yuan transfer for quite some time, incredulously typing back. Who the hell are you? Quickly return her phone. Vampire number 1. Old by dang, I am your sister. Chapter 28. Should I take my car for a spin first? Silly girl, I was merely jesting. I still have a bit of savings, so I don't require assistance from you two sisters at the moment. Shen Lang had a good understanding of Shen Lin. This girl often displayed an aggressive demeanor. Yet when Shen Lang faced difficulties, she would exhaust all efforts to assist him. After all, she was his younger sister whom he had personally raised, despite her usual haughty and arrogant attitude. So, what do you plan to do next? Are you really not writing any novels? I don't know. I'll just see how it goes. With that, Shen Lang ended the chat with Shen Lin without further explanation. Such is the authenticity of a sibling bond. Shen Lang opened his banking app to check his balance. A sum of 950,000 quietly lay within. He had never amassed savings exceeding 5 digits before, and this string of Arabic numerals was visually striking. This substantial amount was entirely derived from his dealings with Xia Shuyi and Su Lishuan. With such wealth, should he consider purchasing a car? A few years ago, Shen Lang had indeed obtained his driver's license. However, due to his reclusive lifestyle and lack of spare funds, his license had gathered dust in a drawer, nearly yellowing. As he pondered the prospect of not riding and the likelihood of frequently picking up Su Lishuan from school, Shen Lang realized that acquiring a vehicle would indeed be practical. Having never purchased a car or viewed property, he was unfamiliar with these processes and would need to enlist the help of a professional. Perhaps I could consult a wealthy benefactor. A light bulb moment struck. He had a landlord in his friend list whose fortune exceeded 100 million. Surely, she would be knowledgeable about purchasing a car. Sister Xia, are you free tomorrow, Friday? I'm considering buying a car, but I'm not very familiar with the process. If you have time, could you accompany me? Within mere seconds of sending the message, Xia Shuyi replied, For season's safe, I am available. What time? Morning or afternoon? Typically, when someone mentions buying a car, the first inquiry would pertain to their budget or the type of vehicle they wish to purchase. Yet, Xia Shuyi directly asked Shen Lang whether they would go in the morning or afternoon. The mindset of a wealthy individual is indeed distinct from that of the average person. One sleep until dawn. Let us go in the afternoon. The weather should be better then. For season's safe. All right, I will come to find you tomorrow afternoon. One sleep until dawn. Great. Thank you, Sister Xia. For season's safe. No problem. Additionally, Xiao Shun, I would like to ask you something. One sleep until dawn. Yes. What is it, sister? For several minutes, Xia Shuyi's chat window displayed that she was typing intermittently before she finally posed her question. What do you think of me? How do you perceive me in your heart? 1. Is Sister Xia still going to tell me jokes at this hour? How do I see you? Of course. I see with my eyes. 2. I think you are quite wonderful, sister. You are beautiful and youthful, like the big sister from the neighborhood. And your personality is so gentle. 3. I know what you're thinking. Don't harbor any illusions. Right now, I'm only interested in pursuing another girl, unless you can offer me something without charge. The third option is quite hurtful. I assent it. However, after a moment of contemplation, Shen Lang sighed softly and typed a response. I think you are quite remarkable, elder sister. You are not only beautiful, but also youthful, resembling a gentle older sister from the neighborhood. Thank you, but that is not what I wanted to ask, replied Su Ping'an. What would you like to inquire about? Elder sister? Shen Lang asked. As before, the chat box indicated that the other party was typing, and after 7 or 8 minutes, Xia Shuyi finally responded. Never mind. It's nothing. Get some rest. Good night. Good night, Sister Xia, Shen Lang replied. He was well aware of what Xia Shuyi was trying to ask. Yet, if he had to choose between Su Lishuan and Xia Shuyi, he would undoubtedly prefer someone closer to his own age. Alas, it is a matter of timing. Shen Lang sighed wistfully. Had he encountered Xia Shuyi years earlier, he would have certainly chosen this affluent and charming young woman. The following noon, Shen Lang ordered takeout and retreated to the bathroom for a shower. Just as he finished and began to dry his hair, a knock sounded at the door. Mistakenly thinking it was his delivery, he hastily donned his trousers, leaving his damp upper body exposed as he opened the door. To his surprise, it was not the delivery person, but rather his landlady, Xia Shui, standing at the threshold. "Sister Xia, I didn't expect to see you," Shen Lang said, feeling a bit awkward as he stepped aside to let her in. "I thought it was the takeout arriving. Please come in and have a seat." "Why are you not fully dressed?" Xia Shui teased, her voice feigning calmness, yet her gaze was fixed intently on Shen Lang's robust back, stirring an unsettling excitement within her. This well-built physique, with its strong arms, held an irresistible allure for a woman who had spent years alone in an empty house. "I just finished my shower, and I thought the food had arrived," Shen Lang replied bashfully, scratching his head as he began to put on his shirt. "I didn't expect you to come over. Why are you showering in the middle of the day?" Xia Shui remarked absently, her eyes lingering on Shen Lang's masculine form, her throat involuntarily swallowing. It wasn't until his t-shirt covered the last bit of tan skin on his abdomen that a hint of reluctance flickered in her gaze. Clearing her throat, she curiously asked, "Little Shen, you mentioned wanting to buy a car. What is your budget?" "About 30,000, Shen Lang replied, leaning towards her with his phone in hand, opening a car shopping app to show her the Mercedes-Benz C260L. "Sister Xia, what do you think of this car?" He had long since decided that if he were to earn money in the future, he would invest in a good vehicle. If not, he would settle for a used one. With nearly $1 million in savings now, Shen Lang naturally desired a fine car to drive. The Mercedes-Benz C260L, a dream car for many men, had a starting price of just $320,000, yet boasted a $1 million appearance, with an interior that set the standard for its class. Last night, Shen Lang merely spent over half an hour examining a vehicle identification software before resolutely deciding to acquire the car. "This one? Let me see," Xia Shui murmured thoughtfully as she rummaged through her bag. After a brief search, she produced a dazzling array of colorful car keys. Mercedes, BMW, Ferrari, Neo EP9, Lotus Elise, Audi. Essentially, every prestigious automobile one could name was represented in that extensive collection of keys. Shen Lang observed beside her, his lips twitching in disbelief. Such an extravagant display was something he had only encountered in tales of the exceptionally wealthy. He had never anticipated that reality would prove even more astonishing. "Indeed, I do have one," Xia Shui said, sifting through the multitude of keys until she grasped a silver-gray one. With a serious tone, she added, "Before you rush into a purchase, remember that cars do not appreciate in value. Why not take my car for a spin to hone your skills first?" Chapter 29. I prefer new cars over used ones. "No need, Sister Xia. I have enough money to purchase it myself. I appreciate your kind offer." Embracing her waist and taking the car keys, he spoke in a domineering yet gentle tone. "Are you looking to take care of me, Sister Xia? I am rather expensive." "No, Sister Xia, I cannot accept such a favor without merit. How could I drive your car for free? Besides, I prefer new cars. I have no fondness for used ones." "Sister Xia, I truly do not require it. I can buy it myself." Shen Lang smiled and waved his hand in refusal, almost opting for response 3 just moments prior. This statement seemed innocuous. After all, Shen Lang had never been fond of second-hand items, be it cars or otherwise. However, given the unique circumstances surrounding Xia Shui, divorced and with a child, this reply could be interpreted as a disdain for women who have been married before. Indeed, the system's options are not always straightforward, and one must tread carefully to avoid inadvertently unleashing a bombshell response. "Little Shen, I merely wish to alleviate some of your financial burdens," Xia Shui said earnestly. "I'm not aware of your parents' professions, but having 300,000 in savings is certainly a considerable debt for you. With car loans to repay each month, how will you manage on just a few thousand yuan?" "No worries, sister. I won't be taking out a loan. I can afford to buy the car outright," Shen Lang explained with a smile. "I rarely spend money and have managed to save quite a bit since graduating. Purchasing this vehicle is not a strain for me." "Very well, then." Xia Shui sighed with resignation, yet she still removed the silver-gray keys and handed them to Shen Lang. "No, sister, I really don't need." "What do you mean, no need?" Xia Shui playfully interrupted. "My car is parked conveniently in the community lot. Since you intend to buy this model, why not take it for a spin? It will also give you a chance to practice." "Well, thank you, Sister Xia." Shen Lang reluctantly accepted the silver-gray car key, holding it in his hand. Upon arriving at the parking lot, Shen Lang quickly spotted the Mercedes-Benz albeit in a molten red hue, whereas he had his heart set on a time-space silver. Once inside, he curiously examined the exquisite interior of the vehicle, delightedly exclaiming, "This interior is truly remarkable, sister. It's so sleek. Isn't it merely a mode of transportation?" Xia Shui teased gently, casting a playful glance at him. "You young men work so hard to save for a car. Surely, it's not just for its aesthetic appeal?" "Hee, more or less," Shen Lang chuckled innocently. As he engaged the accelerator, he gripped the steering wheel awkwardly, feeling the roar of the engine, which made him somewhat anxious. Like most young individuals, Shen Lang had hardly driven since obtaining his license, let alone ventured out on the road. After much fumbling, he finally managed to back the car out, narrowly avoiding a scrape against a nearby white Volkswagen. "Relax, it's all right," she reassured him. Xia Shui gently clasped Shen Lang's hand, offering patient and tender words of comfort. "If it's too much, just let me handle it. Do not place undue pressure on yourself." Indeed, one cannot help but ponder why so many men are drawn to older women in this materialistic society. It is because they possess an unparalleled understanding, revealing their gentle and forgiving nature precisely at the moments when men feel most helpless and despondent. Encouraged by Xia Shui's support, Shen Lang gradually took hold of the steering wheel, smoothly navigating out of the underground parking lot. "Dear sister, is your daily life merely about collecting rent? Surely, you must take Mingming out for some adventures now and then." As the Mercedes glided onto the road, the atmosphere within the car remained tranquil, prompting Shen Lang to initiate a conversation. "I recall that the kindergarten break is approaching. You must be planning a trip with Mingming, right?" Xia Shui sighed softly, her tone laced with regret. In the past, Mingming would enjoy long holidays, but in recent years, such occasions have become increasingly rare. Her tender gaze remained fixed on Shen Lang. "However, some regions in the country are not particularly safe at the moment, and without a man by our side, my daughter and I would be quite vulnerable should any unforeseen events arise during our travels." "I see," Shen Lang mused, rubbing his nose as he contemplated a change of subject. "Moreover, our property manager has resigned, and I will need to devote time to find a replacement." Our community manager has resigned?" Shen Lang recalled. "I don't think so. I ran into him not long ago while buying breakfast. Not from our Fulong Garden community." Xia Shui clarified, smoothing her hair and slightly bending to adjust her skirt, maintaining a serene demeanor. "There is another community, Yulong Bay, in the city center. That one belongs to me as well." The journey to the 4S dealership took merely a few minutes. Shen Lang's driving skills were not particularly adept, and it took half an hour for them to arrive. Upon reaching the entrance, a sharply dressed man, brimming with enthusiasm, directed Shen Lang to park in their exclusive lot. Once the Mercedes was securely parked, the man gently tapped the passenger window, eagerly assisting in opening the door and skillfully shielding Xia Shui from the car's frame. "Xia Jia, it's been a while," he remarked after they exited the vehicle, casting an indifferent glance at Shen Lang, whom he did not recognize. The man's warm gaze quickly shifted back to Xia Shui. "Xia Jia, you mentioned you wanted to look at cars. May I ask which model has caught your eye?" "My friend will be looking." Xia Shui gestured towards Shen Lang. "You can take him to see it shortly." "Oh, certainly." The man's expression shifted rapidly as he strode over to Shen Lang, enthusiastically offering him a cigarette. "Hey there, handsome, do you smoke? I would love to show you around the cars you might be interested in." In the affluent city of Zhanghai, the scenario of wealthy women escorting younger men to purchase cars was one that car salespeople had encountered countless times. As for the budgetary inquiries, such commonplace questions were naturally not posed, for the patrons were predominantly affluent women. Whenever a wealthy lady accompanied her young companion to purchase a vehicle, the likelihood of placing an order was typically quite high. As long as the young man was kept in good spirits, commissions would hardly pose a concern. "Thank you, but I do not smoke," Shen Lang gently declined, shaking his hand. He did partake in smoking, yet felt somewhat uneasy with the sycophantic demeanor of this individual. "It's better not to smoke. It leads to coughing," he added. The man exhibited no signs of embarrassment and continued to exude warmth as he guided the two towards the showroom. He was the general manager of this auto dealership. Xia Shui cast a glance at the manager leading the way and softly advised, "In a moment, you merely need to express your desire for a vehicle. The contracts and such are not your concern." Chapter 30. Do you also think I'm getting older? After a brief tour lasting several minutes, Shen Lang remained unwavering in his choice of the car model he had admired the previous night. Since he was purchasing the vehicle outright, there was no need for him to present original identification or a driver's license to undergo the installment loan process. He merely needed to sign specific contractual agreements. He took a test drive with the saleswoman dressed in black stockings, and subsequently, under the guidance of the general manager, began the contract signing process. Typically, after purchasing a vehicle, regular customers might have to wait several days or even a week to gather all necessary documentation before they could officially take possession of their car and choose a license plate. However, with Xia Shi's assistance and the fortunate availability of a suitable car at the dealership, Shen Lang was able to finalize the purchase. After signing a series of contracts, he successfully acquired the Mercedes-Benz C260L in the exquisite shade of space silver, valued at $340,000. Following a photo session with his new vehicle, the trio returned to their seats inside the dealership. The general manager enthusiastically shared details about the car and highlighted important considerations. As this was Shen Lang's first car, he listened intently, eagerly anticipating the exhilarating moment of driving it home, a smile of excitement permanently etched on his face. Xia Shi sat beside him, tenderly gazing at the joyful young man, her delicate hand quietly clasping his. Shen Lang did not resist. Instead, he embraced her warm hand and turned to smile gently at her. Xia Shi's happiness blossomed further as she wrapped her arm around his, her eyes brimming with trust and affection. Behind them, a group of slender female sales associates clad in black stockings and a cluster of well-built male sales representatives huddled together, whispering among themselves. Judging by the envious glances from the female sales staff, they likely believed that wealth was indeed a blessing, enabling one to attract such an attractive and distinguished gentleman with ease. Meanwhile, the male sales representatives could only feel jealousy and resentment. They had witnessed affluent women accompanied by younger men purchasing cars before, but this particular wealthy woman was exceptionally stunning. Her figure and beauty were unparalleled, and her voice was hauntingly gentle. The stark contrast with the usual overweight, ostentatious women who often paraded around with their younger companions was undeniable. The thought that this young man had used the wealthy woman's money to buy a Mercedes and might later enjoy intimate moments with her only intensified the envy of the male sales representatives, who clenched their fists in frustration. Eventually, as their conversation drew to a close, Shen Lang retrieved his bank card and presented it to the general manager, saying, "Please charge it, and remember to issue an invoice. This is my first car, and I wish to commemorate the occasion." The general manager hesitated momentarily, glancing at the bank card before turning to Xia Shi with a resigned smile. "You may attend to your tasks. Call me if you need anything." Xia Shi dismissed the general manager and gently held Shen Lang's hand, saying, "Let's first choose your license plate. We can discuss other matters once we've completed that." It was then that Shen Lang realized Xia Shi had already covered the substantial cost of his vehicle purchase. He finally understood why this group of salespeople regarded him with such peculiar glances. They truly believed he was a gigolo. Such matters made Shen Lang feel uncomfortable to voice loudly, lest he be mistaken for someone living off a wealthy woman, only to feign innocence while pretending to foot the bill. He could only follow behind Xia Shi, his emotions in disarray as he asked, "Sister Xia, I've checked online, and isn't the selection of a license plate supposed to wait until the day of picking up the car? That is how it is for regular customers." Xia Shi halted, turning to him with a mischievous smile gracing her exquisitely beautiful face, her eyes sparkling with a playful and triumphant glint. "However, you are not an ordinary customer. A simple notification will suffice." "Sister Xia, where is that friend of yours?" The general manager's heart skipped a beat, nearly letting slip the term gigolo as he replied, "Everything is ready for you. The car can be driven away now, and you can select the license plate as well." "I'm still looking for him." Xia Shi sat on the sofa, anxiously glancing around, her lips pressed tightly together in worry. "He just mentioned going to the restroom. But he hasn't returned yet. Was he not with you?" The general manager chuckled bitterly. "No, Sister Xia, I was busy assisting your friend with the paperwork." "Could it be that he returned home?" Xia Shi murmured in disappointment, suspecting that her audacity in paying for Shen Lang's car had caused him to feel embarrassed, leading him to flee. A female salesperson approached, whispering in the general manager's ear, "I just saw him running outside. It seems he went to the bank across the street." "The bank?" After a moment of contemplation, the general manager smiled reassuringly. "Sister Xia, my subordinate mentioned that your friend went out, but will be back shortly." Xia Shi's eyes brightened with hope. "Really?" "Indeed, it is true." The general manager nodded vigorously, internally lamenting, "What charm does this fellow possess to enchant this woman so? Surely he doesn't measure up to 20 centimeters. He back." The black-clad female salesperson accompanying Shen Lang for the test drive exclaimed, pointing towards the door where he was approaching. "Where have you been, Xiao Shun?" Xia Shui rushed forward. Her earlier worry replaced with joy. We've all been waiting for you to select the license plate. Apologies, I went out to grab something. Shen Lang replied with a smile, scratching his head as he turned to the general manager. All right, let us choose the license plate. Once that's done, I'll take the car. It appeared that the wealthy woman was still oblivious to the true nature of this young man. The general manager discerned the underlying intricacies. He deduced that this young man had indeed gone to the bank to retrieve the funds for the car, intending to return the money to Xia Shui afterward. A true gigolo, fully under the thumb of a rich woman, would typically be obsequious, always wearing a sycophantic smile while currying favor with her. Without her directives, they would not dare to roam freely, resembling a dog circling around its owner. Yet this handsome fellow was different. Leaving without a word and causing the wealthy woman such concern, it was she who was actively seeking his favor. And indeed, the reality unfolded just as the general manager had surmised. Shen Lang indeed went to the bank to acquire a bank card and deposited the money for the Mercedes. After selecting the license plate number, the two of them got into the car. Shen Lang then handed the brand new bank card to Xia Shui, saying, Sister, this contains the funds for the car. I cannot accept such a valuable item without compensation. Sitting in the passenger seat of the new vehicle, Xia Shui was happily fastening her seatbelt, excitedly anticipating a drive with Shen Lang. However, the presentation of the bank card caused the vibrancy in her eyes to fade. She did not accept the card. Instead, she asked with a sense of disappointment, Little Shen, do you think I am getting older? Have I become less attractive? Chapter 31. Surely you do not use steel wool? Do you not possess any self-awareness? At the age of 36, with a child in tow, is it possible for you to still be youthful? What of age? In today's society, who still concerns themselves with such trivialities? As long as one possesses wealth, that suffices. Nay, dear sister, in my heart, you have always been youthful and beautiful. Moreover, why must you insist on them also? Surely there are no blind souls who deem you unattractive? Why do you inquire so, dear sister? In my eyes, you have perpetually remained youthful and lovely. And again, why the also? Is it conceivable that there are truly blind individuals who find you lacking in beauty? With a playful smile, Shen Lang jested before dramatically declaring, Were those salespeople gossiping about you behind your back? Tell me who it is, Sister Xia, and I shall certainly confront them with a resounding slap. Were this to be spoken by any other affluent lady, Shen Lang's flamboyant rhetoric might be construed as mere flattery. Yet, Xia Shui could withstand such compliments. Her form and allure far surpassed those of the corpulent wealthy women. Today, Xia Shui donned a brown short coat, beneath which lay a fitted round-neck shirt. The coat hung slightly ajar, granting Shen Lang a glimpse of her rounded and ample curves, the contours snug against her shirt. Below, she wore a matching brown mid-length skirt, revealing her long, elegant legs clad in black tights. This ensemble, devoid of the seductive allure of a stepmother's attire or the ostentation of first encounters, exuded an indescribable charm of a devoted housewife. Ding! Xia Shui's affection for the host has risen by 5 points, now at 65. Continue the commendable efforts. What a thespian! Shen Lang's exaggerated gestures and ambiguous remarks elicited a soft chuckle from Xia Shui, lifting her spirits considerably. Nevertheless, her proud demeanor suggested some dissatisfaction regarding Shen Lang's return of her money. What do you mean by that? Xia Shui huffed lightly, casting a glance at the bank card containing over 300,000. My dear sister, how long have we known each other? How could I presume to accept such a precious item from you? Shen Lang grinned as he explained, I am aware of your wealth. Yet I believe you would not wish for me to be a man who can be placated with money, would you? I wish for it to be so. Xia Shui murmured, her cheeks slightly puffed, displaying a hint of reluctance. The psyche of affluent women is indeed intricate. They inherently despise men who pander to them. Yet when encountering someone they admire, they secretly wish for that individual to be one who is similarly obsequious. Xia Shui found herself in such a predicament. She yearned for Shen Lang to be a man who was easily swayed by monetary allure. This way, she would not have to exhaust herself seeking his attention. Merely showering him with wealth would suffice. I perceive that all those stories online are fabrications. How could there be men who fancy older women? Wealth does not alter this truth. Xia Shui pouted again. After all, there exists a certain someone who would rather traverse a convoluted path for decades than offer respect. Ha ha ha. Sister Xia, spare me, please. Shen Lang found himself in a bewildering state, struggling to fathom how he could perceive the charming side of a captivating married woman. Xiao Shen, she said candidly, I am a divorced woman, 12 years your senior. I understand that you should seek a partner closer to your own age for a happier future. After expressing her disappointment, Xia Shi turned to him with a serious demeanor, tightly grasping his hand as she earnestly declared, "But I genuinely like you, and my daughter Ming Ming adores you as well. I have no demands and will not hinder your search for a girlfriend. I only wish for you to spend some time with me and Ming Ming when you can. That would suffice for me. In return, I will provide you with anything you desire, be it a car or a house." As her emotions intensified, Xia Shi hastily rummaged through her Chanel handbag, retrieving a bank card and eagerly thrusting it into Shen Lang's hands. "Xiao Shun, this card contains 500,000 yuan, and the password is 445527. Take it, please. If you don't, I will be upset. I may not have much, but I can offer you money and property." Shen Lang accepted the card, intrigued as he briefly examined it, diverting his gaze elsewhere. "I have a friend who writes stories about wealthy individuals. What is unfolding between us has been depicted numerous times in his novels." Xia Shi's tone shifted to one of humility. "Xiao Shun, I am not joking with you." "I am not jesting either," Shen Lang replied with a relieved smile. In the face of Xia Shi's incredulous gaze, he turned to assist her with her seatbelt. "Let us return first, shall we?" With a distinct click, Shen Lang felt a warmth and slight dampness on his face. Xia Shi's cheeks flushed as she smiled gratefully. "Thank you, Xiao Shun. Why thank me?" He feigned ignorance. "Do you need to express gratitude for fastening a seatbelt?" "I don't care," Xia Shi replied playfully, clinging to his arm and indulging in her affectionate whims. "I shall take it as your agreement. If you disagree, I will pester you daily. After all, the entire community belongs to me, and there's nowhere for you to hide. Then you wouldn't resort to using a steel wool ball, would you?" Shen Lang pretended to tremble in fear. "Sister, I dread pain. Could you please be gentle?" "Bah, you little rascal. What do you think of me?" Xia Shi chuckled, fully aware of his jest, as her affluent friends often teased her in a similar fashion. "Xiao Shun, you are truly wonderful." "Thank you," she said, leaning against his arm, gazing up at him with a sense of reliance. "Ahem, sister, there are people watching," Shen Lang awkwardly reminded her. Only then did Xia Shi realize that this vehicle lacked tinted windows. The affectionate exchange between the two was entirely visible to the security guard at the entrance, who occasionally stole glances, seemingly envious. To the older men, Xia Shi, at her age, was akin to an elusive dream, a radiant moonlight from their youth. Regrettably, this enchanting young woman, still exuding grace, now resembles a delicate girl, playfully nestled in the embrace of a youthful companion. The security guard, burdened by the harsh realities of life, wonders why affluent women are drawn to such frivolous youths. Why are they, the seasoned, family-oriented, and earnest men, perpetually overlooked? At that moment, the general manager sends a message to Shen Lang, conveying a congratulatory note exclusive to Mercedes-Benz clients. "Dear Mr. Shen Lang, congratulations on becoming a distinguished owner of a Mercedes-Benz. May the brilliance of the three-pointed star illuminate your endeavors and future. With favorable timing, advantageous circumstances, and harmonious relationships, the stars do not disregard those who strive, and time rewards the diligent. May this be so." Shen Lang gazes at the landlord's wife beside him, her eyes filled with trust as he looks out at the expansive road ahead, eagerly presses the accelerator, and speeds away in his brand-new silver Mercedes towards the parking lot exit. Chapter 32, Navigating to Romantic Bliss. I yearn for relaxation. Driving the pristine Mercedes, the duo returned to the parking lot of Fulong Garden, where Shen Lang parked in Xia Shi's designated spot. Upon disembarking, Shen Lang politely declined Xia Shi's persistent invitations to dine at her home. He understood that succumbing to his solitude at that moment would likely transform a simple meal into an extravagant seafood feast. After bidding farewell to Xia Shi, Shen Lang returned home alone, noticing the takeout still hanging from the doorknob, a 30 yuan grilled meat rice bowl delivered earlier. Reluctant to waste food, he retrieved it and proceeded to his abode to enjoy his meal. Once he hastily finished dinner, he intended to take a shower but felt something hard in his coat pocket. Upon investigation, he discovered not only the keys to his rental and the Mercedes, but also two distinct bank cards. One was the 500,000 yuan Xia Shi had forcibly pressed into his hand in the car, and the other, containing 340,000 yuan, was meant for repaying the car loan. Shen Lang chuckled resignedly and opened WeChat to jest. "Sister Xia, this is rather amusing. I genuinely do not wish to rely on you financially. Regardless, you shall partake," came the spirited reply. Amused, Shen Lang pondered. "So, what is our current relationship? Am I effectively being supported by you?" After a brief pause, the response arrived. "It matters not. If it makes you uncomfortable, You may consider it the other way round. I have already set my sights on you. But I do not wish to support you. And who has a relationship where the mistress pays the employer? That is irrelevant. If I say you are supporting me, then you are, she retorted playfully. If you utter another word, I shall come find you with a steel wool. Sister, this is akin to abduction. I must report to the authorities. At this point, words are futile. Simply acquiesce to me, and I shall treat you well henceforth. Rascal. As Shen Lang continued chatting, he found himself unable to suppress a smile. His landlady was becoming increasingly witty. After a brief conversation lasting over 10 minutes, he set down his warm phone and lay on his small bed, lost in thought. Shen Lang had never experienced a genuine romantic relationship. Yet, he sensed that the dynamic between him and Xia Shi was decidedly not that of a conventional couple, nor was it a typical arrangement of financial dependency. After all, who has a relationship where the mistress pays the master? Such a notion was utterly absurd, regardless of the chaos within their circle. This was a level of disorder that seemed unprecedented. He decided to dismiss the matter and take a shower. After pondering for a considerable time, he found it pointless to analyze further. Life, whether favorable or not, must be lived. Overthinking was of no avail. Embracing the present was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. The following morning, as Shen Lang awoke and prepared to freshen up, Su Lishuan sent a video call invitation. She wished to shield Shen Lang from appearing before her other roommates, fearing they might take an interest in him. Thus, throughout their acquaintance, Shen Lang had never shown his face in front of Su Lishuan's other roommates, with their interactions largely consisting of voice calls. Only when her roommates were asleep or absent from the dormitory did Su Lishuan secretly engage in video calls with Shen Lang. Today was Saturday, and her roommates had all returned home to spend time with their families. Her close friend, Yi Xin, had also gone out to buy breakfast. Alone in the dormitory, Su Lishuan, having finished her morning routine, eagerly sought out Shen Lang for a chat. With an exuberant personality, Su Lishuan's adorable face appeared on the screen as soon as the video connected, her vibrant voice resonating through the call. Shen Lang, you're awake. Are you free today? She chirped. Just woke up, brushing my teeth, Shen Lang replied, his voice muffled as he held a toothbrush in his mouth, raising an eyebrow in a playful manner. I'll drive over to see you shortly. In the initial days of their communication, when Su Lishuan sent voice or video calls, the somewhat socially anxious Shen Lang would often clear his throat a few times before answering. He would adjust his phone to find a flattering angle for the camera. However, as their relationship deepened and with the influence of the system, Shen Lang's demeanor gradually settled, losing the nervousness that marked their early interactions. He simply propped his phone against the window, the camera focusing on his upper body. Most couples in the throes of romance exhibit such behavior. Although their attitude might seem a touch indifferent, their bond only grew stronger, becoming increasingly intimate. Great, great, Su Lishuan exclaimed. Her fair legs crossed as she sat on her small bed, joyfully swaying back and forth. Suddenly, she asked, Oh, Shen Lang, do you have a car? Yeah. Just got a Mercedes yesterday, Shen Lang replied with a hint of pride in his voice. I'll take you out for a ride. Yay. Su Lishuan was indifferent to the kind of car Shen Lang drove. Her anticipation lay in where he would take her. This was a typical thought process for a girl in love. Moreover, Su Lishuan came from a well-off family. Had her parents not worried about her driving skills, they would have certainly provided her with a car of her own. Xian, open the door. I forgot my keys, she said hurriedly. Let us talk later. My roommate is back. Just come to the school gate to pick me up. Feeling flustered, she quickly ended the video call, a sense of secrecy lingering in the air. Shen Lang shook his head in mild annoyance, tucking his phone into his pocket. After finishing his morning routine, Shen Lang made his way to the underground parking lot. His newly acquired Mercedes-Benz, sleek and stylish, was parked in Xia Shi's designated spot. He retrieved the silver car key and pressed the unlock button. The car emitted 2 beeps, and its lights flashed twice, eliciting an inexplicable sense of satisfaction within him. Many new car owners experience this joy in the initial days of ownership. The better the car, the more fulfilling it feels to unlock it before driving. Eventually, as the novelty fades, such feelings tend to diminish, possibly even leading to a sense of monotony. After opening the car door, Shen Lang settled into the driver's seat. After taking a moment to admire the exquisite interior, Shen Lang coughed lightly, his excitement apparent as he awkwardly activated the Mercedes voice assistant with his faltering English. Hey, Mercedes. The voice of the system responded with an electronic tone. How may I assist you? Initially, Shen Lang intended to navigate directly to Zhuhai University to meet Su Lishuan. However, Recalling amusing videos shared by other Mercedes owners on Douyin, he took out his phone, activated the recording function, and commanded in English, "Help me navigate to Honglingman. I wish to unwind." Ding. As a distinguished Mercedes owner, one should prioritize career and family. Please refrain from bringing Cadillac habits into the realm of Mercedes ownership. Ha ha. How amusing. Shen Lang chuckled, saving the video before finally setting the navigation to Zhuhai University. Chapter 33. Are you afraid of dating the campus belle? In the bustling city of Zhuhai, where every inch of land is precious, luxurious sports cars worth millions can be seen gliding along the streets. A Mercedes-Benz priced at over $300,000 naturally draws little attention amidst such opulence. While waiting at a traffic light, the only aspect that catches the eyes of other drivers is the car's pristine condition and the dazzling sheen of its paint under the sun. It is evident that this is a brand new vehicle, and its owner appears to be quite youthful and composed. As he arrives at the entrance of Zhuhai University, a steady stream of students makes their way in and out. From a distance, Shen Lang spots Su Lishuan's slender figure standing under a banyan tree, seeking refuge from the glaring sun. On this warm day, she wears a simple white t-shirt paired with blue jeans and pinkish-white sneakers. Her long, lustrous black hair is tied back in a spirited ponytail, revealing her smooth, fair forehead, while her playful eyes occasionally glance towards the end of the street, as if sensing something. The moment Shen Lang's Mercedes appears in her line of sight, Su Lishuan pauses momentarily. As she recognizes him behind the wheel, a subtle smile gradually graces her lips, exuding both playfulness and a palpable sense of anticipation. Shen Lang gently brings the car to a halt at the roadside and honks twice. Su Lishuan raises her hand to shield herself from the sun and joyfully jogs over to open the door, sitting down gracefully in the passenger seat. Instantly, Shen Lang feels a surge of youthful exuberance emanating from Su Lishuan. "Where shall we go to have fun?" she inquires, her gaze drifting, nervously fidgeting with her nails. It feels akin to a virtual romance manifesting in reality, despite having chatted enthusiastically for over 2 hours the previous night. Their first meeting now renders her somewhat anxious and excited, reminiscent of their inaugural date. "First, could you please fasten your seatbelt? This is my newly acquired car. I would rather not get any demerit points." He chides playfully. He assists her in fastening her seatbelt, gently suggesting, "Let's south head to Century Square first, have lunch after, and then we can catch a movie. In the evening, we might stroll around Nanshan Lake." He curiously adds, "Why aren't you wearing white stockings today? Black ones would suffice too. Are you not aware of my appreciation for legs? How does the system know I have a preference for legs?" Shen Lang silently laments, then unbuckles his seatbelt to lean over and help Su Lishuan with hers. As he draws nearer, he catches a whiff of a delicate fragrance, neither overpowering like perfume, but reminiscent of a blend of youthful body scent and shower gel. He finds himself astonished. Is it possible that all girls possess this naturally alluring essence? Moreover, as he secures her seatbelt, he can faintly hear the sound of Su Lishuan swallowing nervously. Once the seatbelt is fastened, he notices her cheeks are tinted with a faint blush, her gaze shyly diverted, and her soft pink lips are pursed. She is truly adorable. "Perhaps today I might steal a kiss," Shen Lang muses with anticipation. "Cough, let us first enjoy some time at Century Square." Shen Lang returned to the driver's seat, fastening his seatbelt while cheerfully suggesting, "How about we catch a movie after lunch and then take a stroll by South Pavilion Lake in the evening?" "Sure, I'm happy to follow your lead," replied Su Lishuan, her voice brimming with delight. Most boys, on their first date, often agonize over selecting the perfect venue in the dining itinerary, anxious about leaving a poor impression on the girl. However, girls who are willing to accompany boys do not genuinely wish to wander aimlessly or shop at certain places. They simply cherish the company of their favorite boy, as long as the location is not excessively dull. On the contrary, those with ulterior motives might cunningly lead their partners to the most upscale restaurants and luxurious boutiques, only to exploit them later. With the system's assistance, Shen Lang drove while effortlessly breaking the somewhat mundane atmosphere in the car with engaging topics. Under his humorous and witty banter, Su Lishuan gradually warmed up, her initially reserved demeanor vanishing in an instant. Laughter and joy soon filled the vehicle. After exploring the vibrant Century Square, it was already noon. Following a delightful meal of steak at a Western restaurant, the two strolled hand in hand to the cinema, choosing a Thai horror film. When it comes to dating, romantic and horror films are the ideal choices. Romantic films can intensify the intimate atmosphere, often leading to spontaneous kisses, while horror films provide ample opportunity for the boy to hold the girl's hand, allowing for affectionate gestures to flow naturally. It must be said, Thai horror films are quite impressive. Even a spirited young man like Shen Lang found himself breaking into a cold sweat. Ironically, it was often Shen Lang who grasped Su Lishuan's hand in fright. Yet, he shamelessly reassured her, "Don't be afraid, it's all just make-believe. I'm right here with you." Su Lishuan, well aware of Shen Lang's genuine fear, his startled reactions were clearly not feigned, couldn't help but find his attempts to be proactive endearing. While stifling a giggle, she naturally intertwined her fingers with his. After the film, they spent another 2 hours at the entertainment center, winning plush toys. When they departed Century Square, it was already past 6 in the evening. South Pavilion Lake, situated in the heart of the city, is one of Shanghai's most cherished leisure destinations. Here, the beauty of nature intertwines with the vibrancy of urban life, creating a unique tapestry. By the time they reached South Pavilion Lake, it was nearing 8 o'clock, and numerous tourists and locals still flocked to enjoy the sights and leisure. Hand in hand, they walked intimately along the lakeside adorned with weeping willows. Their conversation gradually turned more flirtatious, resembling that of a couple deeply in love. "Shen Lang, did you know? Many people are asking about you on the school forum." Su Lishuan nestled against his shoulder, her eyes sparkling with affection and a hint of pride. "Are you afraid of being with the school beauty?" "What do I have to fear?" he replied confidently. Shen Lang grasped Su Lishuan's hand with a touch more firmness. "Do you believe that when you return to school on Monday, I will drive straight to your campus and kiss you in front of all those students?" he exclaimed with a laugh. "Is that for real? Last time you were so timid. Don't think I didn't notice." Su Lishuan was amused, her smile wide. Enveloped in the sweet atmosphere of love, she delighted in such audacious declarations of affection. As she gazed up into Shen Lang's eyes, they reflected the essence of this young man. Yet, Su Lishuan remained oblivious to the fact that Shen Lang had never formally confessed his feelings, leaving their romantic relationship in an undefined state. Chapter 34. Do not call me foolish. The weather gradually turned overcast, the willow branches swaying gently in the breeze. The two strolled along the lakeside path, enveloped in tender affection, while red goldfish darted freely in the water, creating ripples that danced like musical notes against the shore. "Is it cold?" Noticing Su Lishuan shiver slightly, Shen Lang proactively switched positions with her, shielding her from the cool wind blowing off the lake. This was not merely a pretense. Having been raised alongside two younger sisters, Shen Lang had become quite adept at caring for females. In the absence of a girlfriend, his delicate disposition made him a curious blend of a troll and a fervent goblin. Not too bad. Su Lishuan felt a warmth spread through her chest. After a moment's hesitation, she placed her slightly chilled hand into Shen Lang's coat pocket, smiling brightly as she said, "Now it's not cold, is it?" Shen Lang inquired, reaching into his pocket to grasp Su Lishuan's warm, fair hand, intertwining their fingers with satisfaction. Indeed, it was quite warm. He hadn't anticipated that a girl's hand could be so soft. Their previous hand-holding had always been palm to palm. This intimate interlocking of fingers was a first for them. How annoying. Su Lishuan's cheeks flushed a rosy hue. Yet her fingers instinctively curled around Shen Lang's strong hand. As they reached the center of South Pavilion Lake, they noticed that the number of passers-by dwindled, and the sky grew increasingly dark, with ominous rumbles of thunder echoing in the clouds. "Oh, it seems to be raining." Su Lishuan touched her forehead, feeling the raindrops, and looked up in surprise at the gloomy sky. "The weather forecast didn't mention rain today. It seems to be getting heavier," Shen Lang remarked, brushing a raindrop from his hair and pointing towards a pavilion ahead. "It's getting late. Let us take shelter there. Once the rain subsides, I'll drive you back to school." The South Pavilion was expansive, and it would take over an hour to explore from one end to the other. Since they were at the lake's center, far from the exit, Shen Lang took Su Lishuan's hand and hurried into the pavilion to escape the rain. As soon as they entered, the rain intensified. It began with sporadic droplets, then quickly escalated into a torrential downpour, enveloping South Pavilion Lake in a curtain of white. The rain pelted the lake, sending splashes into the air, while the paths around them became deserted, obscured by the sheets of rain. "Thank goodness we arrived quickly. What a downpour." Su Lishuan wiped off the edge of a stone bench and lazily knelt upon it, gazing at the rain-soaked South Pavilion Lake. Her tone was playful, filled with a sense of contentment. She relished the atmosphere of the heavy rain, finding it oddly reassuring, especially with a boy she liked by her side. "Shen Lang, it seems we may be delayed in returning." "Indeed." Shen Lang stood behind her, his gaze tracing the gentle curves of Su Lishuan's soft form, occasionally glancing at her slightly swaying figure, feeling his face warm and his heart race as he touched his nose. He understood that Su Lishuan was not intentionally tempting him. Her nature was one of innocent spontaneity. "Ah, Today I have walked an immense distance, and my legs are quite sore. Su Lishuan turned around and took a seat, stretching her long legs clad in denim, indulging in a delightful yawn. It's evident you hardly exercise. This is just a fraction of the distance you could cover. Shen Lang smiled as he settled beside Su Lishuan, firmly grasping her hand and tenderly adjusting her collar to shield her from the chilly breeze. I tend to be rather lazy, she admitted. Outside the pavilion, the rain poured relentlessly, its clamor drowning out all other sounds, while the boy she fancied sat beside her. In such a romantic atmosphere, Su Lishuan nestled against Shen Lang's shoulder and playfully remarked, "Moreover, military training is just around the corner. I intend to be lazy for as long as I can." Shen Lang chose not to respond directly, effortlessly wrapping his arm around her slender waist, slightly leaning toward her to gently smooth the errant strands of hair blown askew by the wind. "Are you cold? Would you like to borrow my jacket?" "No need. I'm not that fragile," she replied, a blissful, languorous smile gracing her face as she savored the warmth of his fingers. The two remained nestled together, listening to the torrential rain outside the pavilion. "Shen Lang, are we in a relationship?" At that moment, Su Lishuan straightened her posture and, with a hint of shyness, gazed at Shen Lang, asking, "Do you like me?" She was aware that they were indeed in a relationship, as evidenced by their shared meals, movie outings, and hand-holding strolls around Nanding Lake. Yet, Shen Lang had never explicitly declared his feelings for her, leaving her with a sense of something amiss. Typically, it is the male who confesses first, followed by the female's acceptance, leading to shared activities like movies and shopping. This is the conventional logic of romance. However, Shen Lang had not professed his affections, yet he engaged in all the behaviors characteristic of a couple. Su Lishuan, like many young women, possessed a touch of capriciousness. Although she recognized Shen Lang's fondness for her, she still yearned for him to confess, believing that such a declaration was essential for a normal relationship. "Fool, if I didn't like you, would I chat with you every day, or go to such lengths to coax you out on a Saturday?" "Su Lishuan, I like you. Will you be my girlfriend? I promise to always treat you well." Silence, and passionately kiss her. "Fool, if I didn't like you, would I chat with you every day, or go to such lengths to coax you out on a Saturday?" Shen Lang raised his hand to caress Su Lishuan's soft cheek, teasingly responding, "This is my first time asking a girl out. I have pondered over the places we visited today for quite some time, and I still don't know if you enjoyed yourself." While Shen Lang had initially contemplated the second response, his affection for this beautiful and vibrant girl naturally led him to desire a relationship with her. However, he believed that the first option not only conveyed his fondness, but also subtly indicated the importance he placed on her. More crucially, this statement did not carry the implication of a direct confession, for "I like you" does not equate to "I want you to be my girlfriend." In this manner, one could slightly temper Su Lishuan's somewhat willful and mischievous temperament in the future. It is akin to the act of purchasing. When a young man boldly confesses his feelings to a young woman, his sense of need becomes apparent to her. Consequently, in the ensuing interactions, the one who confesses first inevitably diminishes his own stance, to some extent. "I am quite satisfied, and do not dare to call me foolish." Su Lishuan, taken aback, eagerly explained, "These places are truly fascinating, and this is my first time spending such an extended period with a boy. Hee, as long as you are content." Shen Lang feigned a relaxed smile as he wrapped his arm around Su Lishuan's slender waist, gradually leaning closer. After a bustling day, all of this was for this sacred moment. However, Su Lishuan felt that after "I like you," it should be followed by, "Would you be my girlfriend?" Only then could it be considered a true confession. Yet, gazing at Shen Lang's increasingly near face, she appeared somewhat flustered. Reflecting on how Shen Lang had also professed his fondness for her, she believed that could be interpreted as a confession as well. Thus, Su Lishuan gently closed her eyes. Her small fists clenched on her thighs, anxiously and excitedly awaiting the moment. Just as their lips were about to meet, Shen Lang abruptly interrupted, wait a moment. "What is it?" Su Lishuan exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with a mix of embarrassment and irritation. In such a romantic atmosphere, she had mustered her courage, fully prepared for their formal kiss once more. Unexpectedly, Shen Lang's sudden interruption shattered the romantic ambience. "No." Shen Lang coughed softly, pressing his hands on Su Lishuan's shoulders, earnestly and excitedly asking, "This time, may I extend my tongue?" Chapter 35. Slightly sweet. A rare delight. Shen Lang had always believed that kissing between couples necessitated the involvement of tongues. It was not merely childish play where lips touch lips. Previously, he refrained from such an act, mindful of the delicate state of their relationship. However, now, with the stars aligning in their favor, He felt emboldened to express this possessive desire. Su Lishuan, innocent and blushing, gazed at Shen Lang, her lips trembling in astonishment at his audacious request. Yet, as she beheld his earnest and expectant expression, her reluctance gradually gave way. After a few fleeting glances, she shyly murmured, "As you wish," elated by her consent. Shen Lang's heart soared. He leaned in, a mix of nervousness and excitement coursing through him. A true kiss was far more than a simple meeting of lips. As their lips met, he gently nibbled on her soft mouth, savoring the moment before slowly releasing her, continuing to explore her sweetness with tenderness. Ah, slightly sweet. A rare delight, Su Lishuan clenched her small fists against her chest, akin to a diver, holding her breath. Minutes passed, and gradually, she found her rhythm. Her previously furrowed brow relaxing as she clumsily yet fervently responded to Shen Lang's advances. The fervent kiss continued for several minutes. As the rain poured harder and darkness enveloped them, Shen Lang, fueled by passion, grew bolder. His hands, unbidden, lifted Su Lishuan's delicate t-shirt, caressing her smooth abdomen and gradually moving upward. Regaining a semblance of composure, Su Lishuan weakly pushed against his mischievous hands, her voice laced with playful reproach. "No. You can't, Shen Lang." Your insufferable time became an abstraction, and at last, the torrential rain ceased. Breathless, Su Lishuan leaned against Shen Lang's chest. Her exquisite features flushed crimson, her skin radiating heat, and her throat constantly swallowing, parched with thirst. Shen Lang, swallowing hard, brushed aside the damp strands of hair clinging to her forehead. Despite the chill of the post-rain night, both were flushed and perspiring. Were someone to pass by the pavilion at that moment, witnessing Su Lishuan's disheveled appearance and Shen Lang's satisfied expression, they would undoubtedly speculate about the impropriety occurring within. "Next time, I want to let you kiss me," Su Lishuan pouted, playfully punching Shen Lang with little strength, resembling a petulant child. "Ahem, are you thirsty?" For reasons unknown, despite having swallowed copious amounts of sweet saliva, Shen Lang felt an unbearable dryness in his throat. "I feel so thirsty. The rain has stopped. Let us get some water." Su Lishuan nodded eagerly, equally parched. They hastily adjusted their attire and, under the cloak of darkness, stealthily departed from Nanting Lake. By the time they returned to the gates of Zhuhai University, it was around 9 in the evening. A heavy rain had just fallen, leaving the school gate desolate and devoid of people, with the security guard lazily yawning in the guardhouse. The chill in the air prompted me to don my jacket. Shen Lang removed his outerwear and draped it over Su Lishuan, gently caressing her fair cheek with a tender concern. "Call me when you reach the dormitory. When you find some leisure, I shall take you out for some fun." Su Lishuan responded, clutching the jacket and feeling a profound sense of affection from Shen Lang's caring demeanor. Perhaps this was the romantic feeling she had longed for? "Take me to the school gate," she murmured with a hint of playful stubbornness. Their relationship had reached a level of mutual understanding, revealing Su Lishuan's true self. As her formerly reserved and dignified nature faded away, especially after the earlier events at Nanting Lake, where Shen Lang seemed to monopolize all the good moments, Su Lishuan felt a sense of loss and naturally contemplated punishing her touchy boyfriend. Yet, more than that, she felt reluctant to part ways with Shen Lang and desired his company, even if it was just for a brief walk. "All right, let us go," Shen Lang acquiesced. It was also his first experience of romance, and he wished to spend more time with this charming girl. After they alighted from the vehicle, Shen Lang grasped Su Lishuan's warm hand and adjusted the somewhat oversized jacket around her, although initially feeling a bit aggrieved. Su Lishuan could not hold any resentment after experiencing Shen Lang's thoughtful gestures. She leaned against his shoulder and playfully bit his arm, teasing, "I'll bite you. Let us see if you dare next time." As she felt a slight sting on her arm, Shen Lang chuckled, pleading, "I was wrong. I shall dare again. You're such a nuisance." They continued their flirtatious banter until they arrived at the entrance of Zhuhai University, where their playful exchanges gradually subsided. "Since tomorrow is Sunday, why not invite your roommate down?" Su Lishuan noticeably slowed her pace, and Shen Lang, aware of her reluctance to return, suggested, "I'll treat them to a late-night snack. My roommates have all gone back. They won't return until tomorrow afternoon," Su Lishuan replied glumly. "Right now, it's just Xin alone in the dormitory." Xin. "She is my close friend. We have known each other since middle school, and our parents are well acquainted." Shen Lang immediately became serious. "Then it's fine to invite your best friend over." The significance of a girlfriend's best friend is often equal to that of parents. Frequently, a girlfriend's friend can greatly influence the dynamics of a couple's relationship. The longer a girlfriend knows her best friend, the more she tends to heed her advice. This is why, when a boy seeks to pursue a girl at school, he must first win over her roommates and close friends. Forget it. She's rather reclusive. Su Lishuan shook her head. She's probably still tucked in bed playing video games. All right then, it's late. You should head back. After all, there are 7 days of vacation following military training. Su Lishuan eagerly remarked. When the time comes, I shall introduce you to her, and we can also find a distant place to enjoy ourselves, shall we? Absolutely. Shen Lang replied with a cheerful nod. They exchanged a glance, and after a brief moment of silence, Shen Lang could not resist the urge to steal a kiss from Su Lishuan. All right, it's chilly outside. Hurry back to your dorm and snuggle under the covers. Yes. Drive safely, and send me a message when you get home. Okay. The two lingered for a while longer before Su Lishuan turned to leave, glancing back several times as she entered the girls' dormitory. Once she was inside the school, Shen Lang returned to his Mercedes-Benz, feeling utterly content. Today was truly fulfilling and delightful. He mused, summoning the car's voice assistant. Hey, Mercedes, open the music player and play Kiss Goodbye. The electronic voice responded, now playing Kiss Goodbye by Jackie Chung. I bid you farewell on a deserted street. Humming along to the classic tune, Shen Lang drove his Mercedes-Benz into the depths of the night. Chapter 36. The new neighbor is a shy beauty. Li Liusi pondered. The weather in August and September is indeed peculiar. Just last night, a torrential downpour had drenched the earth, yet by dawn, the sun blazed in the sky, while cicadas clamored madly on the branches. As Shen Lang prepared to brush his teeth and freshen up, he suddenly heard a commotion outside his door, as if someone were moving things back and forth. Curiosity piqued. He opened the door to find a tall young woman dragging a large, snakeskin bag past him into the small room across the hall. The girl was exceptionally beautiful, with a braided hairstyle and wispy bangs framing her delicate, oval face, which glowed like a peach blossom. Beneath her straight, fair nose, her slightly rosy lips were pressed tightly together as she struggled to haul the cumbersome snakeskin bag, beads of perspiration tracing down her sleek neck. Her attire was rather plain. A faded sea blue short-sleeved shirt paired with simple white cropped pants, and her light pink sneakers had taken on a dull hue. In these times, when a girl moves, she typically calls upon family or friends for assistance, or hires a moving company, who would opt to relocate their belongings in a snakeskin bag. Attracting attention in such a manner, Shen Lang speculated that her family circumstances were likely not very favorable. Yet, despite her unassuming clothing, the girl's graceful figure and breathtaking beauty could not be concealed. Shen Lang offered a friendly greeting. Have you just moved in? As the girl passed him while dragging her bag, she instinctively nodded, her gaze quickly averting from his. So aloof. Shen Lang was somewhat taken aback. And in the next moment, options appeared before him. 1. An irate rebuke. It's early in the morning. Could you keep it down? The neighbors are still asleep. Have some decency. 2. A friendly self-introduction while offering to help her carry her belongings. 3. Whistling to attract the girl's attention, and amicably requesting her contact information. Only then did Shen Lang notice that the hallway by the elevator was also cluttered with the girl's assorted belongings. In such sweltering heat, it was evident she was exhausted from moving so much by herself. Let me help you, he offered, approaching the elevator and gathering the scattered items in his arms as he made his way to her room. No, it's unnecessary. The girl rushed out of her room, her expression a mix of panic and anxiety as she saw this unfamiliar boy holding her belongings. She shook her hands nervously. I can manage alone. Was her reaction truly warranted? Shen Lang found himself intrigued, yet he maintained his smile. It's no trouble at all, just a few items. As he entered the girl's room with her belongings, the system's voice unexpectedly chimed in. Ding. Li Liusi's affection for the host has increased by 5 points. Current affection level, 5 points. Please continue your efforts. Ah, this girl is rather prideful. Reflecting on Li Liusi's vehement refusal earlier, Shen Lang couldn't help but chuckle quietly. Indeed, girls are often creatures of contradiction, expressing disdain while their hearts convey otherwise. Wait, what? 5 points. Shen Lang was taken aback. Merely assisting this girl with her belongings had earned him an entire 5 points in affection? How could such an exaggeration be possible? Shen Lang abruptly turned to glance at Li Liusi, who was following him, seemingly at a loss. Upon meeting his gaze, she shyly lowered her head, fixating on her dark athletic shoes. The term humble seemed almost inscribed upon her delicate visage, given her simple attire and the snakeskin bag she had placed at the entrance. Shen Lang appeared to grasp something profound, smiling as he inquired, where should I place these? Just put them on the ground. Thank you, Li Liusi replied, her eyes wide with surprise as she nodded. her humble gaze lifting slightly to furtively scrutinize this kind-hearted young man. When their eyes met, she hastily averted her gaze, avoiding Shen Lang's sight as if afflicted by social anxiety. Truly, she seemed socially anxious, he mused inwardly, reminiscent of his own former introverted self. When it comes to interacting with socially anxious individuals, Shen Lang held a unique perspective. By engaging with warmth and friendliness and expressing genuine goodwill, one could swiftly earn their favor. All right, I'll help you finish moving, he offered. Oh, really? You don't have to. It's no trouble at all. Once you move in, we'll be neighbors. Thank you. Haha. No need for thanks. Just treat me to a bottle of cola later. After Shen Lang assisted Li Liuxi in moving her belongings, she eagerly dashed downstairs to purchase a chilled cola. The nearest convenience store was at the roadside of the community. When she returned, her fair complexion was slightly flushed from the sun, and she presented the cola to Shen Lang with an air of triumph, exclaiming, "Thank you." "Not at all," he replied, slightly uncomfortable with the sight of a girl being so modest before him. He quickly accepted the icy beverage and opened it for a sip. Li Liuxi then retrieved a somewhat aged brown water bottle from her snakeskin bag and hurried to the bathroom to turn on the tap. Seated in the living room, Shen Lang could hear her gulping down water, indicating her intense thirst. Wow, is she really that frugal? He thought, astonished, hesitant to advise her against drinking tap water, fearing it might hurt her pride. He never expected that even in 2024, there were still such frugal girls who would skimp on a 3 yuan cola. After quenching her thirst, Li Liuxi emerged from the bathroom, standing silently at the doorway, creating an impression that she was not the tenant of the room, but rather Shen Lang himself. "I'm Shen Lang, a local, residing across from you," he initiated the conversation. "What about you? Where are you from?" "I'm Li Liuxi, originally from Gansu," she replied in a voice barely above a whisper, her body trembling slightly, seemingly unaccustomed to such a commonplace introduction. "Ahem, your room is quite nice," Shen Lang remarked, surveying the small space of less than 30 square meters with curiosity. "How much is the rent?" "It was originally 600, Li Liuxi smiled as she explained. "But the landlady said studying is tough, so she reduced it by 300. "I see, that's quite good," Shen Lang responded. Shen Lang found this girl to be exceedingly naive. Such preferential treatment is something that everyone knows should never be disclosed, especially in relation to other tenants. If the other tenants were to discover that Li Liuxi's rent of 600 had been reduced to 300 by Xia Shui, they would undoubtedly approach Xia Shui to negotiate a similar reduction. Alas, the moral fabric of society is deteriorating. After finishing his cola, Shen Lang tossed the empty bottle into the trash and intended to have a word with Xia Shui. However, just as he stood up, Li Liuxi approached the trash can, crouching down to retrieve the cola bottle. "What are you doing?" Shen Lang was taken aback by her puzzling action. I want to keep it to sell." Chapter 37. Once she enters society, she will undoubtedly encounter undesirable individuals. Selling bottles? Shen Lang was even more astonished, pondering what era this rural girl had traversed from. He had assumed that Li Liuxi had picked it up for the purpose of creating an art piece or perhaps for nurturing flowers, only to discover that it was merely for monetary gain. This single bottle could barely fetch a dime. How many bottles would she need to collect to exchange for an unopened bottle of cola? Perhaps realizing that her instinctive actions had startled Shen Lang, Li Liuxi stood there clutching the bottle, at a loss, resembling a child who had committed a misdeed. 1. Surprised inquiry. "My goodness. Do you not find it disgusting to rummage through the trash as a girl?" 2. Proud boast. "Silly girl, how much is this bottle worth? Clean it up. Dress nicely. I'll treat you to steak tonight." 3. Returning to his room to gather all the empty bottles and presenting them to her gently. "From now on, all bottles are yours." "Wait for me." Shen Lang decisively opted for the third choice. This option not only preserved Li Liuxi's dignity, but also allowed him to use the act of giving her bottles as an excuse to foster a closer relationship in the future. He returned to his room and collected every bottle he had carelessly tossed aside, placing them into a garbage bag. After rejoining Li Liuxi in her room, he handed her the overflowing bag. "I usually tend to be lazy and don't bother collecting these bottles to sell, so they are yours now," Shen Lang chuckled teasingly. "But remember, once you sell them, do share a bottle of cola with me." Li Liuxi stood there, momentarily dazed as she accepted the bag filled with empty bottles, her eyes inexplicably beginning to glisten. She slightly bent forward, bowing to Shen Lang, her voice trembling with emotion as she said, "Thank you. Thank you so much." Ding. Li Liuxi's affection for the host has increased by 5 points, currently at 10 points. "Please continue your efforts." "No need for thanks." In a certain sense, Shen Lang was genuinely taken aback. It was already 2024. How could there still be such impoverished individuals to show such profound gratitude for a few empty bottles? After bidding farewell to Li Liuxi, Shen Lang made his way to Building 3 and rang the doorbell of Xia Shui. Ming Ming, go open the door. Mommy can't get up, came the call from inside. Got it. The child's sweet voice drew nearer. As the security door gradually opened, a small girl peeked out. Gazing up at Shen Lang with a delightful and innocent expression, her face lighting up with a joyful smile. Mommy, it's Brother Shen, she exclaimed. Brother Shen has come. Xia Shui, on her yoga mat on the balcony, instantly wore a beaming smile upon hearing Shen Lang's arrival. She quickly paused her yoga session, rising to greet him. It was evident that both mother and daughter held a great fondness for this tall young man. Standing at the door, Shen Lang observed the approaching duo, feeling an inexplicable sense of paternal warmth. This sensation resembled that of a husband returning home after a long business trip, surprising his family with a delightful visit. Little Shen, what have you been up to lately? It has been ages since you last came to play with Ming Ming. The little girl clung to Shen Lang's leg, tilting her expectant face upward, yearning for his embrace. Alas, little Shen has matters to attend to. Shen Lang bent down to scoop the little girl into his arms, affectionately nuzzling her delicate nose. Hey, Ming Ming, have you gotten a bit chubby again? Hee, not at all. The little girl giggled joyfully, shaking her head and revealing her pearly white baby teeth. Xia Shui watched the tender scene with a warm smile, embodying the delight of an affectionate aunt. Little Shen, why not have lunch here today? I just returned from grocery shopping. Thank you, Sister Xia. Shen Lang nodded in agreement, but his gaze unexpectedly fell upon Xia Shui, who was clad only in yoga attire. Xia Shui stood barefoot on the carpet in the middle of the living room, her lustrous black hair pulled back, wearing a light yellow tank top and white yoga pants. Her fair waist, smooth and flat below the chest, showcased her alluring figure, perfectly accentuated by the snug-fitting attire. Due to her workout, her cheeks bore a faint blush, and a thin sheen of sweat adorned her forehead, exuding an inexplicable charm. Decades seemed to have left no mark on Xia Shui. The exposed skin beneath her yoga outfit remained as smooth and firm as that of a youthful maiden. Feeling the weight of Shen Lang's gaze upon her, Xia Shui felt a tinge of bashfulness, yet a surge of inexplicable pride welled within her. Despite being a mother of a certain age, to captivate a strapping young man was a testament to her well-preserved figure. Little rascal. Xia Shui playfully shot Shen Lang a glance, her heart swelling with satisfaction as she retreated to the bedroom to don a trench coat. With Ming Ming still at home, Xia Shui feared Shen Lang might lose control, reminiscent of their previous encounter. Re-emerging in the living room clad in her trench coat, she found Ming Ming nestled in Shen Lang's embrace, both of them joyfully engrossed in an animated show on the television. Xia Shui settled beside Shen Lang, playfully pinching her daughter's soft cheeks, and curiously inquired, Why did you come over so early today? Aren't you writing your novel? Well, it's like this. Shen Lang recounted his recent encounter with Li Liuxi, then sighed, It has been ages since I've seen such a frugal girl. Aside from my childhood days at my grandmother's in the countryside. Xia Shui replied with a hint of sympathy. That girl has had a tough life. Her parents passed away when she was very young, and she has been relying on her grandmother's meager assistance ever since. After finally getting into college, her grandmother suffered a stroke and is now hospitalized, racking up considerable medical expenses. She juggles working in a restaurant, caring for her grandmother, and attending classes. Life is incredibly hard for her. I see, Shen Lang murmured, grasping the reason behind Li Liuxi's thriftiness. University entails significant expenses, and with her grandmother hospitalized, likely accumulating debts for medical care, and having lost her parents at such a tender age. What options did she have but to save every penny while striving to complete her education? Wait a moment, Sister Xia, how do you know about these matters? Shen Lang inquired in astonishment. Didn't she just move in today? She told me herself yesterday when we were viewing the apartment. Xia Shui replied with a wry smile. Do you really believe it? It has been a long time since I encountered such a genuine girl. She answers every question with utmost honesty, so naively. Xiaoshen, since you live across from her, please look out for her whenever you have the chance, Xia Shui said earnestly. If possible, gently guide her regarding her personality. Otherwise, once she steps into society, she will undoubtedly encounter unworthy individuals. Chapter 38. We must buy one for little brother Shen too. With a thoughtful expression, Shen Lang gently ruffled the little girl's hair and pondered the reasons behind Li Liuxi's choice not to reside in the university dormitory. A month's stay in the dormitory would hardly exceed a modest sum of over 100 yuan, and given Li Liuxi's financial constraints, it seemed improbable that she would opt for external accommodation. Shen Lang surmised that she must have encountered a few rather unpleasant roommates, compelling her to seek refuge elsewhere. The female dormitories in universities often resemble a microcosm of human intrigue. When fortune smiles, one might find roommates who are relatively normal, engaging in delightful conversations and binge-watching shows together. Conversely, misfortune can lead to discord, with even the slightest matter, such as a pack of sanitary napkins, igniting fierce disputes. During his academic years, Shen Lang had even heard tales of dormitories with 4 girls, yet boasting over a dozen chat groups dedicated to venting frustrations. Li Liuxi's submissive and timid demeanor would undoubtedly render her vulnerable among eccentric roommates, making it challenging for her to avoid being ousted. Alas, the world sometimes operates in such a manner, though it ought not to. After lunch, Shen Lang accompanied the little girl in the living room as they watched animated shows. Summer Shi, having washed a plate of cherries for the two, cast a meaningful glance at Shen Lang before retreating to the bedroom with her phone, soon emerging once more. Ming, come here. Let mommy help you change your clothes. Teacher Li will be arriving shortly to pick you up, Summer Shi stated earnestly. Teacher Li mentioned that there is an important class this afternoon that you must attend. Oh no, the little girl protested, kicking her chubby legs and shaking her head in discontent. Today is Sunday, and the other kids aren't going. Be good, listen to me. Mommy will buy you a chocolate cake tonight, she coaxed. The little girl, like most children, had a penchant for sweets. Yet Summer Shi worried about her daughter's dental health, deeming such sugary treats a rare indulgence, perhaps only once a month. Upon hearing of the chocolate cake, the little girl perked up, weighing her options seriously between attending class and the sweet delight, before finally blinking and insisting. Then you must buy one for little brother Shen too. All right, we shall buy one for little brother Shen as well, Summer Shi replied with a smile, embracing the little girl as they headed to the bedroom to change clothes. Before leaving, she shot Shen Lang a flirtatious glance. Little Shen, please sit for a moment. I need you to take a look at my computer. It seems to be acting up again. Shen Lang felt his heart race as he swallowed hard, pondering whether he might be repairing something other than the computer. Minutes later, Mengming's piano tutor arrived to escort the little girl away. Ma, it is quite hot today, Summer Shi remarked as she returned from the elevator, shedding her oversized coat before Shen Lang, revealing her alluring figure that exuded the charm of a devoted wife. Aren't you feeling warm, little Shen? Not particularly, he replied, feeling inexplicably flustered as he nervously touched his nose. In the spacious room, only the two of them remained, enveloped in an unspoken understanding. The atmosphere suddenly became charged with an ambiguous allure, the cicadas outside emitting a particularly piercing and irritating shriek, while the liquid crystal television showcased a nature program narrated by the esteemed Zhao Zhongxiang. Spring had arrived, heralding the season of animal reproduction. In recent times, I had been diligent in my workouts. Xia Shi sat beside Shen Lang, her head slightly bowed, bravely grasping his large hand, and timidly inquired, "Do you think my figure has improved?" Although Xia Shi had reached a certain age, she did not indulge in extravagant pleasures like some of her wealthy friends. Thus, she remained somewhat ignorant in this realm, given her limited experiences. Coupled with the inherent modesty of women, she secretly hoped Shen Lang would take the initiative. "Ah, I just remembered that I have soup simmering at home, so I must return," he said, evading the moment. "Be direct, tackle her onto the sofa and treat her roughly. Take it slow, compliment her figure, initiate some physical contact. And when the atmosphere is right, make your move. Indeed, it's no wonder your figure is so splendid, Xiajia." Shen Lang's hands caressed her smooth and slender waist. "So you practice yoga regularly? Your waist is even slimmer than that of some celebrities." "Really?" Xia Shuyi asked eagerly, a mixture of shyness and pride swelling within her. "Absolutely." Shen Lang released her delicate waist and lifted her slender legs into his embrace. "Especially your legs. They are more enchanting than those of many university students." Xia Shuyi's legs were exquisitely maintained, the fair skin glowing with a rosy hue, devoid of any roughness, and when held in his palms, they felt akin to warm, precious jade. For Shen Lang, who had a particular fondness for legs, this was irresistibly alluring. Alas, the only disappointment was that her delicate feet were not adorned with sheer stockings. Of course, that would be absurd flattery. Xia Shui shyly averted her gaze. Yet she occasionally stole glances at this man so captivated by her feet. It was her first experience of a man so intimately enjoying her legs. Her husband had never indulged her in such a manner. As Shen Lang's hands gradually ascended, she quivered as if struck by an electric jolt. Shen Lang found his mind utterly blank, devoid of any thoughts, as he swept Xia Shui into his arms and dashed toward the bedroom. Chapter 39. One can only say that being wealthy is truly wonderful. Good evening, Dear viewers, welcome to the evening news broadcast. At precisely 7 o'clock, the LCD television in the living room illuminates with the evening news program. The once restless bedroom gradually settles into tranquility, akin to the calm after a tempest. Ding! Xia Shiyi's affection for the host has increased by 20 points, now reaching 85 points. Please continue your efforts. Oh, my little ancestor, you truly have me at your mercy. On the disheveled bed, Xia Shiyi is breathless, lying atop Shen Lang, gasping for air as if she were a fish on the verge of dehydration. In contrast, Shen Lang appears unfazed, gently toying with Xia Shiyi's disordered hair. Shen Lang had anticipated a fierce battle, but to his surprise, with the aid of the enhancement liquid, his prowess matches that of the exceptionally strong Xia Shiyi. There is a saying, isn't there? It goes, in the prime of youth, encountering the most formidable you. You little rascal, do you wish to exhaust me? Xia Shiyi playfully chided Shen Lang with a satisfied yet indulgent smile. From 11 in the morning until now, Shen Lang has rekindled within Xia Shiyi the feelings of love and being loved, akin to the joy of a withered tree blossoming anew in spring. Isn't it said online that there are only overworked oxen, not depleted fields? Shen Lang feigned curiosity. Could it be that, dear sister, you are unlike other women? Never mind. You are simply too extraordinary. Xia Shiyi reclined on Shen Lang, contentedly listening to the robust rhythm of his heartbeat. Let me rest for a moment. The room fell silent, with the hum of the air conditioning distinctly audible. An increase of 20 points, indeed. Shen Lang stroked Xia Shiyi's tousled hair, pondering, no wonder it is said that the path to a woman's heart is. Little Shen, is this truly all right for us? Xia Shiyi lifted her head, unable to mask her guilt. I am already so much older, and you are merely in your 20s. It feels unfair to you. 1. With a carefree smile, Sister Xia. If you feel guilty, just transfer a few million to me and treat me like a duck. 2. Leaning closer, teasingly. I don't feel that way at all. Especially not this afternoon. You were simply enchanting. 3. Nonchalantly, Sister, don't overthink it. Isn't it said well online? 100 years is too long. We only strive for the present. How could I not feel that way? Shen Lang, supporting Xia Shiyi's curvaceous figure, sat up and embraced her slender waist, drawing her voluptuous form into his arms, speaking softly. You are utterly captivating, especially this afternoon. How annoying. You just know how to flatter me like a child. Xia Shiyi replied, her joy evident as she shyly cast a glance at Shen Lang, nestling comfortably in his embrace, embodying the essence of a cherished woman. At that moment, the phone on the bedside table rang. It was Meng Meng, the piano teacher, calling. Meng Meng is downstairs. Let us hurry and get dressed. After Xia Shiyi hung up the phone, she nestled affectionately in Shen Lang's embrace. Stay here for dinner tonight. You must come often in the future. I can't bear to be apart from you, my little mischief maker. Well, when I have the time, this glutton will come to mooch off you, Sister Xia. Shen Lang did not decline, leaning in for an eager kiss on Xia Shiyi's rosy lips. Moreover, after dinner, I intend to tease you, my beautiful chef. Humph, you little rascal. A glimmer of anticipation flashed in Xia Shiyi's lovely eyes as she pushed herself up using Shen Lang's sturdy chest, trembling slightly as she began to dress. Just as they finished putting on their clothes, Meng Meng was brought upstairs by her piano teacher. Upon opening the door, a bespectacled woman stood at the entrance, holding Meng Meng's hand. Meng Meng joyfully bounced in, carrying 2 boxes of chocolate cake, and handed one to Shen Lang. This is for you, little brother Shen. No, you should keep it for yourself. Shen Lang gently declined, shaking his hand. I've already had some, and eating more would give me cavities. Then, the little girl hesitated, looking at the 2 boxes of chocolate cake in her hands, her eyes turning hopefully towards Xia Shiyi. Mommy, can I eat both boxes? Absolutely not. Xia Shiyi took the chocolate cake and replied earnestly, even little brother Shen wouldn't dare to eat 2 boxes. Aren't you worried about ruining your teeth? All right then. The little girl pouted in disappointment but quickly brightened up, saying, little brother Shen, today I flew a kite at the beach. Typically, she would finish her piano lessons by 5 in the afternoon. However, earlier that day, Xia Shiyi had explicitly instructed Teacher Li to keep Meng Meng a little longer. After class, Teacher Li took the little girl for a stroll along Jiangbin Road and even bought her 2 boxes of chocolate cake. Thank you for your help this afternoon, Teacher Li. Xia Shiyi urged, since it's so late, why not stay for dinner? No, thank you. My grandmother has already prepared dinner, and she was just urging me to return home to eat. Teacher Li declined with a smile. It was evident to anyone that she wouldn't linger as a third wheel in this intimate setting. She could only envy Xia Shui for having found such a handsome and upright man. One could only say that having wealth was truly advantageous. Even after a divorce and raising a child, one could still find such a robust and charming young man. After Teacher Li departed, Xia Shui changed into casual clothes and headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Shen Lang and Ming Ming sat on the sofa, watching television, feeding the chubby little girl bites of chocolate cake with a plastic spoon. Around 8 o'clock, Xia Shui finally finished cooking. As usual, Ming Ming brought over her cartoon stool, bouncing joyfully to sit beside Shen Lang. Shen Lang playfully rubbed the lively little girl's head, lifting his hand to wipe the chocolate crumbs from the corner of her mouth. Watching this warm scene, Xia Shui couldn't help but reflect on something. As she passed the balcony with chopsticks in hand, her gaze drifted toward a family in the opposite building, who were also enjoying a lively dinner together. In her daily life, the orphan Xia Shui deeply admired this family, perceiving them as extraordinarily blissful and content. As she watched them enjoy their meal from the balcony across the way, observing Shen Lang's tender demeanor towards his daughter filled her heart with a burgeoning sense of happiness. As the evening news concluded, the beloved teacher Zhao Zhongxiang's Man and Nature began to air once more. The territorial instincts of tigers are notably stringent. This particular white tiger resided in the depths of the jungle with her newly born cubs. Hearing the familiar narration, Shen Lang cast a playful glance at Xia Shui. Initially taken aback, she soon seemed to recall something, playfully scolding Shen Lang with a sideways glance, her cheeks slightly flushed as she focused on her meal. Chapter 40. The Ingenious Use of Band-Aids. The weather in September was exceptionally sweltering, as if one were ensconced within a furnace, with waves of heat permeating the air, rendering one breathless and uncomfortable. This oppressive climate posed a lethal threat to the frail homebodies. The air conditioning in Shen Lang's room never ceased its operation, standing ready 24 hours a day, while the refrigerator was stocked with an abundance of chilled beverages, ensuring he wouldn't have to venture out into the scorching sun for a refreshment. Shen Lang had abandoned the notion of continuing his novel. He found himself at a loss for what to do next, with over 1,000,000 yuan sitting idly in his pocket. As a rather ordinary recluse, he was utterly oblivious to investments or similar pursuits. He resolved to socialize more with Xia Shui in the future, hoping to enhance her favorability towards him, to unveil the treasures that the so-called treasure chest might hold, before making any decisions. In the late afternoon, around 5 o'clock, within the ice-cold confines of his room, Shen Lang was about to indulge in a couple of games when a distinctive WeChat notification from Su Lishuan chimed in. The message read, "Piggy peeking emoji, what are you up to?" Piggy was the affectionate moniker Shen Lang had bestowed upon Su Lishuan. She possessed a unique aura reminiscent of a cherished memory from his school days, and when Shen Lang first met her, he was quite introverted and socially anxious. To him, Su Lishuan was like a lively and cheerful fairy, intruding upon his goblin-like gloomy existence. Just awakening. I've just gotten up. I'm about to start writing. Through the system's rigorous training, Shen Lang had gleaned considerable insight into interacting with women. In such moments, when a girlfriend inquires about her boyfriend's activities, it is merely an invitation for conversation and companionship. While the boyfriend might concoct any excuse, he must never confess to preparing to play games. Otherwise, the girlfriend might feel that he would rather engage in gaming than chat with her, questioning her significance in his heart. With his girlfriend reaching out, Shen Lang astutely closed the game. I recall you're about to commence military training, right? Have you prepared everything you need? Don't forget to protect your skin from tanning. The fairy replied, of course, I'm all set. Look at the marvelous items I've purchased. They are all essential for military training. Shen Lang opened the screenshot Su Lishuan sent, revealing an array of items: sunscreen, a water bottle, heat relief medication, insoles, cooling spray, and even band-aids. While I understand the other items, what purpose do the band-aids serve? Surely there won't be significant injuries during military training? Shen Lang recalled that during his own military training, many girls in his class had mysteriously procured numerous band-aids, yet he had never witnessed any injuries among them, nor had those band-aids ever been utilized. After a brief pause, the reply came, Humph, I want to tell you, something seems amiss. Shen Lang's intuition suggested that these seemingly innocuous band-aids were far from ordinary. He promptly searched the internet for the phrase, why do girls buy so many band-aids during military training? To his astonishment, he discovered an entirely unexpected use. After perusing the explanations online, Shen Lang couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. It is truly astonishing how such a seemingly insignificant adhesive bandage can possess such immense utility. One cannot help but feel a tinge of envy. Just as Shen Lang found himself lost in contemplation, Su Lishuan sent yet another Douyin video. Upon opening it, he was greeted by the sight of Su Lishuan clad in green, serenading a gathering of students seated on the grass, engaged in military training. This performance segment was customary during military drills, a practice Shen Lang himself had experienced. It typically involved instructors selecting a few students to showcase their talents, thereby alleviating the tense atmosphere while fostering camaraderie among the freshmen. In the video, Su Lishuan stood at the center of the crowd, playfully coaxed by a handful of girls. As she introduced herself, she removed her military cap, unveiling a strikingly beautiful visage. Although her baggy training uniform concealed her slender figure, the allure of her youthful appearance captivated the onlooking boys, who exchanged astonished glances and murmurs of admiration. Su Lishuan delivered a heartfelt rendition of A Little Luck, her melodious voice enchanting the audience and leaving the boys entranced. The video amassed an impressive number of likes, exceeding several tens of thousands, with the comments predominantly inquiring about the identity of this remarkable girl. Fairy girl, how did I perform? Was it pleasant to hear? 1. Darling, your singing is truly delightful. To have a girlfriend like you is a blessing from my past life. 2. It was passable, perhaps a third of my shower singing prowess. 3. What is going on? It's not even New Year yet. Why do I hear a pig being slaughtered? The third option was utterly dismissive. Had it been the old Shen Lang, he might have been inclined to select the first response, dripping with sycophantic admiration. However, the current Shen Lang felt an inexplicable aversion to such remarks, his brows knitting together in distaste. Indeed, sycophants are a wretched breed. Not bad, just mediocre. Perhaps a third of my shower singing skills, he mused. Su Lishuan evidently grasped the humor in this quip. Ha ha ha, you certainly know how to boast. I find that hard to believe. Ding. Su Lishuan's affection for the host has increased by 2 points, currently standing at 32 points. Please continue your efforts. Chapter 41. Why is it that no one believes in honesty these days? The two engaged in a delightful conversation for several minutes when Su Lishuan suddenly typed a complaint. Shen Lang, my roommate and best friend have been incessantly pestering me to introduce you to them, insisting on screening you for me. Upon seeing this expression of grievance, Shen Lang nearly misconstrued Su Lishuan's intentions, mistakenly believing she wished to keep him away from her friends. A girl who genuinely has a boyfriend and harbors true affection for him would never conceal him from her acquaintances. When a couple has just solidified their relationship, the woman is often eager to present her boyfriend to her friends, seeking their blessings. Gentlemen, take note. If your girlfriend is reluctant to publicly introduce you as her boyfriend among her circle of friends, there are typically 2 underlying reasons. Firstly, your qualities may not yet meet her standards. She may simply be confirming the relationship for now, intending to introduce you only once you have improved in her eyes. Secondly, even if she has acknowledged the relationship, she may not truly hold you in high regard, potentially feeling embarrassed to introduce you to her friends. As for Su Lishuan's expression of grievance, it was merely a test of Shen Lang's willingness. If they wish to meet me, then I shall gladly oblige. Shen Lang responded generously, I am not a secret. As long as you are free, I can visit you anytime. Really? Su Lishuan quickly replied. Once our military training concludes, let us treat them to a meal together, to spare ourselves from their incessant teasing. All right, I'll make the arrangements. You just need to bring them along. Great. By the way, Shen Lang, send me your address. I recently came across a lovely silver necklace on Douyin that I would like to purchase for you. While you could get a pink one for me. What do you think? Certainly. Just send me the link and address. Okay, I have sent it. For now, I shall take my leave to shower. The adhesive bandage is quite uncomfortable. As soon as Su Lishuan typed this, she immediately retracted her message. Did you see that? The adhesive bandage was a remedy passed down by senior students. After all, enduring several days of vigorous activity in coarse green uniforms could lead to uncomfortable friction, which could be quite embarrassing for a girl. At such times, the effectiveness of the adhesive bandage becomes apparent. 1. I didn't see anything. What did you retract? 2. Send her the address so she can mail the adhesive bandages. We can brew tea with them. 3. Where is the adhesive bandage placed? Can you elaborate? Shen Lang sent his delivery address to Su Lishuan. This is my address. How many days will it take to arrive? He mistakenly thought she had seen his previous message. Su Lishuan, relieved by his response, instinctively tugged at her loose green uniform and replied, As for the necklace, I have already placed the order. It should arrive in about 3 days. I was referring to the adhesive bandage. The subsequent phrase is intended for a playful exchange, and even someone as unconventional as Shen Lang would hesitate to express it openly. Naturally, such flirtatious banter, laden with ambiguity, must be employed judiciously in the context of a romantic relationship, as the partner may perceive their boyfriend's eccentricity as excessive, thereby diminishing their fondness. However, given that the two had already shared a prolonged kiss by Nanting Lake, and Shen Lang had even dared to touch her, such remarks would not incite displeasure. Rather, they would merely serve to lower her defenses in that aspect. When they next ventured out on a date, Shen Lang would find himself with even greater liberties to act upon his impulses. Yet, even this brief exchange left Su Lishuan blushing profusely, unable to resist recalling the intimate moments they shared at Nanting Lake. Pouting playfully, she bombarded him with a series of teasing emojis, her heart racing as she declared, "Pervert, I'm not chatting with you anymore. I'm going to take a shower." With an enigmatic smile, Shen Lang opened the link to the necklace Su Lishuan had sent, only to discover it was not an ordinary piece, but rather a couple's necklace. How pridefully coy of her. There was no harm in expressing such sentiments. He shook his head in amusement before purchasing the pink necklace she had mentioned, a wave of inexplicable satisfaction swelling within him. In high school, Shen Lang often witnessed female classmates crafting tiny stars for the boys they admired. During university, he frequently observed girls presenting various mementos to their male counterparts. After graduating and returning home, he dreaded opening his social media on couple-centric holidays, as it was inundated with boyfriends flaunting the gifts their girlfriends had bestowed upon them. Each time he consumed this metaphorical dog food, he, like every other single soul, felt a twinge of envy, yearning to encounter a girl who would reciprocate their affections. At this very moment, Shen Lang found himself in the presence of a girl whose eyes sparkled with affection for him. In the past, the socially anxious and introverted Shen Lang would have never dared to entertain such thoughts. It is not an exaggeration to say that he once believed he was unworthy of such simple happiness, let alone that of the campus belle of Zhuhai University. He often pondered whether, had he not approached Su Lishuan on that day while buying chestnuts, they might have remained strangers, mere passers-by in each other's lives. As the saying goes, those who are handsome have partners, and those who are less so have partners too. It is only those who cower within their own internal world who truly do not deserve companionship. Reflecting on this, Shen Lang opened the Douyin videos Su Lishuan had sent and perused the comment section. Wow, I'm smitten. Even this unattractive military training uniform cannot overshadow my wife's brilliance. May I ask which university this is? What is this girl's name? I'm eagerly awaiting a response. To the commenter above, this is Zhuhai University, and the girl is a freshman, Su Lishuan, still single. The thought of such a beautiful girl eventually sharing a bed with another guy makes me stomp my feet in frustration here in Guangdong. Still single? As the comments from these individuals flooded in, Shen Lang observed without a trace of jealousy, even boastingly typing, "Why is everyone praising her? I find her rather unimpressive. She even bites when kissing." Moments later, Shen Lang's rather audacious comment on YY garnered numerous replies from infatuated admirers. After reviewing, "You undoubtedly have the most grandiose claims. I can attest, I am the campus beauty, Su Lishuan. Those with ulterior motives, stand back. Do not allow this fellow to savor any sweet moments. The ones with ulterior motives should step forward first." With a sense of triumph, Shen Lang mused, TSK, why is it that in this day and age, no one believes in the truth? Chapter 42. Who is the most beautiful? By the time Su Lishuan finished her military training, it was already late September, and the weather remained astonishingly hot. Even when a gentle breeze occasionally swept through, it carried with it a stifling warmth. Aside from the industrious construction workers braving the scorching sun, few students were inclined to meander about the campus during the day. It was only at nightfall, or when a slight chill graced the air, that the freshmen emerged, curiously exploring the unfamiliar territory of their new university. With a stroke of luck, one might even encounter a few pairs of wild mandarin ducks in the little woods by the artificial lake. On a sweltering afternoon, within the confines of the female dormitory, Su Lishuan's roommates were adorned and dressed, preparing to meet the campus belle's boyfriend, who had been hidden away for nearly a month. Su Lishuan's roommates boasted commendable looks and figures. Among them, Yi Xinxin stood out, her beauty and physique rivaling that of Su Lishuan. Yi Xinxin donned a refreshing chestnut-colored lace top, which appeared to have been tailored to accentuate her delicate collarbones and subtly hint at her curves, while also revealing a glimpse of her smooth abdomen. Complementing this, she wore a vintage blue denim pleated skirt, cinched at the waist with a brown leather belt, unabashedly showcasing her long, sun-kissed legs, which captivated the attention of passers-by. Her exquisite face was adorned with a slightly mature makeup look, perfectly aligning with her bold attire, making her seem less like a freshman and more akin to a rebellious girl frequenting nightclubs. However, Yixin was rather introverted, rarely appearing before other students during her downtime, thus inadvertently serving as a backdrop to Su Lishuan's brilliance. Even if someone had encountered Yixin's beauty and approached her for contact information, she would merely smile and state that she already had a boyfriend. For this well-versed internet vixen, boys were mere distractions. Her standards for romantic partners were unconventional, even peculiar, and she had only shared them with her close friend, Su Lishuan, as ordinary boys simply did not meet her criteria. Su Lishuan frequently teased her best friend about her bizarre expectations. Today marked the first day following the arduous military training, as well as the commencement of a 7-day holiday. Zhuhai University, situated in the precious urban landscape of Jianhai City, held a respectable reputation, classified as a university of moderate to high standing, having produced several notable individuals who graced the pages of newspapers. The entrance of Zhuhai University was bustling with students clad in uniforms, their skin tanned from the sun, while many parents arrived in cars to fetch their children home for the festival. Most of these were parents of freshmen. By the time students reached their second or third year, not only were parents reluctant to visit, but the students themselves often felt disinclined to travel long distances back home. As Su Lishuan and her roommates made their grand appearance at the university gate, they immediately attracted the attention of numerous students and parents alike. Several parents inquired if their children recognized the girl who had recently sung on Douyin. Summer was indeed a season for girls to unabashedly showcase their figures and individualities. At the entrance of the campus, most girls donned short skirts, revealing their long, graceful legs, elegantly embodying the allure and charm of femininity. Su Lishuan also opted for a rather breezy outfit today. Dressed in a white t-shirt adorned with a cartoon depiction of Mickey Mouse and light blue denim shorts, she showcased a pair of slender, sun-kissed legs. Particularly captivating was her face, illuminated by a sweet, anticipatory smile shared with her roommates, which drew the attention of numerous boys. For many, the epitome of their first love was embodied in such a cheerful and enchanting girl. Even with a slight tan, she was already regarded as one of the campus beauties at Zhuhai University, a cherished figure among countless boys, often referred to as their unattainable dream. However, rumors circulated around the campus that Su Lishuan was already in a relationship, though she had never confirmed this, leaving some boys clinging to a glimmer of hope. Just a few days ago, when the boys spotted the pink necklace around Su Lishuan's neck, the campus forum erupted in lamentations, as many boys expressed their heartbreak. It was confirmed that the necklace she wore was indeed the most popular couple's necklace available on Douyin, worth several hundred yuan, symbolizing that this coveted dream girl had been claimed by another. "Shen, has your beau arrived yet? It's so hot," Yixin exclaimed while shielding herself from the blazing sun. "Yes, your beau," Su Lishuan retorted playfully. Her cheeks tinged with a hint of blush as she playfully tugged at her friend's mouth, while a few roommates stifled their laughter nearby. After a moment's frolic, Su Lishuan added, "He said he's on the way and will be here soon." At that moment, a silver Mercedes appeared at the end of the street, and Su Lishuan eagerly waved, calling out, "He's here." Her roommates quickly followed her gaze, eager to see the boy who had managed to win over the campus beauty of Zhuhai University. Yixin nodded in approval, commenting, "Oh, a Mercedes. Seems like he has a bit of money." As Shen Lang parked beside them and stepped out of the car, Su Lishuan couldn't help but complain. "Why did you take so long? It's scorching out here." "There was traffic. This road is filled with cars picking up kids," he replied gently, wiping the fine sheen of sweat from Su Lishuan's forehead while playfully grasping her slightly tanned arm, a mix of amusement and tenderness in his expression. "You've gotten quite dark. Couldn't you have asked for a leave from the instructor? Most girls in my class did during military training." "Oh, please." "None of the girls in our class took leave, so I felt embarrassed to ask for special treatment," Su Lishuan pouted, her face still adorned with a smile of reliance. Her gaze suddenly fell upon the silver necklace around Shen Lang's neck. "Hey, isn't the necklace I chose quite lovely?" It's decent," he replied, noticing that she was also wearing the pink necklace he had gifted her. "Excuse me, could you consider our feelings for a moment?" Yixin interjected, exasperated by their affectionate banter. "With this blazing sun, can we please get in the car? Once inside, you can undress and chat all you want. I have no objections." Realizing her roommates and best friend were waiting, Su Lishuan blushed slightly and hastily introduced them. "These are my roommates, and this is my best friend, Yixin." When introducing Shen Lang, Su Lishuan somewhat haughtily replied, "His name is Shen Lang, as you all know, so I shall not elaborate further. Shen Lang gazed at the group of lovely ladies, and instantly, a series of prompts emerged in his mind. 1. Friendly compliment. Hee hee, each one of you is so lovely. It seems my luck is quite favorable today. 2. Disdainful inquiry. Don't you all possess a bit of awareness? Don't you know how to hail a cab? Do you not understand the essence of a romantic world for two? 3. Eager invitation. TSK, TSK, you all look splendid. Let us venture to the seaside. I shall rent a yacht, and we can celebrate together. Hello, everyone. Shen Lang greeted amicably, then swiftly surveyed the faces of his roommates, smiling as he complimented. Each of you is so beautiful. It appears my luck is quite blessed today. His roommates exchanged shy smiles, feeling a surge of happiness within. No girl would disdain a boy complimenting her beauty, which is a primary reason for the prevalence of infatuated admirers. Complimenting a girl must be situationally appropriate. Otherwise, mindless flattery can lead one to become an obsequious admirer. Yi Xinshin's eyes sparkled mischievously as a playful smile graced her lips. So, Shen Lang, aside from your girlfriend, who do you think is the most beautiful? Chapter 43. Truly, my good friend. This seemingly straightforward question conceals hidden perils. Boys with lower emotional intelligence often fail to grasp the gravity of such inquiries. When faced with this dilemma, most boys will candidly respond, they are both beautiful. While this answer suffices, the girl posing the question will undoubtedly insist that a choice must be made. Once a girl asks such a question, regardless of which girl the boy deems the most attractive, he inevitably offends the others to some extent. To complicate matters, some girls may even demand that the boy rank the girls based on their looks. Naturally, such demands are rather excessive. Only the most foolish of girls would pose such a question. Yet, Shen Lang remains undaunted, for he possesses an advantage. 1. Rigorous demand. I cannot discern your beauty through your clothing. Perhaps you should remove them for my review. 2. Candid response. Both of them are quite lovely. Feigning indifference as he sizes up the questioner. You, on the other hand, had I not encountered Su Lishuan, I might have pursued you instead. 3. Approaches to deliver a playful slap, curious to see if she will react. Both of them are indeed beautiful. Shen Lang readily provides his answer, deliberately pausing as he inspects Yi Xinshin with an air of disdain. You, well. The two roommates exchanged glances. A mix of excitement and awkwardness as they turned to Yi Xinshin. Shen Lang's scrutinizing demeanor felt less than amiable. Was he implying Yi Xinshin was unattractive? That would certainly shatter the previously amicable atmosphere. And what about me? Yi Xinshin arched an eyebrow, her grip on her bag tightening as she forced a strained smile and inquired, What do you think of me? Hee, had I not met Lishuan. Shen Lang teased with a grin, I might have pursued you first. Ah, how dare you? As soon as Shen Lang's words fell, Su Lishuan, in a huff, playfully jabbed him. She is my best friend. Just kidding. Don't hit me. Shen Lang chuckled, dodging Su Lishuan's playful punches while urging, All right. Let us get in the car and enjoy the air conditioning. It's rather warm outside. Observing the playful interaction between the two, the roommates were initially taken aback, then unexpectedly burst into laughter. Su Lishuan's boyfriend is genuinely impressive. The girls climbed into the car, their earlier awkwardness dissipating in light of Shen Lang's impeccable response, creating a lively and cheerful atmosphere. Shen Lang pointed to the red plastic bag beside Su Lishuan, which contained several bottles of chilled beverages and some at room temperature. Lishuan, please share the drinks with your friends. Sure. Su Lishuan paid no mind to Shen Lang's jest. Everyone understood it was a playful remark. With a beaming smile, she distributed the drinks to her roommates while opting for a bottle of room temperature beverage herself. Too bad I can't have anything cold. Shen Lang muttered under his breath. When did you meet Lishuan? Where are you from? Shen Lang. Eager to engage him in conversation, the roommates clutched their icy drinks. Shen Lang was undeniably handsome, and his physique appeared quite appealing. However, such boys are plentiful at Zhuhai University. In comparison to physical appearance, women tend to gravitate towards men with a humorous and witty disposition. Of course, this excludes those whose looks are so unappealing that they cannot be tolerated. Even if such individuals possess a sense of humor, they would merely be deemed as comedic fodder. Observing her housemates' infatuated expressions, Su Lishuan felt a pang of discontent. Had she known, she would not have brought Shen Lang out to meet this group. This fellow is quite something. The seasoned internet seductress, Yi Xinshin, sat in the back and scrutinized Shen Lang's handsome profile, nodding in unspoken admiration. Having been best friends with Su Lishuan for several years, she would not intentionally make things difficult for her friend's boyfriend. Recently, Su Lishuan's attention had been wholly consumed by Shen Lang, which stirred a twinge of jealousy in Yi Xinxin, prompting her to consider a subtle challenge for Shen Lang. However, she was taken aback by how effortlessly Shen Lang handled her intricate test, even managing to turn the tables on her. Yi Xinxin was convinced that his prowess was unequivocally superior to her own. Ding. Li Xiaoqiao's affinity for the host has increased by 20 points. Currently at 48 points. Please continue your efforts. Ding. Fong Lily's affinity for the host has increased by 10 points. Currently at 35 points. Please continue your efforts. Ding. Yu Xinxin's affinity for the host has increased by 2 points. Currently at 7 points. Please continue your efforts. Shen Lang treated Su Lishuan's housemates to a sumptuous seafood feast and spent the afternoon exploring the renowned Pearl Tower in Jia High City. By evening, they contemplated returning home. Shen Lang, let us exchange contact information. Yes, Shen Lang, next time we have some free time, you should take us out again. After a day of interaction, Su Lishuan's friends were genuinely envious of her charming and handsome boyfriend. Even with Su Lishuan by his side, they felt emboldened to request Shen Lang's contact details. Some housemates even entertained the audacious thought of launching an immediate pursuit upon acquiring his WeChat. Shen Lang, naturally, relished the moment. But not merely due to being surrounded by several young women. Rather, he delighted in the substantial financial rewards accumulating in his account. Over the course of the afternoon, with the assistance of the system, Shen Lang amassed over 800,000 in cash rewards from Su Lishuan's friends. Aside from the resilient Yi Xinxin, who maintained a mere 7 points, the other two housemates experienced a meteoric rise in their affections for Shen Lang. One, named Li Xiaoqiao, a girl with a cute bun hairstyle, had her affinity for him soar to an astonishing 48 points. Shen Lang mused that if he were to add her on WeChat, a simple phone conversation might lead to an enticing rendezvous at a hotel where they could explore the profound intricacies of life. Nonetheless, he would not stoop to such a lowly pursuit. The rapid increase in affection from such a girl suggested a rather open character. With a campus beauty like Su Lishuan as his girlfriend, who would dare to risk such trivial pursuits? No, that simply wouldn't do. Shen Lang is my boyfriend. Su Lishuan boldly claimed her territory by wrapping her arms around Shen Lang, proudly asserting, as long as Shen Lang has my contact information, that suffices. How stingy. Pouted the two roommates, yet they felt helpless, for he was indeed her boyfriend. All right, let's call a cab to head back, Yi Xinxin said lazily, stretching her arms. They finally found their little world together. Let's not intrude. Upon hearing this, Su Lishuan immediately cast a grateful glance at Yi Xinxin. Truly, you are a wonderful best friend. Yi Xinxin earnestly instructed Shen Lang. We entrust Lishuan to you. However, should you dare to let her down. She raised her hand, mimicking a scissor motion. The implication unmistakable. After observing for an afternoon, Yi Xinxin found this young man to be quite commendable, as he genuinely cared for her dear friend. Yet, his exceptional conversational skills left her feeling somewhat unsettled. In just a single afternoon, her roommates had become utterly enchanted by Shen Lang. And even she found her own heart wavering. Who knows what kind of life this fellow leads outside? Nevertheless, with such a stunning campus beauty as his girlfriend, surely he wouldn't be seeking attention elsewhere, she mused silently. Chapter 44. Who is tempting you? If you don't return tonight, remember to take safety precautions. Yu Xinxin hailed a taxi and, before getting in, playfully teased Su Lishuan. As I mentioned before, I certainly don't want to be a godmother in my freshman year. The two sisters had shared a deep bond since middle school, inseparable except for their boyfriends, and their friendship was exceptionally strong. They had once promised each other that whoever had children first would have the other as their godmother. By making such a declaration in front of so many people, Yu Xinxin indirectly acknowledged Shen Lang. The approval of a girlfriend's close friend holds significance comparable to that of her parents. Shen Lang nodded earnestly, wrapping one arm around Su Lishuan's slender waist. I'll make it my duty to keep a watchful eye on her. Su Lishuan initially felt a bit shy, but when she saw Shen Lang's earnest expression, she smiled sweetly and tightened her grip on his hand. Like many girls experiencing their first love, she believed every promise made by the boy she liked. Shen Lang's seemingly hollow assurances held no substantial weight. Yet she relished hearing them and even wished he would express more. This explains why some romantic declarations, often perceived as awkward or cheesy by outsiders, are cherished by girls. For those experiencing their first love, they wholeheartedly invest themselves, constantly envisioning their future together. In simpler terms, this is the phenomenon of being infatuated. Only after enduring heartbreak do girls become cautious about such promises. Ah, the youth is teachable, Yu Xinxin nodded in satisfaction, taking her two reluctant roommates with her as they departed in the taxi. Let us head to the parking lot and get the car. Shen Lang gently swung Su Lishuan's hand and eagerly suggested, "How about we catch a movie tonight? The one after midnight." Su Lishuan, still basking in the sweet atmosphere, became alert upon hearing after midnight and squinted suspiciously, asking, "Are you trying to trick me into going to a hotel after the movie?" In today's world, girls are quite astute, with the plethora of relationship anecdotes and tutorial videos online. Even the most innocent girls understand what it signifies to watch a movie past midnight with a boy. "What do you mean by trick?" Shen Lang shamelessly countered. "This is merely a long-standing affair, naturally progressing." "Ugh, you boys are all the same, always thinking about these things," Su Lishuan retorted, her cheeks flushed, while her mind began to spiral with confusion. When it came to such matters, her understanding was somewhat ambiguous. However, she was not entirely naive. She had watched educational films in bed with her close friends and absorbed some knowledge, albeit not without a sense of nervousness and trepidation when faced with real-life situations. "I find myself unable to indulge in icy beverages today, and I also happen to have forgotten my identification card." Su Lishuan, her voice as soft as a whisper, quietly observed Shen Lang's reaction. "Eh? What on earth is going on, Su Lishuan?" Shen Lang teased with feigned surprise. "How long have we known each other? Are you already yearning for my company? As a lady, could you not exhibit a bit more restraint? Who is yearning for you?" Su Lishuan, realizing she had been outmaneuvered, retorted with a flushed face, "It was you who brought it up." Caught in such an ambiguous misunderstanding, the innocent Su Lishuan felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. In her eagerness to defend herself, her adorable little canines peeked out, presenting a fierce yet charming appearance. "Haha, then I shall express my yearning for you." Shen Lang chuckled at Su Lishuan's reaction. "Shall I escort you back to school after the movie? You are simply insufferable." Su Lishuan pouted, playfully pinching Shen Lang's waist before contentedly leaning against his arm. Having decided to watch the midnight film, the two took their time strolling aimlessly along the bustling streets, delaying their trip to the parking lot. In the afternoon, they dined at the Oriental Pearl City in the Pudong New area. Unbeknownst to them, they found themselves at the most renowned tourist attraction in Jiahai City, beneath the Pearl Tower. This towering structure, one of Jianghai's iconic landmarks, stands proudly by the Huangpu River, surveying the city's splendor and vitality. As night fell, the Oriental Pearl Tower illuminated, shining like the brightest star in the night sky. Beneath the tower, tourists and local residents mingled in abundance. "Shen Lang, let us take a photograph," Su Lishuan said, gently swaying as she clung to his arm, her affectionate gesture indicating that she had truly come to regard him as her boyfriend. "Very well," Shen Lang acquiesced. Following Su Lishuan's lead, he lifted her delicate, fair hand and directed it towards the sparkling Oriental Pearl Tower. Su Lishuan's photography skills were commendable. She swiftly encapsulated this romantic moment with her phone. How did it turn out? Su Lishuan shared the photo with Shen Lang, her sweet face alight with anticipation as she playfully sought his approval. "Not bad. Perhaps a third of what I could manage back in my prime," Shen Lang replied dismissively with a shrug. "Humph, all you do is boast." Su Lishuan shot him an adorable glare, then gazed at the image in her phone, revealing a sweet smile of expectation. "Goodness, Su Lishuan, is that really you? Then that must mean he is indeed her boyfriend." At that moment, a few boys passed by, their eyes wide with disbelief. "Are they from your class?" Shen Lang inquired curiously. Given their reaction, they were undoubtedly students from Zhuhai University. After all, he was holding the new campus belle, the dream of countless boys. "I don't know, nor do I care," Su Lishuan replied, uninterested in the opinions of the passing boys. She never aspired to be the campus belle. That title was thrust upon her by a group of self-important boys, who even invited a torrent of unwarranted insults upon themselves in an online forum. With this in mind, Shen Lang turned to glance back, noticing that the boys were casting him looks filled with envy and resentment, as if he had stolen their girlfriend. Momentarily taken aback, Shen Lang soon broke into a grin. Before the eyes of these boys, he audaciously planted a kiss on Su Lishuan's fair cheek, wrapping his arms tightly around her slender waist. "How annoying," Su Lishuan playfully complained, yet she nestled closer to Shen Lang, embodying the quintessential pampered girlfriend. The affectionate scene between the two sent the boys behind them into a fit of frustration, their teeth nearly grinding to dust. Chapter 45. I thought we were going to a hotel. After watching the late-night movie that ended shortly after midnight, Shen Lang drove Su Lishuan back to the school gate. "Shall I head back now?" Su Lishuan unbuckled her seatbelt and tentatively inquired. Shen Lang nodded. "Yes, please send me a message once you reach the dormitory." Though she felt reluctant, there was little she could do. Su Lishuan was unable to eat anything cold today and had forgotten her ID, rendering her unable to check into a hotel. The circumstances were not in her favor. Shen Lang had not entertained such thoughts either. He merely intended to stroll along the street with Su Lishuan and perhaps get acquainted with her friends and roommates. They had only known each other for less than 2 months, and the groundwork for a more intimate relationship had yet to be laid. It would be quite peculiar for her to accompany him to a hotel under such conditions. However, Su Lishuan did not rush to exit the vehicle. Instead, she puffed her cheeks in frustration and stared at Shen Lang. What's wrong? Shen Lang felt a flicker of hope. Could it be that she was now allowed to eat cold treats? Was there a possibility of going to a hotel after all? In the next moment, Su Lishuan leaned over and playfully pecked Shen Lang's cheek, haughtily declaring, Shen Pig, could you be a bit more proactive next time? I am a girl, you know. Now, remember to message me once you're home. With a cheerful demeanor, she opened the car door, humming a merry tune as she skipped toward the school gate. How absurd. I thought we were heading to a hotel. Shen Lang touched his slightly warm, damp cheek, gazing at Su Lishuan's joyous figure as a smile crept onto his lips. He then drove away from the school gate. Upon returning to his apartment complex and lying on his bed, Shen Lang opened WeChat, hoping to chat with Su Lishuan, only to discover that she had updated her moments. He clicked on it, and to his surprise, the photo featured was a picture of him and Su Lishuan holding hands beneath the Pearl Tower. Accompanying the image was a caption akin to a couple's announcement, no need for peach blossoms to bloom. The one I have been waiting for has finally arrived, Yuxinshin. Oh my, this is so sweet it's making me cringe. Li Qiao. Wah. I'm so envious. When will I find a boy like your boyfriend? Class monitor of freshman year finally announced. Our class's boys are probably going to face a wave of heartbreak. Deskmate Fong Lily, I can't believe you're actually in a relationship. Why no selfies? I heard from Qiao that the guy is quite handsome. Is that true? Doghead Li Qiao replies to Fong Lily. It's true. He is indeed quite handsome and very considerate of girls. Teary-eyed, in addition to the girls, many boys also stumbled upon Su Lishuan's post. Most of them were her classmates from middle and high school. After graduation, out of respect for their past camaraderie, Su Lishuan had not removed them from her contacts. Until they encountered someone more beautiful, these boys would occasionally check in on Su Lishuan, secretly comforting themselves with the hope of a chance. However, upon seeing this post, they either came to terms with their feelings or experienced heartbreak. The emotions were undeniably mixed. After all, she had been their unattainable ideal for several years, now being pursued by another, and it was hardly easy for them to bear. This sense of anxious anticipation may only dissipate once he successfully pursues a girl or encounters someone more beautiful than Su Lishuan. Naturally, Shen Lang does not possess the WeChat contacts of Su Lishuan's other friends, leaving him oblivious to their comments. The post beneath remains devoid of any interaction. Thus, Shen Lang grins mischievously and replies with a cheeky 2-character message. Congratulations. In a fleeting moment, Su Lishuan responds, indignantly questioning, Shen Pig, what does congratulations mean? To which he replies, haha. Just a joke. I wanted to chat with you, but I wasn't sure if you were asleep. Elf girl, I just posted on my moments. How could I possibly be asleep? Also, why haven't you posted anything? I've already shared. 1. Rhetorical. If you found a treasure outside, would you boast about it to everyone? 2. Disappointment. We haven't even shared a bed. I haven't even tasted your ice cream. What is there to announce? 3. Apprehension. There are too many boys secretly in love with you. I'm afraid of attracting too much attention and getting beaten up. 1 night to dawn. Silly. Let me ask you, if you found 100 yuan outside, would you post it? Elf girl, of course, but I'd probably hand it over to my instructor. 1 night to dawn. What if you found 10 million? Watching the chat box intermittently display that the other party is typing, Shen Lang can easily envision Su Lishuan's face lighting up with a sweet smile upon reading his message, her delicate feet playfully swaying at the edge of her bed. Elf girl, but I've already posted, so soon enough, all the boys in our class will know I'm in a relationship. You should post something too. 1 night to dawn. I really don't know what to do with you. Jie Ge takes off his glasses. Shen Lang shares a photo of their hands intertwined taken beneath the Zhujiang Tower, captioning it, went out for a meal and ended up picking up a girlfriend. Before posting, he has discreetly blocked 2 silly younger sisters and his parents. His parents are eager for him to find a girlfriend, regardless of her looks. They simply wish for him to bring home a granddaughter soon. If they were to see this post, they would undoubtedly come over the next day, digging for details, which he finds bothersome. As for the 2 younger sisters, he simply wishes to keep this information from them, especially Shen Lin, who would certainly tease him relentlessly. So he prefers to avoid unnecessary complications. Once he has been dating Su Lishuan for a while, he can find an opportunity to introduce her to them. To be cautious. Shen Lang also blocks his landlady. Although Xia Shui had promised not to interfere with his dating life, who can guarantee a woman's promises remain unchanged? Shen Lang has a few lifelong buddies, and after posting this announcement, he immediately garners their astonished reactions. What the hell? You actually found a girlfriend? Aren't you going to send red envelopes? Damn it, I wonder why you moved out. No one wanted to go to the internet CAF with you at night. Turns out you found a girlfriend. What does she look like? Send me a private message. The Elven Maiden. Where did you find such a beautiful girlfriend? I must seek one for myself as well. Doghead, a sleepless dreamer. In response to the Elven Maiden, how can you discern her beauty just by her hands? The Elven Maiden, in response to a sleepless dreamer, I don't care. She is undeniably beautiful. Angry, what a drama queen. Shen Lang smiled faintly. Then opened Su Lishuan's chat window, inquiring, will you be free during the 7-day holiday? Shall I come to visit you tomorrow? The Elven Maiden, I cannot. I must return home to accompany my parents tomorrow. Tearful, very well. Just reach out to me whenever you find the time. Okay. The two conversed until past 3 in the morning, at which point Su Lishuan mentioned that her roommate had already complained, prompting Shen Lang to close the WeChat chat window and retire for the night. Chapter 46. The topic Terminator. The following afternoon, Shen Lang received a message from Xia Shui, requesting him to drive to the Guowei Hotel in the city center to pick her up and to buy a few summer clothes for Ming Ming. Recently, Xia Shui had been preoccupied with finding a property manager for the Yulong Bay community, leaving them little time for socializing. Their only communication had been through WeChat. Xia Shui's fondness for Shen Lang had reached a remarkable 90 points. With just 10 more points, she would become the first woman he had successfully wooed to a perfect 100. Shen Lang intended to secure those last 10 points today to earn an additional treasure chest. As he prepared to depart, closing the door behind him, he noticed Li Liuxi stepping out of her apartment opposite, carrying a plastic bag and a thermos. Dressed in her simple high school uniform, with slightly faded light pink sneakers and a hairpin on her braided hair that bore signs of rust, she exuded a modest charm that was eclipsed only by her tall, graceful figure and delicate features. After a grueling 2-week military training, her once fair skin had taken on a sun-kissed hue, which only enhanced her beauty. Li Liuxi stood at an impressive height of over 1.7 meters. Her striking appearance juxtaposed with her timid demeanor, her eyes perpetually reflecting an air of subservience. Locking her door, she turned and unexpectedly met Shen Lang's gaze. For a brief moment, she froze, awkwardly shaking the garbage bag in her hand as if to apologize, her voice barely above a whisper. I'm just taking out the trash and then going to the hospital to see my grandmother. I understand, Shen Lang chuckled, amused at her unnecessary explanation. As he pressed the elevator button in the hallway, Li Liuxi stood quietly behind him, stealing glances at this kind neighbor who had once helped her move in and even sold her an extra bottle for some pocket money. When Shen Lang turned to look at her, she quickly averted her eyes, nervously fixating on the garbage bag. The elevator is here, Shen Lang announced. Okay, she replied, as if compelled by his words, hurrying to join him. Only after he entered the elevator did she cautiously follow, instinctively retreating to the corner, as though to avoid any accidental contact with him. Shen Lang broke the silence. I heard from the landlady that you are still in university, attending Zhuhai University, right? Li Liuxi nodded, offering no further response. How's your grandmother doing? Is her health all right? Upon hearing this, a shadow of sorrow crossed her face as she subtly shook her head. I see, Shen Lang replied, unsure of how to continue the conversation. Realizing that she was indeed a master of ending discussions, responding only with nods or shakes of her head. After Li Liuxi exited on the first floor, Shen Lang descended to the underground parking lot on B1 to retrieve his car. Damn, it's really hot today, he muttered, the glaring sun aggravating his mood, prompting him to quickly don his dark sunglasses. As Shen Lang departed the residential complex in his Mercedes, he caught sight of Li Liuxi by the roadside. Beneath the scorching sun, she furrowed her brow, striding towards the bus stop, her tall figure exuding an inexplicable resilience. Initially, Shen Lang contemplated turning around to offer her a ride to the hospital, but upon noticing the bus approaching, he dismissed the thought. Having driven a short distance, he noticed in the rearview mirror that Li Liuxi did not board the bus. Instead, she continued on, clutching a thermos and braving the blistering heat. Is this for real? Shen Lang muttered in disbelief, spending several minutes to turn around before arriving behind her. Aren't you headed to the hospital? He exclaimed, removing his sunglasses, honking a few times, and rolling down the window. Why aren't you taking the bus? Wiping the beads of sweat from her forehead, Li Liuxi replied weakly, I want to walk. Shen Lang was taken aback and pressed further. Is your grandmother in that hospital? Li Liuxi pondered for a moment and responded, she had a hospital. Goodness. Are you all right? That hospital is over 10 kilometers away. Walking there would take at least 2 hours. Are you running a marathon? Shen Lang was astonished and quickly opened the passenger door, urging, get in, I'll drive you there. No, that's unnecessary, Li Liuxi replied, taken aback by his offer. I can take the bus on the way back. I don't want to trouble you. Shen Lang shook his head, exasperated as he insisted. Isn't that the soup you made? By the time you walk there, it will be cold. Li Liuxi shrugged nonchalantly, explaining. The nurse said she could warm it up for me later. Really, it's no trouble. Why are you being so stubborn? Shen Lang found her reasoning baffling. Is a few yuan for bus fare really that significant? In this heat, if you faint from heat stroke, who will care for your grandmother in the hospital? Li Liuxi fell silent, clutching the chicken soup and saying nothing. The relentless sun beat down upon her, and beads of sweat trickled from her forehead, splashing onto the pavement. Only to evaporate swiftly. Get in. I'll drive you there. It's on my way anyway. Really? Shen Lang grew impatient. Can you hurry up? Please don't be angry with me. Li Liuxi trembled slightly, her delicate features betraying emotion, her eyes reddening as if on the verge of tears. Though she had intended to refuse, confronted by Shen Lang's somewhat stern demeanor, she reluctantly approached and, with a quivering posture, slid into the passenger seat. Once inside, Li Liuxi instinctively curled up, trying to minimize her movements, fearful of damaging any part of the interior. She even lifted her bottom slightly, concerned about inadvertently ruining the seat cushion. What on earth is she being stubborn about? Shen Lang noticed her drenched in sweat and adjusted the air conditioning slightly lower, reminding her, make sure to fasten your seatbelt. Seatbelt. Li Liuxi hastily placed the soup at her feet and glanced at Shen Lang's seatbelt. She then reached back to pull the seatbelt towards herself, attempting to secure it. Please fasten your seatbelt. Listening to the voice assistant's prompt, Li Liuxi cast a fearful glance at Shen Lang, anxious that he might reproach her. Amidst this flurry of confusion, her mind felt utterly blank, and her hands were so tense that they were slick with sweat, yet she could not manage to fasten her seatbelt. How foolish she felt. Shen Lang sighed with a smile, unfastened his own seatbelt, and turned slightly to assist Li Liuxi in securing hers. Ding! Li Liuxi's affection for the host has increased by 5 points, currently standing at 15 points. Please continue your efforts. Hearing the system's notification, Shen Lang curiously turned to observe Li Liuxi. He found her lost in thought, gazing at him with a pair of slightly reddened eyes brimming with a pitiable reliance. Chapter 47. The Magnanimous Li Liuxi. Could you please stretch your legs and sit properly? Shen Lang sighed softly, observing her curled-up posture, and teasingly remarked, my car can accommodate you. There is no need to worry about the seat. Why, yes, I'm sorry. Li Liuxi quickly extended her long legs, straightened her delicate waist, grasped the seatbelt with both hands, and cautiously glanced at Shen Lang, asking, is this better? Goodness, are you serious? The moment Li Liuxi settled into her seat, Shen Lang was taken aback by her striking figure, momentarily at a loss for words, swallowing nervously. He felt embarrassed to stare but couldn't shake the doubt in his mind, wondering why he had never noticed such an impressive presence before. My driving skills aren't great. Shen Lang sought clarity, tentatively suggesting, perhaps you should hold the soup in your hands to prevent any spills. Understood. Li Liuxi replied absent-mindedly, reluctant to unbuckle her seatbelt, and then leaned down to retrieve the soup from beside her feet. This movement caused the seatbelt to constrict around her curvaceous form. Shen Lang stared, captivated. Was this the window of opportunity that fate had opened for this unfortunate, yet beautiful girl? Not only was she stunning, but her figure was simply extraordinary. Is this acceptable? Li Liuxi held the soup, her clear eyes blinking innocently as she looked at Shen Lang. Why, yes, I'm truly sorry. Shen Lang felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, realizing that he had inadvertently put this innocent and unfortunate girl in such an awkward position for his own desires. Huh? Why are you apologizing? Li Liuxi was puzzled by his words. And nothing. Shen Lang chuckled awkwardly, pressing down on the accelerator as they headed towards the hospital. Once the vehicle was in motion, Li Liuxi appeared somewhat anxious, gripping the seatbelt tightly, her delicate cheeks paling slightly. Shen Lang curiously inquired, haven't you ridden in a car before? Li Liuxi shook her head. I have, but I'm a bit scared, so I usually sit in the back. Then I'll drive slowly. If you're frightened, just hold on to the handle. Indeed, Shen Lang's driving skills left much to be desired, frequently braking and causing Li Liuxi's heart to race. As they passed through a traffic light, Shen Lang suddenly felt warmth against his thigh. Glancing down, he discovered Li Liuxi's slightly sweaty hand firmly gripping his leg. With a pleading look, Li Liuxi's voice wavered as she confessed, "I am a bit scared." 1. Angry reproach. "Are you blind? Haven't you seen me driving? If something happens, are you responsible?" 2. Gently grasping her hand. "Don't be afraid. I'm here with you." 3. Disdainful taunt. "Country bumpkin, what is there to be afraid of in a car? Don't be afraid. I'm here with you." The other two options felt far too harsh, so Shen Lang gently took Li Liuxi's soft hand, speaking tenderly. "No worries, I will drive slowly. We will arrive shortly." The traffic is not particularly heavy at the moment, and with one hand on the steering wheel, Shen Lang can manage quite well. "Thank you," Li Liuxi said, feeling warmth from the solid grip of his hand, her eyes slightly reddening as she expressed her gratitude. Ding. Li Liuxi's affection for the host has increased by 5 points, currently at 20 points. Please continue to strive for more. This rise is rather swift. Shen Lang thought to himself. At this pace, he felt that it would take less than a week to charm this naive and unfortunate girl into his bed. Simultaneously, he found himself puzzled. Were the boys at Zhuhai University blind? How could no one pursue a girl of Li Liuxi's beauty and figure, comparable to the campus belle, Su Lishuan? Why was she bullied in class, and even driven out of her dormitory by her roommates, without anyone standing up for her? Everything felt exceedingly strange, and Shen Lang hesitated to inquire directly with Li Liuxi, fearing he might inadvertently unearth her scars. Upon arriving at the entrance of Concord Hospital, after the vehicle came to a halt, Li Liuxi expressed her heartfelt gratitude towards Shen Lang. "I truly appreciate your help. Hold on. No need to rush into thanks just yet," Shen Lang replied with a smile, lifting his chin slightly. "Now, unbuckle your seatbelt and rebuckle it again. Let me see if you've grasped it." "All right," Li Liuxi said earnestly, unfastening her seatbelt and intently observing Shen Lang's safety belt before attempting to secure her own with utmost seriousness. In a less pressured setting, she would certainly master such a trivial task swiftly, for she was, after all, a university student. However, under Shen Lang's gaze, Li Liuxi inexplicably grew anxious, and despite her efforts, she struggled to fasten the seatbelt correctly, becoming increasingly flustered. Eventually, she looked helplessly at Shen Lang, quickly lowering her head, fearing reprimand from him. "Why the rush?" Shen Lang leaned closer, taking the seatbelt from her, patiently instructing, "First, pull it out, then find the right angle to insert it. It's as simple as that. It's not as complicated as you imagine. Now, give it another try." "Okay." Li Liuxi took a deep breath. Avoiding looking at Shen Lang as much as possible, she finally managed to fasten her seatbelt, a radiant smile blooming on her lips like stars in the night sky. Ding. Li Liuxi's affection for the host has increased by 5 points, currently at 25 points. Please continue to strive for more. Shen Lang, look. In this moment of joy, Li Liuxi's voice instinctively rose. When she lifted her gaze to meet Shen Lang's, she shyly diverted her eyes, her fingers fidgeting with the seatbelt. Her tone turning timid once more. I fastened it." Shen Lang simply smiled and remained silent, quietly observing this adorably naive girl. The atmosphere inside the car became subtly charged, and suddenly, the system's options appeared once more. 1. Tenderly caress her cheek and gently kiss her. 2. Lightly stroke her cheek and praise her with a smile. 3. Scornfully mock her. What is so exciting about struggling to fasten a seatbelt for so long? Options 1 and 2 were undeniably more intimate gestures compared to option 3. Certainly, this does not imply that Li Liuxi possesses an extroverted personality. Quite the contrary. The existence of two such ambiguous choices indicates that Li Liuxi harbors considerable affection for Shen Lang, while simultaneously reflecting her profound desire for care and encouragement. Otherwise, this delicate young woman would not instinctively seek to showcase her simple act of fastening her seatbelt in hopes of garnering Shen Lang's praise. Chapter 48. There are 300,000 in this card. Take it and enjoy yourself. Impressive, indeed. The other two gestures were overly intimate, prompting Shen Lang to gently press down on Li Liuxi's head, playfully ruffling her hair. This action, reminiscent of praising a child, made Li Liuxi feel somewhat bashful, yet it brought her genuine joy. Yearning for affection, she subtly nudged her head against Shen Lang's broad palm. "You must have a mobile phone, right?" Shen Lang produced his own device and said, "Let us add each other on WeChat. I will come to pick you up tonight." "Yes, I do." Li Liuxi, pleasantly startled, retrieved her phone. It was a generic touchscreen model, with a few cracks on the screen, likely worth only a few hundred yuan, possibly secondhand. After they exchanged WeChat contacts. Her ID read peace for the rest of my life, with an avatar of a golden sunflower. Why not choose a more appealing ID and a cuter avatar? Shen Lang chuckled, shaking his head. This unpretentious style truly mirrored the girlesque character. All right, go visit your grandmother. I must attend to some matters. Once I'm done, I'll come to pick you up, so don't foolishly walk home. Okay. Li Liuxi unfastened her seatbelt, cradling the still-warm chicken soup, and stood outside the car under the blazing sun, sincerely bowing to Shen Lang. Thank you so much. Go on, don't do this next time. It's rather melodramatic. Shen Lang could not bear to see a woman appear so humble before him, as it reminded him of his own socially anxious past. He quickly drove away from the Concord Hospital. Arriving at the Guiyue Hotel in the city center, Shen Lang followed Xia Shi's directions, taking the opulent elevator to the 22nd floor, and headed straight for room 302, ringing the doorbell. A tall young man in a suit opened the door, appearing rather youthful, likely in his early 20s. Is this room 302? Shen Lang momentarily doubted he was at the correct door, stepping back to verify the room number, which indeed read 302. You're right, come in. A joyful female voice rang out from within, and Xia Shi, in high heels, scampered over, wrapping her arms around Shen Lang's. Like a playful wife. She feigned complaint. How could you arrive so late? It's nearly 3 o'clock. Traffic was heavy on the road. All right, come with me. I want to introduce you to some friends. Following Xia Shui into the room, Shen Lang was greeted by the sight of a mahjong table and 3 rather plump women. Wow, Shui, this guy is quite impressive. Indeed. Look at those arms and legs. TSK. No wonder Shui has been radiating joy lately. It seems she has found herself a young wolf. The moment the 3 women laid eyes on Shen Lang, their gazes sparkled with intrigue. These women were affluent and experienced. Having encountered numerous men in their lives, they could discern a man's prowess at a mere glance. Her perfectly sculpted visage and statuesque figure far surpassed the diminutive pups and fitness trainers in their possession. They unabashedly scrutinized Shen Lang from head to toe, particularly his lower half, which most clearly revealed his prowess, stirring a tumult of emotions in the hearts of the wealthy women. Allow me to introduce you. This is Sister Li, and here we have Sister Hong, and this is Sister Fong. As I mentioned, Sister Fong. Xia Shi gently whispered a reminder to Shen Lang. Sister Fong wields considerable influence in Jianghai City. Nearly half of the entertainment venues in our vicinity belong to her. It would be beneficial to become acquainted. Oh, I see. So, Xiaoshen, do you play mahjong? Fong Li cast a subtle flirtatious glance at Shen Lang, her eyes darting briefly towards Xia Shui's position. If you do, come join us for a few rounds. In the past, when faced with such powerful figures, Shen Lang might have hesitated to utter a word, although a slight tension lingered within him. He comprehended that these affluent and influential women held disdain for men who exhibited timidity. To falter at such a critical juncture would forever bar him from being regarded as a man by them. Very well. I shall join you ladies for a couple of rounds. Shen Lang responded with a beaming smile, confidently taking his seat beside Xia Shi, who returned the gesture with a bright smile of her own. The wealthy women exchanged glances, their interest in Shen Lang piqued. Typically, the men they encountered were abjectly submissive. Thus they found delight in his forthright demeanor. As they shuffled the cards, Shen Lang observed that these affluent women were not merely dealing cards, but were rather excessively preening themselves. Particularly Sister Hong, who unabashedly rubbed her hands, her rings pressing against Shen Lang's fingers, causing a slight discomfort. Sister Xia, perhaps you could clarify our relationship to the ladies? Shen Lang paused in his shuffling, addressing Xia Shi with an awkward yet courteous tone. Oh dear, ladies, Xiaoshen is not what you might think. Xia Shui initially appeared taken aback, then eagerly clarified. He is my sworn younger brother, not here for leisure. Oh, is that so? Sister Hong retracted her foot with embarrassment, apologizing to Shen Lang. My apologies. Xiaoshen, I mistakenly thought you were a male model. Ha ha ha. Hongjie, you truly lack perception. Fong Li could not contain her laughter. Shi is hardly the type to frolic about like us. How could she possibly engage in such antics with you? Oh, it seems I have been enchanted by a younger brother. Sister Hong's mood shifted swiftly, not wishing to jeopardize her relationship with Xia Shui. She promptly instructed the young man who had opened the door to retrieve a bank card from her bag. Xiaoshen, please do not take offense. This is all a misunderstanding. Sister Hong handed the card to Shen Lang, offering a compassionate smile. This card contains 300,000. Take it and enjoy yourself. As a gesture of apology from your elder sister. Chapter 49. The proper way to interact with wealthy women. With an air of nonchalance, he accepted the bank card, cautioning Hongjie that this time it was merely for Xia Shui's sake, and such a gesture could not be repeated. Apologetically, he explained, "I sincerely apologize, Hongjie. It was a misunderstanding. If I had explained it sooner, we could have avoided this awkwardness. I truly regret it." With a touch of flattery, he added, "If you could kindly add another 300,000, I shall be at your service tonight. Should you add that amount, feel free to invite a few friends." "Not a problem." "Not a problem," he reassured, gently rejecting the bank card offered by Hongjie. "I genuinely apologize, Hongjie. It was indeed a misunderstanding, and I should have clarified it sooner to prevent this embarrassment." His words not only expressed contrition but also deftly shifted the blame of the misunderstanding onto himself. A few wealthy women regarded him with mild surprise. They had not anticipated that this young man, seemingly in his early 20s, could articulate himself with such finesse. "Do not worry, dear. I am not upset with you. Keep the card. Shudi's brother is also my brother. Consider this a greeting gift from your sister." Hongjie, charmed and beaming, insisted on placing the bank card before him. "If you desire anything in the future, do not hesitate to tell me. I may not possess much, but I do have an abundance of money. Isn't that a bit excessive?" He hesitated, feeling somewhat uneasy about receiving a bank card with 300,000 as a mere greeting gift. "Come now, take it. If you refuse, I shall be displeased." Hongjie playfully shoved the card into his pocket, pouting with feigned melancholy. Xia Shui patted his thigh and nodded slightly. "Just take it. It is a token of Hongjie's goodwill." "All right," he replied cheerfully. "I will strive to play my cards well for you, Hongjie. In the presence of wealthy women, one must never diminish their own stature and should endeavor to steer the conversation and atmosphere. It is crucial to maintain a demeanor of modesty and sincerity, as these affluent ladies have a penchant for such qualities. Some men, when faced with wealthy women, cannot contain their eagerness. When teased, they rush to ingratiate themselves, revealing their desperation. This lack of composure is unappealing. Wealthy women will never favor men who harbor ulterior motives. "Hey, that seems a bit excessive," one remarked. "Indeed. Who brazenly cheats at cards?" chimed in another, both laughing playfully. "Card games serve merely as leisure. Winning or losing is inconsequential, primarily because they revel in the lively atmosphere." "Not to worry, little Shen," Hongjie beamed, having commandeered the room's attention following the misunderstanding. "Do not fear them. Just play your hand, and I shall protect you." "Shui, Hongjie is more affectionate with little Shen than you are," teased fondly, inquiring with a smile, "Aren't you worried that your brother might be taken away?" Xia Shui, proudly linking her arm with Shen Lang, wore a satisfied smile upon her face. To be able to captivate Hongjie is indeed a remarkable feat. What can I do? Xia Shui understood that a union with Shen Lang was impossible, and a future together was even more so. Nevertheless, as she harbored feelings for him, she naturally wished for Shen Lang to forge amiable connections with her friends. When Shen Lang approached, Xia Shui initially worried he might falter. To her surprise, he effortlessly engaged with her proud companions, which greatly pleased her. The group soon animatedly began playing cards. With the assistance of the system, Shen Lang showered compliments upon the group of vibrant university students. "Hongjie, your skin is exquisitely radiant, glowing as if you were a university student. Li Jie, you have a lovely foundation. Once you slim down, you will surely be stunning. Fang Jie, honestly, you need not wear such heavy makeup. Your natural beauty shines through, and confidence is the most appealing trait." Ding. Xia Shui's affection for the host has increased by 5 points, currently at 95 points. Please continue your efforts. Ding. Fang Li's affection for the host has increased by 5 points, currently at 20 points. Please continue your efforts. Ding. Hong Yan's affection for the host has increased by 5 points, currently at 30 points. Please continue your efforts. Ding. Li Gulan's affection for the host has increased by 5 points, currently at 25 points. Please continue your efforts. With the system's assistance, these typically haughty, wealthy women found themselves delighted by Shen Lang's praises, their fondness for him surging. They were no strangers to flattery from men. Indeed, they often attracted attention from suitors. However, unlike those sycophantic men, Shen Lang, being younger, spoke with sincerity and integrity, devoid of the obsequious tone that often accompanies flattery. The wealthy ladies naturally enjoyed hearing such sweet words from a young man, eagerly vying to adopt Shen Lang as their younger brother. Shen Lang did not oppose this notion, recognizing that befriending these influential sisters in Jia High City could only be advantageous. "Oh, Shuti, your younger brother is truly charming. Why didn't you introduce him to us sooner?" Hongjie playfully chided Xia Shuti. "If I had introduced you earlier, you might have devoured him whole." Xia Shui retorted with feigned annoyance. No worries. If my companions are the sisters, I would gladly oblige. Shen Lang added with a smile. Laughter erupted among the wealthy women, and Xia Shui playfully nudged Shen Lang, the atmosphere becoming increasingly harmonious. Around 6 o'clock, Xia Shui grasped her Chanel bag and linked her arm with Shen Lang's. All right, I must go pick up Ming Ming now. Let us plan to meet again soon. Not yet, Shui. Let us play a couple more rounds. One urged. Indeed, Ming Ming has ample care. Let Shen Lang stay with us for a few more hands. The others chimed in, reluctant to part with their newly acquainted brother. Let us arrange to meet again in a few days, Xia Shui suggested, aware of the growing admiration in her friend's eyes. Determined to prevent Shen Lang from continuing this card game with them, she harbored concerns that in the midst of their playful banter, Shen Lang might truly fall prey to this group of individuals. Those several elder sisters, we shall converse again another time. With a smile, Shen Lang exchanged greetings with the affluent ladies and walked towards the entrance, engaged in light-hearted conversation with Xia Shui. Sister Xia, are we really going to pick up Ming Ming? Did you not mention on WeChat that she would be spending the night at Teacher Li's? Oh, how annoying. You already know the answer. So, are we heading to the hotel or to your place? Oh, keep your voice down. Let's go to the hotel. The three women watched the couple's playful antics, letting out a soft sigh. They couldn't help but feel a sense of envy, thinking how fortunate their dear friend was to have caught the attention of such a charming and witty young man. Chapter 50. In youth, unaware of sister's goodness. Mistaking a young girl for a treasure in the bustling Century Square of Jiahai City, Shen Lang and Xia Shui strolled leisurely through the throngs of people. The summer sun blazed down, and Xia Shui, dressed in a light blue short-sleeved dress, walked gracefully alongside Shen Lang. Her captivating figure, paired with the noticeably younger gentleman by her side, drew the attention of many passers-by. Why are they staring at me? Xia Shui could hardly bear the unabashed gazes from the crowd. She sensed a hint of mockery in their eyes, as if they perceived her as an older woman with a young man, akin to an old cow grazing on tender grass. Are they looking at you or at me? Shen Lang quickly discerned Xia Shui's thoughts and teased with a smile. They probably think you're my girlfriend, filled with envy and jealousy. After all, how could anyone resist a beauty like you, Sister Xia? In youth, unaware of sister's goodness, mistaking a young girl for a treasure. Had Xia Shui been any of those affluent women they just encountered, anyone would have thought her an old cow with tender grass. Yet, despite her age, Xia Shui possessed an ageless charm. Her every smile and frown exuded an indescribable allure of a mature woman. When a woman like Xia Shui, seasoned in life's experiences, fell in love, she emanated a unique fragrance that captivated men. Together, they would only be misinterpreted as a brother-sister romance, never descending to the level of an old cow grazing on tender grass. You're just smooth-tongued, Xia Shui huffed lightly, her delight evident. She felt her defenses crumbling in Shen Lang's presence. The sweet nothings she would have once dismissed now brought her joy when spoken by him. It was still around 6 o'clock, making it rather premature to head to the hotel. Instead, Xia Shui led Shen Lang to the commercial street of Century Square, where she generously purchased numerous articles of clothing and shoes from a men's apparel store. This boutique, stocked with high-end brands, saw Xia Shui spend over 40,000, leaving the sales attendant grinning from ear to ear, nearly elevating Shen Lang to cloud 9. Sister Xia, you're not actually thinking of keeping me, are you? Shen Lang, with one arm draped around Xia Shui's delicate waist and the other laden with bags, joked, that sales attendant must think I'm your kept man. What? Are you displeased to be supported by me? Xia Shui replied triumphantly, casting a glance at Shen Lang. It's better than my other friends. They truly know how to wield a steel wool. Seriously? No way. Shen Lang shuddered. Sister, don't scare me like that. Ha ha ha. Look at your flustered face. How could that be true? Xia Shui stifled a laugh, finally managing to whisper, but they do have extravagant tastes. You should have noticed that from your afternoon encounter with Hongjie, so don't even think about getting any ideas about them. Hey, I'm not blind. Shen Lang replied proudly. If I were to be kept, I would certainly choose a beautiful, wealthy woman to support me. Even if you wield a steel wool, Sister Xia, I'd still find it somewhat pleasing to the eye. Ha, you really have no shame. Xia Shui chuckled softly twice, then gazed at Shen Lang with an expression full of dependence. Little Shen, you know, I feel especially joyful when I'm with you. It's as if I've regained several years of youth. Really? Shen Lang responded, bestowing a gentle kiss upon Xia Shui. I shall cling to you for life. You must not disappoint me, dear brother. Xia Shui nodded affectionately, resembling a clingy girlfriend. Her voluptuous figure pressed closely against Shen Lang's embrace. Little Shen, I'm feeling a bit weary, she murmured shyly, let us find a place to rest. All right, let us seek a place to repose. Shen Lang, captivated by Xia Shui's alluring gaze, could hardly contain himself as he took her delicate hand and eagerly led her towards the elevator. Oh, slow down, look at you. So impatient. Tonight promised to be a tumultuous affair, prompting Shen Lang to send a message to Li Liuxi, informing her that he would not be picking her up. The city center was replete with hotels and inns, and Shen Lang hastily selected a more upscale establishment, urgently pulling Xia Shui toward their room. Upon entering, he carelessly discarded his belongings at the door. He swiftly lifted Xia Shui into his arms, showering her with fervent kisses as he made his way to the plush bed, ultimately depositing her gently yet playfully onto the mattress. Under the relentless onslaught of Shen Lang's passionate kisses, Xia Shui's radiant face flushed with a captivating glow, her enchanting eyes brimming with an endless springtime allure, ready to stir the depths of emotion with a mere whisper. Sister Xia, have you missed me these past few days? Shen Lang inquired, looking down at Xia Shui, who exhaled sweetly. Humph, not at all, she replied shyly, turning her head away in a gesture of playful submission. Chapter 51. What if I pay you to pursue Li Liuxi? In the stillness of the night, a gentle rain fell, its delicate droplets tapping softly against the hotel window, producing an almost imperceptible sound. By the following morning, the sun ascended higher, gradually dispelling the lingering chill of the summer rain. Rays of sunlight streamed through the clouds, bathing the earth in warmth and brilliance. The summer cicadas began their frenzied song, heralding the arrival of another scorching day. On the disheveled bed of the hotel room, Xia Shui's soft, supple form nestled against Shen Lang, her lustrous, ebony locks cascading beside her slightly flushed cheeks. A faint murmur escaped her lips, a delicate sound that hinted at her dreams, as her graceful body unconsciously stirred in her slumber, a satisfied smile gracing her lips throughout. Upon awakening, Shen Lang embraced Xia Shui's jade-like figure, lost in thought as he leaned against the headboard. The fondness Xia Shui felt for him had finally surpassed the threshold of 100 points. Ding! Xia Shui's affection for the host has increased by 5 points, currently at 100 points. Congratulations to the host for achieving this milestone. Ding! Xia Shui's affection for the host has reached 100, granting a mysterious treasure chest. Would you like to open it? Not in a rush to open it. I shall wait until later. The landlady lay nearby, and Shen Lang wished to avoid causing any commotion. After all, should a tangible item emerge, it would be challenging to explain. After scrolling through Douyin for a while, Xia Shui slowly stirred from her cozy cocoon, her languorous, trusting eyes gazing at the mischievous young man beside her. Are you hungry? Shen Lang inquired, gently caressing her smooth back. Shall I fetch something for you to eat? Xia Shui lightly shook her head, her admiration mingled with curiosity as she asked, How long have you been awake? Aren't you tired? A bit, he admitted, retreating into the warmth of the blankets and drawing her closer. But since you're taking care of me, I must fulfill my duties, right? You cheeky one, Xia Shui replied playfully, casting him a knowing glance, yet finding comfort nestled in his embrace. After checking out of the hotel, Shen Lang supported the unsteady Xia Shui as they made their way to the underground parking garage. She yawned wearily upon entering the car. I need to catch up on some sleep. Shall I accompany you, Sister Xia? Shen Lang asked with a playful tone as he gripped the steering wheel. Just drive, she retorted, casting him an exasperated look. This fellow was both endearing and intimidating to her. Xia Shui held a more traditional perspective. She had never understood why her friends were drawn to younger men. Whenever she witnessed her companions flirting with these boys in their early 20s, she felt a wave of discomfort. To her, these young men had just entered society, displaying both immaturity and a lack of discernment. Did her friends not feel embarrassed? With such a significant age gap, those boys could easily be their sons. How could they pursue such relationships? However, during the time spent with Shen Lang, Xia Shui finally comprehended the significance of their relationship. As they drove back to the community, Shen Lang supported Xia Shui as they entered the elevator. Upon reaching the door of her residence, Shen Lang was taken aback to find Li Liuxi standing vacantly at her doorstep, clutching 300 yuan in her hand. Landlady. Li Liuxi trotted over, noticing the forced expression on the landlady's face, and couldn't help but ask with concern, What's wrong? Xia Shui had reduced Li Liuxi's rent by half and provided her with numerous daily necessities, for which Li Liuxi was immensely grateful to this kind-hearted landlady. No, it's nothing. I sprained my ankle and encountered Xiaoshen on the way, so he helped me a bit. Xia Shui chuckled nonchalantly and inquired, What brings you here? Well, it's the beginning of the month, and I wish to pay you the rent. Li Liuxi handed over the crumpled bills, then hesitantly added, Landlady, could I possibly defer the utility fees for a few days? I assure you I will repay them soon. I've been working at a restaurant and my salary is coming soon. Xia Shui glanced at the wrinkled notes in Li Liuxi's hand, feeling a pang of sympathy for the unfortunate girl. However, she feared that waiving her rent outright might hurt her pride. Her gaze flitted between the humble Li Liuxi and Shen Lang, and as if struck by an idea, she cheerfully declared, "No need. Xiaoshen helped you with that last night." "Yes, I assisted her last night," Shen Lang chimed in, and since Xia Shui wished to extend her help, he added, "You should keep that money to buy some supplements for your grandmother." "No, that is not acceptable." Li Liuxi fervently shook her head, obstinately handing the 300 yuan to Shen Lang. "I will pay you the rent first, and I will return the utility fees once I receive my salary." "Oh. Silly girl, your grandmother is currently ill and hospitalized. Expenses are piling up. You should keep this money for her," Xia Shui gently urged. But Li Liuxi hesitated, her gaze lingering on the crumpled bills. "If it truly comes to that, just keep a record of these expenses," Xia Shui reassured her softly. "You can repay him once you graduate and secure a job." "All right." Finally, Li Liuxi nodded firmly, her gratitude evident as she addressed Shen Lang. "Thank you, Shen Lang. Once I start working, I will definitely repay you." "All right then, it's nearly mealtime," Xia Shui said as she retrieved her keys to open the door, warmly inviting. "Mingming isn't home, and the house feels rather empty. Why don't you both stay for dinner?" "No, I wouldn't want to trouble you," Li Liuxi replied, taken aback. "It's no trouble at all," Xia Shui insisted as she took Li Liuxi's hand, gently ushering her inside. "Make yourself comfortable. There is fruit in the fridge. Feel free to help yourself. Xiaoshen, come help me in the kitchen." "Okay." Shen Lang rolled up his sleeves and headed to the kitchen. "Xiaoshen, what do you think of this girl?" In the kitchen, Xia Shui cast a glance at Li Liuxi, who appeared uneasy on the sofa, and whispered her inquiry. "Isn't she quite beautiful, with an enviable figure and a gentle disposition?" Sister Xia, what do you wish to convey?" Shen Lang gazed at her in astonishment, wondering why her words seemed akin to a personal recommendation for a romantic partner. "Why not pursue her?" Xia Shui boldly encouraged. "This girl has had her share of misfortune, and her nature is rather simple and honest. If you put in the effort, you are certain to win her over." Xia Shui was acutely aware that there was no future for her and Shen Lang, let alone thoughts of marriage and children. She worried that if Shen Lang were to find a more astute girlfriend in the future, any chance of them being together would vanish entirely. Given that the outcome appeared inevitable, Xia Shui hoped Shen Lang would pursue someone as innocent and without guile as Li Liuxi. Chapter 52. Ultimately unable to escape the fate of writing. Shen Lang was chopping vegetables when he was nearly startled into cutting his finger by the words, "Sister Xia." "You must be joking." Xia Shui nodded earnestly. "Not at all. I truly mean it. Don't you find her quite beautiful?" Shen Lang shook his head in refusal. "Her personality is rather reserved. We are not suited for each other. How can you know without giving it a try? Do you believe her grandmother's hospitalization will incur immense expenses? Wouldn't there be financial pressure if you were to be together?" Xia Shui replied cheerfully. "You need not worry about finances. I can handle all monetary matters for you." "Sister, how are you different from those wealthy women exposed online? If a rich woman discovered her man was using her money for a mistress, she would have kicked him to the curb long ago." Shen Lang chuckled wryly. "You, on the other hand, offer me money to pursue a girlfriend. If your friends found out, they would surely mock you." "Humph. Do you think I want this?" "It's just that Xia Shui began, but her words trailed off, and she shyly smacked Shen Lang's arm in frustration. "Never mind, if you're unwilling. I shall say no more. However, this girl is indeed quite pitiable. She has a strong sense of pride and a stubborn personality. Since you live across from her, do help her out when you can. I am aware of that." After dining at Xia Shui's home, Shen Lang returned home and eagerly summoned the system, intending to unlock the mysterious treasure chest he had just received from his landlady. Over the past few days, he had accrued nearly 2 million in rewards through the system, along with inexplicable sums of hundreds of thousands from Xia Shui and her affluent friends. With such a considerable amount of money in hand, Shen Lang felt an inexplicable panic. He could not comprehend how the protagonists of those wealthy narratives, without any legitimate occupation, could comfortably accept billions in their accounts. Did they not worry about someone investigating their financial sources? Let alone tens of millions, if Shen Lang's account surpassed 100,000. His parents would undoubtedly come probing for answers, eager to ascertain the origin of the funds. This was the primary reason he had not disclosed his car purchase to them, as they would surely seek clarification. Of course, some protagonists in those narratives claimed their wealth stemmed from stock trading, but if Shen Lang were to make such a claim, his parents would insist on witnessing his trading skills in person. Shen Lang now fervently hoped the system would bestow upon him a reliable ability, allowing him to genuinely earn his wealth. Once he attained his first pot of gold, even if his parents discovered the blind spot, he would stand confidently. System. Open the mysterious treasure chest. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully acquiring the divine writing talent. The host's writing inspiration will experience a qualitative enhancement, achieving a realm of writing where words flow effortlessly. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the divine speed talent. The host's hand speed has undergone a substantive improvement, making their dexterity unmatched. Wow, this is exceedingly fortuitous. Shen Lang shook his head in bemusement. It seems I am unable to escape the fate of a struggling author, burdened by the irony of possessing two talents solely related to writing. However, perhaps it is not entirely unfavorable. Upon deep reflection, Shen Lang realized that he had always relied on this skill for sustenance. If he were to amass wealth through novel writing, it would raise no significant eyebrow. In that fleeting moment, a torrent of inspiration and writing techniques surged into his mind, and the sensation of writing with divine ease became palpable. Thus, he resolved to continue as a humble author. Shen Lang accessed his author dashboard and glanced at his previously completed martial arts novels, only to find them woefully inadequate, akin to the diary of an elementary school student. Empowered by the two fully developed writing talents, he eagerly opened the dashboard to create a new book, with the genre set to martial arts and fervor. With the full extent of his talents, his fingers flew across the keyboard at an astonishing speed, leaving mere afterimages in their wake, the crisp sound of keystrokes resonating uninterrupted. In the past, Shen Lang could barely produce a chapter after hours of toil, often requiring extensive revisions. Yet, after just 1 hour, he stared in disbelief at the word count in his document. Remarkably, he had managed to compose nearly 20,000 words in that brief span. Under the auspices of his fully developed writing talents, the content of these 20,000 words, from plot to character development, was nothing short of flawless. Noticing the time, a little past 1 in the afternoon, Shen Lang corrected his posture and resumed his vigorous writing. As night fell, around 9 o'clock, his fingers began to ache. Yet he had successfully crafted a 200,000-word martial arts novel in just a few hours. Captivated, he read through the entirety of this masterpiece he had conjured in such a short time. The narrative and plot twist rivaled those of accomplished authors. After uploading all the text, in a bid to attract more readers in a short time, Shen Lang spent 10,000 yuan to boost the novel's visibility on a donation leaderboard. He eagerly pondered what the results would be the following day. Gazing at his author dashboard, where the martial arts novel still sat with 0 collections, filled with anticipation. Chapter 53, Sulishuan. I'm here to play with you. On the following morning, as the first rays of dawn filtered through, Shen Lang eagerly opened his author's backend, yearning to discover the performance of the novel he had published the previous day. The moment he accessed the backend, he was momentarily stunned, followed by a burgeoning, almost frenzied smile. Comments: 32,000 followers, 52,000 reading revenue, 42,562 gift revenue, 27,524 daily earnings, 70,086 after deducting the 10,000 he had rewarded himself the day before. His novel had amassed over 60,000 in earnings within a single day. More importantly, the novel was merely 200,000 words long, and the plot had only just begun. Although it paled in comparison to the masterpieces on the charts that raked in daily earnings of over 100,000, he was confident that as the word count increased, the revenue would multiply exponentially. At that point, the copyright fees alone might fetch him hundreds of thousands. It had ignited. With uncontainable joy, Shen Lang opened the comment section of his novel, greeted by a flood of eager readers clamoring for updates, along with an abundance of 5-star reviews. Joined the reward barrage expecting a mediocre work, only to discover a masterpiece. Please increase the updates. In 2024, the best martial arts novel I've ever read, bar none. Wow, the romance in this is exceptional. I thought it was penned by that great author. But it turns out it's your work? Seriously, updating 200,000 words in a day, how long have you been stockpiling these? Now, he no longer feared the scrutiny of his elderly guardians. With a sense of triumph, Shen Lang closed the comments and resumed his writing. Previously, while writing, he often struggled with inspiration and could barely manage a few thousand words from dawn till dusk. However, fortified by 2 maxed-out talents, he could now effortlessly produce at least 100,000 words a day. Moreover, he had no concerns about the adverse effects of prolonged sitting. He was akin to a human writing machine. In just a week, his martial arts novel soared to 1,000,000 words. With its extraordinarily impressive achievements and astonishing update frequency, it dominated various data rankings on tomato novels. Even on Douyin, videos promoting this martial arts novel were ubiquitous. Shen Lang's work had truly become a sensation within the online literary realm. On Sunday afternoon, having just completed his manuscript for the day, his mother, Cheng Lijuan, sent him a message. "Are you trying to turn the world upside down? It's been almost 2 months since you last came home. And you didn't even send us a message during the holidays. Are you attempting to assert your independence? After a night of restful sleep?" He replied, "I'll be back this afternoon. Also, Mom, I've made a fortune." Smug, Cheng Lijuan. "What, did you rob a bank?" Shen Lang's lips twitched as he promptly sent her a screenshot of this month's earnings. The next moment, Mrs. Cheng's voice call rang through. Tinged with a hint of tears, "Have you been involved in something illegal lately?" "Oh no, just show this screenshot to Lin. She'll understand. This is money I earned from writing novels." After a brief commotion on the other end, the astonished voice of Shen Lin echoed back, "Wow, over 1 million. What kind of book have you written?" Previously, Shen Lang declared that he would cease writing novels, leading Shen Lin to lose interest in the Tomato website. And thus she remained unaware of the recent uproar surrounding a remarkable work on the site. "As soon as I return from driving, I will call." Driving? Goodness. Lao Dang, you. Amid Shen Lin's astonished exclamations, Shen Lang, in high spirits, grabbed the car keys and made his way to the underground parking lot. Shen Lang drove his Mercedes along the national highway, entering an upscale community, and subsequently parked his car securely in the parking area of his home. The family circumstances of Shen Lang were quite favorable. His mother, Cheng Lijuan, was employed at a state-owned enterprise, while his father, Shen Chengren, held the position of project manager at a construction company. Although they did not live in luxury, Shen Lang and his 2 sisters had not faced significant hardships throughout their upbringing. Humming a cheerful tune, Shen Lang entered Unit 3 and arrived at the door of room 302 on the 5th floor, pressing the doorbell. The security door opened promptly, revealing a middle-aged woman in her 40s who regarded Shen Lang with a hint of surprise, almost failing to recognize him. Cheng Lijuan, having raised her son, playfully remarked, "You wouldn't believe it. Money truly does nurture a person." Initially skeptical about her introverted son's ability to amass wealth online, it was only after Shen Lin's persistent explanations that Cheng Lijuan finally accepted the reality that her previously unambitious son had indeed made a name for himself. In less than a month, he had earned over 1 million, a sum that both she and Shen Chengren combined could scarcely accumulate in a year. "You're back?" Shen Chengren emerged from the kitchen, wielding a spatula and wearing an apron, casting a scrutinizing glance at Shen Lang. Upon noticing the transformation of his previously listless son into a more vibrant individual, Shen Chengren nodded with satisfaction. "All right, go wash your hands. Dinner is ready." Shen Lang nodded, noting that the old man still appeared quite sprightly after a few months apart. "Lao Dang, what car did you buy?" "Brother, I've recently taken a liking to several outfits." Just as Shen Lang changed his shoes, his 2 sisters rushed over, with Shen Lin eagerly rummaging through his pockets for the car keys. "Wow, Mom, look, it's a Mercedes car key." Shen Lin exclaimed joyfully, brandishing the silver key. "Lao Dang, I want one too. Get me one." Just like that, asking for this and that. "If you keep it up, I'll give you a couple of slaps and see if you still want it." Shen Lang snatched back the car key, responding irritably, "You don't even have a driver's license. And you want a car?" Shen Lin, accustomed to Shen Lang's playful banter, continued to cling to him, pouting, "I don't care. I want it, Lao Dang. Buy it for me." "Brother, I don't want a car. Just help me clear my shopping cart. Please, my dear brother." The sisters clung to Shen Lang, their voices filled with affection and mischief, both fervently wishing that their now prosperous brother would shower them with more riches. Earning a monthly income of 1 million was an astonishing feat, one that even the parents of their classmates could scarcely boast. "Oh, enough already. My ears are growing calluses from your noise." Cheng Lijuan observed the playful interactions among the siblings with a smile, offering a light-hearted complaint before continuing on. "Shen Lang, henceforth I shall no longer oversee your finances. It is imperative that you manage your savings wisely. In the future, should your father and I require assistance, we shall approach you. Additionally, you are responsible for the living expenses of your 2 sisters." "What the heck? On what grounds?" Shen Lang exclaimed, pushing away his bothersome sisters in disdain. "Just as I've begun to earn some money, are you 2 planning to shirk all responsibilities?" "Well, who told you to be their brother?" Shen Lang replied with a playful huff. Enough of this, go wash your hands and prepare for dinner. You two should stop bothering your brother, hasten and assist with serving the dishes. In truth, your father and I do not expect you to earn a fortune. We simply hope you will soon find a girlfriend. The new year is approaching. Do you intend to return home as a solitary bachelor to face your in-laws? After dismissing his sisters, Shen Lang had barely settled onto the sofa when Cheng Lijuan sat beside him and began her affectionate tirade. How did things go with that young lady from last time? I thought she was quite lovely. Why did things not progress? Perhaps I should speak with her mother and encourage you two to have another conversation? Just as Shen Lang was about to respond, his phone buzzed unexpectedly. Fairy, Shen Pig. Today I don't need to return to my parents' place. I'm coming over to your house to play. Chapter 54. Is this how I am in your heart? Oh dear, let's discuss this later. I have something to attend to, so please begin without me. Unable to endure Cheng Lijuan's incessant chatter any longer, Shen Lang promptly retreated to his room. After having been away from home for several months, his room remained relatively tidy, with clean bedding and pillows. Shen Lang then collapsed onto his bed and began a conversation with Su Lishuan. I'm at my parents' house. Would you like to come over and spend some time with me? It would be a good opportunity to meet my parents as well. Zhuhai University is merely a few kilometers from Shen Lang's neighborhood, and Su Lishuan could easily arrive in about 10 minutes by taxi. Shen Lang thought it would be nice for his parents to meet Su Lishuan. It might alleviate their persistent pressure on him to find a partner. Isn't that a bit too soon? I haven't prepared anything. What do you need to prepare? It's just a casual meeting. Besides, there's a lovely park nearby. I can take you there for some fun in the evening. After sending the message, Shen Lang suddenly realized something. By the way, your roommates should have returned to school by now. You could invite them over. And I can call a few of my buddies too. We can have dinner together and get to know each other. Shen Lang's family had lived in this area for several years, and with it being Sunday, several close friends lived nearby, making it easy to gather everyone. In the past, Shen Lang had been socially anxious and introverted, with friends primarily limited to a few childhood companions, leaving no room for new acquaintances. However, his friends were also single, and perhaps a dinner together could spark some romantic connections. Sounds good. Should I bring anything for your parents? Su Lishuan clearly viewed this meeting as an opportunity to meet her boyfriend's family and was not inclined to arrive empty-handed. No need. Just your presence will suffice. We can head out for some fun after dinner. That's not right. It would be rude to come empty-handed. I need to check Douyin for something nice to bring for your parents. All right then, just give me a call when you arrive. Exiting the chat with Su Lishuan, Shen Lang opened the group chat titled Sharing Blessings and Facing Challenges Together. All members, sons, your beloved father has returned. I'm treating everyone to dinner tonight. What the hell? You finally decided to come back, huh? Have you forgotten about your dad because of your girlfriend? Damn it. Can we skip tonight? I feel like I'm going to be inundated with your romantic stories. One sleep until dawn. Where's the photo of your girlfriend? Why not share it with the dads in the group? Once you arrive, you'll see. I want to say more. I'm off to dinner now. After chatting with a few close friends, Shen Lang suddenly caught a faint, pleasant fragrance wafting from his bed. He didn't think much of it. His mother, Cheng Lijuan, was known for her cleanliness and might have sprayed air freshener while tidying up his room. What are you doing? As he opened the door, Shen Lang unexpectedly encountered his sister, Shen Linlin. What do you mean? What am I doing? I called you over for dinner. Shen Linlin scoffed dismissively, her gaze subtly drifting to Shen Lang's small bed. Mom, we might need an extra set of chopsticks. Shen Lang paid little heed to the matter at hand and sidestepped to Chun Lijuan, who was serving dishes, saying, a friend will be arriving shortly. Is it Xiao Fan? Shen Lijuan inquired dismissively, not missing the opportunity to jest. That lad certainly has a knack for timing, doesn't he? Arriving just as mealtime approaches. Shen Lang's friends she was somewhat familiar with, residing in nearby neighborhoods, their parents having some connections as well. Hiki, once he arrives, you'll see, Shen Lang teased, stretching languidly and reclining on the sofa in an unceremonious manner. Did you not notice? Shen Linlin shot a glance at Shen Lang sprawled on the couch, then silently rose to enter Shen Lang's room. She returned without so much as a greeting, nearly forgetting her own presence. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she furtively retrieved her nightgown from beneath her pillow, scampering back to her room to stow it away. My dear brother Shen Lang had scarcely reclined on the sofa when Shen Ran, wearing a concerned expression, approached with an ear-cleaning tool. Settling beside him and patting her skirt-covered legs. Here, sister will assist you with your ears. Shen Lang, fully aware of her playful intentions, unceremoniously laid his head on Shen Ranran's soft legs. Spare me your flattery. I know you too well. Hand me your phone. Shen Ranran feigned indignation, puffing her cheeks. Is that how you perceive me? Fine. I'll be leaving tomorrow anyway. Shen Lang pretended to rise. If you don't want it, don't come looking for me tomorrow. I do. Shen Ranran quickly pressed Shen Lang's head back onto her slender legs, then opened an online shopping app, revealing a cart brimming with items. With a beaming smile, she handed her phone to Shen Lang, adding in a high-pitched voice, "Hee hee, you're the best, brother." Shen Lang was taken aback. What the heck, 12,000? Are you planning to get married, Shen Ranran? Oh, come on, brother, you're not a girl. So you wouldn't understand how many things we need. Shen Ranran whimpered, shaking Shen Lang's hand in a playful manner. Please, brother, help me buy this. I'll soon be at your mercy for funds. Shen Lang rolled his eyes but ultimately cleared her shopping cart. After all, she was his blood relative. Yay, you're the best, brother. Shen Ranran exclaimed joyfully, snatching her phone back and, after a few hasty taps, unceremoniously shoved Shen Lang's head aside. Hey, that was too quick. Shen Lang retorted. Oh, brother, I just did my nails with my roommate yesterday. I can't make any big movements. I'll help you next time. Shen Lin, with a gleeful expression, eagerly shared her recently acquired treasures with her roommates. Next time I trust you, I'll be a fool. Shen Lang grumbled as he prepared to eat. Shall I help you with that after dinner? Shen Lin glanced at the disgruntled Shen Lang and said nonchalantly, just remember to clear my shopping cart too. Forget it. Last time you nearly punctured my eardrum. Shen Lang retorted, just send me the link later. Regarding these two younger sisters, Shen Lang has never shown favoritism towards either. Since he has assisted one sister in emptying her shopping cart, it would be remiss not to extend the same courtesy to his elder sister, Shen Lin. To his dismay, Shen Lin reacted not with gratitude, but with a biting sarcasm. Is being wealthy truly impressive? Shen Lang shrugged nonchalantly. Well, I suppose being wealthy is indeed remarkable. Incensed, Shen Lin attempted to kick him, but he deftly evaded her strike, grinning. Ha! Missed. Goodness, how old are you all? Cheng Lijuan lamented, casting a disapproving glance at the immature group. Hurry up and wash your hands for dinner. Just then, as the family had barely settled at the dining table, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. Chapter 55, Shen Lin. Could it be a girlfriend? Hello, uncle. My name is Su Lishuan. I am here to invite Shen Lang out for some leisure. Before room 302, Su Lishuan, burdened with numerous bags, nervously rehearsed the opening lines she had copied from Douyin about meeting her boyfriend's parents, her anxiety palpable. With a soft click, the door creaked open. Cheng Lijuan, gazing at the exquisite and slender girl at the threshold, inquired with curiosity, Young lady, whom do you seek? This must be Shen Lang's mother. In an instant, Su Lishuan's nerves surged. The lines she had memorized moments ago vanished from her mind, leaving her brain a blank slate. The smile on her face contorted into a nervous grin as she stammered, Hello, Auntie. I am Su Lishuan, here to see Uncle. Cheng Lijuan looked at the delicate girl in disbelief, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Child, have you come to the wrong place? You're not thinking of breaking up my parents on your first visit, are you? At that moment, Shen Lang approached, observing the flustered Su Lishuan, and could not suppress a teasing smile. Is this the friend you mentioned? Cheng Lijuan paused for a moment, then quickly realized, her gaze settling on Su Lishuan's refined features, as if she had stumbled upon a rare treasure. Oh my dear, come in, come in. Cheng Lijuan beamed with delight, hurriedly retrieving a pair of shoes from the shoe cabinet and bending down to place them at Su Lishuan's feet. Just wear these. Thank you, Auntie. You needn't trouble yourself. Su Lishuan replied, slightly taken aback, and quickly slipped into the clean slippers, nervously trailing behind Shen Lang. What is happening? The three individuals at the dining table, upon hearing the melodious voice of the young girl at the door, immediately set down their utensils, their necks craning towards the entrance. Upon seeing the owner of the enchanting voice, a stunning young lady, they instantly grew apprehensive, particularly Shen Lin, whose eyes brimmed with incredulous astonishment. She could hardly fathom that her reclusive and introverted brother had such a beautiful female friend. The fact that this girl had come to visit alone indicated that their relationship was undoubtedly extraordinary. Could she possibly be his girlfriend? Shen Lin swallowed hard, feeling an unexplainable intensity. Young lady, please come and sit with us. We have only just settled down. Shen Chengren observed Su Lishuan's bashful demeanor and instantly recognized the significance of her relationship with his son, warmly inviting her to join them. While the sisters remained silent, their gazes fixed intently upon Su Lishuan, their parents welcomed her with fervor, as if they were ready to buy firecrackers to celebrate her arrival. Only Shen Lang, unimpressed, took the bags from Su Lishuan's hands and, upon discovering a set of cosmetics and several packs of branded cigarettes, feigned disdain. Wow, so you only bought for my parents? What about me? Cheng Lijuan playfully swatted Shen Lang's arm and turned to Su Lishuan, her smile radiant. Oh dear, why did you bring so much? Really? You mustn't do this next time. No, really, Auntie, it's no trouble at all. Upon her inaugural visit to her boyfriend's home to meet his parents, Su Lishuan felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety, her toes curling tightly in response. To her surprise, in addition to his parents, Shen Lang had two younger sisters, nearly her age, who were strikingly beautiful. This girl, I feel as though I have encountered her before. Shen Ranjan whispered to Shen Linlin. Where? Shen Linlin was eager to uncover every detail about this girl, and the sisters discreetly stepped aside to devise a strategy. Eureka! Shen Ranjan exclaimed. Isn't this the girl from the military training video on Douyin a while back? Goodness, now that you mention it, it truly seems so. Shen Linlin responded with a sense of urgency. Recently, a video of Su Lishuan singing during military training had gained fleeting popularity on Douyin. Although the military training had concluded, Su Lishuan's moment in the spotlight was ephemeral, yet many male university students likened her sweet appearance to the elusive white moonlight of contemporary campus life. With her remarkable beauty, the sisters had no chance of misidentifying her. How on earth did Lao Deng manage to win her over? Shen Linlin pondered, frowning. Could it be due to his wealth? That is certainly a possibility, Shen Ranjan concurred, fully embracing this hypothesis. Although Shen Lang's charm and looks had transformed dramatically in just a few months since moving out, it was hard to believe he could have captured the heart of the campus belle from Zhuhai University in such a brief span. Just months prior, he had been a socially anxious recluse, trembling at the thought of conversing with girls. Given Shen Lang's recent financial success, coupled with his inexperience with women and lack of romantic history, the sisters reached a consensus. They firmly believed Su Lishuan was drawn to Shen Lang's wealth. Moreover, in this day and age, being a campus belle did not necessarily carry a positive connotation. Shen Linlin, while browsing websites late at night, had unknowingly encountered countless videos about campus belles. Hey, what are you two doing standing around? Sheng Lijuan admonished. Aren't you going to call them? Call what? We haven't even begun, Shen Linlin scoffed. Hey, you little rascal, Cheng Lijuan retorted. No, it's nothing, Andy, Su Lishuan replied dismissively, still trembling with apprehension, fearing her presence might stir any unrest. Sister, are you a student at Zhuhai University? Shen Ranjan politely greeted, her face aglow with a smile. You're the one who sang Little Luck during military training on Douyin, aren't you? What military training? Cheng Lijuan inquired curiously. Mom, this sister became quite famous for singing during military training, and her video went viral on Douyin. She is now the belle of Zhuhai University. Oh, I see. How delightful. Cheng Lijuan beamed, astonished that her son, who had been single for so long, had managed to attract such a remarkable girlfriend. Really? Am I that popular? Even you all know about me? Su Lishuan said, feeling bashful as she scratched her head. Humph. She must have secretly voted for herself on Douyin, Linlin teased. Shen Linlin murmured sarcastically. Shen Chengren quickly brought over new bowls and chopsticks, urging, Miss, please sit down and enjoy your meal. Thank you, Uncle, Su Lishuan replied, sitting beside Shen Lang. Her posture tense and her head bowed, nervously fidgeting with her fingers, resembling a defendant awaiting judgment. Relax, my parents' one tea bite. Shen Lang reassured as he placed a piece of meat in Su Lishuan's bowl. Just treat it as if you were at home. Indeed. Treat it as if you were at home. There's no need to feel anxious, added Cheng Lijuan, who was seated next to Su Lishuan. She gazed at the young woman's exquisite face and slender figure, brimming with excitement, almost wishing that dinner would conclude so her son could promptly obtain a marriage certificate with her. Chapter 56. I am too embarrassed to marry. You must marry me. It is natural to feel a sense of trepidation when meeting one's boyfriend's parents for the first time, especially when they are as warmly welcoming as his. Throughout the meal, Su Lishuan found herself too shy to engage in much conversation, responding only to the inquiries posed by Cheng Lijuan, akin to a bashful bride-to-be. After a brief exchange with the parents, Su Lishuan followed Shen Lang into his room, unable to withstand Cheng Lijuan's exuberance any longer. Shen Lang, I am so nervous. As soon as they entered his room, Su Lishuan grasped Shen Lang's hand with excitement, exclaiming, I feel as though my heart is about to leap out of my chest. Is it really that exaggerated? Shen Lang chuckled as he handed her a soda from the refrigerator. It's merely a meeting with my family, just a casual chat. Of course I'm nervous. This is my first time visiting a boy's home. Su Lishuan replied, holding the soda tightly and adding in a whisper. Especially since it's my boyfriend's parents. It would be strange not to feel anxious. With a smile, Shen Lang offered a solution. Then you should come over more often. After a few visits, you won't feel so nervous. Humph, it sounds as if we are on the verge of getting our marriage certificate, Su Lishuan pouted, though a sense of inexplicable joy blossomed within her. She certainly hoped to take that step with the boy she adored, especially since he was her first love. So, this is your room? Su Lishuan remarked, observing the walls adorned with cartoon wallpaper and a shelf brimming with mechanical models. She glanced around and offered a candid assessment. I never imagined you were such a homebody. No, what do you mean by homebody? This is a hobby that you girls simply do not understand. Shen Lang corrected her earnestly. Humph, Su Lishuan scoffed lightly. Her curiosity piqued as she continued to explore her boyfriend's room. However, she merely observed, refraining from touching any of the peculiar figurines, knowing she would seek Shen Lang's permission first, though Shen Lang had not inquired about Su Lishuan's family background. Her decorum was evident in the small details. Su Lishuan tiptoed to admire the plush toys on the shelf, while Shen Lang watched her, feeling a strange sense of nostalgia. The girl he had spent countless days with outside, even sharing kisses, was now in his home. This sensation was undeniably peculiar. Pointing at a fuzzy Pikachu, Su Lishuan asked, Shen Lang, where did you get this Pikachu? I won it from a claw machine quite a long time ago, Shen Lang replied, stepping forward to hand her the plush toy. If you like it, take it. It's just sitting here anyway. Okay, wait, what? A claw machine? With whom? Su Lishuan's expression shifted as she sensed something, her lips forming a pout as she fixed her gaze on Shen Lang, seeking an explanation. Who else could it be? Of course, it was with my sister, Shen Lang said with a teasing grin. What is the matter? Are you jealous of my sister too? Humph, you. Su Lishuan playfully tapped Shen Lang with a plush toy, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. However, I get the impression that your two younger sisters do not particularly like me, especially the one with short hair, she remarked. Her mood dampened as she clutched the fluffy toy. Did I say something wrong that offended her? Shen Lin? Why would you think that? Shen Lang asked, astonished. You haven't really spoken much. It's mostly my mother chatting with you. How could you have offended her? Su Lishuan replied earnestly, a woman's intuition. Shen Lang burst into laughter. Then tell me tonight's lottery numbers. I could use a windfall. Stop joking. I'm being serious, Su Lishuan said, her emotions a mix of concern. I feel like your sister looks at me strangely. Fool, don't overthink it. That girl has a sour face for everyone. But she is quite gentle at heart, Shen Lang reassured her, gently caressing Su Lishuan's fair cheek. Besides, we make quite the pair. Who is she to object? Ha ha. Aren't you worried your sister will overhear you? Su Lishuan giggled, covering her mouth, then gazed out at the community outside. Shen Lang, let us go out. Your parents are around, and I feel really tense. You said you'd take me to the park, right? Later, it's too hot outside. My friends are still busy. And your roommate probably hasn't returned to school yet, either, Shen Lang replied, stroking her pale arm. Plus, you've just gotten fairer. Aren't you afraid of getting tanned again? Oh, it's fine, Su Lishuan waved dismissively, clinging to Shen Lang's waist and playfully leaning against his chest. Come on, it's too dull here, let us go out. Shen Lang, I've cut some fruit for you. Don't forget to. Just then, Cheng Lijuan entered, carrying a plate of sliced fruit, revealing a beautiful girl snuggling with her son. Shen Linlin and Shen Ranjan, resembling giraffes, peered in, bewildered at the affectionate scene before them. Their hearts sinking. The sisters had been speculating about the authenticity of the couple, wondering if Shen Lang had paid Su Lishuan to play a role, especially since Cheng Lijuan often urged her son to find a partner. Shen Linlin, in particular, found it hard to believe that her introverted brother could win a campus beauty. Now, all doubts were dispelled. Otherwise, Su Lishuan wouldn't be acting like a lovesick girl in Shen Lang's embrace. An eerie silence enveloped the room. Su Lishuan's delicate face flushed crimson, her arms suspended in the air, uncertain whether to release or maintain her hold. The group shared a perplexing gaze for several seconds until Shen Lang, exasperated, broke the awkward tension. How many times do I have to say it? When entering my room. Could you please knock? If you happen to see something inappropriate, don't blame me. My apologies, my apologies. Ladies, remember to eat the fruit later, Cheng Lijuan said. Cheng Lijuan's joy was palpable as she hastily placed the fruits upon the table, beaming as she ushered away the two sisters who had gathered to witness the spectacle. Before closing the door behind her, Ah, let us venture outside. Remaining indoors truly lacks excitement. Shen Lang instinctively wrapped his arm around Su Lishuan's waist and glanced down, only to discover her eyes glistening with unshed tears, a bashful expression adorning her face. Shen Lang. Su Lishuan clung tightly to his waist, her neck flushed with embarrassment. Her rosy cheeks pressed against his chest as she spoke, a mix of shyness and indignation evident in her tone. I cannot bear the thought of marrying anyone else. You must marry me. Chapter 57. Getting married right after graduation? Is that true? Embracing each other? Why would I deceive you? That fellow embraces her just like he used to when he was a child, playfully clinging to me. Let us await the arrival of grandchildren. Ha ha ha. The soundproofing in the upscale community is excellent, yet it cannot muffle the ecstatic conversation between Cheng Lijuan and Shen Chengren in the living room. Well then, shall we take a stroll? Shen Lang felt somewhat embarrassed and decided to take Su Lishuan for a walk in the nearby park. To alleviate the earlier awkwardness, they lingered in the room for over half an hour before stepping out, one after the other. As they emerged, Cheng Lijuan and Shen Chengren's smiles grew even broader upon seeing their son accompanied by the graceful Su Lishuan. The sisters exchanged complex glances at Shen Lang and the woman following him. The sensation of their beloved elder brother being taken away by another woman was rather unpleasant. Shen Linlin's gaze turned resentful as she spotted the Pikachu plush toy in Su Lishuan's hands. This toy was one she had personally won from a claw machine during their outing to the amusement center, intended as a gift for Shen Lang. Now it seemed to have been given to this woman. Dear, are you heading back? Cheng Lijuan quickly stood up, asking enthusiastically, will you return for dinner? I'll prepare something delicious. Shen Lang reached the door to change his shoes. No need, we'll dine out tonight. I want to go too. Shen Linlin suddenly exclaimed. You're not going anywhere, Shen Lang firmly replied, unwilling to allow this outspoken girl to be his third wheel. Oomph. Shen Linlin crossed her arms and sulked on the sofa, casting a resentful glance at Su Lishuan. That's right, Auntie, I want to trouble you tonight. Su Lishuan politely declined, appearing somewhat nervous. Oh, I see. Cheng Lijuan looked slightly disappointed, but quickly donned a bright smile as she opened the door for Su Lishuan. Young lady, do come and visit again. Yes, thank you in advance, Auntie. Su Lishuan stood outside the room, her nerves easing slightly. No need for thanks. No need for thanks. Cheng Lijuan stood beside Shen Lang, affectionately ruffling his hair as she enthusiastically promoted him. Dear girl, don't be misled by our Shen Lang's somewhat straightforward demeanor. He is genuinely very gentle and caring towards girls. He may be a bit reserved and not very talkative, so I hope you can be understanding. Yes, I will, Auntie. Su Lishuan smiled sweetly, silently reflecting that this guy is reserved, not talkative. She recalled how chatty Shen Lang had been when they first met. His personality was anything but quiet. Could you hurry up? Are your shoelaces tangled? Cheng Lijuan playfully tapped Shen Lang's head. Can't you see the young lady is waiting for you at the door? Shen Lang rubbed his head in frustration. Why rush me? Observing Shen Lang's disgruntled expression, Su Lishuan felt an urge to laugh, though she deemed it inappropriate. The young lady expressed her intention to visit again next time. Shen Chengren also came to the door to bid farewell, genuinely fond of the beautiful and sensible girl, naturally wishing for his son to forge a lasting bond with her. Off you go, he said, as the elderly couple's chatter continued. Shen Lang, having donned his shoes, rose to take Su Lishuan's soft hand, leading her towards the elevator. Feeling shy to be holding hands in front of her boyfriend's parents, Su Lishuan politely turned back. Her cheeks slightly flushed and greeted Shen Lang's parents, uncle, aunt, goodbye. Yes, goodbye. Do remember to visit us again, they replied, their faces beaming with maternal delight at the intimacy displayed between their son and Su Lishuan. As soon as they entered the elevator, Su Lishuan inexplicably huffed and, with a hint of pride, said, Shen Lang, in a while, you must come to my home. In her mind, it was only appropriate for Shen Lang to visit her parents first. After receiving their approval, she would then visit his family. However, during their conversation earlier that day, she had not considered this step, naively bringing gifts without forethought. Reflecting on the ambiguous misunderstanding in the room earlier, Su Lishuan felt a mix of embarrassment and indignation. The prospect of visiting her boyfriend's parents was indeed nerve-wracking. Shen Lang hesitated for a moment, an alluring figure flashing through his mind for reasons unknown. Before he shifted the conversation, have you mentioned our relationship to your parents? No, I haven't. Su Lishuan's voice weakened considerably. During her high school years, her parents had advised her against dating in college, insisting that her studies should take precedence. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Su Lishuan had already begun a relationship just days after starting university. They had been together for nearly 3 months, and she worried about her parents' disapproval, thus keeping Shen Lang a secret from them all along. However, she knew she couldn't hide it forever. Su Lishuan's parents placed great emphasis on family values and their children's education, particularly her father, Su Zhendong, who was quite the doting father. If he were to discover that the daughter he cherished for nearly 20 years not only had a boyfriend in college, but had also taken the initiative to visit Shen Lang's parents, he would undoubtedly scold her. With determination, Su Lishuan declared, "Shen Lang, I plan to tell them about us tonight." Her statement conveyed her willingness to consider marriage with Shen Lang. He felt a complex mix of anticipation for marriage and apprehension about their future together. If both sets of parents were to learn of their relationship and were agreeable, did that mean he was on the brink of entering the sacred realm of matrimony? Shen Lang's emotions were in turmoil. He had always yearned for a girl who would see only him, yet now that his wish was coming true, he found himself unable to feel joy. "What do you think?" he asked. Seeing that Shen Lang remained silent for an extended period, Su Lishuan could not help but inquire. 1. With a nervous refusal, "I am not yet prepared. We have only known each other for a few months. Do you not think this is moving too swiftly?" 2. With a resolute agreement, "There is no issue at all. As long as your parents consent, we shall wed upon your graduation from university." 3. Diverting the attention, "I am open to it, but you have yet to be candid with your parents. What do you think their reaction will be?" "I am indeed open to it," Shen Lang said, firmly grasping Su Lishuan's delicate hand, curiously probing, "But you have not yet confided in your parents. How do you believe they will respond?" Chapter 58. "Do you expect us to believe that you have pursued the campus belle, Su Lishuan?" I am uncertain as well," murmured Su Lishuan with a downcast demeanor. The implication was unmistakable. Her parents would likely disapprove of their relationship. Upon exiting the elevator, Shen Lang led Su Lishuan to a nearby park for a leisurely stroll. The park featured an expansive artificial lake, its surface vast and undulating, resembling a colossal mirror that reflected the verdant foliage and flowers along the shore. As they walked, Su Lishuan's spirits were notably low, likely preoccupied with how to broach the subject of her relationship with Shen Lang to her parents. She was apprehensive about whether her parents would accept her continued association with him. Avoidance was not a solution. "You should first inform uncle and aunt about our situation." Observing Su Lishuan's helpless expression, Shen Lang resolutely remarked, "There's a saying, when the cart reaches the mountain, there will surely be a way. And when the boat arrives at the bridge, it will naturally sink." I can't believe you, my senior, cannot even recall such proverbs." A faint smile broke through Su Lishuan's melancholy, lifting her mood considerably. "Shen Lang, I have made up my mind. I will confess our relationship to them tonight. If they disapprove, then I shall resort to clandestine visits through your window each day." Shen Lang interjected, saying, "Tonight, I will share a bed with you, and during the day, I will sneak out through the window, unbeknownst to anyone, ensuring that you bear a hefty little one." You're a pervert. Do you think you're Romeo? Besides, even Romeo wouldn't sneak through windows. Su Lishuan playfully swatted Shen Lang, her face adorned with a sweet smile filled with hopeful anticipation. Shen Lang was Su Lishuan's first love, and she was at an age where she reveled in fantasies and romantic ideals. Such risque and somewhat vulgar remarks from her boyfriend were not only accepted but also ignited a thrill and excitement within her. Thus, Su Lishuan began to elaborate on her parents' personalities, advising Shen Lang on how to navigate conversations with them. Throughout their walk, she spoke at length, sharing numerous details. Aside from her parents, she also disclosed more intimate matters regarding her family's circumstances. Su Lishuan hailed from a relatively affluent background. While not excessively wealthy, her family possessed respectable assets within the prime real estate of Jianghai City. In comparison to Shen Lang's modest household, her family appeared considerably better off. Su Lishuan's mother, Zhang Chunling, owned a cosmetics company. Although the brand lacked widespread recognition, she had managed to earn a substantial income through e-commerce in recent years. Zhang Chunling was generally accommodating. As long as her daughter was not involved in any illicit activities, she maintained a relaxed approach towards Su Lishuan's academic pursuits and social interactions. Conversely, Su Lishuan's father, Su Zhendong, presented a more formidable challenge. He operated a courier company and had been embroiled in unsavory dealings during the tumultuous era of the 2000s, even serving a 2-year sentence as a consequence. Above all, Su Zhendong was a devoted father, deeply infatuated with his daughter. From a young age, Su Zhendong cherished Su Lishuan as if she were a princess, treating her with utmost care and tenderness. Among all the men across the nation, or perhaps even the world, the most formidable adversary is undoubtedly the father-in-law who dotes on his daughter. Yet, Shen Lang remains undeterred, for he possesses an undeniable advantage. No matter how fearsome the in-laws may seem, he is determined to win them over. At around 6 o'clock in the evening, Shen Lang made a reservation at a renowned Cantonese restaurant on the commercial street and shared the location with his close friends. Su Lishuan's roommates had arrived, but due to the complicated traffic conditions, they struggled to locate the restaurant. Consequently, Su Lishuan went to fetch her friends, leaving Shen Lang alone at the dining establishment. Before long, Shen Lang's 4 close friends arrived one after another. 2 of them were his college roommates, Wen Jie and Zhao Zikong, while the other 2 were childhood friends, Fan Haiying and Tan Linfeng. Birds of a feather flocked together. All of Shen Lang's companions had remained single since birth. They were no different from the Shen Lang of old. Not only were they incapable of finding girlfriends, but even speaking to girls made them tremble with anxiety. Wow, Shen Lang, have you undergone plastic surgery? 2 months ago, you mentioned working out, and I thought you were just being inconsistent. Turns out you really committed to it. I'm proud of you. Hey, Shen Lang, where's your girlfriend? Why isn't she joining us for dinner? Yeah, Shen Lang, invite your girlfriend to eat with us. We can help you vet her, so you don't get deceived like last time. The first reactions of his friends were almost identical. They were all taken aback by the transformed Shen Lang, but they quickly accepted this new reality. Shen Lang had always been recognized as the most handsome among them, and although his previous demeanor had been somewhat lackluster, it hardly detracted from his appearance. Even with his significant transformation, his friends continued to treat him as they always had, akin to the camaraderie found in a college dormitory where each roommate regarded the others as sons and themselves as the beloved father. She has gone to pick someone up, Shen Lang said, handing the menu to Tan Linfeng with a serious tone. Don't blame me for not taking care of you. My girlfriend's best friend and roommate are coming, and they're all quite beautiful. Whether you can seize the opportunity depends on your own fortune. Is that for real? Beautiful girls, and you're actually going to share them with us? Tan Linfeng questioned, eyeing the menu with skepticism. Could it be that your girlfriend is even more stunning than her roommates? I find that hard to believe. The campus beauty from Zhuhai University, the one who recently gained fame on Douyin, Su Lishuan. You know her, right? Shen Lang reclined in his chair, speaking leisurely. She is now my girlfriend. Ha ha. What is wrong with indulging in a little fantasy? Wen Jie chuckled, pushing up his thick glasses. With so many handsome and wealthy guys at Zhuhai University, how could it possibly be your turn? It is indeed Shen Lang. Deceiving oneself is permissible, yet do not mislead the rest of us. After all, Su Lishuan is the belle of the campus. Fan Haiyang asserted with unwavering conviction, if you manage to win Su Lishuan's heart and make her your girlfriend, I shall cover the bill for tonight's dinner. Furthermore, I shall treat you to a delightful evening at Honglingman, with each of you receiving an hour of fun. Never mind. I shall not squander your money, Shen Lang replied, shaking his head in refusal. Moreover, I already have a girlfriend, so I have no desire to frequent such places. Oh, spare us the pretense. Do you think we are oblivious to your true nature? Zhao Zikong erupted in laughter. You, who once couldn't muster the courage to speak to a girl, now claim you can pursue the campus beauty Su Lishuan. We find that hard to believe. Shen Lang, we have arrived. At that moment, Su Lishuan appeared at the door of the private room, accompanied by several of her roommates and her close friend Yi Xinxin. A charming and lively group. Chapter 59. Does she have a secret crush on me? Why is this taking so long? Shen Lang pulled out the chair for Su Lishuan, arranging it properly. The waiter has already approached us several times asking if we would like to order. I've never been here before. Su Lishuan huffed in a proud manner, delivering a series of playful punches. And don't blame me, from now on, you mustn't. The 4 individuals, who initially regarded her with indifference, were left utterly astonished upon seeing Su Lishuan in person. Tan Linfeng even silenced his phone, secretly opening Douyin beneath the table to search for the viral military training video of Su Lishuan, comparing the girl in the video with the one before him. The result was, of course, identical. In fact, the real Su Lishuan was even more beautiful than in the video, with a voice that was sweeter still. They began to suspect whether Shen Lang had deliberately paid for Su Lishuan to perform for them. However, Shen Lang had placed his hand on Su Lishuan's slender waist, embracing her with an air of familiarity. To their surprise, Su Lishuan did not seem to mind at all. Rather, she adjusted her position, moving slightly closer to Shen Lang, allowing him to embrace her more comfortably. Such ambiguous gestures immediately convinced them that this was no mere act. This fellow had genuinely wooed the campus belle of Zhuhai University as his girlfriend. Damn it, you are indeed formidable. All right, I won't provoke you further. Shen Lang indulgently nodded, then warmly addressed the girls behind Su Lishuan. Hello, it's lovely to see you again. Please take a seat and make yourselves comfortable. Waitstaff, please bring the menu. The waiter approached with several menus, and Shen Lang instructed her to distribute them among Su Lishuan's close friends and roommates, declaring grandly, order whatever you desire. Miss Su will cover the expenses tonight. Haha, then we shall not hold back. The two roommates eagerly grabbed the menus and began to place their orders. I'll pay. Su Lishuan was unfazed. The cost of this meal posed no burden for her. Shen Lang, you're quite impressive. Yi Xinxin, sitting beside Su Lishuan, remarked with admiration. How long have you known my girl? And you've already brought her to meet your parents. Hee, it was only a matter of time. Once the girls finished ordering, Shen Lang formally introduced his close friends. Allow me to introduce these fine gentlemen. These two are my childhood friends, and these two are my roommates from university. As Shen Lang concluded his introduction, the girls curiously scrutinized the four timid young men before them. The once boisterous group of boys now resembled deflated balloons, awkwardly perched on their chairs, wearing strained smiles that mingled embarrassment with politeness. They had not anticipated that Shen Lang's girlfriend was, in fact, Su Lishuan, the campus beauty of Zhuhai University. Even more surprising was the beauty of Su Lishuan's roommates, each more stunning than the last, especially the girl with short hair, whose looks rivaled those of Su Lishuan. Yi Xinxin occasionally cast flirtatious glances at the boys, causing their cheeks to flush and hearts to race. Well, why not greet each other? Shen Lang spoke up, reminding, weren't you quite talkative just now? Why do you suddenly find yourself at a loss for words in the presence of a beauty? Upon hearing the word beauty, several girls stifled their laughter, whispering and exchanging glances before taking the initiative to engage Shen Lang in conversation, the delicate sound of their laughter resonating in the private room. Hello, everyone. I am Tan Linfeng. As Tan Linfeng introduced himself, the others followed suit, stumbling over their words in a flurry of introductions. Despite the air conditioning in the cool room, the four who had just introduced themselves were drenched in sweat. Shen Lang's friends, though not lacking in good looks, bore awkward and nervous smiles that, combined with their timid demeanor, could easily bore the girls. In simple terms, this was a manifestation of insecurity, and most girls are generally not fond of such boys. Unsurprisingly, the two roommates paid little heed to these four young men, engrossed in their own conversation and occasionally seeking Shen Lang's interaction. Hello, I'm Su Lishuan, a local and a freshman at Zhuhai University. Su Lishuan, with a sweet smile, clung to Shen Lang's arm as she greeted his close friends, then turned her attention to Tan Linfeng, who was closer to Shen Lang. I heard you used to be his roommate? Yes, I also attend Zhuhai University. Nice to meet you, Tan Linfeng replied, his voice shaky as he nodded nervously, quickly downing his cup of tea to mask his inner turmoil. Su Lishuan felt a twinge of disappointment, as Tan Linfeng had not addressed her in the manner she had hoped. Shen Lang, can you play with a shovel? Li Qiao, on the verge of achieving 50 points of affection, eagerly inquired, since the food hasn't arrived yet. Shall we have a game? My phone is almost dead. Shen Lang promptly passed the opportunity to Tan Linfeng. My friend here can play. He has 800 points in dual servers. Let him use a secondary account to help you gain points. With that, Shen Lang shot Tan Linfeng a knowing glance. Tan Linfeng, glancing at the petite and charming Li Qiao, hastily fumbled for his phone to open the game. Yes, let's play together. I'll use a secondary account to assist you. What is your ID so I can add you? All right, Li Qiao chuckled helplessly as she began to pair up with Tan Linfeng, while the other three young men looked on with envy. How about that? I'm quite perceptive, aren't I? Shen Lang whispered in a low voice to Su Lishuan, seeking her approval. I'll give you credit for your quick thinking, Su Lishuan replied with a smug tone, then pouted, extending her right hand. Shen Lang, I accidentally broke a nail while going upstairs, and it hurts so much. How could you be so careless? Does it still hurt? A bit. It's quite fiery. She replied. Let me blow on it. How disgusting. Yi Xinxin scoffed at the overly affectionate couple, finding it tiresome, and pulled out her phone to play a couple of rounds herself. Hello, you. Noticing Yi Xinxin had also opened the game, when Jia mustered his courage to invite. Which region are you playing in? Would you like to duo with me? Yi Xinxin rested her fair chin on her hand, curiously gazing at the boy whose face was adorned with a nervous smile. I'm a diamond player. What about you? Can you rank? She inquired. I'm also a dual server king, Wen Jia proudly declared, only to add with a hint of arrogance, however, I happen to have a little diamond account. Shall we play together? Sure, Xin replied with a nod. My ID is, woke up to see the sea. Do you want to add me, or shall I add you? Wen Jia was overwhelmed with excitement, his words tumbling out in a jumbled rush. He had not anticipated that striking up a conversation with a girl who rivaled Su Lishuan in beauty would be so effortless. It seemed that chatting with girls was not as daunting as he had imagined. All it took was the courage to take that first step. Merely agreeing to engage in a game together sent Wen Jia's imagination soaring, conjuring various romantic scenarios involving Xin. He even fancifully speculated whether she might have a crush on him or simply be drawn to boys like himself. After all, how could she have agreed so readily? Chapter 60. Your buddy is speaking ill of you. The cuisine at this Cantonese restaurant is indeed delightful, and the group is savoring their meal with great enthusiasm. However, Shen Lang's companions are not particularly skilled in conversing with women, resulting in a somewhat oppressive atmosphere at the table initially. Fortunately, Shen Lang excels at enlivening the mood. What began as an awkward and quiet private room soon transformed into a lively gathering under his influence. He occasionally shares popular internet jokes and humorous anecdotes that resonate with the younger crowd, eliciting laughter from the girls, while his friends watch in envy. Inspired by Shen Lang's effortless charm, they yearn to engage in conversations that might enhance their presence in the eyes of the ladies. Yet, as they attempt to speak up and capture the girls' attention, they falter and retreat into awkward silence. All right, you all continue chatting. I need to visit the restroom, Shen Lang announced, rising from his chair. He discreetly patted Tan Linfeng's leg beneath the table, exchanging a knowing glance and whispering, I don't get the chance to invite them out every day. His intent was clear. He urged his friends to seize the moment and converse with the girls, not to squander such a splendid opportunity. However, upon returning from the restroom, Shen Lang inadvertently overheard Fan Haiyang regaling Li Chaoqiao with tales of his past misadventures. Back in middle school, Shen Lang and I once climbed a tree to steal lychees, but I twisted my ankle, and my shorts got torn by a branch, leaving me nearly bare as I returned home. Fan Haiyang initially aimed to share amusing stories involving Shen Lang to lighten the atmosphere. To his surprise, Li Chaoqiao was captivated by anything related to Shen Lang. She listened intently, enraptured by his eccentric tales. With wide, sparkling eyes, Li Chaoqiao gazed at him expectantly, thoroughly enchanting Fan Haiyang. Consequently, spurred by excitement, he began recounting Shen Lang's embarrassing moments to capture her attention. Upon entering, Shen Lang cast a discreet glance at Wen Jia, prompting Fan Haiyang to abruptly cease his storytelling. Cough, cough. This restaurant doesn't sell cigarettes. I'll step outside to buy a pack, Fan Haiyang said awkwardly, rubbing his nose. He, feeling somewhat guilty, asked, Shen Lang, would you like some? I can bring you a pack since it's on my way. Shen Lang sipped his tea, feigning contemplation. How about Huazi? It's been a while since I had one. Have you ever smoked before? Fan Haiyang couldn't help but think sarcastically. Yet he maintained a light-hearted demeanor. All right, I'll get it for you, Shen Lang added. Make sure it's the soft kind. Fan Haiyang flinched slightly, his lips twitching as he turned to smile. No problem. As soon as Fan Haiyang left the private room, Su Lishuan leaned in close and whispered, Your buddy is speaking ill of you. Let him talk. It's fine, Shen Lang replied with a nonchalant smile. His friends might use him as a stepping stone in their pursuits of romance, but Shen Lang only wished he were as formidable as Mount Tontian. Shen Lang and these boys had been close friends since childhood, and playful banter was a natural part of their camaraderie. Moreover, Fan Haiyang only darkened his own image in pursuit of a girl, so Shen Lang naturally dismissed it. If his brother truly managed to win the heart of his beloved goddess by such means, Shen Lang would be nothing but delighted. However, he feared that Fan Haiyang resembled a circus clown, being toyed with by Li Chaoqiao, a girl of considerable depth, as evidenced by her evident affection for Shen Lang. Yet, even if he were to face failure, it mattered little. Such practical experience in interacting with women was inherently valuable. After dinner, it was already past 7 in the evening. Su Lishuan departed with her roommates, while Shen Lang lingered in the park, smoking and idling with a few friends he had not seen in months. Hey, brother Shen. That was all in jest, Fan Haiyang remarked, producing a lighter to ignite Shen Lang's cigarette. You know I'm not adept at conversing with girls. I simply struggle to find the right topics. I didn't really mind. Shen Lang disdainfully exhaled a smoke ring. Curiosity piqued as he inquired, So, after all this time of you mocking me, have you managed to obtain Li Chaoqiao's contact information? Fan Haiyang appeared taken aback. Her name is Li Chaoqiao? Shen Lang facepalmed in disbelief. Seriously? You've been chatting with her for so long, and you don't even know her name? I just didn't know how to ask, Fan Haiyang admitted, feeling somewhat frustrated, but his expression quickly brightened. Nevertheless, I added her as a friend in a game. That counts as contact information, right? We can play games and chat from now on. Well, I wish you the best of luck, Shen Lang replied, convinced that Fan Haiyang was no match for Li Qiao, and thus offered his blessing. Hey, you're really hopeless, Wen Jie boasted as he pulled out his WeChat, opening a chat window with Yi Xinxin. I spoke with this girl for just a few moments, and she proactively added me on WeChat. She even mentioned that I should help her play her account when I have time. I think she has a crush on me. A love at first sight kind of thing. Really? No way. Fan Haiyang and Tan Linfeng hurried over to peek, and indeed, they found Wen Jie's friend list featured a female friend with the ID, Xinxin doesn't want to be good. This was none other than Yi Xinxin, who sat beside Su Lishuan, and they had been chatting just moments ago. Xinxin doesn't want to be good. I have class and no time to play games lately. Can you help me out when you're free? Cute. Woke up to see the sea. Sure, send me your account and password, and I'll help you play tonight. Xinxin doesn't want to be good. Thank you. I'm going to take a shower now. Cute, damn it. What gives you the right? The two. Recalling Yi Xinxin's beauty that rivaled Su Lishuan's, felt envy gnawing at them. Keep it low-key, you guys just lack confidence, Wen Jie proudly concluded. So, conversing with girls really relies on skill. Once the atmosphere is right, they can't help but want to exchange contact information. That makes sense. Shen Lang nodded, suppressing a laugh, then turned to the most reserved among them, Zhao Zikong. Kongzi, you were far too timid just now. Standing by with a forced smile and not even managing a few words with the girls. What shall I say? I am at a loss for words. Zhao Zikong chuckled awkwardly. Your girlfriend's roommates are all extraordinarily beautiful. Perhaps I should pursue the girl from my village instead. Kongzi, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. That girl has no intention of being with you, Shen Lang warned earnestly. You have been pining for her for nearly 4 years, yet she remains indifferent to your affection. It is evident she is merely toying with your feelings. Since graduating from university, Zhao Zikong has been steadfastly pursuing a fellow student who has consistently rebuffed his advances without providing a clear rejection. Just when Zhao Zikong seemed ready to surrender, she would unexpectedly reach out to him, feigning concern, a truly insincere act. Despite Shen Lang and others advising him countless times, Zhao Zikong remains obstinately unyielding. Chapter 61. She truly is different from other girls. Your words are quite despicable. How can you call that flattery? She is a Gemini. So she simply takes her time to warm up, Zhao Zikong retorted defiantly, a faint smile of longing gracing his face. You don't understand. Qian is genuinely unlike any other girl. He continued, besides, I may not possess the looks or the privileged background you all have. My parents are just ordinary folks. Being able to pursue a girl like her, who is also quite ordinary, is already an achievement in itself. Zhao Zikong exhaled a ring of smoke, chuckling at his own self-deprecation. So how could I dare to aspire to those other girls? They are better suited for you all. After he spoke, the other three exchanged glances, unsure of what to say, simply continuing to smoke. Although it was still before midnight, an inexplicable sense of melancholy enveloped them. A mixture of uncertainty about the future and confusion about their current lives. Why would you shy away? Are you saying you should only pursue girls who are unattractive? Listen, Zikong, you must never belittle yourself, Shen Lang exclaimed, placing his hands firmly on Zhao Zikong's shoulders. As long as you are brave and confident, and willing to engage in conversation with girls, there is no girl you cannot win over. That is how I managed to catch Su Lishuan's attention. Would I deceive you? But you are naturally handsome and tall, Zhao Zikong countered, still unconvinced. Now that you've also honed your physique, pursuing girls must be quite simple for you. Nonsense. I hadn't even built my physique when I was pursuing Su Lishuan. Seriously? Wen Jie interjected, intrigued. The old Shen Lang, in his lethargic state, was someone no girl would ever fancy. Why would I lie? Shen Lang patiently clarified. It was through my interactions with Su Lishuan that I gradually learned how to converse with girls. In reality, pursuing them is not as daunting as we envision. Moreover, you are not exactly unremarkable. You own an apartment in Shanghai City, and your character is kind and sincere. If you commit to improving yourself and enhancing your eloquence, you are bound to attract beautiful girls. Zhao Zikong nearly began to believe it. Am I truly that exceptional? Shen Lang patted his shoulder. Damn it, of course. My brother is exceptional. Then, would you introduce your sister to me? Zhao Zikong ventured cautiously after a long moment of contemplation, having finished an entire cigarette. How dare you? Even a rabbit wouldn't graze near its own burrow. Shen Lang responded, momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. I'm here trying to enlighten you. Don't repay kindness with malice. Laughter erupted among them, lifting Zhao Zikong's spirits considerably. All right, fine, I'll wait and see. He discarded his cigarette, and took a deep breath. If Qianqian continues to deny me opportunities, I will find a way to cut ties with her. The atmosphere gradually brightened, and after half a year apart, the group began to share grievances about their lives post-university. Recently, the team leader at my company has been quite unbearable, incessantly demanding that I work overtime without compensation. The tasks assigned by the school are truly burdensome. Shen Lang. Are you still writing novels? Hee, step back, for I am about to showcase my flair. Goodness, over 1 million? Did you rob a bank? 5 individuals leisurely strolled along the cobblestone path, their laughter echoing under the moonlight, which elongated their shadows. Shen Lang, hurry up and get ready for breakfast. The following morning, Shen Lang was awakened by Cheng Lijuan's incessant chatter. Your father and I have matters to attend to, and you need to drive them to school. It was still dark outside. Rubbing the sleep from his eyes, Shen Lang stumbled into the living room, where he saw the 2 sisters, dressed in their school uniforms. Sitting obediently on the sofa, with a hint of impatience, he scratched his head. Aren't you both old enough to go on your own? Have a little dignity. Just to annoy you, huh? Shen Linlin cheekily made a face. Brother, hurry up. We're going to be late. Shen Ranjan urged anxiously. Truly. He was exasperated with the 2. Shen Lang shook his head in resignation, quickly brushed his teeth and washed his face, grabbing a bun to shove into his mouth before taking the sisters to the parking lot. Upon seeing the brand new Mercedes in the parking space, the sisters rushed over, curiously circling the car. Although Shen Lang's parents could afford such luxury, they deemed it impractical, opting instead to drive a Volkswagen for several years without replacement. After pressing the unlock button, Shen Ranjan gleefully opened the car door. I want to sit in the front. No, I want to. Shen Linlin interjected, blocking her. You can sit next time. No way. Why are you 2 always bickering? Shen Lang interjected from the driver's seat, observing the squabbling sisters outside. Shen Linlin. You're the elder sister? Can't you let her have this one? Exactly. Even brother knows that you should let her have it. Shen Ranjan chimed in triumphantly, happily sliding into the passenger seat. She deftly opened the sun visor to check her makeup. Frustrated, Shen Linlin climbed into the back seat, slamming the door shut with a thud, her expression sulking as she gazed out the window, her stubbornness resurfacing. With a resigned sigh, Shen Lang reminded himself that next time, if there were no pressing matters at home, he would definitely refrain from coming over again. Typically, the sisters got along quite harmoniously. Whenever Shen Lang was around, however, they would revert to their childhood rivalry, squabbling childishly over anything he offered. Not far from the entrance of Linghua High School, Shen Ranjan encountered a roommate and requested that Shen Lang drop her off. Through the rearview mirror, Shen Lang noticed that Shen Linlin remained quietly staring out the window, still seemingly upset about his earlier favoritism towards Shen Ranjan. Shen Lang deliberately sought a parking lot near the school, unfastening his seatbelt as he remarked, Today is Monday. The school gate will certainly be congested. Let us walk there, and I shall accompany you. Who asked for your company? Shen Linlin retorted defiantly, spitting disdainfully before she opened the car door and strode towards the exit. Be cautious of the cars. This is a parking lot. Shen Lang called out as he exited the vehicle, hastening to catch up with her. He playfully wrapped his arm around her shoulders, drawing her into his embrace and soothingly said, Oh, come now. It's merely the front passenger seat. Is it truly necessary to be so upset? Let go of me. Go to hell. Go find your precious sister. Shen Linlin protested, pushing against him with little force. All right. It was my fault. I shouldn't have favored that girl earlier. Besides, you are my sister too, aren't you? Shen Lang said, affectionately ruffling her hair, undeterred by her feeble struggles. He continued, How about this? Next Saturday, I will drive you all out for some fun. Typically, Shen Lang and Shen Linlin communicated with tones of disdain and rejection. However, if this girl were genuinely upset, he would soften and offer her comfort. After all, she was his own sister. Upon hearing his proposal, Shen Linlin immediately stilled, tilting her face upwards in his embrace, asking with a hint of skepticism, Really? Shen Lang nodded affirmatively, Of course. When have I ever lied to you? Shen Linlin, in her capricious manner, declared, Then this time, I want to sit in the front passenger seat. That is entirely acceptable. Shen Lang replied with a mischievous grin, As long as you are not angry. You can even sit on my lap. Ugh, you are truly disgusting. Shen Linlin could not help but laugh, quickly turning her head away in a haughty manner under Shen Lang's gaze. Chapter 62. This lifetime, I shall remain unmarried. It seems your school is quite decent. Shen Lang and Shen Linlin walked side by side along the pedestrian path leading to the school gate. So, how have your grades been recently? Shen Linlin cast a brief, flushed glance at Shen Lang, retorting, You know perfectly well. Since childhood, Shen Linlin had struggled academically, never once achieving passing marks on her exams. In stark contrast, her younger sister Shen Ran excelled in her studies, never giving their parents cause for concern. Of course, Shen Linlin was not lacking in intelligence, rather. Her mind was exceptionally vibrant, though she simply lacked the inclination to devote herself to her studies. Such students are prevalent in today's society, genuinely feeling that their time is ill-spent on academics. However, should they channel their focus in another direction, they might soar to heights that many can only dream of. Acquiring knowledge that could lead to financial success. Shen Lang patiently advised, If you continue to drift through life, it will become unbearably hollow. As long as I have you. That's enough, she replied. What did you say? Shen Linlin's heart raced as she said, I meant, since you're making so much money writing novels, why should I? As your sister, work so hard? Isn't it sufficient just to have you? But you can't rely on your brother forever, Shen Lang countered, feeling a bit exasperated. Have you never considered finding a boyfriend? You don't want to get married? He added, Your school has handsome boys, and you're not unattractive yourself. Shen Linlin felt inexplicably annoyed, stopping abruptly and glaring at Shen Lang. Do you really wish for me to marry off? Shen Lang, bewildered by her intensity, replied, Well, of course, as your brother, I hope for your happiness. In a fit of frustration, Shen Linlin playfully smacked Shen Lang with her bag. Fine. I'll just marry some punk with yellow hair someday, and then we'll see if you still encourage me. As long as you're happy. I wouldn't mind if it were a rainbow-haired fellow, Shen Lang teased, pinching her soft, fair cheek with a carefree smile. Hey. You know how convenient it is for us to park our bikes downstairs. That must be one of your classmates calling you. Shen Lang noticed a few girls approaching the school gate. In the next moment, Shen Linlin suddenly seized Shen Lang's wrist, playfully bit him, and dashed towards the girls. Go to hell, old by dang, she exclaimed, extending her slender middle finger while making a cheeky face. I'm determined to remain unmarried for life. Just to drain your wallet, ha ha ha. With that, Shen Linlin ran off, her face glowing with a liberated smile as she joined her friends ahead. Careful of the bicycle, silly girl, Shen Lang called after her, unperturbed. He found this playful dynamic with his boisterous sister to be perfectly fitting. Linlin, who is that? A few classmates inquired, observing the breathless Shen Linlin before glancing at the tall, handsome Shen Lang making his way to the parking lot. Their curiosity piqued. Could he be her boyfriend? He looks quite charming. I shall not divulge, Shen Linlin hummed with a sense of pride, clutching her empty handbag as she skipped joyfully through the campus. Upon driving back to the community, Shen Lang fortuitously encountered Li Liuxi, who was returning from grocery shopping. Today, Li Liuxi appeared to be in a rather poor state. Her delicate visage was drained of color, her smooth forehead glistened with beads of perspiration, and her lips had lost their rosy hue, rendering her exceedingly frail. Shen Lang greeted her with enthusiasm. Out so early for groceries? Li Liuxi nodded, her steps unsteady as she entered the elevator. Shen Lang glanced at the transparent plastic bag in her hand, noting it contained only a few meager leaves of bok choy. Observing her weak demeanor, he couldn't help but voice his concern. What have you been up to lately? You look quite exhausted. Are you all right? No, I'm fine. Li Liuxi squinted slightly, forcing a smile, yet her mind lingered on the 300 yuan she owed Shen Lang. I'll get paid soon, and we'll return the money then. Hey, you don't seem quite right, Shen Lang remarked, sensing her words were devoid of energy. And she could barely stand. You don't need to rush to return my money. Please go home and rest. I'm fine. Just as Li Liuxi finished her sentence, her vision suddenly darkened, and she collapsed unexpectedly into Shen Lang's arms. What is wrong with you? Shen Lang quickly caught her, instinctively placing his hand on her forehead, only to find it burning with fever. You're so hot. You must have a fever. It's nothing. You don't need to worry about me. I just need to sleep for a bit. Li Liuxi stubbornly grasped Shen Lang's arm, attempting to rise, but faltered and fell back into his embrace. All right, I'm taking you to see a doctor. Shen Lang swiftly supported the unsteady Li Liuxi and pressed the button for the parking garage on the elevator. Upon hearing they were headed to the hospital, Li Liuxi perked up a little. Really, it's unnecessary. I'll just sleep it off. I've already informed my teacher. By the time you sleep, it might be too late. Why are you being so obstinate? As they reached the parking garage, Shen Lang guided Li Liuxi to his Mercedes, opened the rear door, and assisted her into the back seat. I really have a busy day ahead, Shen Lang chuckled, shaking his head, and pressed the accelerator as they left the parking area. Don't go to Shieta. Li Liuxi suddenly sat up in the back seat, grasping Shen Lang's shoulder with a pitiful plea. My grandmother is still in the hospital. I don't want her to know. All right, I understand. Just sit tight. Shen Lang sighed in resignation, continuing to steer the vehicle. Li Liuxi, now feverish and dazed, leaned her sweaty head against the window, babbling incoherently. It's so hot. It's so uncomfortable. Just bear with it a little. You have a fever. And I can't risk turning on the air conditioning. Shen Lang expressed his concern, then noticed through the rearview mirror that Li Liuxi was instinctively groping at her back. With a sudden snap, reminiscent of a severed bond, a sound echoed. Zhao's shirt, worn by Li Liuxi, fell away, causing her previously unremarkable upper body to be dramatically accentuated, creating a most spectacular sight. Shen Lang stood in awe, realizing that the young woman's figure was indeed astonishingly exaggerated. Given that Li Liuxi was unwell, he refrained from gazing any longer, aside from waiting at traffic lights. As Li Liuxi was unable to fasten her seatbelt from the back, Shen Lang prioritized safety and drove at a moderate pace. After nearly half an hour, they arrived at a reputable hospital. Shen Lang parked the car, swiftly opened the rear door, and lifted Li Liuxi into his arms, dashing toward the hospital without hesitation. Chapter 63. I don't care how you manage. Li Liuxi exhibited ordinary symptoms of a fever, and Shen Lang, disinterested in queuing for registration, promptly admitted her as an emergency case and proceeded with the hospitalization formalities. Once everything was completed, Shen Lang initially intended to visit Li Liuxi's ward to assess her condition. However, he was immediately summoned by a nurse with a serious demeanor, who informed him that the specialists wished to speak with him. A wave of anxiety washed over Shen Lang. He couldn't help but wonder if something grave was afoot. Are you Mr. Shen? Inquired a female specialist in her 40s, adjusting her glasses and scrutinizing him. Are you aware of your girlfriend's condition? I do not know, he replied. It was not uncommon for him to be mistaken for Li Liuxi's boyfriend under such circumstances. His primary concern was understanding the reason for the doctor's summons. Aside from her fever, we have determined that your girlfriend is overly fatigued, suffers from severe sleep deprivation, and is lacking in essential nutrients, the specialist stated gravely, enumerating Li Liuxi's ailments. She then offered a cautionary note. Your girlfriend has an excellent physique. Her original bra size is a mere 30. It is fortunate she hasn't experienced any discomfort from her ill-fitting garments. With a hint of amusement, the specialist added, moreover, your girlfriend's choice of lingerie is rather outdated. Even at nearly 40, I would not choose such styles. As her partner, wouldn't it be reasonable for you to procure something more attractive? It would certainly enhance her comfort. Shen Lang nodded vigorously. Yes, indeed. Well, your girlfriend has received her antipyretic injection, the specialist continued earnestly. In the coming days, it is imperative that she rests and recuperates. She must not be allowed to overexert herself. Understood, Shen Lang replied sincerely, apologizing as he reiterated, so. She isn't suffering from anything serious, right? Like cancer or anything? Are you wishing for your girlfriend to have cancer, young man? She retorted, bemused. No. That nodded. Shen Lang chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head before brazenly inquiring, so what size bra should my girlfriend actually wear? At around 6 in the evening, Li Liuxi weakly opened her eyes, greeted by an unfamiliar ceiling, while the sounds of footsteps echoed from outside. She glanced at the 4-needle in her right hand and the suspended drip, realizing she was dressed in a white patient gown. It then dawned on her that she had exhausted herself in the elevator, and Shen Lang had subsequently placed her into the car. The events that followed were a blur. Oh, you're awake? Shen Lang exclaimed upon noticing her consciousness, promptly shutting off his phone and taking a seat beside her. He gently touched her pale forehead. You're not burning up as much. How are you feeling now? Much better, thank you, Li Liuxi responded, warmth flooding her heart as she expressed her gratitude. I will repay you for today's expenses. Sure, I'll be waiting for you to return my money, he replied playfully. Shen Lang dismissed the matter entirely, and then brought over the porridge he had purchased. Finding the temperature just right, he scooped a spoonful and held it to her lips. Come, open your mouth. Li Liuxi, taken aback, recoiled slightly. No, it's fine. I can do it myself. Here, Shen Lang insisted, handing the spoon to her. Let me see how you do it. Are you perhaps left-handed? Li Liuxi glanced at the needle on the back of her right hand, her head drooping in a display of vulnerability. No. Please don't be harsh with me. Shen Lang, undeterred, held the spoon back to her lips. Who is being harsh? I simply cannot tolerate your stubbornness. Now eat. With a shy glance at Shen Lang, Li Liuxi quickly took the spoon, tasting the porridge in small, delicate bites, endearingly clumsy. After finishing the entire pot of porridge, she could not help but let out a satisfied burp, turning her head away in embarrassment. Well, it seems you're full. Shen Lang stood up and handed her the undergarments he had bought. This is for you. The doctor mentioned your previous ones were ill-fitting, posing a risk of suffocation. Li Liuxi's size was quite extraordinary, prompting Shen Lang to visit several lingerie stores before finally finding a suitable size at a boutique specializing in imported goods. Curiously, Li Liuxi opened the bag, her expression frozen in shock upon discovering the oversized lingerie. Just to clarify, it was the nurses who helped you change your clothes, not me. Before Shen Lang could finish, he noticed Li Liuxi's body trembling, tears welling in her eyes and falling silently onto the bedding. It was the first time Shen Lang had witnessed a girl cry without making a sound. Li Liuxi herself was bewildered by her tears. She had endured the coldness and rejection from her roommates, persevered through wage deductions from her employer, and braved the scorching summer heat to visit her grandmother. Yet, now, in a moment that should have been filled with joy, she was overwhelmed by the tenderness of being cared for, and the tears flowed uncontrollably. Having grown up in a tragic family environment, Li Liuxi's heart was tightly closed and filled with insecurity, making her feel unworthy of kindness from others. When faced with gestures of goodwill, she habitually downplayed her worth. I'm fine, you don't need to worry about me. But now, someone was caring for her with such consideration, as if to say, I care about you regardless of your situation. This attention shattered the walls of her self-doubt and isolation. Thank you, Shen Lang. Wiping her tears with her sleeve, she revealed a face still marked by tears, yet now adorned with a smile as radiant as the stars. You truly are a good person. Ding. Li Liuxi's affection for the host has increased by 10 points. Currently at 30 points. Please continue your efforts. Chapter 64. What I can do, please. Don't scold me anymore. Shen Lang gently ruffled Li Liuxi's hair before tidying up the pot used for cooking porridge. Take good care of yourself. I'll come to pick you up tomorrow morning. For now, rest well. I'll head out for dinner. Within the confines of the hospital room, Li Liuxi found herself alone, enveloped in an unusual silence, occasionally interrupted by nurses swiftly wheeling gurneys past the doorway. In this unfamiliar environment, watching Shen Lang turn to leave, an inexplicable tightness gripped her heart, prompting her to call out, Shen Lang. What is it? Shen Lang turned back, holding the pot, his gaze resting on Li Liuxi, who seemed hesitant to speak. And nothing, she murmured, her voice barely audible as she lowered her head in despondence. Shen Lang sighed softly, closing the door behind him as he departed. Li Liuxi sat in a daze, staring at the closed door, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, filled with helplessness and humility. She longed for Shen Lang to stay with her, even if only in silence. Alas, she was acutely aware of their lack of intimacy. His act of bringing her to the hospital was already a testament to his kindness. What right did she have to ask him to remain? Doctor, please save my father. Came the heart-wrenching wails from the adjacent room, met with the doctor's futile consolation. I'm sorry, we have done our utmost. Please accept our condolences. Li Liuxi trembled as she curled under the covers. Memories of her parents' tragic demise on a hospital bed surged vividly in her mind. Minutes later, the door swung open unexpectedly. Li Liuxi, assuming it was a nurse come to change in for, hastily wiped her tears and sat up in bed. To her surprise, it was Shen Lang, who had just departed, now holding a bag of snacks. Can you believe there are no restaurants near the hospital? Shen Lang approached her bedside, pulling out a bread roll from the bag and offering it to the still-dazed Li Liuxi. Would you like some? You came back? She stammered, astonished. It's too late to go back, and there is nothing to do. I thought I would keep you company. Shen Lang casually settled onto the bed beside her. Noticing her unwavering gaze upon him, he inquired playfully, Are you tired and ready for sleep? Should I leave? And no, I'm not tired at all. I slept all afternoon. So. Li Liuxi's excitement rendered her speechless. Under Shen Lang's amused scrutiny, she gradually regained her composure, her voice trembling with a plea. Please don't go. Ding. Li Liuxi's affection for the host has increased by 10 points, currently at 40 points. Please continue your efforts. That was rather swift, Shen Lang mused, taken aback by the rapid rise in her feelings. He even entertained the thought that if he were to suggest taking Li Liuxi to a hotel and personally assisting her with the lingerie she had just purchased, this unfortunate girl would undoubtedly agree. Girls from dysfunctional families often exhibit a lack of affection, particularly those like Li Liuxi, who have lost their parents at a young age. This is a principal reason why such girls are relatively easy to pursue. Their hearts are profoundly starved for love. Whenever a kind soul offers them warmth, they will strive to reciprocate in any way possible. All right, I'll keep you company. We can return together tomorrow. As the late hour approached, with no patients expected, Shen Lang casually removed his shoes and reclined on the adjacent hospital bed, snacking and scrolling through Douyin. Li Liuxi lay beside him, quietly observing Shen Lang with a dependent gaze and a contented smile on her face. Whenever Shen Lang's eyes occasionally met hers, she would shyly avert her gaze or lower her head. This bashful demeanor unmistakably revealed her innermost thoughts. You needn't go to work anymore. I'll give you the spare key tomorrow. In the tranquil hospital room, Shen Lang suddenly remarked, let us buy some kitchenware from now on. You can help me cook and tidy up. I will still pay you a salary. The doctor had explicitly advised that Li Liuxi's health was fragile and required a period of rest. If she continued with her previous exhausting routine, it could lead to more severe issues than mere fatigue. Shen Lang was also reluctant to venture out for meals, especially since his culinary skills were lacking. It seemed more advantageous for Li Liuxi to take on the role of his cook. This arrangement would allow her to rest, while he would save considerable time, a perfect win-win situation. Li Liuxi gazed at Shen Lang in bewilderment, momentarily unable to respond. What? Are you unwilling? No, it's just that I don't know what to do. Li Liuxi hurriedly replied, is it just cooking and cleaning? What else would you like? Shen Lang's words trailed off as he suddenly noticed the way Li Liuxi's hospital gown fit snugly. Lying on her side, her generous curves were accentuated, causing Shen Lang's heart to race in the stillness of the night. Although Li Liuxi possessed a shy and gentle disposition, she was not oblivious, after all. She was an adult university student. Upon catching Shen Lang's unabashed gaze, she instinctively fidgeted with her chest. This timid and self-effacing girl, in her bashful demeanor, surprisingly bore a hint of pride. The burden she had once detested now became a point of pride. Ahem, what skills do you possess? Shen Lang rubbed his nose. You cooked chicken soup for your grandmother before, so your culinary skills must be commendable, right? In the dimly lit hospital room, a soft sound broke the silence. Li Liuxi unexpectedly and discreetly unbuttoned one of her buttons, whispering shyly, I can do a few things. It shouldn't mean that, right? This sudden bold action quickened Shen Lang's heartbeat. He found it hard to believe that Li Liuxi's character could allow her to utter such ambiguous words. Li Liuxi appears to merely express that she is quite adept at household chores, such as sweeping the floor and doing laundry. Alternatively, she might simply feel a bit constrained and thus loosen a button for some relief, especially considering her rather exaggerated figure. Otherwise, how could this innocent and unfortunate girl so brazenly entice him? Just as Shen Lang strives to rationalize Li Liuxi's current actions in his mind, the system presents an insatiable array of options. 1. After locking the door, boldly kiss her, possess her, and vow to cherish her for a lifetime. 2. After locking the door, draw aside the curtain of the sickbed, gently kiss her, and courageously confess your feelings. 3. After locking the door, take out the purchased lingerie, imperiously demand that she change into it, and shamelessly possess her. Chapter 65. Does he prefer the smaller size? The system presented 3 audacious options simultaneously, indicating that Li Liuxi's bold actions were indeed a display of the arsenal she proudly possessed. Shen Lang was taken aback by the revelation that this seemingly innocent and beautiful girl harbored such an alluringly seductive personality. What was most alarming was that the system thoughtfully reminded Shen Lang to ensure the door was locked, as if it anticipated he would take advantage of Li Liuxi in the hospital. However, her enchanting demeanor, so inviting and accessible, stirred something within him. Surely, no young man could resist the charm of a girl who, typically shy and innocent, revealed her most captivating self in private moments shared with him alone. Suppressing his desire to gaze into the profound depths of her allure, Shen Lang focused instead on the now empty Ford bag hanging above her. I'll fetch a nurse to assist you, he said, aware that he could not afford to act too rashly in the hospital, though there was a thrilling temptation. The thought of being discovered was mortifying. He could only imagine the humiliation and the potential for scandalous exposure online. Moreover, with Li Liuxi still unwell, he had no intention of imposing on her in such a delicate situation. Li Liuxi's slightly disappointed gaze followed Shen Lang as he moved about. It was not until he exited the room that she curled up beneath her blankets, revealing a pair of large eyes that were both bashful and resigned. As she tenderly rubbed her soft chest, does he not prefer the larger size? She mused. Fortunately, Li Liuxi's fever was not severe. After 2 4 bags and an antipyretic injection, her complexion had improved enough for her to be discharged the following afternoon alongside Shen Lang. Once they were in the car, Li Liuxi unexpectedly asked, Shen Lang, could you please hand me the payment receipt? Shen Lang dismissed it lightly, I just misplaced that. Then how much did you spend on me yesterday? Li Liuxi pressed stubbornly. Please tell me, so I can keep track and repay you when I have the means. Ah, don't be so calculative. You promised to help me with chores, remember? Shen Lang replied, steering the vehicle with his mind elsewhere. But what? Shen Lang glanced at her. Are you worried I might swindle you? Absolutely not. Li Liuxi hastily shook her head in denial. I just wonder if that would be unfair to you. 1. Proudly tapping the steering wheel. Do you know this car? It's nearly 300,000. Do you think I would care about such a trivial sum? 2. Relaxedly loosening his belt. How about this? I want to ask for repayment. I'm just a bit irritable right now. Could you assist me? 3. Reaching out to touch her thigh. Then I want to require repayment. Will you be my girlfriend? I'll take care of you and treat you well. The system's suggestions were utterly bewildering. Shen Lang was astonished by the audacity of the system. Was it truly acceptable to toy with a pure and unfortunate girl in such a manner? However, the corner of Shen Lang's eye caught a glimpse of Li Liuxi's long and well-proportioned legs. Clad in faded denim jeans, her legs still exuded an undeniable allure. Given Li Liuxi's naturally fair complexion, Shen Lang surmised that her legs must be equally radiant. Consequently, he boldly inquired, Ahem, may I touch your legs? What? Li Liuxi was taken aback, her cheeks flushing as she gazed at Shen Lang. Do not misunderstand. It's just that I recently purchased a car and have only just begun to hit the roads. Shen Lang, with a serious demeanor, fabricated an excuse. You wouldn't understand unless you've driven. Novices experience a certain tension behind the wheel, and without touching something, one feels quite uncomfortable. If you are unwilling, then so be it. Noticing Li Liuxi's hesitant expression, Shen Lang chuckled sheepishly. I merely asked out of curiosity. No. Li Liuxi resolutely shook her head, then cast a modest glance at her denim-clad legs, her voice soft as she remarked, they're just a bit dirty. Dirty? Shen Lang glanced at his own palm. Not at all. I just washed my hands after using the restroom. Not your hands, but my pants. Li Liuxi said bashfully, they have some stains. Quite dirty. Shen Lang looked down and indeed observed that Li Liuxi's jeans bore some unsightly marks. After nearly stumbling in the elevator yesterday, and with Shen Lang carrying her about, her attire had certainly collected a fair amount of dirt. It's fine. I don't mind, Shen Lang replied with an eager smile. It's merely for the sake of comfort. If you are unwilling, it matters not to me. This was a rather foolish excuse, but even Li Liuxi, in her innocence, could discern Shen Lang's true intentions. Sometimes, it is not the believability of a man's fibs that captivates, but rather the willingness of the woman who cares for him to believe, even if such fabrications could scarcely deceive a child. This explains the prevalence of news about gamblers. Despite knowing that every word from a gambler's mouth is untrustworthy, there are still a few women who choose to believe that he will quit, foolishly lending him money to attempt a comeback at the casino. Shen Lang thought such absurdities could not possibly continue, and quickly attempted to shift the topic. By the way, it is indeed quite warm today. Just then, from the corner of his eye, he noticed that Li Liuxi was, in fact, slowly moving her legs closer. Chapter 66. Do you like me? Come down. Come down. In the bustling public space of the supermarket, Shen Lang splashed cold water on his face, striving to dismiss the haunting image of Li Liuxi's heart-wrenching visage. Gradually, his restless spirit began to settle. Once his agitation subsided, he sighed in relief and exited the restroom. Upon returning to the entrance of the supermarket, Shen Lang smiled at the patiently waiting Li Liuxi and said, let us proceed to purchase some items and kitchenware. Li Liuxi nodded eagerly, as if the earlier bold advances made by Shen Lang in the car had never transpired. For over an hour, the pair wandered through the aisles, gathering an array of kitchen utensils and a selection of nourishing ingredients. After driving back to the Fulong Garden community, they unwrapped and organized all the utensils. Shen Lang then handed her a spare key to his apartment. From now on, come over at noon and in the evening to assist me with cooking. If anything arises and you cannot make it, just reach out to me on WeChat. All right. Li Liuxi, thrilled, clasped the key as if it were a sacred mission bestowed upon her. Well then, the kitchen is entrusted to you. I must step out for a while. Shen Lang took his wallet and keys, casting a hopeful remark over his shoulder. I trust that upon my return, your culinary skills shall not disappoint. Once Shen Lang departed, Li Liuxi donned an apron with the seriousness of a soldier preparing for battle. Her previously timid eyes now ablaze with resolute determination. Approximately half an hour later, Shen Lang hurried back from the bank. As he opened the door, he was greeted by the rich aroma of broth wafting through the air. The once dusty dining table had been meticulously cleaned and set with 3 delightful home-cooked dishes. The previously disordered furniture had been neatly arranged, and the tiled floor gleamed like new, with a few water spots suggesting it had just been mopped. There stood the elegant figure of Li Liuxi, clad in an apron, skillfully ladling chicken soup in the kitchen. In less than half an hour, this disheveled bachelor-esque quarters had transformed into a sanctuary of homely warmth, thanks to Li Liuxi's diligent efforts. "You're back?" She beamed at Shen Lang as if welcoming her husband home, her face radiating joy. "The soup is ready, and we can eat now. I noticed you have some beer in the fridge. Would you like me to fetch it and chill it for you?" Listening to her domestic words and gazing at the girl who filled his vision, Shen Lang felt a stirring in his heart. A girl so gentle and nurturing would surely capture the affection of any man. Let us discuss that later. Shen Lang retrieved 10,000 yuan from his pocket and presented it to Li Liuxi. "Here, take this. It will help you get by." "No, that is unnecessary." Li Liuxi quickly waved her hands in refusal, even taking a startled step back. "I have 200 yuan sewn into my coat. I do not need your assistance." The only aspect of Li Liuxi that irked Shen Lang was her stubborn disposition. Though life was pressing down on her, rendering her breathless, she stubbornly gritted her teeth and persisted, refusing to accept the goodwill of others. "Do not misunderstand. This money is not a gift. And my family does not operate a bank." After spending days with Li Liuxi, Shen Lang had learned how to handle her. "Here is 10,000 yuan, henceforth. Your monthly salary will be 5,000, so consider this advance payment for the next 2 months' wages. Or do you intend to work only this month and then disappear?" Shen Lang shrugged dismissively. "Very well, then do not come tomorrow. I shall find another housekeeper, since you are evidently unwilling." "No, that's not it." Upon hearing that Shen Lang intended to replace her, Li Liuxi quickly shook her head, eagerly accepting the bundle of warm cash with a pleading tone. "I am willing. Please do not change. Can I not manage you?" Shen Lang responded smugly, then seriously stated, "For the next 2 months, you shall be my personal maid. Understood?" "I understand." Li Liuxi nodded gently, though the term personal maid made her feel somewhat bashful, as it implied she was merely Shen Lang's possession. "All right, hurry and serve me rice." Shen Lang tossed his keys and wallet on the table and pulled a chair at the dining table, rubbing his hands in anticipation. "I haven't eaten much all morning. I am starving." Li Liuxi served him a steaming bowl of rice. "There is more in the rice cooker. Just send me a message on WeChat when you finish, and I will come wash the dishes." "Wait, what are you doing?" Shen Lang called out to Li Liuxi, who was turning to leave. "Aren't you going to eat?" "I'll eat at home," she replied, pointing to the room across the hall. "The vegetables I bought yesterday are still good. I can just stir-fry them." "Ugh, you." Shen Lang was at a loss for words and directly handed his bowl to Li Liuxi before serving himself another. "Sit down and eat with me." "That's unnecessary. I have some vegetables at home." Li Liuxi reluctantly shook her head. "You have already helped me so much. I really cannot spend more of your money. Come on. How much can a meal cost?" Shen Lang was growing impatient. "Hurry and sit down. Otherwise, you can leave the money and go back to your vegetables." "Please. Do not be angry. I will eat," Li Liuxi said nervously as she sat across from Shen Lang, taking small bites of the steaming rice while avoiding the dishes before her. "Remember, I am at home feeling bored. You must accompany me for every meal from now on." Shen Lang domineeringly added more dishes into Li Liuxi's bowl. "Otherwise, I will deduct from your salary. Do you hear me?" "Mm." Li Liuxi nodded, her expression troubled but compliant. "All right, you have just recovered. Drink some chicken soup to nourish yourself." Shen Lang served a bowl of chicken soup and placed it beside Li Liuxi. "You needn't wash the dishes later. It would be troublesome if you catch a chill and have to heat them up again. Just finish your meal and return to rest. Take a couple of days to recuperate." Li Liuxi gazed at the steaming bowl of soup in front of her, remaining silent for a moment. Her emotions tangled as she set down her chopsticks. "Shen Lang, could you refrain from being so kind to me? I fear that I may not have the means to repay you in the future." Boldly confessing, she thought, "Do you truly believe my kindness stems from mere generosity?" "It is because I harbor feelings for you." Tentatively, she inquired, "If I were to confess my affection for you, would you perceive my kindness as a pursuit?" Playfully, she asked, "Why do you always seem to care about my feelings? Could it be that you have feelings for me?" Chapter 67. May I like you? "We are neighbors. Why do you always care about my feelings?" Shen Lang set down his utensils, propped his hands on the table, stretched his neck, and tilted his head to observe the beautiful face of Li Liuxi with great interest. "I must ask, do you have feelings for me?" Li Liuxi's body jolted slightly, incredulously lifting her gaze to Shen Lang, only to hastily avert her flustered and bashful eyes. Just joking, Shen Lang thought, aware that Li Liuxi harbored feelings for him. given the remarkable level of her affection. However, her character would never permit her to openly admit such feelings, thus the topic could be laid to rest. Let us eat, he suggested, opening Douyin to scroll through short videos while continuing to serve her food. After you finish, get a good night's sleep to restore your health. But, can I? Li Liuxi suddenly inquired. Huh? Can what? Shen Lang blinked in confusion. Drawing a deep breath, Li Liuxi clenched her hands into tight fists resting on her lap, raised her fair neck, and lifted her captivating face, both shy and resolute. She asked, May I like you? In that moment, Shen Lang's breath hitched. The atmosphere turned eerily silent, the sounds from Douyin resonating clearly. Watch closely, this man is called Xiao Shuang, and he is surrounded by a dozen karami. With newfound courage, Li Liuxi lowered her head shyly, her anxious and fidgeting gaze discreetly assessing the dazed Shen Lang. Shen Lang was utterly taken aback. He never anticipated that Li Liuxi would dare to confess her feelings so boldly, a stark contrast to her typically reserved nature. What should he do now? How should he respond to this innocent girl who had bravely expressed her affection? 1. Avoid a direct reply, passionately kiss her, and after the deed, inform her that we are not suitable for each other, casting her aside. 2. Accept decisively. Of course, I like you too. Would you be my girlfriend? I can help take care of your grandmother and will treat you well for a lifetime. 3. Teasingly respond with a smile. I truly never expected to be liked by a girl, but we have only known each other for a few days. And I am still unfamiliar with you. Can we start as friends? I never anticipated that someone as introverted as I would be liked by a girl. Shen Lang feigned shyness, scratching his head. Upon hearing this, a smile blossomed at the corners of Li Liuxi's eyes, her face alight with incredulous joy. But we have only known each other for a few days, and I am still unfamiliar with you. Shen Lang, bearing an apologetic smile, gently proposed. Can we start as friends? At the mention of friends, Li Liuxi's smile abruptly faded, an overwhelming sense of grievance washing over her exquisite features. While this statement did not constitute a clear rejection, it still left room for hope, slightly alleviating her sorrowful heart. Such is the brilliance of the system, this option neither rejected nor accepted, merely suspended the other's expectations. What is truly remarkable is that this response could compel Li Liuxi to proactively offer her admirable qualities during their interactions, thereby enhancing their relationship. To put it more eloquently, this is a subtle form of manipulation. Conversely, one might say it reduces Li Liuxi to the role of an unreciprocated admirer. Upon selecting this response, Shen Lang found himself grappling with an inner turmoil. He could not fathom how certain unscrupulous individuals so readily accepted the unwavering devotion of those infatuated with them, offering nothing in return. Some even boast to friends and family about the sacrifices made by these admirers. Can one truly remain devoid of conscience? After a moment of contemplation, Li Liuxi's face illuminated with a pure and sweet smile of hopeful anticipation. Well, let's start as friends. Ah, very well, let's have a meal first. Shen Lang chuckled awkwardly, hastily immersing himself in his food, devouring it as though he bore a grudge against it. Once the meal concluded, he managed to send Li Liuxi, who had insisted on washing the dishes, on her way. He then settled into a chair, lighting a cigarette to ease his fatigue, reflecting on Li Liuxi's earlier hopeful smile. Shen Lang paused, as if having made a resolute decision. He extinguished the cigarette and hurriedly approached Li Liuxi's door, knocking with anticipation. She swiftly came to answer, her face brightening with delight upon seeing him. You, what brings you here? I came to see your room. Is it not welcome? No, it is welcoming. Li Liuxi shyly shook her head, instinctively stepping aside to allow Shen Lang entry. How could she not welcome the young man she admired? Having mustered the courage to express her feelings to Shen Lang just moments ago, her thoughts were now consumed by this kind-hearted boy. Shen Lang noticed a multitude of books on the desk by the window, including an open English textbook. Are you studying? Yes, Li Liuxi replied, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. Shen Lang's earlier words had instilled in this innocent girl the belief that with diligence, she could surely cultivate a romantic relationship with him. While she attempted to study, her mind was filled with daydreams of a blissful future together, leaving her little focus on her studies. When Shen Lang inquired, Li Liuxi felt a pang of embarrassment, as if her thoughts had been laid bare. Your vocabulary study isn't efficient this way. Hand me your phone. I know a highly effective vocabulary app, and I can help you download it. After deliberately making this suggestion, he took her phone and began to navigate it, only to remark, your phone's memory is too small for this download. How about this? I'll buy you a better one. No, that's unnecessary, Li Liuxi protested, shaking her head with reluctance. She did not wish to unjustifiably spend Shen Lang's money. It's fine. I'll keep a tab. You can repay me when you start earning. Without hesitation, Shen Lang procured the latest, most sought-after Apple phone for Li Yosi. Then, fanning himself with a hand, he frowned and added, "Your room is quite warm. There is neither air conditioning nor a fan. I happen to have the number of an air conditioning technician. I'll arrange for one to be installed. No objections allowed. This will go on the tab too." Li Yosi's room was quite small, bathed in sunlight, and devoid of air conditioning, with only a battered fan to provide relief from the heat. In this manner, Shen Lang moved about the room like a surveyor, using various pretexts to procure an array of rather expensive items. Li Yosi gazed at Shen Lang in confusion, unable to fathom his intentions. She was also apprehensive of his potential ire, refraining from voicing her perplexities, and could only look at him with a mix of bewilderment and a hint of grievance. After some contemplation, I realized that beginning as mere friends was rather tedious. Shen Lang took a deep breath, a smile of relief spreading across his face, and suggested, "How about you consider it, and I become your boyfriend directly?" Chapter 68. A boy's first kiss is also significant. If one is to be unworthy, one must be thoroughly so. Now that events have reached this juncture, Shen Lang has no intention of toying with this innocent girl like those other fellows. His recent actions were merely an earnest attempt to offer Li Yosi material support to the best of his ability. Li Yosi's captivating eyes widened in astonishment. Her soft pink lips slightly parted as if she wished to articulate something yet found herself rendered speechless. Her delicate, flower-like visage radiated shock and disbelief, as if she had witnessed the most astonishing spectacle in the world. "Agree or disagree? Say something." Shen Lang, amused by Li Yosi's dazed expression, playfully inquired, "Would you consider being my girlfriend?" The sudden confession left Li Yosi flustered, her hands animatedly gesturing in excitement. At that moment, she was utterly at a loss for how to respond to Shen Lang. Observing her animated demeanor, he feigned a sense of grievance and asked, "So, will you or won't you? Just give me a sign." Fearing that Shen Lang might withdraw his proposal, Li Yosi eagerly nodded her head, emitting a soft, affirmative sound, her innocence rendering her somewhat endearing. "Now that you are my girlfriend, let us share a bed tonight. I'm curious to see if you're truly as you appear," he suggested, pointing at her weapon. With curiosity, he continued, "Did you wear the lingerie I bought you yesterday? May I lift it to see how it looks? After all, you are my girlfriend now." Embracing her tenderly, he caressed her cheek and said, "Shall we take care of your grandmother together from now on? Come, let us celebrate this occasion with a hug." Shen Lang opened his arms wide. Li Yosi, cheeks flushed, hesitated momentarily before joyfully leaning into him, finding solace in his embrace. Gazing up into Shen Lang's eyes, she radiated a charming dependence that was hard to resist. Li Yosi was relatively tall and had a full figure. Especially in that moment when she pressed against Shen Lang, the overwhelming softness left him momentarily spellbound. "Shall we care for your grandmother together? After all, I am your boyfriend now," Shen Lang gently murmured, albeit one hand had already begun to attend to Li Yosi's grandmother. Action spoke louder than words, as they say. If it were a more conventional girl, faced with a boy who so soon after confessing his feelings began to touch her, she would surely harbor some reservations. But Li Yosi was blissfully naive. As Shen Lang's right hand ventured further, Li Yosi continued to trust him utterly, even suppressing a smile as she endured his playful teasing. This pitiable yet enchanting demeanor stirred a sense of guilt within Shen Lang, prompting him to withdraw his warm hand. Given Li Yosi's current level of trust in him, Shen Lang could very well escort her to his room and take advantage of the situation. However, considering her poor health, he refrained from such an unrefined act. Such matters require the right timing, favorable circumstances, and harmonious relations. Lacking any one aspect renders the endeavor futile. "My dear, you possess a truly splendid figure." In the present moment, amidst an atmosphere thick with ambiguity, Shen Lang effortlessly uttered flirtatious words. "If it weren't for your illness, I would truly like to gaze upon you." Li Yosi, unlike the typical girl, did not respond with a coy rebuke to such suggestive remarks. Instead, her cheeks flushed crimson, her skin radiating warmth, and she shyly lowered her gaze, unsure of where to place her hands, ultimately resting them timidly upon her chest. "See, can I embrace you?" Li Yosi boldly inquired. "Why not? Embrace freely, it costs nothing," Shen Lang replied with exuberance. Li Yosi slipped her hands beneath Shen Lang's arms, gently wrapping them around his sturdy waist, her delicate face adorned with a satisfied, almost infatuated smile. Perhaps next Saturday? Over the past few months, Shen Lang had become acutely aware of the shifts in a girl's thoughts, and he knew precisely what Li Yosi anticipated at that moment. "Shall we visit your grandmother next Saturday?" Li Yosi softly responded, her eyes brimming with thoughts of Shen Lang. Ding. Li Liuxi's affection for the host has increased by 10 points, currently at 50 points. Please continue your efforts. Ding. Li Liuxi's affection for the host has reached 50 points. Would you like to view her personal information? Ding. Li Liuxi's affection for the host has reached 50. Unlocking a mysterious treasure chest. Would you like to open it? Thank you, silly girl. Hearing the system's rewards, Shen Lang affectionately tousled Li Liuxi's hair. Before whimsically asking, shall we share a kiss? Given Li Liuxi's current level of affection and her dependence on Shen Lang, it was likely she would readily acquiesce to whatever he proposed. However, Shen Lang delighted in witnessing Li Liuxi's bashful demeanor and intended to seek her consent for any future actions towards her. Li Liuxi trembled slightly, her gaze flitting away in flustered uncertainty. This was not a matter of reluctance, but rather a humble shyness. For someone as innocent as Li Liuxi, a kiss was akin to the intimacy of the bedroom. Come on, do not be shy. Shen Lang, with a roguish charm, lowered his head to pursue the kiss while Li Liuxi bashfully evaded him. Eventually, Li Liuxi found herself ensnared by Shen Lang's embrace, her back against the wall. Their lips finally meeting. A soft, elongated whimper escaped her lips, her eyes gently closed, glistening with tears of joy and shyness. As with most men, Shen Lang's hands were not idle during the kiss. One arm encircled Li Liuxi's slender waist while the other ventured forth as an explorer. The reality was that Li Liuxi possessed an exquisite figure. Shen Lang attempted several times to conceal her entirely with his hand, yet each endeavor proved futile. The heavens had opened a window far too generous for this unfortunate girl. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until Shen Lang finally released Li Liuxi. She slumped against him as if deflated, but fortunately, Shen Lang was quick to catch her. He gently brushed the damp strands of her hair away from her face and asked tenderly, "Was that your first kiss?" This is a question posed with a knowing intent. Shen Lang currently relishes hearing this young lady utter some audacious remarks. Li Liuxi, blushing profusely, responded softly, her gaze becoming somewhat dreamy. "I feel the same," she admitted. Shen Lang, unabashed, elaborated, "This marks our first kiss, and the first kiss of a boy holds great significance. You must never let me down in the future, all right?" "All right." Li Liuxi replied earnestly, placing her trust in this young man who had, within a mere hour, professed his feelings and grown bold in his actions. Shen Lang, you are truly a wonderful person. Thank you. Chapter 69. You are a good person. The phrase "you are a good person" is undoubtedly a compliment. However, with the advancement of time and the rapid development of the internet, this expression has inexplicably morphed into a term of derision in today's materialistic society. More often than not, it is used to describe those who are deeply affectionate yet unsuccessful in love, the so-called losers. Li Liuxi, unable to keep pace with the tide of the internet, has scarcely ventured online herself. With her rather traditional mindset, she remains oblivious to the fact that in this era, particularly between the genders, this phrase is one that ought not to be uttered. Nevertheless, to Li Liuxi, the young man who has repeatedly offered her assistance is indeed a genuinely good person. Despite Shen Lang's slight lechery and penchant for biting his own tongue, he harbors no intention of elucidating the phrase's contemporary connotation to Li Liuxi. He simply appreciates her innocent and traditional demeanor. "Since we are already like this, let us go to my room," Shen Lang declared, planting a heavy kiss on Li Liuxi's flushed cheek, gently assuring her, "Do not worry. We shall merely talk, and I would never do anything to you." Shen Lang, still getting to know Li Liuxi, felt it was only right to familiarize himself with her familial circumstances, given his commitment to look after her. This also served as a subtle pretext for him, allowing Li Liuxi to believe in earnest that she was following him back to his room. In the future, this would facilitate luring her into his abode or a hotel more easily. Li Liuxi responded softly, in her heart convinced that Shen Lang was indeed her man. Upon returning to Shen Lang's bedroom, they sat closely by the edge of the bed. Remarkably, Shen Lang refrained from any inappropriate advances, instead engaging in a continuous dialogue about Li Liuxi's family and her reasons for coming to Jiahai City. Naturally, aside from the innocent caresses that are typical between couples, their conversation flowed uninterrupted from 6 in the evening until the late night. With her candid nature and her affection for Shen Lang, Li Liuxi shared openly, revealing nearly all aspects of her life. Shen Lang gleaned a comprehensive understanding of Li Liuxi's background, including the fact that her grandmother suffered a stroke and was hospitalized. She resided with a distant relative in her hometown, and astonishingly, she had a younger sister still in elementary school. Li Liuxi's parents had tragically perished in a car accident during her middle school years, leaving her family to subsist on the compensation and relief funds. In Jiahai City, she owned a modest apartment, albeit located in a rather remote suburb. This residence was purchased with the compensation from her parents' accident, meticulously saved by her grandmother, and was registered in Li Liuxi's name. Her grandmother's intention was to ensure that the sisters would have a place to call home in Jia High City after her passing. On her first day of university, Li Liuxi began working part-time at a nearby KFC. According to her, the establishment was struggling, but after she started as a cashier, business noticeably improved. The owner even raised her salary significantly. Now that Li Liuxi had become Shen Lang's private caregiver and girlfriend, he naturally saw no reason for her to continue working. The reasons behind the flourishing business of that establishment are evident even to the most casual observer. If there were a stunningly beautiful girl with an exquisite figure at the front counter, even Shen Lang would willingly frequent KFC every day. As for why she chose to rent a place, Li Liuxi was somewhat evasive in her explanation, inadvertently mentioning that her roommates were not entirely unpleasant, urging Shen Lang not to provoke them. Shen Lang, sensing the underlying truth, realized that her roommates were likely not of the most amiable sort and contemplated finding an opportunity to meet them. You are no longer permitted to work outside. Do you understand? You are now my personal maid, belonging solely to me, Shen Lang declared, rubbing his sore palms. The fabric of Li Liuxi's jeans nearly worn from his touch. All right, Li Liuxi obediently replied. We must sign a contract tomorrow. What if you decide to leave? Shen Lang quipped with his corny flirtation, causing Li Liuxi to shyly lower her head, a smile of delight unmistakably illuminating her face. No, I won't run away. In the modestly sized bedroom, the bright lights accentuated Li Liuxi's charmingly blushing face, radiating an impeccable allure of innocence. Then give me a kiss to seal the deal. Shen Lang brazenly leaned closer to her. Li Liuxi, still shy, kept her head down, needing to lift her chin to meet his lips. My dear, your lips are so soft, you smell wonderful, and your hands are so delicate. Shen Lang passionately praised every aspect of Li Liuxi. Before revealing his true intentions, did you wear the lingerie I bought you yesterday? Is it comfortable? May I see it? Li Liuxi cast a surprised glance at Shen Lang, then subtly nodded, beginning to unbutton her shirt one by one. As the moment approached when her allure would be fully unveiled, Shen Lang ultimately grasped her hands. I see. No need to remove any more. Having just emerged from the hospital, Li Liuxi was still recovering. Shen Lang genuinely worried that if everything was laid bare, he might lose control, especially since their relationship had only recently been defined. It's getting late. Let us continue our conversation tomorrow. You should return to rest. He gently caressed her smooth cheek, speaking softly. If anything arises in the future, do not bear it alone. Let me know. Next Saturday, we shall visit your grandmother. Moreover, a lively and endearing figure flashed through Shen Lang's mind, drawing a bittersweet smile on his face. I may inadvertently upset you in the future, and no matter the situation. I hope you can forgive me and not leave me, all right? Shen Lang was uncertain how long he could maintain such a facade. After all, the truth would inevitably surface. Eventually, one of them would discover his reckless behavior. For now, he aimed to administer a precautionary measure to Li Liuxi, hoping that if the truth were to emerge, there might still be a chance for redemption. Li Liuxi blinked her innocent eyes, gazing at Shen Lang's pleading smile. After a moment of hesitation, she earnestly replied, All right. Thank you. Shen Lang gently pressed his lips against Li Liuxi's delicate mouth, then relaxed with a smile. Go on. Rest early. If I am not home, and you need to reach me, just contact me via WeChat. All right. Li Liuxi turned back several times, hesitating as she gazed at Shen Lang, seemingly wanting to inquire about something. However, upon witnessing his sincere smile, she felt reassured and returned the smile, pointing towards the room across the hall. Then, I'll head back. It's quite late. You should rest early too, if that's all right. Very well. Go back and take care of yourself. Shen Lang nodded with a smile, watching the innocent girl retreat to her room. Chapter 70. The Charm of Language. The system. Display Li Liuxi's personal information. As the lights in Li Liuxi's room dimmed, Shen Lang accessed her personal details. Name, Li Liuxi. Gender, female. Age, 20. Appearance rating, 9. 6. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 52 kilograms. Hobbies, reading, doing housework for her boyfriend. Staying close to your boyfriend. Measurements, 96 centimeters, 63 centimeters, 95 centimeters. Host affection level, 50. Social status, in a relationship. Current mood, happy, anxious, filled with anticipation for the future. Current location, Fulong Community, room 2205. Experience, 0 times. What on earth? A 96. Shen Lang was taken aback by this astonishing data. Such exaggerated proportions are likely only attainable by women from the West. He raised his right hand in a grasping motion, seemingly savoring a thought, and suddenly burst into laughter. It seems neither my child nor I will go hungry in the future. System, open the mysterious treasure chest. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the ability, Eye of the God. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a system upgrade card. Eye of the God. By gazing at a target, one can obtain detailed information about the current subject. Usage of Eye of the God. Stare at the target for 3 seconds and silently recite Eye of the God to activate this ability. System upgrade card. Utilizing this card will allow the system to be upgraded. The upgraded system will enhance various capabilities, providing the host with more refined options and social suggestions for future interactions. Ding. Would you like to use the system upgrade card? Ding. Would you like to activate the ability, Eye of the God? Use them all. Shen Lang gestured grandly, and a warm sensation enveloped his eyes, followed by a brief moment of blindness. Moments later, his vision gradually restored, becoming even clearer. Focusing intently on the distant scenery, Shen Lang could swiftly capture the movement trajectories of some dynamic objects. Let us see what this is about. Shen Lang paced around the room, then picked up a bottle of drink and took a few sips. Item: Coca-Cola. Weight: 250 grams. Source: Longshan Convenience Store. Ingredients: caffeine, carbonated water, phosphoric acid, sugar. Production date: December 2nd, 2022. Shelf life: 11 months. Note: do not consume expired products. Damn. No wonder it tastes odd. It's been expired for so long. Shen Lang muttered a few words of disdain towards the unscrupulous store owner at the community entrance, frowning as he tossed the soda into the trash. Moreover, Shen Lang discovered that the ingredient list provided by the system was entirely different from that on the Coca-Cola bottle. The soda's mysterious recipe had been concealed by the owner for over a decade, although it is claimed online that the recipe has been publicly disclosed. Yet, such a lucrative formula, would the owner ever genuinely reveal the true ingredients? It is evident that the overarching boss of Coca-Cola is shrouding the truth. This peculiar ability proves to be quite useful, as it aids me in discerning the authenticity of various matters. The innate capability of the system is confined to observing individuals, necessitating a minimum of 50 points of goodwill from them. In contrast, the Eye of God grants me access to far more detailed information about others without any prerequisites. On a whim, Shen Lang ventured into the restroom and gazed into the mirror, activating the power of the Eye of God. Name: Shen Lang. Gender: male. Age: 24. Appearance: astonishingly close to rivaling the readers of this very book. Height: 182 centimeters. Weight: 78 kilograms. Origin: Guang Province. Hobbies: online literature, gaming, anime figures. Home life. Preferences: leg enthusiast, mature lady admirer. Current physical condition: excellent, surpassing 99. 9 of men globally. Experience: 2. Fake experience: 62. Blood type: O. Preferred positions. The Eye of God meticulously enumerated dozens of personal details about Shen Lang, each one remarkably precise. Whether it pertained to physical attributes or personal inclinations, this extraordinary ability depicted an accurate portrayal. It even cataloged the numerous times he had guided himself throughout his life, his preferred positions, the body types he found appealing, and the traits he admired in potential partners. This power possessed an uncanny memory, akin to a premier psychologist fused with a super-scientific electronic medical instrument. Wait, I am O blood type? Shen Lang mused thoughtfully, recalling that this blood type seemed rather rare. Throughout his life, his annual health reports were routinely retrieved by his parents beforehand. Whenever he inquired about his health status, they would impatiently respond, "What is there to see? As long as you're alive, it's fine." No wonder my origin is listed as Guang Province. It turns out my parents had visited there. Why does something feel amiss? Shen Lang murmured, as he noticed unfamiliar names in his detailed information. Names that did not belong to his parents. Oh well, as long as I'm alive, does it truly matter? Could it be that I am indeed an adopted child? Shen Lang chuckled at the thought, dismissing the extensive personal data before him and turning his attention to the upgraded system. The system had mentioned that the enhanced version would offer more refined options and social suggestions. Shen Lang powered on his computer, downloaded social networking applications, and began matching with friends to explore the changes in the system. The system's capabilities were also applicable online, even when conversing with unfamiliar individuals through a screen. It could provide response options based on their personal information. When Shen Lang first acquired the system, he had contemplated chatting on social platforms. This way, he could socialize without stepping outside to seek strangers, leveraging the system's abilities to rapidly increase goodwill and earn virtual currency, an exhilarating prospect indeed. The majority of users on social networking applications are either single individuals or introverted homebodies, drawn to these platforms primarily for the purposes of conversation and companionship. Should a rapport develop within the app, it is common for the two parties to transition their dialogue to WeChat. As their connection deepens, they may arrange to meet in person for meals or movies. If their chemistry is particularly strong, they may indulge in more intimate activities. This phenomenon largely accounts for the jesting among internet users who refer to social networking apps as monthly dating software. For Shen Lang, entering this social system was akin to a wolf infiltrating a flock of sheep. Within mere minutes, aided by the system, his social application registered numerous potential female contacts. The friend notifications in the upper right corner exceeded 99, incessantly chiming with alerts. Such as the allure of language. Chapter 71. Can the male leads not just die already? Brother, why haven't you replied to my messages? I've been waiting for you so patiently, little brother. Why are you still not responding? What do you think of this photo of me? I feel like I've lost weight recently. Do you think so? It's not that great. My figure isn't as good as you say, just a 30-60, not enhanced at all. You little rascal, who are you chatting with? Why has it taken you so long to reply? I'm upset. Hey dude, why aren't you responding? Are you really a one? Let us at each other on WeChat and chat slowly, all right? In just an hour, Shen Lang's local social media app accumulated over 500 unread messages, 90 of which were from females. Even if Shen Lang's typing speed were extraordinary, it would be impossible to converse with hundreds of friends simultaneously. Thus, these female netizens fervently bombarded Shen Lang with messages, selfies, and private photos, eagerly wishing to engage with him. Many affluent young women, in a bid to capture Shen Lang's attention or elicit a response, even lavishly bestowed gifts upon him. One user, identified as Snow of the Island, generously gifted Shen Lang nearly 100,000 worth of virtual items, catapulting her to the top of that night's gifting leaderboard, astonishing even the prominent streamers on the platform. During this hour of social interaction, Shen Lang discerned the nuances of the upgraded system. The current system fabricates responses tailored to the interests and personalities of the interlocutors, effectively assisting Shen Lang in crafting his persona. When conversing with aloof young women, the system molds Shen Lang into a warm and approachable gentleman, evoking familial warmth. In discussions with well-behaved girls, he is transformed into a rebellious rogue, weaving tales of his adventurous escapades. When engaging with affluent girls, the system prompts Shen Lang to employ PUA techniques, which only intensifies their eagerness to converse with him. At times, Shen Lang yearned to interact personally without the system's assistance. The system also analyzes the pros and cons of his responses and instructs him on the optimal replies. In essence, the current system acts as a mentor in the art of romance for Shen Lang. Most individuals on social media seek partners who resonate with their own personalities and interests. When encountering someone who can genuinely captivate their hearts, they naturally open up and share even the most intimate details. As a user with a bug akin to a love AI, Shen Lang mesmerizes these female netizens, who pursue him fervently, bombarding him with private messages. The most astonishing aspect is that Shen Lang is merely a new account, devoid of any social dynamics or personal photographs. Even his profile picture is the most rudimentary blue cartoon avatar of a boy. Such is the power of the upgraded system. With nothing but the allure of words, Shen Lang has been transformed into the Prince Charming of these young women's imaginations. Regarding the private photographs sent by these internet users and their desire to engage in deeper offline conversations, Shen Lang naturally does not take them seriously. Not to mention that the signs of photo manipulation are glaringly obvious, resembling distorted warriors, with only a few girls' pictures being somewhat acceptable. Primarily, Shen Lang is already entangled with 3 exceptionally attractive women. How could he possibly seek amusement with women online? He merely utilizes them to hone his social skills while casually enhancing their fondness towards him, resulting in the accumulation of virtual currency. Shen Lang has also encountered numerous male users who, through the system, have significantly elevated their favorability towards him, yielding considerable rewards. Strangely, upon discovering Shen Lang's gender, rather than retreating, these individuals have shown an eagerness to engage further, displaying a fervor no less intense than that of their female counterparts, suggesting an openness to any form of interaction. To be candid, can't these male enthusiasts take a step back? Of course. Shen Lang is not the epitome of a serene monk, unlike the system which only offers frigid responses during conversations. He too finds himself enchanted by the amiable atmosphere shared with certain users. Particularly, he enjoys chatting with the user known as Snow of the Island, who generously bestowed upon him gifts worth 100,000. The system indicates that this friend appears to possess some wealth and has a rather aloof demeanor. Most importantly, she shares a penchant for staying indoors and has many hobbies in common with Shen Lang. Were it not for the approaching hour of 3 a.m., he might have continued their conversation for several more hours. Downstairs, a voice interjects. All right, I have matters to attend to tomorrow. Let us converse another time. You should also head to bed early. Girls shouldn't stay up late every night. Snow of the Island. May I add you on WeChat? Now, Shen Lang finds himself juggling 3 romantic interests. Unless absolutely necessary, he is reluctant to add another female to his WeChat. Downstairs, let us just chat on this app when we have time. We are already friends, aren't we? Shen Lang's response is exceedingly perfunctory. He currently has hundreds of unread messages on the app, and in a few days, he is unlikely to recall this individual. It is akin to encountering a commendable teammate in a game, both adding each other as friends with plans to regroup later. Yet, as time passes, the initial thrill inevitably fades, and the enthusiasm of their first acquaintance naturally diminishes. Snow of the Island. In a few days, you will surely forget me. So please add me. I genuinely wish to know you better. Rest assured, I won't bother you. We can chat when we have free time. Shen Lang hesitates for a moment. All right, I suppose I shall add you, but I am not often online. Snow of the Island. Thank you. Ding. Yui Nan's favorability towards the host has increased by 2 points, currently standing at 20 points. Please continue your efforts. Ah, Yui Nan. Why does this name sound so familiar? Throughout the night, Shen Lang has heard the system's notification sound countless times and has encountered more than 100 female names. Yet, the name Yui Nan seems to resonate with him, evoking a sense of déjà vu. Through the screen, Shen Lang cannot directly access Yui Nan's personal profile with the divine eye. After the two connected on WeChat, Shen Lang curiously searched for the name online. In the next moment, he was utterly astounded by the financial web pages that appeared before him. Yi Group's founder, Yi Hai, attended a Bulgari jewelry gala with his wealthy daughter, Yi Nan. As the leading conglomerate in Shanghai City, the Yi Group operates in highly lucrative industries, facing accusations of monopolistic practices. Yi Hai, the founder of Yi Group, donated a staggering 1 billion to a charitable foundation. Shanghai City's richest man Yi Hai's daughter finally makes her debut. And it turns out to be her. A plethora of sensational financial news and genuine photos of Yi Nan lay before him, leaving Shen Lang in utter disbelief. He had merely hoped to find some companionship through a dating app, and yet he had inadvertently caught the attention of the daughter of Shanghai City's wealthiest magnate. Chapter 72. Do you still want money? In the stillness of the night, the stars twinkled brightly. The Jiujiantang Villa District, the most opulent area of Shanghai City, stands as the pinnacle of real estate prices nationwide, unparalleled in its luxury. The residents here are either extraordinarily wealthy magnates or renowned celebrities who shine brightly on television screens. Nestled within the most lavish area A of Jiujiantang lies a breathtaking standalone villa. The architectural design of this residence is nothing short of exquisite, with every detail reflecting the owner's refined taste and elegance. Expansive floor-to-ceiling windows allow the desolate moonlight to cascade into the room, illuminating the sumptuous interior. The living room is adorned with a luxurious sofa set and an elegant coffee table, while priceless artworks grace the walls, immersing one in an artistic sanctuary. In this grand yet solitary space, a tall young woman with an entranced smile reclines comfortably on the sofa, engaging in delightful conversation with a recently acquainted online friend on a trending social media platform. Her every expression exudes the languid grace of a privileged heiress. Her eyebrows arch like delicate willow leaves, and her eyes shimmer like bright stars. Her lustrous black hair cascades over her shoulders like a silken waterfall, smooth and supple. Her fair, delicate feet rest on the edge of the sofa, rhythmically swaying to the soft sound of tapping on her phone screen, infusing the scene with a playful charm. This young woman is none other than Yui Nan, the cherished daughter of Shanghai City's wealthiest man, Yi Hai. From a young age, Yui Nan was sent abroad by her parents for further education, and just last week, they summoned her back to the country. With her moving into the lavish villa they had meticulously designed for her. Yet for Yui Nan, this multi-million-dollar residence feels more like a gilded cage, stifling her freedom. As the sole daughter, she has been the apple of her parents' eye, living a life of luxury since birth. Given her status as the only child of the city's richest, her parents harbor exceedingly high expectations for her. They have imparted a myriad of socialite knowledge to her, confining her interests and skills to those deemed suitable for young women. Any engagement with other fields was strictly forbidden. Their well-intentioned yet suffocating upbringing has resulted in a daughter of commendable virtue, yet in many respects, Yi Yinan cannot be considered a typical 20-year-old. She lacks even the most fundamental common sense, resembling a naive girl who would undoubtedly be vulnerable if left alone in the world. Consequently, her parents enlisted the help of the most renowned psychologist for guidance. After a month of careful observation and treatment, the psychologist informed Yi Yinan's parents that she suffers from severe depression, her mental health in a dire state, necessitating a tranquil environment for solitary recuperation. If this continues, her condition may very well escalate into clinical depression. Thus, the parents immediately relaxed their restrictions on Yi Yinan, merely assigning a few bodyguards to ensure her safety. This is also the primary reason why Yi Yinan was able to openly engage with this highly private social application in the living room, a scenario she had never dared to imagine before. Upon returning to the country, Yi Yinan initially sought merely to scroll through Douyin for some leisure, only to stumble upon a promotional advertisement for this social platform. To outsiders, Yi Yinan appeared remarkably aloof, exuding an air of dignity that was both admirable and untouchable. Yet, deep within, she yearned to connect with others, to share her life experiences and the misunderstandings she had with her parents. In this surge of expressive desire, Yi Yinan downloaded the application, embarking on her journey into the realm of internet socializing. The first individual she matched with was none other than Shen Lang. After exchanging a few words, Yi Yinan found herself utterly entranced by the engaging ambience of their conversation. However, as time passed, Shen Lang's replies became increasingly sluggish, at times taking several minutes to respond, which left the inherently expressive Yi Yinan feeling quite distressed. Throughout her life, her friends had never neglected her. Rather, they had always sought ways to draw near and flatter her. Shen Lang's deliberate indifference created a peculiar sense of betrayal within Yi Yinan. Consequently, she noticed the tipping feature in the chat window. Opting for the most expensive virtual gift, she clicked it multiple times, finally summoning Shen Lang back to the conversation. Just moments ago, she had earnestly added him on WeChat and eagerly sent a message. Hi Dr. Shui. Hello. May I ask if you are online? After politely sending her message, Yi Yinan felt a twinge of anxiety. As for the reason behind her nervousness, she could not quite explain. But she was undeniably invested in the stranger she had yet to meet. Lu Xiaofeng. Wow. A wealthy lady has appeared. Shen Lang's eccentric reply left the typically composed Yi Yinan flustered. Hi Dr. Shui. Why do you call me a wealthy lady? Shen Lang swiftly sent her a screenshot of her own selfie from her moments. This is you, right? You must be Yi Yinan, the daughter of Jiahai City's richest man. Correct? Usually, Yi Yinan was not accustomed to such directness in conversation. However, in the presence of Shen Lang, she felt no aversion. During their earlier chat, he had exhibited a carefree and forthright demeanor. Hi Dr. Shui. Yes, that's me. Please refrain from disclosing my identity to others. My father would have something to say about it. Lu Xiaofeng. Oh my goodness, a true wealthy lady. Hi Dr. Shui, could you please not make such a fuss? Lu Xiaofeng. Wow, wealthy lady, seeking a benefactor? Hi Dr. Shui, do you want money? Having just returned to the country, Yi Yinan was not well versed in the latest internet trends and initially thought Shen Lang was asking her for money. Even if she were aware of such jokes, no one would dare to jest with her in that manner. Could he possibly be a naive simpleton? Upon reading this statement, Shen Lang couldn't help but chuckle and tentatively inquired, How much can you offer? Anything works, replied Hai Dao Snow. Goodness. You affluent individuals truly go too far, exclaimed Lu Xiaofeng, irritation evident in his tone. Yi Yinan, perplexed by Shen Lang's sudden anger, anxiously retorted. May I ask what is troubling you? What is the matter? Lu Xiaofeng responded. Why are you upset? Questioned Hai Dao Snow. I hope you're not yet another Li Lu Si. Shen Lang, caught between laughter and exasperation, remarked, I was merely jesting with you. Oh, I see. Said Hai Dao Snow, I apologize. I grew up abroad and only recently returned to the country, so I am not well acquainted with certain local customs. It's all right. Reassured Lu Xiaofeng, you'll adapt in no time. Very well. Do you still require money? Asked Hai Dao Snow. Responded Lu Xiaofeng. Chapter 73. Do you have any other websites? Shen Lang initially believed that Yi Yinan was feigning innocence, attempting to ensnare him in her ruse. After he foolishly fell for her trap, she would reveal her disdainful and critical gaze, expressing her contempt with a haughty remark. Did she truly think he would perceive her as a harmless and naive girl? How naive. Ever since he met Xia Shudi, the landlady frequently recounted the eccentric escapades of her wealthy friends, which made Shen Lang realize that the more bizarre antics, such as using steel wool, were mere child's play compared to some of the outlandish things that expanded his understanding. Furthermore, considering she was the daughter of the richest man in Jiahai City, it was only natural for him to harbor such suspicions. After conversing with Yi Nan for 2 hours, Shen Lang discovered that she was genuinely innocent. Resembling a wealthy version of Li Liuxi, and she exhibited remarkable politeness, devoid of the arrogant disdain typically associated with the daughters of the affluent. Moreover, Yi Nan had an exceptionally strong desire to express herself, eager to share even the most trivial matters with Shen Lang. Such a naive girl was easily deceived. And during those 2 hours, he successfully elevated her fondness for him to an astonishing 30 points. Downstairs, Fengde, all right, it's nearly dawn. I must go out for breakfast. Island Snow, are you leaving? Can we chat a bit longer? I'm not quite ready to sleep yet. Downstairs. Fengde, let us chat another time. You should also get some rest. Island Snow, okay, but may I ask your name? I'd like to save it. Downstairs. Fengde, Shen Lang, carve it into your roster. Wealthy lady, tears, Island Snow. I don't have anything so peculiar. Downstairs, Fengde, haha, I'm impressed. Fine. Go to sleep. I want to keep you with idle chatter. Island Snow, all right, good night, Shen Lang. Ah. The good night of a wealthy heiress. Imagine if this were screenshotted and shared online. It would surely ignite the internet. Shen Lang gazed at the words good night for a moment, a playful smile gracing his lips. Downstairs, Fengde, hee, wealthy lady, surely you wouldn't want your father to discover that you divulged your identity to me? Island Snow, Shen Lang, you promised me you wouldn't tell anyone else. Downstairs, Fengde, come on, you're no fun. Don't you understand this joke? Haven't you studied abroad? Island Snow, does this phrase hold any special significance? Downstairs, Fengde, do you truly wish to know? Island Snow, yes, please tell me. Shen Lang decided to share a website he had treasured for years with Yi Nan. Visit the site, search for this phrase, and you shall unveil its meaning. He chuckled excitedly after sending the message. Sending an educational website to the daughter of a billionaire was simply unparalleled. In the villa, Yi Nan eagerly copied the website Shen Lang had sent and promptly pasted it into her browser. However, the provocative imagery that materialized overwhelmed her innocent heart, pure as paper. Having studied biology, Yi Nan naturally understood the matters between men and women. However, the actions displayed on these pages greatly exceeded her understanding of normal behavior. This was Yi Nan's first encounter with an educational website, and she felt no embarrassment. Instead, these unprecedented images fervently refreshed her perceptions. Watching such videos openly in the living room made Yi Nan feel somewhat uneasy. Thus, she hurriedly covered her phone, her face flushed and her heart racing, as she ascended the spiral staircase back to her bedroom to delve into her explorations. After an extensive conversation with Yi Nan the previous night, Shen Lang awoke the following day at 4 in the afternoon. A few months prior, the first thing Shen Lang would do upon waking was to power on his computer, order takeout, play games, and after finishing, brush his teeth and begin writing. Now, however, Shen Lang's reclusive lifestyle had undergone a dramatic transformation. Consequently, upon waking, his first instinct was to habitually reach for the phone beside his pillow and check the WeChat messages from his girlfriends. Female elf, Shen Pig. This week I want to be going back. Remember to come and play with me. No refusals allowed. A lifetime with you. Little Shen, are you awake? A new Western restaurant has opened in the commercial street, and I've heard good reviews. Shall we go eat after picking up Ming Ming from kindergarten? Wishing you peace. Are you awake? I knocked on your door this morning, but there was no response. If you are awake, may I join you to buy groceries after school? If it's too much trouble, then never mind. Snow on the island, Shen Lang. May I ask if you have any other websites? For Shen Lang, Su Lishuan was his true girlfriend. She was sweet and adorable, with a cheerful and sunny disposition. And it was no surprise that she was his first love. Xia Shuyi was gentle and virtuous, and Ming Ming was also charming. Although every time Shen Lang visited Xia Shuyi, he felt an overwhelming sense of being an accidental father, he did not reject his first love for that reason. To Shen Lang, Xia Shuyi possessed an enduring charm of a married woman, and her experience of divorce and motherhood only enhanced her appeal. As for Li Liuxi, Shen Lang's interactions with her were not profound. If he had to categorize her, he would always regard Li Liuxi as an adorably naive girl with an astonishing figure. And regarding the newly added heiress from last night, Yi Nan, what was the meaning behind her messages? What had she been doing with her website last night? Chapter 74, Master of Time Management. In the past few months of systematic training, Shen Lang has developed an unwavering composure in the face of challenges. Calmly, he rose from his bed, grasped his phone, and proceeded to the bathroom for his morning routine, contemplating his schedule for the day. It was Thursday, and the clock read 5:40 in the afternoon. Su Lishuan's invitation for Sunday could be set aside for now. They could indulge in a video call later that evening. Mingming's kindergarten dismissed at 5:30, while Zhuhai University concluded its classes at 6. Li Liuxi would require approximately 20 minutes to return home from school. Shen Lang could easily fabricate an excuse to decline accompanying Xia Shui to pick up Mingming, while agreeing to join the mother and daughter for a steak dinner. This would leave him ample time to visit the supermarket with Li Liuxi. As for the daughter of the tycoon whom he had added yesterday, Shen Lang had promptly sent her 7 or 8 educational websites and decided to leave her be. With a well-formed strategy in mind, he concluded his grooming and opened his phone to initiate a conversation with Su Lishuan. All right then, are you free this Sunday? Only if you dare to accompany me to meet my father on Saturday. Su Lishuan, born in 2004 and a college student who spent her days surfing the internet, was well acquainted with such familiar flirtations. Their relationship was quite intimate, and like most infatuated young women, she secretly wished for her boyfriend to express his feelings for her. However, Su Lishuan's prideful nature prevented her from making things too easy for him. She understood a common truth known to many women, that one must not appear overly accessible. Despite being fully aware of Shen Lang's eagerness, she relished in keeping him on his toes. Only when the moment was right and she sensed his sincerity would she consider taking that next step. Deal. I'll pick you up on Saturday. And we'll visit your parents together. Shen Lang had merely intended to joke with a suggestive remark, yet he was taken aback by Su Lishuan's reciprocation. Such a splendid opportunity was not one to be squandered. Is it true? Aren't you afraid? My father can be quite intimidating. And I haven't even mentioned our relationship to them yet. What is there to fear? As long as I can be with you. I would mind enduring a few stern words from my future father-in-law. Moreover, you didn't mention it. Which makes it all the more persuasive when I return to speak with your uncle and aunt. In the classroom, Su Lishuan discreetly tucked her phone within her textbook. Casting a complex gaze toward the Mediterranean teacher at the podium, her lips slowly curving into a sweet smile of anticipation. Having spent considerable time with Shen Lang, she recognized his sweet words intended to charm her. Yet, inexplicably, she felt elated, for she had always harbored affection for him. Furthermore, Shen Lang's willingness to personally address her parents about their relationship signified a heartfelt commitment on his part. Contemplating the possibility of gaining her parents' consent on Saturday, Su Lishuan pondered whether she would indeed have to accompany Shen Lang. After a serious brainstorming session, she bit her cherry lips and resolutely replied to Shen Lang, "Very well, come find me on Saturday and we shall return together." After responding to Shen Lang, Su Lishuan opened her father's chat window and decisively typed a line, "Dad, you and Mom will be home on Saturday, right? I intend to bring my boyfriend back. Sister Xia, I have something to attend to later, so I may not be able to pick Mingming up with you." After messaging Su Lishuan, Shen Lang continued his conversation with Xia Shui. "However, I am open to dining on steak. Please share the name of the restaurant, and I shall arrange a reservation." Xia Shui swiftly responded, "No need. I have it all arranged. The restaurant owner is my friend. Just come." After a good night's sleep, I replied, "All right. Send me the address, and I will drive over around 8 once I finish my tasks." Following that, after sending the address, Xia Shui tentatively inquired, "So, Xiaoshen, do you have any plans after dinner?" Shy merely from her bashful expression, Shen Lang deduced what the landlady was insinuating and couldn't help but ask with a chuckle, "Sister Xia, is the computer at home malfunctioning again?" Pervert at once. When Shen Lang visited Xia Shui's home, she had falsely claimed her computer was broken to lure him into her bedroom. Had it not been for little Mingming's unexpected interruption, Shen Lang might have already had a delightful encounter with the charming landlady. Understanding the private code known only to the two of them, Xia Shui replied with an array of disapproving emojis. Through the screen, Shen Lang could vividly imagine the landlady's blushing and fluttering heart. "Wait for me, Sister Xia. Rose, life is better with you. Yes, it drizzled a bit this morning. Now that you have a new car, drive carefully. I'll be waiting for you." Smile. After arranging matters with the landlady, Shen Lang then opened the chat with Li Liuxi. "Have you finished school?" After waiting for nearly half an hour, Shen Lang descended to the entrance of the community, coincidentally spotting Li Liuxi alighting from an overcrowded bus, her old satchel slung over her shoulder. As soon as she stepped off the bus, Li Liuxi eagerly pulled out her phone to type, her delicate face etched with anxiety. Shen Lang's phone immediately pinged with a message from her. "Sorry, I was on the bus just now and have just gotten off. Are you still online? Look ahead." He replied. Li Liuxi quickly lifted her gaze towards the entrance of the community, where Shen Lang stood with a triumphant smile, his eyebrows raised in playful delight. Her face instantly lit up with joy as she hurried towards him, her pace quickening until she was nearly running. Her simple yet sharp braid danced merrily behind her, adding a touch of whimsy to her demeanor. What are you doing? Shen Lang had approached, intending to embrace Li Liuxi, only to have her instinctively evade him. Her head lowered as she shyly murmured, "There are too many people. Enough of the excuses. Just speak your mind," he remarked dismissively, waving his hand as he walked ahead. Li Liuxi hurried to catch up, taking the initiative to grasp Shen Lang's hand, her voice a soft apology. I'm sorry, please don't be upset." Shen Lang chuckled, pulling her slender waist into a warm embrace, lowering his head to plant a playful kiss on her smooth, fair cheek. "From now on, don't concern yourself with the opinions of others. Live your life for yourself and let others be." "Yes, I understand," Li Liuxi nodded earnestly, her eyes filled with trust, reflecting the image of this rebellious young man. Chapter 75. Embrace freely, no payment required. Shen Lang waited in the Mercedes for a good 15 to 20 minutes before Li Liuxi finally emerged from her residential complex. She had changed her attire, replacing her snug school uniform with a brown floral long dress. At that moment, she resembled the village belle, possessing a touch of rustic charm while also exuding beauty. From head to toe, she radiated an innocent and modest grace, almost as if a morning glory should adorn her ear. "It's the first time I've seen you in a dress," Shen Lang remarked as Li Liuxi entered the car. He adjusted the hem of her floral dress, smiling in satisfaction. "It looks truly lovely." Thank you," Li Liuxi replied, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. "Thank you for what?" Shen Lang chuckled, playfully pinching her soft cheek. "I'm your boyfriend. You don't need to say thank you to me like that. Understood?" "Yes, I understand." Li Liuxi nodded shyly, then gazed out the window at the open-air vegetable market, her curiosity piqued. "Weren't we supposed to buy groceries? Where are we going?" Typically, she would visit the nearby open-air market for her groceries, as it was not only close to her home but also offered affordable produce, often grown by local elders. "We're not going to the market, we're heading to the supermarket." Shen Lang deftly maneuvered the steering wheel. "After we pick up the groceries, I'll buy you some clothes as well. Is this another matter of keeping tabs?" Li Liuxi's expression turned complex as she looked down, still uncertain of how much she owed Shen Lang. Although they had just confirmed their relationship, she did not wish to take advantage of it to spend his money. "Don't overthink it. My family isn't a bank. Every penny I spend on you will be deducted from the bride price," Shen Lang noted, sensing her concerns. He effortlessly spun a playful line. "Let us consider the bride price at 300,000. So far, I've spent approximately 30,000 on you, leaving 27,000 to be accounted for." The mention of the bride price made Li Liuxi's heart flutter, and she nervously grasped her seatbelt, lowering her head shyly. I don't have that much." Hee. "That's not my concern. It's set at 300,000 to prevent you from raising it further," Shen Lang declared with a hint of authority. "Once the bride price is spent, you will be mine. Any objections?" Li Liuxi shyly shook her head, then, as if a thought struck her, she earnestly countered. "But what about the dowry?" Li Liuxi had little money to her name. She couldn't possibly come up with even 30,000, let alone 300,000. "Wow, really? Have we only just met, and you're already contemplating marriage? Isn't that a bit too soon?" Shen Lang teased, eager to lighten the mood. Realizing she had become too engrossed in the conversation, Li Liuxi's face flushed crimson, and she quickly turned her gaze out the window, exposing her fair neck to Shen Lang. The once cheerful atmosphere between them grew colder, the hum of the air conditioning becoming noticeably prominent. "Indeed, the sun is quite fierce today." Shen Lang cast a fleeting glance at the bashful Li Liuxi, letting out a subtle sigh as he nonchalantly donned his sunglasses. Beneath the dark lenses, a hint of helplessness flickered in his eyes. Internally, Shen Lang reminded himself to refrain from discussing sensitive topics with Li Liuxi in the future, a sentiment that extended to his interactions with other girls as well. To purchase clothing for Li Liuxi, Shen Lang drove to a distant department store, planning to buy groceries first and then proceed to the nearby shopping mall. The store was bustling with the evening rush, throngs of people milling about, and a few students in school uniforms could be seen shopping. Li Liuxi, unaccustomed to such crowded places, hesitated as she glanced at Shen Lang's hand but felt too shy to reach for it. Curiously, despite the chaos of an open-air market, where she had no qualms about bargaining with elderly vendors, she felt an inexplicable trepidation in this somewhat extravagant setting, worried she might inconvenience others. "Come, hold my hand." Shen Lang extended his hand with a raised eyebrow and a smile. "It's too crowded here. I wouldn't want you to get lost and have to broadcast from the studio searching for you." "Absolutely not," Li Liuxi pouted in a playful manner. Yet she happily grasped Shen Lang's broad palm. He preferred not to hold hands in such a manner, as it felt akin to escorting a child through the streets. Instead, he adjusted his grip, intertwining their fingers, and pressed a gentle kiss on the back of her fair hand. What would you like to eat tonight? Engaging in such intimate gestures amidst the bustling crowd left Li Liuxi blushing fervently, her cheeks aflame. Anything is fine. I'll leave it to you. The innocent girl was oblivious to the fact that in 2024, public displays of affection among couples had become commonplace, eliciting merely curious glances from passersby. Some onlookers might even evaluate the couple's attractiveness, silently scoring them in their minds. When bystanders inadvertently caught sight of Li Liuxi's endearingly shy demeanor, envy swirled among them, especially given her captivating figure, which drew envious gazes from the males who passed by, directed at Shen Lang. Let us take a look around, Shen Lang suggested casually, leading Li Liuxi through the aisles of the supermarket. It was evening, and several couples were also present, gathering supplies. Unlike the timid Li Liuxi, these girls boldly clung to their boyfriends' arms, unabashedly displaying affection without regard for others' opinions. Should we buy some? Just as Shen Lang picked up an apple to voice his thoughts, he felt a soft warmth enveloping his arm. He turned to find Li Liuxi cautiously leaning against him, her prideful attributes melding against his arm. What are you doing? Shen Lang softly coaxed the shy girl. Aren't you afraid of the crowd anymore? Li Liuxi paused her actions, clutching Shen Lang's arm, and shyly inquired, Is it all right? Of course, feel free to embrace. It costs nothing, Shen Lang replied with a cheerful demeanor. He genuinely wished for Li Liuxi to behave like a typical girlfriend, expressing affection and endearment towards him. If she remained overly reserved, it would not reflect a normal romantic relationship. Li Liuxi smiled brightly, mimicking the behavior of other girlfriends, and treasured Shen Lang's arm as if it were a prized possession. What about apples? Shall we buy some? Shen Lang gestured with a vibrant red apple in front of Li Liuxi, as she nervously acclimated to this newfound intimacy. She found it difficult to speak, merely nodding in a bashful yet earnest manner. Chapter 76. Would you like to eat? I shall prepare it for you. After filling their shopping cart, the two exited the supermarket, laden with bags, and proceeded to the adjacent department store to purchase clothing for Li Liuxi. After wandering for a while, Shen Lang led Li Liuxi into a quaint shop that was devoid of customers. The attendant, eager to assist, approached to introduce the store's offerings. But the proprietress dismissed her and decided to personally attend to Shen Lang. Having operated in the bustling Jiahai city for many years, the proprietress had encountered numerous affluent patrons, from wealthy businessmen with university students to rich women with their young companions. The juxtaposition of Shen Lang's refined attire against Li Liuxi's simple clothing suggested an unconventional dynamic between them. As it turned out, the proprietress's intuition was correct. Shen Lang purchased 7 or 8 outfits for Li Liuxi, amounting to nearly 50,000 yuan, which left the proprietress beaming with delight. Throughout the process of showcasing the garments, the proprietress discerned the underlying reason for Shen Lang's fondness for this modest girl. Her delicate features and striking figure captivated not only men but even the seasoned proprietress herself. Despite the extravagant expenditure, Shen Lang remained unfazed, as his bank account still brimmed with savings. If he found himself short of funds, he could easily earn more through social media. Moreover, Li Liuxi genuinely disliked the notion of Shen Lang spending lavishly on her. Their outing had cost approximately 100,000 yuan, which was not a reflection of materialistic tendencies. Such opulent spending is undeniably alluring in today's consumer-driven society, regardless of gender. However, the funds spent on Li Liuxi did little to enhance her affection for Shen Lang. Instead, she was filled with concern throughout the experience. For a girl as innocent and family-oriented as she, a mere conversation would prove more meaningful than a windfall of millions. Having purchased so many clothes, the shopkeeper not only offered discounts but also agreed to provide free delivery. Upon returning home, Li Liuxi eagerly donned an apron, her eyes fixed on Shen Lang. Shen Lang, would you like to eat? I shall prepare it for you. In comparison to the expensive outfits, this earnest girl found greater joy in cooking for Shen Lang. Me? Shen Lang instinctively glanced at his phone. It was already 7:40, and he needed to arrive at the landlady's restaurant in 20 minutes. The location she provided was quite distant, requiring about 20 minutes to reach. If he savored Li Liuxi's meal, he would undoubtedly be late. I might. What? Li Liuxi, believing Shen Lang was contemplating a recipe, patiently gazed at him with a joyful smile, her clear eyes brimming with anticipation. Egg fried rice, perhaps? Shen Lang, not wanting to disappoint Li Liuxi's earnestness, replied. There is still plenty of leftover rice from yesterday. Just a bowl of egg fried rice will suffice. All right. Li Liuxi, determined to succeed, responded affirmatively and retrieved 3 eggs from the refrigerator, bustling into the kitchen. Shen Lang hastily took out his phone to message Xia Shui on WeChat. Awoke at dawn. Sister Xia, it's peak hours for leaving work. The roads are quite congested. I may arrive a bit later. A lifetime with you. No worries. Drive slowly. I'll wait for you. After putting his phone away, Shen Lang intended to assist in the kitchen. However, the kitchen's limited space might hinder his efforts. Instead, he resorted to tapping his fingers rapidly on the table, producing a rhythmic sound, before pacing anxiously in the living room. Fortunately, preparing a bowl of fried rice was relatively simple, and Li Liuxi was quite adept in the kitchen. Within minutes, she presented a steaming bowl of egg fried rice, adorned with vibrant green scallions. Shen Lang accepted the dish and began to devour it ravenously. Observing him, Li Liuxi felt a sense of satisfaction but couldn't help but remind him gently, "Be careful, it's hot." "I'm fine. I'm just starving," Shen Lang mumbled. "Aren't you eating? Is this all there is?" "There is more. Go ahead and eat first," Li Liuxi replied with a nonchalant smile, quietly watching him. Shen Lang quickly grasped her intentions. She was merely concerned that he might not be full after this bowl and intended to wait until he finished before serving herself from the pot. As Shen Lang's pace of eating gradually slowed, he felt a twinge of guilt upon seeing the girl whose eyes were filled with affection for him. "I'm full," he declared after hastily finishing the fried rice, taking a deep breath before reluctantly burping. "It was excellent, chefly." Li Liuxi appreciated the compliment but remained concerned about his hunger, asking, "There is still some in the pot. Would you like a bit more?" "No, thank you," Shen Lang replied, waving his hand as he grabbed his wallet. "You can serve yourself now. I must be off." After Shen Lang departed, Li Liuxi undoubtedly tidied up his bowl and chopsticks, washing them and placing them neatly away. While she was cleaning, Shen Lang unexpectedly returned, having forgotten his car keys. His movements were subtle, and Li Liuxi paid little attention, as she was patiently organizing the ingredients they had purchased at the supermarket, placing them meticulously into the refrigerator. Once she finished this task, Li Liuxi diligently took a steel wool pad to scrub the greasy edges of the stove. The accumulated grease was notoriously difficult to remove. The kitchen was stifling after cooking, and in no time, she was drenched in perspiration. Some stubborn stains proved resistant, prompting her to bend down and scrape them away with her fingernails. Li Liuxi's world was modest, yet she found contentment in her current life. She harbored affection for the young man who had entered her heart and aspired to manage all domestic affairs like a dutiful wife. Shen Lang stood quietly at the kitchen door, observing Li Liuxi as she bent over, diligently cleaning the stove. Such a caretaker would hardly manage the dirty work proficiently. Yet Li Liuxi performed it with evident delight, her fair and smooth forehead adorned with delicate beads of sweat. Shen Lang approached Li Liuxi from behind, his step soft and measured, enveloping her slender waist in a gentle embrace, drawing her ample form into his arms. How did you return?" Li Liuxi was momentarily taken aback, her face soon illuminated with unmistakable joy. "Why haven't you eaten yet?" Shen Lang glanced at the frying pan, where the fragrant fried rice still emitted wisps of steam. For such laborious tasks, one could simply summon a chef to handle it. "No need. I'm almost finished," Li Liuxi replied, shaking her head softly. "Calling a chef costs money." "Ah, you truly are a simple-minded girl," Shen Lang sighed in exasperation, already beginning to regret engaging with such a stubborn maiden. Chapter 77. The current generation of youth seems reluctant to strive. Shen Lang quietly embraced Li Liuxi's tall and shapely form, gently nuzzling her flushed, delicate pink earlobe. The two lingered in the kitchen, enveloped in a serene intimacy. Li Liuxi relished this sensation, her face aglow with a blissful smile. Instinctively, she reached for Shen Lang's hand, but hesitated upon noticing her own hand smeared with grease. Abandoning the thought, "You mentioned having other matters to attend to, didn't you?" The thought of Shen Lang's pending obligations prompted Li Liuxi to reluctantly break the enchanting atmosphere. "Won't you be late?" "Indeed. It's time to go." Shen Lang ultimately steeled himself and released Li Liuxi, then grasped her sticky hands, playfully chiding, "Enough of that. Be good, wash your hands and let us eat. I can arrange for a professional to come by another day." "All right," Li Liuxi replied obediently, squeezing out dish soap to wash her hands, her rosy cheeks still adorned with a joyful smile. "What are you grinning about?" Shen Lang inquired, tilting his head curiously at the charming girl. Li Liuxi denied it. "No, nothing at all." Shen Lang chuckled, teasing, "Nothing? Your smile is practically reaching your ears." "Flushed?" Li Liuxi fell silent, her reticent nature preventing her from articulating the satisfaction and happiness she felt in that moment. She turned back to continue washing her soiled hands, presenting Shen Lang with a graceful profile. Li Liuxi, being tall, exuded a domestic charm in her simple floral dress while washing her hands. A glance upwards revealed her youthful, radiant face, blooming with shyness. In terms of figure, she was undeniably captivating. The slight bend of her waist as she washed her hands accentuated her lithe and elegant physique. The proud contours of her form swaying gently in a mesmerizing display. As Shen Lang observed in silence, the regret he had felt for pursuing Li Liuxi inexplicably dissipated. He found himself contemplating the allure of such a beautiful girl with an enviable figure. Should he not pursue her? Allow another man to take advantage? Let us go. Shen Lang could no longer resist playfully patting Li Liuxi's petite rear, before grabbing his car keys and wallet. Finish your meal and head back to rest early. Understood? Li Liuxi's cheeks flushed as she emitted a sweet, affirmative sound. It was only after Shen Lang fully departed that she instinctively rubbed her slightly stinging backside, resembling a cherished little wife, pouting in a feigned reproach. Humph, you rascal. As Shen Lang drove toward the Western restaurant, a torrential downpour suddenly commenced. Xia Shui thoughtfully messaged him, advising caution in the rainy weather. The rain intensified, yet traffic remained clear. By around 8:20 p.m., Shen Lang arrived at the Western restaurant Xia had mentioned. A beautifully attired hostess greeted him with courtesy. Good evening, sir. Do you have a reservation? Indeed. The seat number is A1. Shen Lang conveyed the table number provided by Xia Shui to the hostess. The beautiful hostess paused momentarily, her face illuminating with a slightly excited and friendly smile. You must be Mr. Shen. Please follow me. Shen Lang followed the elegantly dressed hostess into the restaurant. The waitstaff and the bartender at the bar cast curious glances toward Shen Lang in unison. Noticing this, the female owner at the cash register signaled for the hostess to continue her duties outside. She personally led Shen Lang to the entrance of a VIP private room, gracefully lifting her gloved hand to elegantly part the red velvet curtain. Inside the private room, Xia Shui and her daughter Mei Ming were seated quietly. The decor of this Western restaurant radiated a romantic and elegant ambience. Within the serene confines of the room, soft lighting bathed the exquisite dining table, creating a warm and tranquil atmosphere. Candles flickered gently in their holders, adding an air of mystery to the space. Red rose petals scattered across the table symbolized love and passion. The rich aroma of coffee permeated the air, instilling a sense of relaxation and joy. In the quiet room, Xia Shui, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, elegantly and briskly tapped away at her laptop. She wore a fitted, pure white long-sleeve shirt, which accentuated her graceful collarbone, contrasting sharply with her slender waist. Her well-proportioned, shapely legs were clad in soft, loose-fitting white trousers, exuding the charm of a refined woman. This might be the reason Xia Shui has dedicated herself to yoga for many years. At 36, her figure surpassed that of many women in their early 20s, showing no signs of the passage of time. It is no exaggeration to say that if Xia Shui were to adorn herself slightly and walk down the street, no one would believe she is a single mother of a 6-year-old child. Mei Ming, having removed her shoes, nestled beside her mother, gleefully watching animated cartoons on the screen of her phone. Usually gentle and amiable, Xia Shui now bore a serious expression, radiating the unique charm of a successful woman. This demeanor of Xia Shui did not strike Shen Lang as peculiar. After all, it was now 2024, an era where the internet flourished rapidly, far removed from traditional times. With 2 real estate properties each valued at over 100 million, how could she merely be a landlord collecting rent? Boss Xia, your friend has arrived. The owner gently reminded. Only then did the focused Xia Shui come back to reality. As she turned to look at Shen Lang, her serious demeanor vanished, replaced by the gentle and approachable smile of a gracious landlady. Little Shen, you're here. Apologies, Sister Xia. The traffic was terrible, and it was raining. I left at 7:30 and got caught in the jam until now. No worries, Xia Shui replied, closing her laptop and removing her glasses, her face lighting up with a warm and inviting smile. Come, take a seat. Brother Xiaoshen. Mei Ming also noticed Shen Lang's arrival, her bare feet playfully resting on the sofa, arms outstretched in eager anticipation for him to embrace her. Oh my, whose adorable little one is this? Shen Lang exclaimed as he effortlessly lifted the plump little girl, pinching her chubby cheeks and teasing. You've gained some weight, haven't you? Have you been sneaking chocolate cake behind your mother's back? Not at all. The little girl giggled, wriggling in Shen Lang's embrace, her soft face swaying back and forth as she dodged his playful hand. Xia Shui looked at the pair with a sense of satisfaction before turning to the lady boss behind the curtain, instructing, please serve the dishes. Certainly. The lady boss replied with a knowing smile, gracefully lowering the curtain, while inwardly lamenting, the youth of today seem utterly disinclined to strive for anything. Chapter 78, Little Shen. These days are truly delightful. The waiter began to serve the dishes, each a meticulously plated Western delicacy. The flavors were commendable, But what truly elevated the experience was the enchanting ambience of the restaurant. Most patrons dining at a Western establishment are not merely seeking to satiate their hunger. Rather, they come to indulge in the romantic atmosphere. The connection between Shen Lang and Xia Shuyi transcended youthful romance, embodying instead the warmth of adulthood. Their subtly flirtatious yet unspoken rapport, coupled with Mingming's occasional innocent inquiries, inexplicably fostered a sense of familial harmony. This sensation was particularly gratifying for Xia Shuyi, who prioritized her daughter above love or herself, a choice evident in her decision to bring her daughter to such a romantic venue. Xia Shuyi took a sip of red wine and smiled gently. "Little Shun, are you enjoying the meal?" 1. Flattering praise. "It's absolutely delicious. This steak is the best I've ever had, bar none. Sister Xia, we must return here next time." 2. Light-hearted jest. "It's all right, but compared to Western cuisine, I prefer Chinese food. The ambience here is quite lovely, indeed quite romantic." 3. Displeased lament. "This is horrendous. The steak is still bloody. Why doesn't he, the owner, let me chase the cow directly? It's all right, but I prefer Chinese cuisine, especially Cantonese." Shen Lang, slicing his steak amidst the romantic decor, remarked playfully, "The atmosphere here is rather pleasant and romantic. You've put in great effort, Sister Xia." Shen Lang had started to adopt the options provided by the system, interweaving his own interpretations based on the ambience and surroundings. The roses on the table, the soft, warm lighting, and the romantic Western melodies were undoubtedly Xia Shui's masterpieces. Not at all, Xia Shui felt as if her thoughts had been laid bare, and she shyly smiled, biting her lip. Their gazes locked in an unspoken mutual understanding, yet it was Xia Shui who, unable to withstand the intensity, averted her eyes to the food on the table. Under the romantic lighting, the blush on the landlady's face deepened, exuding an indescribable allure and shyness. Little Ming, oblivious to why her mother and brother Shen suddenly fell silent, curiously glanced between their faces. "Mommy, I'm full." Her voice brought Xia Shui's thoughts back to the present. "Then I'll call Teacher Li to come pick you up later." Xia Shui gently ruffled her daughter's hair. "Tonight, Mommy and brother Shen have something to do. Will you go sleep at Teacher Li's house?" "No. It's thundering outside, and I'm really scared of thunder." Ming shook her head stubbornly, snuggling against Xia Shui affectionately. Hee. "I want to sleep with Mommy and brother Shen." "Huh? Brother Shen? Mommy can't sleep with brother Shen." Faced with her daughter's request, Xia Shui found herself at a loss for words, unsure how to explain. "Why not? Doesn't Mommy like brother Shen? Why can't we sleep together?" The little girl blinked her curious eyes and innocently declared, "Ming is afraid of thunder. Mama protects Ming, and Mama must be afraid of thunder too. So brother Shen should protect Mama." After her proclamation, the little girl nodded with great satisfaction, resembling a miniature adult. Xia Shui believed she had concealed her feelings for Shen Lang well in front of her daughter. However, children are often the most perceptive when it comes to the relationships of adults. Moreover, whenever Shen Lang was mentioned, Xia Shui would have endless words to say. It was evident to the little girl that her mother had an affection for Shen Lang, prompting her innocent desire to bring the two together. "Ha, very well." Shen Lang playfully ruffled the little girl's hair and gently tapped her nose, saying, "The next time it thunders, Ming can command brother Shen to come and keep Mama company while she sleeps." "Okay." The little girl nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. She quite liked this tall, older brother. "Sister Xia, it's getting late." Shen Lang wiped the mushroom sauce from his mouth and stood up, saying, "You should head back. Ming has kindergarten tomorrow, right?" "All right." Xia Shui smiled helplessly. Perhaps only after lulling the little girl to sleep could she find the time for the adult moment she anticipated. Around 10 o'clock that evening, Shen Lang drove the mother and daughter back to the community and arrived at Xia Shui's home. After the two had bathed, Xia Shui was in the bedroom, coaxing Ming to sleep. Outside, the thunder was infrequent, yet the rain grew heavier, cascading from the sky like a waterfall and submerging the entire city. Shen Lang sat on the sofa in the living room, watching a tedious television program while listening to the raindrops patter against the window, patiently awaiting Xia Shui to lull the little girl to sleep. "This is increasingly reminiscent of a married couple's life," Shen Lang chuckled softly to himself. The thought of spending a stormy night in another woman's home, waiting for her to soothe her daughter to sleep before engaging in adult games, was something he had never dared to imagine before. After more than 40 minutes, Xia Shui finally emerged from the bedroom, cradling the drowsy Ming in her arms. She carefully placed the little girl in the bed of the adjacent room before stealthily making her way to the living room. "Is she asleep?" Shen Lang reached for Xia Shui's delicate hand, pulling her beside him and naturally wrapping his arm around her slender waist. "This little one has quite the energy tonight." Xia Shui complained playfully, then nestled against Shen Lang, quietly listening to the sound of the rain outside. Xiaoshen, these days are truly wonderful, she suddenly said, a satisfied smile gracing her face. With Ming Ming here, and you here, I wish these days could last forever. Shen Lang remained silent, gently stroking Xia Shui's hair. Despite holding a mature woman several years his senior, his actions were neither awkward nor out of place. Rather, they conveyed a profound sense of care for Xia Shui. Women, regardless of their age, are inherently drawn to being cherished. After a serene embrace lasting several minutes, Shen Lang's hand, which was wrapped around Xia Shui's delicate waist, gradually ascended, and he leaned down to gently press his lips against her crimson ones. Chapter 79. What is a scoundrel? On a morning following a gentle rain, the warm sunlight filtered through the thick clouds, softly caressing the earth. Shen Lang was stirred awake by the dreamy murmurs of his landlady in his embrace. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the exquisite visage of a mature woman, her lips adorned with a contented smile. Just then, the alarm on the bedside table chimed. Xia Shui furrowed her brow, lazily nuzzling closer to Shen Lang, before reluctantly opening her slightly reddened eyes, gazing up at the young man nearby with a sense of dependence. When did you wake up? Just now. Shen Lang reached for his phone to silence the alarm, then nestled back into the warm covers, enveloping the landlady's curvaceous and comforting figure in his arms. It's still early. Let us snooze a bit longer. Xia Shui's physique was truly perfect, and holding her in his arms brought an exquisite sense of fulfillment. Oh dear, you're still so young, she teased, tenderly caressing Shen Lang's face like an affectionate older sister, chuckling softly. You're just like my little Ming Ming. With a sudden sound, the bedroom door creaked open, causing both of them to instinctively shudder. Shen Lang quickly poked his head out from under the covers to see who had entered. It was Ming Ming, dressed in cartoon pajamas. Just waking up. Mommy, little Shen Gij, the sleepy girl greeted, oblivious to how she ended up in the adjacent room or why they were together. After lazily acknowledging them, she climbed onto the bed, drowsily lifted the covers, and nestled between them, quickly drifting off into slumber, her soft snores soon filling the room. They exchanged glances and shared a knowing smile. Shen Lang gently ruffled the little girl's hair, saying, Sister Xia, can you believe it? We truly resemble a family of three. Are you hoping to become a father? Xia Shui teased, playfully combing through her daughter's tousled hair, testing the waters with her jest. Aren't tea men usually averse to raising another's child? That depends on who it is. Sister Xia, you're so beautiful. How could I pass up the opportunity to gain such an adorable daughter? It's a profitable venture. Let us not linger on that, Sister Xia. How about we head to the registry now? I'll take responsibility for both of you, and I wouldn't mind taking your last name as well. Well, that would depend on who the father is. Ming Ming is so delightful. When she grows up, she will surely outshine even you, Sister Xia. Wouldn't that be a guaranteed win for me? That depends on who it is. Shen Lang gently caressed Xia Shui's cheek, half-jokingly responding, You're still so beautiful. How could I not benefit from a lovely daughter? It's a win-win situation. These three responses were rather cheeky, with only the first option being somewhat sensible. Given their current relationship, voicing the first option wouldn't be considered excessive flattery. Xia Shui's playful remarks were clearly in jest, and Shen Lang reciprocated in kind, maintaining the light-hearted atmosphere while subtly complimenting the mother and daughter duo. Xia Shui is an astute individual. She recognizes that the statement is likely made in jest. Even if she understands that Shen Lang is intentionally saying this to amuse her, she cannot help but feel a sense of joy. Some words may not hold truth, yet if they bring delight to a woman, the intent is fulfilled. It is improbable that a woman would stubbornly pursue the veracity of the man's words. However, this choice carries a risk. If Xia Shui were to take it seriously, she might very well inquire, Do you truly think so? Should she earnestly pose such a question? It could lead to an awkward conclusion. Xia Shui gazes at Shen Lang with her enchanting eyes, exhibiting a serious demeanor, as if she is on the verge of speaking. Shen Lang cannot help but swallow hard. Could it be that the landlady is contemplating a serious matter? Does she genuinely wish for him to assume the role of a father? How absurd. Ultimately, Xia Shui casts a knowing glance at Shen Lang. Yet her face is adorned with a satisfied smile. This aligns perfectly with Shen Lang's anticipated outcome. When they first met, she perceived him as a sincere and simple college student. Xia Shui chuckles, both frustrated and self-deprecating, realizing that he is more silver-tongued than any man she has encountered before. Long ago, Xia Shui discerned that Shen Lang was not the straightforward and naive college student he appeared to be. After all, his eloquence surpasses that of some prominent businessmen she knows. He is certainly no ordinary student. This reflects a pragmatic truth. To illustrate, Consider a lively and playful Siberian Husky contrasted with a reliable and honest Golden Retriever. Most people are aware that the Husky may wreak havoc. Yet many still prefer the spirited and interactive nature of the Husky, while only a few women opt for the steadfast Golden Retriever. The theory of unscrupulous men is akin to this. Everyone understands that such men are perilous, often leaving their partners feeling used and discarded. Nevertheless, some women willingly engage in the gamble, entangled in the sweet nothings of these charming rogues. Xia Shui has long recognized that Shen Lang is not to be underestimated. Yet, she willingly associates with him, eager to hear the ambiguous flirtations he offers. To this day, she remains perplexed by the extent of Shen Lang's transformation. Having navigated the tumultuous waters of business for many years, Xia Shui has adeptly rebuffed numerous articulate tycoons and scheming younger men. Through years of experience, she prides herself on her keen insight into human character. Initially, upon meeting Shen Lang, she deemed him an introverted and earnest student. Who could have foreseen that she would find herself sharing a bed with that same seemingly naive student? In fact, it is she who has been drawn to Shen Lang with unwavering intention. If she has misjudged him, it can only be attributed to his remarkable ability to conceal his true self. Chapter 80. You should still be able to give birth, right? The little rascal. Day by day, lacks seriousness. Xia Shui lightly tapped Shen Lang's forehead with her delicate, fair fingers. I only act like this in front of you, Sister Xia. Shen Lang replied, feigning indifference. When I meet other girls, I can hardly muster a word. All right. Do you think I would believe that? Xia Shui shot Shen Lang a peculiar glance. Enough of this, it's almost 7. I need to take Ming Ming to school. Xia Shui half sat up from the bed, revealing her smooth, pale upper body, and began to put on her clothes, completely unfazed by Shen Lang's unabashed gaze. They had already engaged in deep exchanges, and Shen Lang had explored her intimately. Naturally, Xia Shui could no longer feel shy. The ability to enchant a man in his 20s filled her with a sense of pride. TSK, I say, Sister Xia, are you perhaps misrepresenting your age? Shen Lang audaciously scrutinized her flawless skin, shaking his head in astonishment. You really are 36? If you told me you were 20, I would believe you. Smooth talker. So shameless, hurry up and get dressed, Xia Shui remarked, feigning disdain as she cast a sidelong glance at Shen Lang, though a smile betrayed her amusement. Once dressed, Xia Shui gently urged the little girl, Ming Ming, get up and brush your teeth, or you'll be late for kindergarten. Mommy, I don't want to go to school. I want to be with Brother Shen. No, Brother Shen has things to do. Get up now, or I'll have to spank you. Humph. Ming Ming, roused from her slumber, lazily clung to Shen Lang's arm, her sleepy eyes blinking open. She gazed at Shen Lang with her sparkling big eyes and asked the astonishing question. Brother Shen, can you be my daddy? At this remark, Shen Lang was taken aback, and Xia Shui was left in a state of amused disbelief. Ming Ming, what are you saying? Brother Shen is so young. How could he possibly be your father? After saying these insincere words, Xia Shui subtly observed Shen Lang's reaction. However, Ming Ming, feeling the weight of her own reality, lamented, every time the teacher organizes parent-child activities, everyone has a daddy, but me. In today's society, children tend to mature earlier. Having lost her father at a young age, Ming Ming was more perceptive than her peers. She understood that her mother had considerable wealth and worried that this might attract unsavory men, which is why she never demanded that Xia Shui find a new father for her. Yet, ever since Shen Lang moved in, the once melancholy Xia Shui often spoke to Ming Ming with a smile about Shen Lang. In this nurturing environment, Ming Ming could sense her mother's genuine affection for this tall young man. Children's thoughts may be simple, yet they possess an innate ability to discern who truly cares for them. Moreover, Ming Ming harbored a fondness for Shen Lang and innocently hoped that he could become her father. However, the little girl was unaware that such matters largely depended on the other party's feelings. Perched on Shen Lang's waist, Ming Ming earnestly narrated the details of Xia Shui's family circumstances. Little Shingu, my mother possesses an abundance of wealth, numerous cars, and many buildings. If you were to become my father, all of these would belong to you. Additionally, the uncles and aunts I know often say my mother is exceedingly beautiful, akin to a movie star. You wouldn't be at a loss by becoming my father, would you? Mama? After finishing her enthusiastic declaration, she gleefully looked towards Xia Shui. Xia Shui smiled awkwardly, uncertain how to respond to such remarks, yet she discreetly observed Shen Lang's reaction. She was eager to understand how Shen Lang currently perceived their relationship. Let us not linger, Sister Xia. Let us go and register our marriage. After all, you can still bear children, and I am quite fond of Ming Ming. We can soon welcome a brother or sister. Ming Ming, your mother is significantly older than I. I prefer younger ladies. Is it not sufficient for me to remain your little Shingu? Oh, Ming Ming, had you mentioned your mother's substantial wealth earlier? Why would you still call me little Shingu? Come now, why not call me dad and let me hear it? Shen Lang pinched the little girl's cheek, opting not to choose any of the presented options, and casually replied, of course, that as possible. Really? The little girl's eyes sparkled with delight as she joyfully asked, Little Shingu, are you truly willing to be my father? Certainly. Little Shingu adores your mother, Shen Lang added with a smile, and I also cherish Mei Ming. So I would be more than happy to be your father. Yay, I have a father now. The little girl gleefully flopped around in Shen Lang's embrace and then eagerly inquired, Can I call you dad now, little Shingu? Shen Lang nodded, yes. Hee. Then I shall call you little Shin dad. No, let us just call you dad and omit the little Shin. All right, dad. Very good. Now, listen to your father and hurry to brush your teeth and wash your face. Your mother will take you to kindergarten soon. The little girl scampered down from the bed, donning fluffy slippers and pattering off towards the bathroom. Once the lively child departed, silence enveloped the bedroom, and Shen Lang began to dress nonchalantly. Little Shen, Xia Shui regained her composure and, in a state of excited joy, invited, I will prepare breakfast shortly. Shall we three dine together? The emphasis on the word three was intentional, its meaning unmistakable. Shen Lang stood, adjusting his jeans, and calmly declined, Sister Xia. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall not accompany you. Very well. Time is indeed slipping away. Xia Shui replied with a strained smile. If you stay, that little girl will probably cling to you and refuse to go to kindergarten. It's all right. You may go about your business. Shen Lang did not respond, focusing instead on getting dressed. Xia Shui sat quietly on the bed, her delicate features betraying no discernible emotion. Dressed impeccably, she remained seated, silently gazing at Shen Lang, her crimson lips pressed firmly together. I addressed her, Sister Xia. Shen Lang, now attired, looked at the despondent Xia Shui with a hint of intrigue and inquired, Surely you are still capable of bearing children, are you not? Chapter 81. Shinju. Remember to pick me up from school tomorrow afternoon. This statement instantly lifted the spirits of the melancholy Xia Shui, feeling somewhat embarrassed to directly express her own vitality. She instead hinted coyly, What do you think? I'm only 36, not an old woman, and besides, Ming Ming and I have annual full-body checkups. Well, that's good then. Shen Lang replied, nodding with satisfaction. He then approached Xia Shui and bestowed a heavy kiss upon her crimson lips. After parting, Shen Lang gently caressed Xia Shui's cheek and said, All right, if there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. Call me if you need anything. Once Shen Lang departed, Xia Shui remained seated on the bed, momentarily lost in thought. Shen Lang's perplexing actions left her bewildered. Had he agreed or declined? Xiaoshen. Xia Shui snapped back to reality and hurriedly called out, rushing out of the bedroom only to find Shen Lang changing his shoes at the door. Would you like to stay for dinner? Didn't I mention I have matters to attend to? We can arrange it for another day. Call me if you need anything, Xia Jia. Shen Lang replied before closing the door behind him and leaving. What does another day mean? Xia Shui murmured in confusion. Ming Ming, clutching her toothbrush, chased after her mother and mumbled, Where's Xiaoshen daddy? He has gone home. Xia Shui sighed and plopped down onto the sofa, feeling dejected. That little rascal just loves to keep me hanging. After Ming Ming finished brushing her teeth, Xia Shui tied her hair into braids, preparing to send her daughter to kindergarten. Mommy, don't we have lots of houses? Ming Ming inquired curiously, nestled in her mother's embrace, her small feet swinging. Now that Xiaoshen Gij has agreed to be my daddy, why can't he live with us? Xia Shui sighed helplessly, pondering that if Shen Lang were truly willing, he wouldn't have left in such a hurry. Yet, why had that little rascal asked her if she could still have children? Xia Shui was momentarily taken aback before seriously reminding, Ming Ming, you mustn't call Xiaoshen Gij daddy outside. Do you understand? Why not? Xiaoshen Gij just agreed to be my daddy. The little girl, perplexed, turned around defiantly and asked, Does that mean mommy doesn't like Xiaoshen Gij? Xia Shui struggled to find the words, her complex emotions rendering her speechless. All she could do was widen her eyes and spout the classic adult retort, Stop asking so many questions. It's none of your business what happens between adults. The little girl, hearing her mother's admonition for the first time, pouted her lips in disappointment, her big eyes turning red as if on the verge of tears. Mommy just said you can't call Xiaoshen Gij daddy outside. Yet, ultimately, Xia Shui, tender-hearted as ever, finished tying her daughter's braids and gently reassured her, however. When it's just the three of us, you can still call him daddy. Really? Of course, it's true. Xia Shui gently kissed her precious daughter. And in that fleeting moment, a revelation swept over her, illuminating her face with a dawning understanding of the true meaning behind Shen Lang's words. That young man simply did not wish to acknowledge their relationship publicly. Yet he was willing to share a life with the two of them and even contemplated having Xia Shui bear him a child. Such behavior is undoubtedly that of a cad, yet Xia Shui found herself indifferent to it. She had never harbored intentions of remarrying. Her sole desire was to lead a simple life alongside her daughter. However, if the suitor were Shen Lang, and if Ming Ming also held affection for him, she might be inclined to don a wedding gown once more. Yet reality dictated otherwise. Xia Shui was significantly older than Shen Lang and was already raising her 6-year-old daughter, leaving little prospect for a future together. Moreover, she had previously established with Shen Lang that he would only accompany her, while her own life would remain untouched by him. Furthermore, not long ago, Xia Shui had even encouraged Shen Lang to pursue the naive young lady, Li Liuxi, and thus she could hardly find fault with Shen Lang's cavalier demeanor. Their relationship had already strayed into the realm of the absurd, after all. Who ever heard of a tenant sharing a bed with the landlady? That scoundrel. Xia Shui chastised herself quietly, her beautiful eyes now gleaming with anticipation as she tentatively inquired. Ming Ming, would you like for Mama to have a little sister or brother for you in the future? Upon returning home, it was already past 6 in the evening when Shen Lang prepared to take a shower. Just then, Su Lishuan called him via video chat. As soon as Shen Lang answered, he was greeted by her haggard visage, her voice hoarse with tears. Shen Lang, what happened? Startled, Shen Lang asked. What's wrong? Su Lishuan, in a fit of sobs, struggled to articulate her distress. Shen Lang, Lishuan's father disapproves of your relationship with her. They just had a heated argument. Beside her, her friend Yixin picked up the phone, speaking helplessly to the camera. Her father even said that if Lishuan dares to bring you home, he will definitely break your legs. How did her mother react? Shen Lang inquired. He had heard about Su Lishuan's father from her. It was understandable that he had such a fiery temperament, considering he was a devoted father and had even spent some time in prison years ago. However, it was likely that his threats were merely said in anger, after all. No father wishes for his daughter to be involved in romance while in college. Now, it all hinged on Su Lishuan's mother's perspective. My mom said that tomorrow she could take you home to see, Su Lishuan sniffled, wiping her tears. But, my dad will definitely disagree. Well, since your mother agrees, I'll accompany you to meet them. Don't cry. Your eyes are all swollen. Shen Lang consoled her for quite some time until Su Lishuan calmed down. Just as he was about to say something further, Su Lishuan abruptly ended the call, and when he tried to reach her again, he found the line busy. Shen Lang surmised that her parents must be on the phone. As anticipated, after a prolonged wait, Su Lishuan initiated a video call. On the screen, both friends were expressions of palpable relief. Yixin eagerly interjected, Shen Lang, you truly are fortunate. Do you realize? Lishuan has not only quarreled with her father for your sake, but has also erased all his contact information. Just moments ago, her father called using her aunt's WeChat account to apologize to Lishuan, expressing his consent for you to visit tomorrow. You must never let my dear Lishuan down. Su Lishuan, wiping away her tears, beamed with renewed pride and exuberantly exclaimed, Shinshu, remember to pick me up from school tomorrow at noon. Chapter 82. I am your boyfriend. Thank me again, and I shall strike you. On a Saturday morning, Shen Lang awoke early. As he brushed his teeth and washed his face, he meticulously planned his schedule for the day. He would accompany Li Liuxi to the Xie hospital to visit her grandmother in the morning, share a delightful lunch with her, and then drive to Zhuhai University to fetch Su Lishuan for a visit with her parents. If all went well, they might even enjoy dinner at Su Lishuan's home in the evening. Just as Shen Lang finished his morning routine, a knock resounded at his door. Upon opening it, he found none other than the endearingly simple-minded girl from across the hall. Are you hungry? I brought steamed buns, soy milk, and tea eggs, Li Liuxi asked, holding the steaming food with a mix of nervousness and anticipation. Since you've gone through the trouble of buying them, how could I refuse? Come in quickly. Shen Lang chuckled, taking her hand and leading her into the room. Li Liuxi neatly arranged the buns, fried dough sticks, and soy milk on the table. You can eat now. Seating himself beside her, Shen Lang inquired, You've already eaten, right? Yes. Then that's settled. Without further ado, Shen Lang began to devour the food while scrolling through Douyin with unwavering focus. You look particularly beautiful today, he noted, observing her distinctive attire. For their visit to the hospital, Li Liuxi had chosen a light blue dress she had purchased from the department store 2 days prior, complemented by pristine white sneakers. Upon receiving Shen Lang's compliment, a bashful smile crept onto her face, and she shyly averted her gaze. This adorably shy demeanor brought a refreshing breeze to Shen Lang on this sweltering summer day. However, he found her hairstyle somewhat displeasing. Her lustrous black hair, so lovely when left to flow freely, was confined in a practical bun, giving her an unintentional rustic air. Perhaps this was a habit she had maintained since childhood. And Shen Lang chose not to comment further, returning to his meal. Li Liuxi quietly observed him, gathering the empty wrappers and tidying up after him without a word. Even the eggshells that fell to the floor were carefully picked up and placed in the bag, which she intended to discard later. These seemingly trivial acts brought her immense joy, a satisfied smile permanently gracing her face. I say, why don't you stop being my girlfriend? Shen Lang teased, chewing on a bun with a cheeky grin. How about you take on the role of my mother instead? You seem to care for me even more than my own mother does. Li Liuxi was at a loss for a response to such crude banter. All she could do was blush, inserting a straw into the soy milk and slowly pushing it towards him. Drink some soy milk. Be careful not to choke. Sure thing. Mom, Shen Lang replied with a broad smile. Thank you for the soy milk, mother. Li Liuxi's cheeks flushed even deeper, and she shot him a playful glare, embodying the charming essence of a disgruntled yet affectionate wife. Look, we're off to see Grandma. Li Liuxi nervously yet courageously clutched the hem of her dress and inquired, shall we go to Yusha Bay together this afternoon? I heard someone mention that there's a rather beautiful Yusha Bay nearby. Her voice gradually faded. Would you like to go and take a look this afternoon? If you're busy, it's perfectly fine. I can't this afternoon or tomorrow. After I accompany you to see Grandma. I need to step out for a while, replied Shen Lang, taking a sip of soy milk. He then suggested, how about next Sunday? If you're free next Sunday, the entire day is yours. Shen Lang's initial rejection left Li Liuxi feeling disheartened for having taken the initiative to invite him. However, the prospect of spending the day with him the following Sunday filled her with a sense of exhilaration akin to finally winning the affection of a long-admired goddess. She responded, her excitement palpable as she nodded vigorously, causing the alluring curves beneath her dress to sway, prompting Shen Lang to grip his straw with a bit more intensity. This girl truly remains oblivious to the extent of her charm. After breakfast, Shen Lang drove Li Liuxi to Xieda Hospital, stopping along the way to purchase a number of comfort items. Upon arrival, guided by Li Liuxi, he entered a hospital room and met her grandmother. The severity of the elderly woman's stroke could vary greatly, largely depending on her personal health. Years of hard work had diminished her physical condition, leaving her frail and bedridden. Only upon seeing her granddaughter did a gentle smile grace her face as she conversed in the dialect of Ganqing with her long-absent granddaughter. After their chat, the elderly woman's curious gaze fell upon Shen Lang. Though she likely surmised the nature of his relationship with her granddaughter, she patiently awaited an introduction. Li Liuxi. Her cheeks flushed, glanced at Shen Lang and shyly nodded. It was then that Shen Lang took the opportunity to speak. Grandma, how is your recovery progressing? Quite well. Quite well, the elderly woman responded warmly in somewhat halting Mandarin. She then inquired about mundane matters and asked when the two had first met. Shen Lang answered all her questions fluidly, reassuring her to focus on her recovery and promising to treat Li Liuxi well in the future. Once their conversation drew to a close, Li Liuxi assisted her grandmother in getting out of bed to engage in rehabilitation exercises. Although her grandmother's health had gradually improved over the past few days of rest, she still experienced numbness on one side of her body. This condition could be aided by human intervention, yet Li Liuxi had been unable to visit due to her school and work commitments, leaving her only evenings free. Hiring a caregiver would also pose a significant financial burden for the unfortunate girl. After Li Liuxi completed the rehabilitation exercises with her grandmother, Shen Lang quietly exited the room to seek out the attending physician and nurse responsible for her care. Not only did he assist in settling all the hospital expenses and medical fees owed by Li Liuxi, but he also invested in hiring a professional caregiver to aid the elderly lady with her rehabilitation exercises. Additionally, he provided a sum of money to the nurse attending to the elderly woman, ensuring she would administer nutritious supplements daily. One cannot help but acknowledge the extraordinary power of money. After accomplishing these tasks, Shen Lang returned to the hospital room, greeted both individuals, and subsequently set off for Zhuhai University. Approximately half an hour later, upon his arrival, Li Liuxi unexpectedly sent a WeChat message, consisting of a mere 5 words. May you have peace in your remaining years. Shen Lang replied, I am your boyfriend. If you thank me again, I shall playfully strike you. Chapter 83. Shen Lang's high school performance was far from satisfactory. It seemed that all arrangements for the caregivers had been made. Such matters did not necessitate his personal involvement. Lacking experience in caring for the elderly, he deemed it prudent to hire professionals instead. Had he known Li Liuxi in the past and been aware of her family's circumstances, even her ethereal beauty would not have compelled him to engage with this unfortunate girl. The implications of such family dynamics were daunting. Mishandling them could lead to a tragedy affecting both families. Thus, money indeed proved to be a remedy for complex dilemmas. After exchanging a few words with Li Liuxi, Su Lishuan messaged him, inquiring about his whereabouts. Shen Lang sent a photograph of the school gate, to which Su Lishuan promptly responded with a cartoon panda gif making an okay gesture. Amused, Shen Lang tossed his phone onto the passenger seat and stretched languidly, surveying his former alma mater. Shen Lang's academic record in high school was disappointing. Fortunately, during the final semester of his senior year, he exerted himself diligently, narrowly achieving the admission threshold for Zhuhai University. However, upon entering university, the lax lifestyle, eccentric roommates, and the alluring charm of younger female classmates swiftly extinguished the fervor he had once possessed in high school. Subsequently, he became enraptured by martial arts novels, allowing his studies to languish while severing various social ties, further solidifying his reclusive persona. His vision, which had once been a mere 1.0, deteriorated to 800 degrees of myopia, and his academic performance deteriorated year by year. It is no exaggeration to state that since graduation, he had completely forgotten the knowledge he once acquired at school, as it bore no relevance to his solitary existence at home. After all this time, he remained oblivious to what he had truly accomplished during his university years. Not only had he failed to pursue any senior or junior female classmates, but he had also developed a distinctly otaku demeanor. Yet, fortune smiled upon him as he was chosen by fate and endowed with a social system. The younger female classmates he had once longed for were now within his grasp, two of whom were exceptionally beautiful and possessed stunning figures. Wait a moment. Was Li Liuxi also a student at Zhuhai University? Shen Lang felt a chill run down his spine as he glanced at his phone. Observing the two female friends labeled Female Elf and Peaceful Life Ahead, both of whom were first-year students at Zhuhai University. Su Lishuan was in the economics department, while Li Liuxi, as he had previously learned, was studying medicine. Although they belonged to different departments and were unfamiliar with one another, the university was not vast. If he were to take one of them out for an outing, and the other happened to see them, the consequences were too dire to contemplate. At that moment, a graceful figure emerged from the school gate. It was none other than the enchanting female elf, Su Lishuan. Upon spotting Shen Lang's vehicle, her face lit up with a radiant smile as she waved and jogged towards him. Startled, Shen Lang quickly grabbed the phone from the passenger seat and deleted all of Li Liuxi's chat history, swiftly taking a photo of Su Lishuan. Oh my! Su Lishuan playfully opened the car door and plopped down in the passenger seat, fastening her seatbelt while winking at him. You seemed so flustered just now. What were you doing with your phone? It's been a while since we've seen each other, so I took a picture for you, Shen Lang replied with a calm smile, boldly handing his phone to Su Lishuan. What do you think of my photography skills? I plan to use it as my screensaver. Ugh, you made me look awful. Su Lishuan pouted, furrowing her brows as she took Shen Lang's phone, opened the selfie feature, and snapped a beautiful picture of herself, setting it as his screensaver. However, Su Lishuan's own screensaver was not Shen Lang, but rather a hand-holding photo taken during their first visit to the Pearl River Tower, which held more sentimental value for her as a couple's declaration. After setting the screensaver, Su Lishuan curiously played with Shen Lang's phone, causing him to break into a cold sweat as his heart raced. Though Li Liuxi's chat history had been erased, the messages with the landlady remained. Those conversations were far more risque and flirtatious, akin to intimate banter between lovers. If either Li Liuxi or the landlady were to message him now, and Su Lishuan happened to open the chat, Shen Lang would be in quite the predicament. Despite his inner turmoil, Shen Lang maintained his composure on the steering wheel, feigning calmness as he asked, "Your parents are home today, right?" Su Lishuan, with her straightforward and open nature, lacked the inclination to pry into others' privacy, even if it was her boyfriend's. As long as he did not exhibit excessive anxiety, she would not think to rummage through his phone. However, upon hearing this topic, the smile faded from Su Lishuan's face as she turned off Shen Lang's phone, her demeanor shifting. You just let me take you back to see them. Regardless of their approval, I want to be with you. Since childhood, Su Lishuan had been a model child, obedient to her parents. Yet, even the most compliant girl possesses a hint of rebellion. At a certain age, this rebellious spirit intensifies, and deep within, one yearns to pursue things that are typically out of reach. Su Lishuan was at such an age. Usually, she exuded the aura of a first love, treating everyone with kindness and warmth. But once her rebellious nature is ignited, she could act out of character, as she did last night when she deleted her father's contact in a fit of anger or engage in other uncharacteristic behaviors. I didn't realize I was so popular. Shen Lang chuckled with a sense of pride. Humph, as if. Su Lishuan replied, playfully raising her hand to pinch Shen Lang's waist, only to reconsider as he was driving. Shen Lang, you must have a good talk with my parents later. Her previously domineering attitude softened in an instant. Like most girls, she undoubtedly hopes for her parents' sincere blessings as she embarks on a journey with her boyfriend. Fear not. Shen Lang, grasping Su Lishuan's delicate and fair hand, declared with unwavering confidence, just wait and see how I will charm you away from your aunt and uncle. His playful demeanor brought a radiant smile to Su Lishuan's face, lifting her previously gloomy spirits. Do not wear a worried frown. Your aunt and uncle are merely concerned about you meeting the wrong person. We shall have a good conversation shortly, Shen Lang gently reassured her. Extending his hand, he asked, please hand me your phone. I will connect via Bluetooth and play a song for you. Su Lishuan eagerly passed her phone to Shen Lang, encouraging him. Go for it. I believe in you. Indeed. Just wait for my performance, he replied. At the moment Shen Lang took hold of the phone, the tension that had been hanging in the air finally dissipated. Chapter 84. What are you doing? This is my mother. In the spacious living room of room 303 in the Yulong Bay community, a middle-aged couple busily attended to the kitchen. The dining table was already adorned with an array of renowned dishes from Jia Hai. The man in the kitchen, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, was robustly built with a buzz cut, his strong hands rhythmically chopping meat on the cutting board. His expression twisted in a mix of anger and reluctance. This was Su Zhendong, the father of Su Lishuan, while the woman beside him, diligently simmering soup, was Zhang Chunling, his wife. Contemplating the previous night when his once pampered daughter had the audacity to delete his contact information in favor of a relationship with her boyfriend, he felt a surge of frustration at the thought of bringing that culprit home. Su Zhendong's chopping intensified, the cutting board trembling under the force of his blows. Does the cutting board have a grudge against you? Zhang Chunling furrowed her brow and lightly tapped Su Zhendong, exasperated. Is it such a big deal that our daughter is bringing a boyfriend home? Look at you. Humph. I see Lishuan is just indulged by you. We agreed she wouldn't date during college, yet here she is, starting a relationship right after military training. Su Zhendong retorted, throwing down the knife in frustration. He picked up his phone and opened WeChat, only to find that his precious daughter had still not accepted his friend request. The night before, he had lost his temper for the first time, unleashing a torrent of expletives and sternly forbidding Su Lishuan from dating during her university years. Yet, to his shock, she had promptly deleted all means of contact, even blocking him on QQ. Su Zhendong lamented that he had no avenue left to apologize. His ire had not been directed at Su Lishuan herself, but rather at the unknown individual who had seemingly whisked his daughter away. How could Su Lishuan react so vehemently? She was no longer the obedient daughter he had once known. What is the big deal? Zhang Chunling chuckled, observing her disgruntled husband. Do you intend to keep Lishuan single for life? You think you can shield her forever? I'm wealthy, Su Zhendong retorted defiantly. As long as Lishuan agrees, I would happily support her for eternity. Enough of that. Look at you. Can you even predict what Lishuan will be like in the future? Zhang Chunling set down her ladle and firmly advised him. Su Zhendong, I warn you, we are not young anymore. Don't act foolishly and cause a scene over a child. Oh, I know, Su Zhendong replied impatiently. Being a successful businessman, he certainly had no intention of bullying a college student, especially one whom his daughter had brought home. It had merely been a few harsh words aimed at the young man, and now his beloved daughter had severed all contact. He was genuinely concerned that if matters escalated, it might lead to a rift in their father-daughter relationship. Don't be so anxious. Let us first see what this young man is like, Zhang Chunling suggested as she savored a spoonful of the broth. If his background and character are commendable, we, as parents, should allow her to pursue the relationship. But what if he isn't suitable? Su Zhendong eagerly posed a rhetorical question. I know Lishian well. I believe she would never engage with a man of poor character. Zhang Chunling confidently asserted. Well, let's see how he fares in other aspects. Now, stop lingering here and hurry up with the meat. I'm waiting to use it. Just then, the ringtone of Zhang Chunling's phone pierced the air. Su Zhendong hurried over to pick it up, discovering it was a call from Su Lishian. Without a moment's hesitation, he answered, Hello, Shiner. Where are you? Humph. Su Lishian huffed indignantly. Even though it was Su Zhendong who answered, she raised her voice. Mom, you're nearby, right? We're at the entrance of the community. All right. Your father and I are almost done preparing the dishes. You two should come up soon. Yes, we've just parked the car. Noticing the cheerful exchange between the mother and daughter, and hearing Su Lishian's bright tone, Su Jindong cautiously leaned closer to the phone. Hello, Lixian, you. To his surprise, as soon as his voice emerged, the call was abruptly disconnected, followed by a series of beeps. Haha, hurry up and cut the meat, old man. Zhang Chunling chuckled, shaking her head. Once you're done, you should tidy up Lixian's room. She'll be sleeping there for the next couple of days. Approximately 10 minutes later, Shen Lang arrived at her parents' door, carrying an assortment of cigarettes, alcohol, and cosmetics, while holding Su Lixian's hand. As Shen Lang approached to ring the doorbell, Su Lixian suddenly pulled him back. What's wrong? Shen Lang turned to ask. I'm so nervous, Su Lixian confessed. Trembling slightly. I feel even more anxious than when I visited your home. Well, traditionally, I should be the one feeling nervous, right? I'm the one meeting your parents. Shen Lang couldn't help but laugh, then reassured her, it's all right. I know how to handle it. Okay, I'll leave it to you. Su Lixian sighed deeply as she watched Shen Lang press the doorbell for her parents' room. The door opened quickly, revealing Zhang Chunling and Su Jindong standing side by side. Upon seeing her daughter and the tall, handsome young man beside her, Zhang Chunling beamed with joy and was about to greet them. However, Shen Lang's astonished gaze swept over Zhang Chunling, and then he looked at Su Lixian in disbelief. Huh? Lixian, didn't you say you were an only child? Who is this? What are you doing? This is my mother, Su Lixian exclaimed, her heart racing. She couldn't fathom why the usually sharp-witted Shen Lang had made such a glaring mistake. Ah, I'm so sorry, Auntie. Shen Lang quickly apologized with a sheepish smile. Seeing how young and beautiful you are, I mistakenly thought you were Lixian's sister. I truly apologize. Not at all. The unexpected compliment caught Zhang Chunling off guard, and she instinctively tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, smiling brightly as she responded, I'm almost 50. How could I be considered young and beautiful? Ding. Zhang Chunling's affection for the host increased by 3 points. Current total, 3 points. Please continue to make efforts. As always, women remain sensitive about their age. As long as one praises women while taking their actual age down a notch and does not go overboard, they will be exceedingly pleased. Is it true? I truly cannot discern. Auntie, your maintenance of appearance is remarkable. Listening to the voice of the system, Shen Lang said with utmost seriousness. If you were to stroll through the streets with Lixian, everyone would assume you were sisters, not mother and daughter. Oh dear, you child. Zhang Chunling blushed from the flattery, her heart blooming with joy. She quickly moved aside and enthusiastically retrieved home slippers for the two. All right, it's scorching outside. Come in and enjoy the air conditioning. Observing her mother so eagerly offering slippers, Su Lixian was utterly bewildered. What is this peculiar behavior? Yesterday, on New Year's Eve, I forgot to share this, so I am doing so today. I am not particularly eloquent, so I shall simply wish everyone a prosperous year of the dragon. Chapter 85, Mother, look at your husband. As Shen Lang had just changed his shoes, he suddenly felt an intense gaze penetrating from behind. Turning around, he saw Su Jindong, arms crossed, his imposing figure resembling that of a guardian deity, standing behind Zhang Chunling, squinting as he scrutinized him. It was impossible for Shen Lang to claim he was unperturbed under the unwavering stare of his towering father-in-law. However, in such situations, one must not falter. It is a simple principle akin to an interview. When visiting your girlfriend's home for the first time and meeting her parents, they instinctively assess your character based on your every action, what is commonly referred to as the first impression. The better the family background of your girlfriend, the more imperative it is to maintain composure. One must exhibit an air of confidence and poise, neither servile nor overly familiar. The more timid and reserved one appears, the more contemptuous the affluent father-in-law may become, perceiving you as lacking ambition, and consequently, he would be reluctant to entrust his daughter to such a man. This gentleman must be Uncle Su. Shen Lang strode confidently towards Su Jindong, meeting his hostile gaze head-on, and presented the gifts of cigarettes and liquor he had procured. I heard from Lixian that you enjoy drinking, so I specifically went to the city center to purchase this limited edition Wuliangye. Oh dear, why such an extravagant gift? Zhang Chunling quickly interjected, you should take it back and give it to your father. My father has long since quit drinking, Shen Lang replied. Placing the liquor and cigarettes on the table, and with a smile, added, however, Auntie, this liquor has a high alcohol content. It would be prudent for you to supervise Uncle while he enjoys it. Haha, all right, all right. Zhang Chunling nodded with delight, increasingly pleased with the tall young man. While subtly signaling Su Jindong to ease his demeanor, Su Jindong glanced at the assortment of gifts, his response perfunctory, as if addressing the air. Very thoughtful of you. Mom. This is the cosmetic set Shen Lang bought for you, Su Lixian announced, producing a box from her bag. We searched all over Jiahai City just to find this. Oh my, You've spent too much, little Shen. You needn't have gone to such lengths. Zhang Chunling exclaimed, her professionalism in the cosmetics industry allowing her to recognize the brand without doubt. Lishuan, why don't you take Shen Lang to the sofa to relax in the air conditioning? Seeing her daughter leading Shen Lang towards the living room, Zhang Chunling quickly nudged Su Zhendong's arm, lowering her voice. Go, chat with this young man and extract some information. Don't just stand there like a post. With a resigned sigh, Su Zhendong reluctantly moved to the living room, just in time to witness his little glutton daughter sneaking a piece of char siu from the table. Su Lishuan finished her bite, licked her fingers, and mischievously fed a piece to Shen Lang, personally placing it in his mouth. Moreover, Su Zhendong noticed that the young man had his arm wrapped around his precious daughter's waist. The tender exchange between them made Su Zhendong tremble with apprehension, clearing his throat. He startled Shen Lang, who instinctively loosened his embrace around Su Lishuan's delicate waist. Given that they were in the presence of her family, it was prudent to minimize such displays, especially considering that her father was quite the doting parent. Nonetheless, Su Lishuan pouted defiantly, remaining close to Shen Lang. Su Zhendong took a seat beside Shen Lang, resting his hands on his knees as he contemplated what inquiries to make. He had never anticipated his beloved daughter would bring home a boyfriend, rendering him momentarily speechless when it came to the customary questions a father-in-law should ask. Although he harbored a flicker of resentment towards Shen Lang for running off with his daughter, it was imperative, as the head of the family, to pose the necessary questions. After a brief pause, Su Zhendong finally asked a rather mundane question. So, where are you from? Shen Lang replied politely, I'm a local from Jiahai, uncle. Ah, a local. Our family hails from Guang province, Su Zhendong remarked. No wonder the char siu is so delectable. Shen Lang, genuinely impressed, praised the dish. However, Su Zhendong's expression darkened slightly, recalling that Su Lishuan had personally fed him char siu just moments ago. I see you have a robust physique. You must exercise regularly. Su Zhendong said, forcing a friendly smile through gritted teeth as he grabbed a small stool and patted Shen Lang's shoulder with his sturdy arm. Come. Let us see your strength. Let us have a friendly arm wrestle. Shen Lang politely declined. No need for that, uncle. You're tall and strong. I wouldn't stand a chance. Su Lishuan, wrapping her arms around Shen Lang, insisted, yes, don't play with him. Oh, it's just a bit of fun. Come on. Su Zhendong, feeling irked that his daughter was defending a newcomer, seized Shen Lang's hand without waiting for a refusal. All right then, let us play. Shen Lang reluctantly adjusted his posture, preparing to engage in an arm wrestling match with what could potentially be his future father-in-law. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Su Zhendong's muscles bulged as he exerted tremendous force. This young man possesses considerable strength, he thought incredulously. Feigning struggle, Shen Lang felt hardly any resistance. Having consumed a physical enhancement serum, however, he deemed it unnecessary to contest the outcome. After all, one must maintain face in the presence of the father-in-law. Thus, Shen Lang subtly relinquished his strength, catching Su Zhendong off guard, resulting in a loud clap as Shen Lang's hand was pinned against the stool. What are you doing? Mom, look at your husband. Su Lishuan exclaimed, quickly pulling Shen Lang's hand towards her. Her heart aching at the faint redness on his skin as she puffed air gently onto his hand. It's nothing. It doesn't hurt. Shen Lang reassured with a casual smile. Uncle, you truly possess great strength. You must have trained hard in your youth. Indeed, you're quite strong yourself, Su Zhendong replied, glancing at his sweaty palm before nodding slightly in approval at the young man before him. He realized that Shen Lang was deliberately accommodating him. Otherwise, given the strength that the lad had just displayed, it would have been impossible for him to prevail. Su Zhendong mused that this young man possessed a considerable understanding of human relationships. Ding. Su Zhendong's favorability towards the host has increased by 2 points, currently at 2 points. Please continue your efforts. Su Zhendong, come here and assist me. Zhang Chunling summoned Su Zhendong into the kitchen, her ire bubbling over as she reprimanded him. Are you all right? Why would a grown man bully a young boy? Engaging in an arm wrestling match, how childish. Oh, I was just having a bit of fun. Su Zhendong mumbled absent-mindedly, then glanced at Shen Lang on the sofa, who was soothing his precious daughter, and found that he no longer appeared so disagreeable. Chapter 86. Braid your hair and do not look back. After a few minutes, Zhang Chunling brought a large bowl of chicken soup to the dining table, calling the 2 lingering individuals in the living room to join for the meal. Su Lishuan and her mother, Zhang Chunling, took their seats, while Shen Lang sat next to his imposing father-in-law. Zhang Chunling handed Shen Lang a pair of chopsticks and poured him a glass of beverage, warmly stating, Little Shen, our family hails from Guangdong, and we aren't particularly skilled in cooking. I am uncertain if these dishes will suit your palate. Not skilled in cooking? Simply braid your hair and do not look back. I shall teach you how to prepare it. Ah, it all carries the essence of a mother's flavor. There should be no distinctions of rank. Just ensure that you do not mind my hearty appetite." With a smile, Shen Lang poured a glass of beverage for Su Lishuan. Playfully teasing, "Just ensure that you do not mind if I indulge excessively." Ding. Zhang Chuanling's favorability towards the host has increased by 3 points, current total, 6 points. Please continue your efforts. Ding. Su Jindong's favorability towards the host has increased by 2 points, current total, 4 points. Please continue your efforts. Please, eat to your heart's content. I'll prepare more once you finish. Zhang Chunling cheerfully waved her hand. She was quite pleased with this polite young man her daughter had brought home and was already contemplating inviting Shen Lang to stay for dinner that evening. Su Jindong's increase in favorability was not merely due to Shen Lang's compliment, but rather the small gesture of pouring a drink for Su Lishuan. Having spent years in the logistics industry, Su Jindong had encountered countless individuals and could discern their true natures with ease. This skill was common among many self-made entrepreneurs. Since Shen Lang entered the room, Su Jindong had been observing this articulate young man. Shen Lang's initial impression on him was that of a smooth talker, leading him to believe that his daughter had been seduced by his charming words. However, after witnessing Shen Lang deliberately let his hand be pinned during an arm wrestling match, he began to reassess, attributing to him the tag of being adept at navigating social situations. Now, as Shen Lang engaged in light-hearted conversation with his mother-in-law while also attending to his daughter's needs, Su Jindong found his demeanor unassuming yet indicative of a calm and considerate nature. With a slight sigh of resignation, Su Jindong reached into his pocket, producing a pack of cigarettes. He lit one, then offered the entire pack and lighter to Shen Lang, saying, "How about a smoke?" while appearing nonchalant. This gesture signified a preliminary acknowledgement of Shen Lang's conduct. Su Jindong was indeed a seasoned figure from the old school, a true veteran of life. In earlier years, during the fierce competition for logistics territory, Su Jindong often found himself embroiled in intense confrontations with rivals, even serving 2 years in prison as a consequence. If he intended to forge friendships, he would not engage in verbose pleasantries or inquire about trivial interests. Instead, he adhered to the traditional social customs of smoking and drinking to establish connections, a practice he has maintained since the old society. In contemporary social gatherings, many men similarly become acquainted through such means. Upon receiving a subtle gesture of goodwill from Su Jindong, Shen Lang skillfully extracted a cigarette from the pack. Just as he was about to light it, Su Jindong playfully remarked, "Oh, you smoke?" To which Shen Lang replied, "I do, but not excessively." Slightly embarrassed, he touched his nose and pondered the intentions of his future father-in-law. After all, he was merely seeking to win over his daughter. Why the repeated teasing? Is Young Shen a smoker? Zhang Chunling inquired softly, showing no significant resistance. Her husband had been a lifelong smoker, and his friends were similarly inclined. She saw no fault in men smoking. "Of course, I've even seen him drink." Su Lishuan shrugged nonchalantly, then added with pride, "But he has never smoked in my presence." "Well, that's commendable, unlike your father, who subjected me to decades of secondhand smoke." Zhang Chuanling's approval of Shen Lang grew with the mention of his consideration. During dinner, the older couple refrained from discussing the relationship between Shen Lang and their daughter, and the atmosphere remained lively and engaging, as such matters are usually reserved for after-meal conversations. After finishing their meal and tidying up, the four of them settled onto the sofa in the living room. At this moment, the encounter between the boyfriend and the girlfriend's parents reached a crucial juncture. "Young Shen, how old are you this year? What do you do?" Zhang Chunling asked as she brought a bowl of grapes and sat beside Shen Lang, her demeanor warm yet tinged with seriousness. "How did you come to know our Joshua?" Shen Lang replied candidly, "I am 24 years old. I graduated without finding a suitable job, so I currently work as an online writer." He continued, "I met Jiaxuan when she just started her studies. At that time, Just as he was about to elaborate, Su Jindong inadvertently spat out his tea, wiping his mouth in embarrassment. "Wait, you knew my daughter when she just entered university?" he inquired, disbelief evident in his tone. Feigning shyness, Shen Lang scratched his head and hesitated. "Well, I suppose so." Just as Su Jindong was about to respond, Zhang Chunling shot him a glance that silenced him. "So, you've known each other for quite some time," she said, her expression shifting from cloudy to sunny. "What do you mean by an online writer?" Shen Lang explained. "It means I write novels on the internet." "Wow, so you are quite the accomplished author." Zhang Chunling wore an expression of astonishment, followed by a quintessential inquiry. "So, how much do you earn in a month?" While a multitude of individuals indulge in reading novels today, the number of those who comprehend the earnings of online writers is remarkably scant. when one encounters a web novelist in real life. The questions they are likely to pose include, how much do you earn monthly? Do you have the 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund? Have you published any works? Of course, those are merely the musings of bystanders, driven by pure curiosity. However, if such questions come from a prospective mother-in-law, they subtly probe into your financial standing. Simultaneously, there lies a concern regarding whether her daughter will receive adequate security in your company and whether a stable future can be assured. Chapter 87. Can one really earn over $1 million in just a month? Shen Lang and Su Zhendong both possess substantial wealth, although Su Zhendong's logistics company is relatively small. With merely a dozen employees, it pales in comparison to the prominent courier giants dominating the domestic market. Nevertheless, in this age of advanced technology, his logistics firm manages to generate an annual net profit exceeding $800,000, and during peak seasons, surpassing $1 million is certainly within reach. In this pragmatic society, mere words hold little weight. Only substantial earnings can earn the respect of others. Without a substantial amount of money, no one would entrust their daughter to a freshly graduated university student, regardless of eloquence. Thus, despite their considerable assets, neither would entertain the idea of their only daughter associating with a partner of modest means. When I first met Lishuan this year, I had penned a novel that achieved remarkable success. Shen Lang candidly shared, last month, I earned over $1 million, and in a few days, I can withdraw it. One can boast to anyone, including one's own parents, but with a girlfriend's parents, one must remain grounded in reality. They are seasoned elders, having traversed far more life experiences than one can imagine, and they will not be swayed by fanciful plans or distant futures. Their primary concern is whether, should their daughter choose to be with you, there will be security in terms of housing and vehicles, and whether she would endure hardship by your side. At that moment, Shen Lang's words had barely left his lips when Su Zhendong was so startled he spat out a mouthful of tea. How much did you say? Not only Su Zhendong, but even Shen Lang and Su Lishuan gazed at Shen Lang in disbelief. In a society where countless individuals toil for years without earning over $1 million, Shen Lang's claim of earning such an amount in a month seemed utterly implausible. Su Lishuan, too, began to question the veracity of his statement. She discreetly tugged at Shen Lang's sleeve, whispering a warning, don't exaggerate so much. Little Shen, it's not that I don't believe you. Annie just needs some evidence, Shen Lang said nervously, forcing a smile. I don't quite understand what you young people do. Do you have any pay stubs or something to show me? I do, Auntie. Shen Lang retrieved his phone and, under the watchful eyes of the three, opened the back end of a writer's app, revealing a string of Arabic numerals, 1,685, 200. 23 yuan, with 3 days remaining until withdrawal. Ding. Zhang Chuanling's affection for the host increased by 10 points, current total, 16 points. Keep it up. Ding. Su Zhendong's affection for the host increased by 5 points. Current total, 9 points. Keep it up. Having merely hinted at his wealth, Shen Lang could already see a significant rise in his future in-law's favor. He couldn't help but marvel at the power of money. The sheer impact of that series of numbers was overwhelming. Zhang Chunling gasped in astonishment, exchanging a shocked glance with Su Zhendong, momentarily at a loss for words. Is it truly possible to earn such a fortune from writing novels nowadays? Over 100,000 in a single month? Su Zhendong was exhilarated. Yet, for the sake of caution, he inquired, are you, perchance, penning those forbidden novels? You know of the risque variety? Not at all, uncle. I specialize in martial arts literature, Shen Lang clarified. This website has stringent regulations. Anything below the neck cannot be depicted. So how could I possibly write such novels? Oh, you write martial arts novels? Su Zhendong's interest was piqued. What is your pen name? I'd like to take a look. Shen Lang shared his ID and the title of his martial arts novel, then playfully added, do you enjoy reading novels as well? Uncle? Ah, little Shen, you have no idea. Your uncle needs to listen to novels every night to fall asleep, Zhang Chunling interjected with a mock disdainful expression. Before breaking into laughter, I've followed along with several novels, myself. Some are quite soothing for sleep. Shen Lang smiled in reply, while Su Lishuan quietly asked Shinshu, why haven't you mentioned this before? Didn't you say you only earn 5,000 to 6,000 a month? This can't be your friend's author account. Can it? Well, inspiration varies. When it strikes, crafting a fine book is quite normal, Shen Lang explained. So, having finished this book, I'm uncertain if I can replicate such success with my next one. Ah, little Shen, your next book will undoubtedly be even better. Zhang Chunling chimed in with a grin, exchanging a glance with Su Zhendong. The elderly couple was attempting to ascertain the veracity of this claim. After all, Earning $1 million a month is exceedingly extravagant, especially for a 24-year-old like Shen Lang. Su Zhendong pursed his lips, nodding earnestly. His interests were few. Aside from smoking and drinking, he enjoyed listening to novels to unwind. He searched for Shen Lang's martial arts novel online, only to discover it dominated the site's rankings, with the comments section brimming with praise. Su Zhendong had a circle of book friends and had seen screenshots of certain renowned authors earning over 100,000 monthly. However, encountering such a staggering figure in real life, especially from his daughter's boyfriend, potentially her future husband, was bewildering. "I'll take a moment to check out your work and see how well you write," Su Zhendong asserted, awkwardly correcting himself from the slightly rude term. "I hope you'll share your insights after reading," Shen Lang replied sincerely. The elderly couple exchanged a knowing glance and smiled. This young man indeed possessed some eloquence. Earning over 100,000 a month yet still seeking advice from an uncle who doesn't write novels, such humility was commendable. After a few more exchanges, Su Zhendong chuckled in relief and offered, "Why not stay for dinner tonight? We can enjoy some of that wine you brought along." "Of course, I'll follow your lead, Uncle," Shen Lang replied, delighted. When a young man meets his girlfriend's parents for the first time, and they invite him to stay for dinner, it signifies their willingness to entrust their daughter to him. If, after a meal, the parents of the other party exhibit no response, it indicates that the male suitor has yet to meet the expectations of the female's family. Shen Lang, possessing a keen understanding of social nuances, is both youthful and affluent, articulating his thoughts with remarkable discretion. Most notably, he exhibits a profound affection for his daughter, leaving little room for criticism. Su Zhendong feels he has exhausted all justifications to further complicate matters or obstruct Shen Lang. His only concern lies in the boy's charming demeanor and his striking appearance, which undoubtedly attracts numerous young women. He worries that Shen Lang may become a man who maintains a steadfast presence at home while courting attention from others outside. Chapter 88. Sitting with your mother. I enjoy a drink with Xiaoshen. The few of them gathered around the tea table, their conversation becoming increasingly spirited. Initially aloof, Su Zhendong transformed into quite the chatterbox, passionately recounting tales from his years of struggle in Guang province to Shen Lang, gesticulating animatedly. In moments of fervor, he would thump his thigh, revealing the scars and various wounds that adorned his body. Men of a certain age often relish sharing their tales of perseverance with the younger generation. Su Zhendong not only narrated the story of his establishment of a family and career, but also recounted the peculiarities of his 2 years spent in a challenging environment. Such intimate experiences were typically reserved for those close to him, but his willingness to share indicated a tacit approval of Shen Lang's character. In the kitchen, Zhang Chunling and Su Lishuan had commenced preparations for dinner. "You wouldn't believe how foul his expression was before you all arrived this morning," Zhang remarked. Su Lishuan, recalling her father's derogatory comments about Shen Lang from the previous night, huffed defiantly, "Who cares about him? Enough now. A father and daughter shouldn't hold grudges overnight." Zhang Chunling advised earnestly, "Find an opportunity to communicate with your father. Don't forget your roots after marrying." "Mom, what are you talking about? I just started university," Su Lishuan replied, her cheeks flushed as she pouted with a touch of pride. "Besides, I won't marry Shen Lang unless he proposes with a diamond ring." Like many young women, Su Lishuan yearned for a remarkably romantic wedding. The fact that Shen Lang had not confessed his feelings but instead took her out for movies and shopping, nearly stealing her first kiss, was something she could overlook, considering he had ultimately taken everything from her. Yet, when it came to marriage, she firmly believed that Shen Lang must propose before any wedding could take place. Really? In this day and age, still clinging to such antiquated traditions? Zhang Chunling scoffed. "Your father and I have no idea what a marriage certificate looks like. Yet here we are, having raised you just fine." "Oh please, you can't possibly compare your era to ours," Su Lishuan retorted. "I will insist on Shen Lang proposing to me before I agree to marry." "Suit yourself, but I quite like the boy," Zhang Chunling stated contentedly. "Shen Lang is handsome, earns well, and knows how to charm people, even managing to endear himself to your father, that old fossil." "Mom, you know my temperament, headstrong, unreasonable, and sometimes stubborn," she sighed. "If you two ever argue, make sure to communicate properly. I genuinely hope Shen Lang becomes my son-in-law." This was only the beginning. Su Lishuan shyly huffed as she glanced towards the living room, where her beloved boyfriend and her father were animatedly discussing topics related to martial arts novels, almost like brothers. "Let us hope for the best," she thought. Su Lishuan contemplated, a sweet smile of anticipation gracing her delicate features. "Dinner is ready, my esteemed heroes," Zhang Chunling cheerfully called out to the two seated on the sofa. Shen Lang and Su Zhendong approached the dining table, engaged in light-hearted banter. To the astonishment of Zhang Chunling and Su Lishuan, Su Zhendong had one hand resting on Shen Lang's shoulder, rather than the relationship of father-in-law and son-in-law. It resembled that of two brothers bonded by camaraderie. Just wait, I shall show you the fine wine I have been saving for years. You will be left speechless. Su Zhendong eagerly patted Shen Lang on the shoulder before turning to fetch the wine from the storage room. What kind of enchantment have you cast on my father? Su Lishuan couldn't contain her curiosity as soon as Su Zhendong stepped away. What has made him behave like a different person? Why? It is merely a conversation with an uncle, Shen Lang replied with a casual chuckle. If I cannot manage my father-in-law with a system, then a reset would be in order. Xiaoxin, take a look at this wine. Your father has likely never tasted anything like it. A 2000 vintage, a local specialty. Now virtually impossible to find on the market, Su Zhendong exclaimed excitedly, only to frown a moment later and pat Su Lishuan's shoulder. Go sit with your mother. I shall share a drink with Xiaoxin. Su Lishuan was perplexed, but the dinner largely comprised Su Zhendong and Shen Lang enjoying drinks and engaging in revelry. While Su Lishuan and Zhang Chunling watched on, simultaneously exasperated and pleased. Su Zhendong had a remarkable capacity for alcohol. While he genuinely wished to celebrate with Shen Lang, he also harbored the intention of getting him intoxicated to elicit some heartfelt confessions. Shen Lang, too, thought the evening would end in a drunken stupor with his father-in-law. Little did he know that after consuming the body-enhancing liquid, his tolerance for alcohol had surprisingly increased. Previously, 2 shots of liquor would have incapacitated him, yet now, after downing 7 or 8 glasses, he felt not a hint of inebriation. In contrast, Su Zhendong had turned a rosy hue, leaning heavily on Shen Lang's shoulder and rambling incoherently. Xiaoxin, you have no idea. She is my only daughter. As her father, I don't prohibit her from dating. I simply fear she might encounter the wrong sort of man. Have you even had a drink? Your glass has been empty all night. No cheating with uncle, all right? Come. After this toast, I'll take you to karaoke. And stop calling me uncle. Just once, call me dad and let me hear it. Ah, for that dad I just heard, Chunling. Bring me my wallet. After several hours of revelry, Su Zhendong was finally rendered unconscious, and Zhang Chunling carried him to the bedroom. Shen Lang loosened the buttons of his shirt to catch his breath. Your father truly has a remarkable ability to drink. Huh? I feel as though you are the one with the superior tolerance, Su Lishuan remarked with a blend of amusement and exasperation. You have no idea. My father has never drunk like this before. You are genuinely impressive. Well, youth is on my side. One can indulge without restraint, Shen Lang replied. Exhaling deeply as he glanced at the time, it was already past 8 o'clock. As Zhang Chunling emerged from the bedroom, Shen Lang remarked, Auntie, I sincerely appreciate your hospitality today. However, it is getting late, so I shall take my leave and visit again another day. Oh dear, Xiaoxin, after having consumed so much, how can you drive? Zhang Chunling quickly grasped Shen Lang's arm, fearful that he would descend the stairs and attempt to drive. We have ample rooms. I shall prepare the vacant one for you. Please stay here tonight. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? This is my first visit, Shen Lang replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he scratched his head. What could possibly be inappropriate? Zhang Chunling smiled nonchalantly. Be obedient now. I will fetch you a set of your uncle's pajamas. Go take a shower first, and you shall sleep here tonight. Then I shall impose upon you, Shen Lang said with a bashful smile, turning to glance eagerly at the blushing Su Lishuan. Chapter 89. Why do you always think about such matters? After finishing his bath, Shen Lang donned his father-in-law's loose-fitting pajamas and made his way to the room his mother-in-law had prepared, where he lay down. The house belonging to Su Lishuan's parents was a spacious 4-bedroom apartment. Aside from Shen Lang's room, there was an adjacent guest room designated for rest. The couple frequently entertained business associates, and these 2 rooms were intended for relatives and friends, also serving as storage when unoccupied. The Yulong Bay community was sought after. Being situated adjacent to the prestigious Jiahai University of Transportation, one of the nation's foremost institutions. Consequently, property prices in Yulong Bay soared, starting at no less than 50 to 60,000 per square meter. Aside from the renowned Tangshan Yiping, Yulong Bay could be considered the most expensive residential area in Jiahai City. The residents here were predominantly affluent families, and there was no other community quite like Yulong Bay in Jiahai. When Shen Lang and Su Lishuan arrived by car, they were already aware that the property belonged to the landlord, Xia Shui. As a local of Jiahai, Shen Lang understood the desirability of Yulong Bay. This coveted community was initially owned by a mysterious magnate surnamed Qin and had previously come under the auspices of the prominent Su group in Jiahai. It was later reported that this Qin businessman inexplicably sold this lucrative school district property to another party. This news had created a significant stir at the time. continuously popping up in sensational advertisements, involving conspiracy theories that captivated many locals. Shen Lang did not delve deeply into the landlord's assets or family background. However, her ability to acquire such a valuable property suggested that Xia Shui was far from an ordinary landlady. It was possible she had connections with the elusive Mr. Qin. One could only hope no complications would arise in the future. Within Xia Shui's community, if Shen Lang were to visit the elderly couple often, he might indeed encounter the landlady. Although Xia Shui had stated she would not meddle in Shen Lang's personal affairs, one could never guarantee the stability of a woman's sentiments. He decided to set aside these unfounded worries, feeling somewhat like a person fretting over nothing. In this unfamiliar setting, especially at his girlfriend's home, Shen Lang found it difficult to sleep. Instead, he took out his phone and began scrolling through Douyin. Just then, the door creaked open. Su Lixuan, clad in pajamas, stealthily crept in, resembling a dinosaur, and quietly settled beside Shen Lang on the bed. "Hey, Shen Pig, are you asleep?" she whispered. "How did you get here?" Shen Lang exclaimed joyously, sitting up and taking her soft hand in his. "Are you going to sleep with me? Come, come." Fresh from her bath, Su Lixuan wore a thin blue cartoon pajama set, and as she perched on the edge of Shen Lang's bed, a delightful fragrance of shower gel wafted through the air. Beneath the pajama pants, a pair of delicate, fair feet adorned with cool home slippers revealed 10 rosy, dainty toes, playfully wiggling, exuding an endearing charm that made Shen Lang swallow hard. For someone like Shen Lang, who had a profound affection for legs, those tantalizing feet were as delightful as alpine lollipops, each toe a sweet temptation. How impudent of me to think such things. Su Lixuan's cheeks flushed as she huffed softly. Instinctively retracting her toes into the slippers, "I merely came to see if you were comfortable sleeping." "Uncomfortable, utterly uncomfortable." Shen Lang fervently shook his head, quickly shifting to embrace Su Lixuan in his arms. "It's my first visit to your home. I'm quite nervous. Why not stay and keep me company tonight?" "I don't believe you. Let go of me. My mother will see." Su Lixuan feebly struggled for a moment, yet ultimately leaned against Shen Lang, her cheeks still aglow, uttering words that contradicted her heart. "Humph, you always get so handsy. If I had known, I wouldn't have come." In truth, she had stealthily sought Shen Lang's company. However, due to the innate pride and modesty characteristic of her gender, she felt compelled to concoct excuses to maintain her aloof yet capricious demeanor. If you don't come over, I'll just come looking for you." Shen Lang nuzzled into the fragrant tresses of Su Lixuan. "When you visited my house, you went straight to my room. I haven't even set foot in yours today. I won't let you in," Su Lixuan declared triumphantly. "If my father were to enter my room, he would at least notify me." "Fine, then I won't go to your room." Shen Lang gently kissed Su Lixuan's smooth, fair cheek, and in a teasing whisper, asked, "So, about the agreement we made last time, does it still stand?" "What agreement? I don't know what you're talking about." As she felt Shen Lang's heavy breath, Su Lixuan blushed, her heart racing as she feigned ignorance. "You know what I mean." Shen Lang lightly brushed against her pink earlobe, discreetly encircling her slender waist, and then effortlessly lifted her entire form onto the bed. "Shen Lang, what are you doing?" Su Lixuan, both nervous and excited, pressed against Shen Lang's hand that was gradually ascending, her face flushed as she reminded him, "Please, this is my home. My parents are right next door. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you." Shen Lang caressed Su Lixuan's heated cheeks, soothingly saying, "Is it so wrong to want to chat with you?" With her parents nearby, Shen Lang knew he wouldn't dare act inappropriately. Today marked the first encounter with her parents, who had warmly invited him to stay the night. Engaging in any untoward conduct with their daughter would be a grave disrespect to the couple. Yet, he recognized that such a splendid opportunity should not be squandered. He could bolster Su Lixuan's resolve while the atmosphere was amiable. When the moment for significant actions arrived, her reaction would be less resistant. "Then let us chat." But no. That sort of thing. Su Lixuan found herself too shy to continue further. Then let us simply chat." Shen Lang took the initiative to broach the subject. "How did I perform today? Not too shabby, right?" I'll give you a thumbs up." Su Lixuan, who was well-versed in internet memes, playfully raised her thumb in approval. Indeed, Shen Lang's performance today had truly impressed her. Even her father, Su Zhendong, who was most likely to oppose their relationship, seemed utterly charmed by Shen Lang, almost as if he had transformed into a different person. "Since I did so well, is there a reward of sorts? Perhaps a kiss?" "Oh, you. Why do you always think about such things? You're so lecherous." Su Lixuan playfully slapped Shen Lang, feeling a mix of irritation and embarrassment. Yet, considering that her parents were just next door and might have already drifted off to sleep, she couldn't help but feel a flutter of excitement. After all, the young man before her was her crush, her first love. They were destined to walk down the aisle together in the future, so what harm could there be in sharing a kiss? After all, she had already given her first kiss to this mischievous fellow. Chapter 90. Girls will always act mischievously in front of boys. Darling, I am but a normal teenager. If I were to lie beside you on the same bed and not entertain such thoughts, wouldn't that indicate a flaw in my reasoning? Shen Lang chuckled as he embraced Su Lishuan's soft, fragrant form. Moreover, what kind of man isn't a little lecherous? Are you truly that naive? Haha. You are quite bothersome. Su Lishuan giggled, playfully struggling against him, her eyes narrowing adorably in mock reproach. Seeing her delightful reaction, Shen Lang instinctively tightened his embrace around her slender waist, gently caressing her delicate face as he leaned closer. Wait a moment. Su Lishuan suddenly broke free from his grasp, slipping out of bed and leaving the room in her slippers. Once she confirmed that the door was securely closed, she hurried back, locking it behind her before climbing onto Shen Lang's bed once more. Honestly, was that really necessary? Shen Lang asked, feigning annoyance. Of course it was. Su Lishuan shot him a reproachful glance. I don't possess your thick skin. If my parents were to discover us, I might never want to return home during my college years. If your parents find out, it would be perfect. You could move in with me, Shen Lang replied eagerly. Once you finish your studies, we can bring home a chubby little bundle of joy, and your parents would surely be overjoyed. Oh dear, why must you always say such things? Su Lishuan felt flustered by Shen Lang's suggestive and somewhat crude remarks, caught in a pretense of disdain while simultaneously fighting back laughter. How am I? Shen Lang suddenly pressed his lips against hers, a victorious smirk on his face. You are insufferable, Su Lishuan murmured, her lips forming a pout, a blend of pride and shyness evident in her demeanor. She then propped herself on her elbows, slowly crawling into Shen Lang's embrace, arching her neck like a swan, and clumsily yet assertively kissing him. Even the most demure of girls will exhibit a rebellious side in the presence of a boy they fancy. Su Lishuan was no exception at this moment. With the boy she adored, who was also approved by her parents, engaging in such intimate activities within her own home, she felt a thrilling rush. Under the cover of night, amidst the thunderous snores of her father, Su Zhendong, Su Lishuan found the encounter exhilarating. Even daringly sliding her fair hand beneath Shen Lang's shirt, Shen Lang sat cross-legged on the bed, enveloping his beloved girl in his arms, fully savoring the affection of the campus beauty from Zhuhai University, the unattainable dream of countless boys, as she fervently sought his kisses. His hands were not idle either, and this time, Su Lishuan offered no resistance. In fact, she shifted her position to facilitate his advances, her usually bright and clear eyes now brimming with desire. Ding! Su Lishuan's affection for the host has increased by 5 points, current total, 47 points. Please continue the good work. Darling, touch me. At the sound of the system notification, Shen Lang felt a surge of desire to take things further. Suddenly, a series of footsteps echoed from outside the door, causing the two to cling tightly to one another in fright. Until the sound of the toilet flushing echoed through the house, the couple felt a sense of relief, pondering who among them would rise to answer nature's call. Yet, in the next moment, footsteps approached with increasing clarity. They paused momentarily at the door to Su Lishuan's room before halting again at the threshold of Shen Lang's chamber. The footsteps were light and rhythmic, likely belonging to Zhang Chunling, rather than the inebriated Su Zhendong. Zhang Chunling, upon noticing the absence of her daughter in Su Lishuan's room, surmised that she had ventured into Shen Lang's quarters late at night. Unbeknownst to her, the door to Shen Lang's room was securely locked by Su Lishuan. Yet she hesitated to turn the doorknob, fearing the potential embarrassment of discovering something inappropriate within. Lishuan, it's getting late. You should rest and not disturb young Shen's slumber, Zhang Chunling remarked with a tone of resignation, followed by the sound of a door closing. Although her words seemed directed at Su Lishuan, they were implicitly meant for the two young individuals involved. As seasoned parents, they were undoubtedly aware of the budding relationship between the two. Zhang Chunling likely uttered those words to dissuade her daughter from becoming too entangled too soon. Clearing his throat, Shen Lang chuckled awkwardly, adjusting his pajama bottoms. Su Lishuan gradually regained her composure, but a sudden glance at him ignited a blush that flushed her cheeks. She could hardly believe her earlier impulse to reach out and touch him. I should head back now. You should get some rest, she said, recognizing her mother's unspoken authority. Shen Lang had no choice but to watch as Su Lishuan slipped out of bed, her slippers pattering softly against the floor as she left the room. With her mind racing and her heart still racing from the earlier encounter, Su Lishuan returned to her room, tossing and turning in bed, unable to find sleep. After a considerable time spent calming her wildly beating heart, she finally took out her phone and messaged Shen Lang. "Shen Pig, are you asleep?" "Not at all, my dear. I can't sleep a wink. Shall we sneak out now?" He replied. "Absolutely not. My mother will surely come calling us for breakfast in the morning. If she finds us missing, she'll know exactly what we've been up to," she warned. Sad panda emoji, Shen Lang responded. "Shen Lang, do you truly like me? Will you treat me well in the future?" Su Lishuan inquired, her heart fluttering with anticipation. Shen Lang, momentarily taken aback, quickly assured her, "Of course. I promise to treat you well from now on." Having almost crossed boundaries earlier, and with Sunday approaching, Su Lishuan's question served as a crucial confirmation of their feelings. As expected, she followed up with, "Let us go out tomorrow. It's Sunday, after all." "Absolutely. Love you, darling," he replied enthusiastically. "However, Shen Lang, I have a question for you. Can you answer me truthfully?" she asked, a hint of anxiety creeping into her tone. Feeling an inexplicable tension, Shen Lang replied, "Sure. Ask away. Just how?" Su Lishuan hesitated, grappling with the embarrassment of her inquiry, knowing that whether as a girl or a girlfriend, it was a question laden with shame. Su Lishuan hesitated, suppressing her urge to delete the text. After much contemplation, with a flushed face and racing heart, she ultimately replied, "Never mind. I will ask you tomorrow. Hurry and get some sleep. You need to have breakfast in the morning. Sleep until dawn." "All right. Good night, darling." What could she possibly want to ask? Shen Lang, lying on his side in bed, murmured in perplexity. Logically speaking, if his affairs with Li Liuxi or the landlady were to be exposed, Su Lishuan would not have engaged in playful banter with him earlier. Could it be that? Piecing together the recent events along with the message, Shen Lang finally deduced what Su Lishuan truly wished to inquire about. Chapter 91. Last night's misadventure last night. The two of them were ablaze with passion, almost igniting a fire at Su Lishuan's home. The phrase, "baby, touch it," echoed incessantly in Su Lishuan's mind. In such a heightened state of excitement, she found it impossible to sleep, finally succumbing to slumber only around 5 in the morning. When Su Lishuan awoke, it was nearly 11 o'clock, roused only after Zhang Chunling called her several times. Dressed in a loose blue nightgown, she wandered into the living room, where Shen Lang was engaged in some inexplicable discussions with Su Zhendong about martial arts. "I'm so sleepy, Shenju," she lazily murmured. Her mind still clouded with drowsiness as she nestled against Shen Lang, playfully chastising him. "It's all your fault. I couldn't sleep at all last night." Fearing that his father-in-law might draw conclusions, Shen Lang quickly added, "I told you not to binge-watch last night, but you insisted. Now you know what it feels like to be tired?" Su Zhendong observed them, his expression a blend of emotions akin to a rag in a pharmacy, reflecting countless sentiments. In the past, his beloved daughter would awaken and cling to him affectionately, yet now he could only watch as she snuggled against another man, feeling utterly helpless. Such occurrences are perhaps what every father both yearns for and dreads. Indeed, daughters grow up too soon, he mused, taking a deep drag from his cigarette. "All right. You're all grown up now. You used to cling to your father, and now you're attached to Xiaoshen," Zhang Chunling said, both amused and pleased. "Hurry and brush your teeth and wash your face. Didn't Xiaoshen say he would take you out today? Be quick." Upon hearing this, Su Lishuan, who had been fighting off sleep, suddenly felt invigorated. Her restless night had stemmed from her anticipation of today's outing with Shen Lang. Zhang Chunling's reminder brought back vivid memories of the previous night's events and her promise to Shen Lang. If only she had known better than to agree to this mischievous fellow. With a slight blush on her cheeks, she cast a glance at Shen Lang. Remembering how he had delighted her parents the night before, she hesitated for a moment, ultimately biting her lip and, under Zhang Chunling's urging, shyly made her way to the bathroom. As Shen Lang admired the graceful curve of Su Lishuan's back, he thought to himself, "Today, my goblin shall finally conquer the elven maiden." Their relationship had blossomed over the past 6 months, aside from that critical step. They had shared nearly all experiences together and met each other's parents. At this pace, if Shen Lang were not so reckless, it was conceivable that Su Lishuan might one day marry him right after completing her university studies. It was at this moment that Shen Lang fixated on the elven maiden's silhouette, activating his divine sight. Name, Su Lishuan. Gender, female. Age, 20. Attractiveness, 9. 7. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 49 kilograms. Hobbies, watching horror movies, indulging in sweets, and being affectionate with her boyfriend. Measurements: 74 centimeters, 62 centimeters, 76 centimeters. Affection towards the host: 47. Social status: in a relationship. Current mood: nervous, excited, feeling anxious and curious about what is to come. Current location: Yulong Bay Community. Room 605. Experience: 0 times. Pseudo experience: 24. It is quite unexpected that the campus beauty would offer her guidance. Shen Lang found himself smiling inexplicably, yet he felt nothing amiss. Su Lishuan was merely an ordinary girl. In today's world of advanced internet connectivity, she was no archaic fairy devoid of personal life. It would be improbable for her to lack any semblance of a private existence. Just as boys can provide counsel to themselves in boredom, girls too can play the role of a superhero in their private moments. There is nothing peculiar about that. Not every girl is as naive as Li Liuxi, who is oblivious to many things. The process of a girl waking up and adorning herself is exceedingly intricate. And the same holds true for even the most beautiful of girls. Su Lishuan traversed back and forth between the bathroom and her room countless times. It was almost an hour later that she finally completed her transformation. In an instant, she morphed from the previously lazy and spoiled girl into the enchanting sprite that Shen Lang had been longing for. Today, Su Lishuan's attire was refreshingly stylish. She donned a crisp, breathable white short-sleeved top paired with a simple yet fashionable short skirt, complemented by white canvas shoes. Her flowing black hair was fashioned into a youthful and energetic ponytail, and her exquisite face was adorned with a light touch of makeup. Typically, upon finishing her grooming, Su Lishuan exuded a vibrant and cheerful aura. However, at present, she appeared somewhat bashful, her gaze wandering, exuding an air of guilt as if she had committed a theft. Fortunately, her parents remained oblivious to her demeanor. Su Zhendong advised, "It's not very hot outside today. Wearing so little might lead to a cold. Quickly, go fetch a thicker garment." Su Lishuan, disinterested in rummaging through her wardrobe for a suitable jacket, retorted, "Oh, we have air conditioning at home. You must think it isn't hot at all." "Dear daughter, the weather forecast indicates a drop in temperature and heavy rain tonight." Zhang Chenling expressed her concern for Su Lishuan catching a chill. "Hurry and find a jacket, or I shall get one for you." "Oh, I'm not a child anymore." "I understand the nuances of temperature," Su Lishuan huffed impatiently, stepping forward to grasp Shen Lang's arm, eager to depart. It was indeed true that the temperature would drop. Shen Lang gently tugged at Su Lishuan's short sleeve, smiling, "Listen to Uncle and Auntie. Quickly go put on a jacket. I shall wait for you. After all, a few minutes won't matter." "Is that so?" Su Lishuan pouted, tiptoeing to examine her cool outfit, contemplating for a moment. "All right, I shall change into something warmer." Observing their daughter's retreating figure, her parents exchanged smiles, a mixture of satisfaction and helplessness. It is heartening to see that their daughter, whom they have raised with great toil and care, has found a commendable young man who is more than willing to heed her opinions. Yet, it is lamentable that in the future, she may only heed this man's counsel, for after all, a daughter grows up and must eventually leave. This represents a poignant and inevitable reality for countless families with only daughters. "Let us go," Su Lishuan said, handing a thin jacket to Shen Lang with a hint of pride. "It's still warm now. Hold on to it for me. When it gets cold, you can help me put it on." All right, Shen Lang replied indulgently, nodding in agreement. He then bid farewell to the elderly couple. "Thank you for your hospitality these past few days. I shall visit you again when I have the chance." Yes, take care, young Shen. Do come by often." They responded warmly. Under the appreciative gaze of the elderly couple, Shen Lang took Su Lishuan's small hand and gently closed the door behind them. "Rest assured, I have already envisioned the conclusion. There is no need for concern that any of the heroines will be let down. Thus, if you could kindly take a moment to view the free advertisement, I would greatly appreciate it. Thank you." Chapter 92. Su Lishuan, I brought my ID. On this Sunday, after her afternoon activities, Su Lishuan was set to return to school. Shen Lang drove her to the city god temple near Zhuhai University for a leisurely stroll. However, Su Lishuan was not in the best of spirits, her demeanor reflecting a persistent melancholy throughout the afternoon. Shen Lang, while attempting to engage her in conversation, wore a forced smile, clearly burdened by unspoken thoughts. It was evident to him that Su Lishuan was apprehensive about something. It is entirely natural for a blossoming young woman to feel anxious and fearful about the unknown that looms ahead. Before they had finished exploring the temple, Shen Lang decided to take her for a walk along the banks of the Huangpu River to lift her spirits. Such outings require a mutual affection to flourish. And if Su Lishuan continued to harbor her unease, Shen Lang found himself lacking enthusiasm. It seemed more prudent to escort her back to school and allow her to process her feelings in peace. As twilight approached, around 7 o'clock, Shen Lang held Su Lishuan's soft hand as they strolled along the vibrant banks of the Huangpu River. This locale is one of Jiahai City's most renowned attractions. Standing by the river, they admired the towering skyscrapers and bustling commercial districts across the water, which, in their lofty splendor, created a breathtaking panorama. The river mirrored the kaleidoscopic lights of the riverside shops, resembling a silken ribbon adorned with gemstones, flowing languidly. A gentle breeze stirred, sending ripples dancing across the water's surface, creating an enchanting, dreamlike atmosphere that captivated all who beheld it. Tourists, drawn by the allure, eagerly captured the moment with their phones. As the wind picked up, Shen Lang handed Su Lishuan the jacket she had brought along, calmly suggesting, "Let us finish here, and I'll drive you back to school." Back to school? Su Lishuan paused, her mind racing with thoughts of what she should do next, surprised that Shen Lang would suggest returning to school now. Her emotions were tumultuous. A blend of relief from surviving a recent trial, guilt over potentially disappointing Shen Lang, and a nameless void left by her curiosity being inexplicably stifled. Why not? Don't think I'm oblivious to your thoughts. My intentions in being with you are not merely physical, so why the anxiety? Shen Lang replied gently with a smile. Foolish girl, if you're not ready, I will certainly respect your wishes. There is no need to frown. I prefer the way you used to be. What did you like about how I used to be? Su Lishuan inquired, her eyes blinking with curiosity as she tilted her head. How to put it? You were sunny and cheerful, with a sweet voice, like a healing fairy, Shen Lang replied earnestly, recalling the first impression she had left on him when they first met. A fairy? Su Lishuan cocked her head, not quite grasping this somewhat masculine internet meme. Nonetheless, Shen Lang's compliments brought her joy. Realizing she had such delightful attributes in his mind made her smile broaden. She halted, bouncing in front of Shen Lang, hands clasped behind her back. Her soft frame leaning slightly forward, her delicate face raised in a playful, proud manner as she gazed at him. Shu, am I not your radiant moonlight? Many boys on Douyin described their first love this way. A gentle breeze wafted across the river, lightly tousling Su Lishuan's hair, which flowed like silk and cascaded like a waterfall. Her hair danced in the breeze, exuding a subtle fragrance that evoked an overwhelming sense of warmth and romance, reflecting the vibrant hues of the surroundings in her eyes, while a sweet and expectant smile graced her lips. Their gazes met, as if time itself had frozen, and the entire world faded away, leaving only the two of them. Shen Lang felt the warmth and tenderness emanating from Su Lishuan, inclined his head, and softly kissed her cherry lips. He then reached out to gently smooth her wind-tossed hair, speaking to himself, I don't care how others refer to you. You are my unique fairy, unparalleled in every way. All right then, Su Lishuan replied, pursing her lips, and wrapped her arms around Shen Lang, beaming sweetly. If you wish to call me a fairy, then so be it. It's quite an amusing title. So, don't frown over such trivial matters, if you're unwilling. I can wait as long as it takes. Shen Lang embraced Su Lishuan's slender waist, nonchalantly responding, I pursued this relationship to be with you. Not merely for your physical allure. Do not perceive your boyfriend in such a superficial light. So, are you attracted to me, or merely my physique? Su Lishuan asked, her delicate face adorned with a mischievous smile, her clear eyes sparkling with playful light. Absolutely, Shen Lang replied emphatically. I knew it, pervert. Su Lishuan playfully punched Shen Lang's waist. After tiring herself out, she leaned against his arm, her expression turning serious and contemplative. Ultimately, she made up her mind, biting her lip decisively. Ding. Su Lishuan's affection for the host has increased by 5 points, current total, 52 points. Please continue your efforts. Ding. Su Lishuan's affection for the host has reached 50 points. Would you like to view her personal information? Ding. Su Lishuan's affection for the host has reached 52 points, granting you a mysterious treasure chest. Would you like to open it? The weather forecast for Jiahai City was surprisingly accurate this time. Halfway through their outing, Shen Lang sensed a change in the weather and promptly took Su Lishuan to the underground parking lot to retrieve the car. Just as they settled inside, a torrential downpour began, drenching the banks of the Huangpu River. All right, it's getting late. I will drive you back to school, Shen Lang said while fastening his seatbelt. Once your vacation begins, I will come to see you again. No, there's no need to return to school. Huh? What did you say? I brought my ID. Su Lishuan shyly replied, turning her flushed face towards the window, her fair neck adorned with a rosy hue. All right, that sounds good, Shen Lang said, momentarily taken aback, before discreetly touching his nose. At this moment, he reminded himself to remain composed, maintaining the calmest tone and demeanor while conversing with Su Lishuan. The most crucial point is to never allow her to perceive that you are on the verge of obtaining her most treasured possession, exuding an air of triumph. Until they reach the hotel, their fates remain shrouded in uncertainty. It is entirely possible that Su Lishuan may have a sudden change of heart, leaving no place for tears when the moment arrives. Although Shen Lang could not fathom why Su Lishuan had so candidly acquiesced, the opportunity was too splendid to be missed, especially with the torrential rain pouring outside. In such inclement weather, returning without an umbrella was simply not an option. Shen Lang, filled with excitement, began to search for the nearest reputable hotel while calmly concocting a reason for Su Lishuan. Let us stay at a hotel for the night. I will drive you home in the morning. Chapter 93. I did not deceive you. I even learned to bark like a dog. The two found themselves in the bustling heart of Jiahai City. Upon activating the car navigation system, the map was densely populated with hotels and inns. It was a Sunday, and the influx of tourists and passers-by rendered most accommodations fully booked. After searching for over 10 minutes, Shen Lang finally secured a reservation at a 5-star hotel. The price of this establishment was exorbitant, yet several luxurious suites remained available. Once they parked in the hotel's exclusive lot, Su Lishuan began to waver, her pace noticeably slowing. Shen Lang, sensing her hesitation, swiftly took her hand and guided her into the elevator. Upon reaching the front desk, he produced his identification and gently urged, "Darling, please hand me your ID." Su Lishuan, her cheeks flushed, cast a shy glance at the smiling receptionist. For her, accompanying a male companion to a hotel felt akin to revealing their intentions to the staff. "Darling, your ID, please. They're waiting for us," Shen Lang coaxed softly. Given the torrential rain outside, it's sensible to stay the night. Reluctantly, Su Lishuan retrieved her ID from her pocket, turning her head away bashfully to evade the receptionist's polite yet knowing gaze. "I made a reservation just now under the surname Shen Lang stated briskly as he handed over their IDs. "It's for two, a deluxe room, for one night." "Thank you." "Certainly, Mr. Shen. I will process that for you," the receptionist replied with a warm smile, discreetly assessing the young couple before her. As a staff member at a 5-star hotel, she encountered a myriad of guests daily. It was evident that this lovely girl was likely visiting a hotel with a boy for the first time. Her anxious demeanor suggested that their stay might involve more than just a single night. As for the young man, it was uncertain whether he was a novice at escorting a girl to such a place. However, his eager demeanor and relaxed expression hinted either at a desire to act swiftly, lest they linger too long, or that he was certainly not this girl's first love, perhaps another scoundrel. The receptionist sighed inwardly while maintaining her professionalism, determined not to lose her job over idle speculation. At least this young man appeared presentable, with a commendable physique, unlike those portly, balding men who often had little more than money to their name. One could consider it a silver lining amidst misfortune. Casting a final glance at Shen Lang's handsome features, the receptionist handed him the room key. "Here you are, Mr. Shen. Your room number is 0219. "Thank you," Shen Lang replied, taking the key and grasping Su Lishuan's hand as they made their way toward the elevator. Midway, however, her steps began to falter, and a struggle appeared on her face, her reluctance becoming increasingly evident. Upon reaching the elevator, Su Lishuan was reluctant to enter. Her expression filled with hesitation as she gazed at Shen Lang, instinctively trying to free herself from his grasp on her wrist. "My dear, it is pouring outside. Let us stay for just one night," he urged. "Should we borrow an umbrella from the staff? It's Sunday, and they must be quite busy. I have just spent 5,000 yuan. Wouldn't it be a waste not to see what the hotel is like? Returning to school now? But I hardly slept last night. And with this torrential rain, what if something were to happen? That would certainly not be amusing. I swear, if I were to touch you, I would be a dog." "All right. I merely wish to talk and keep you company. I promise not to bully you." Shen Lang coaxed her with sweet words. And after raising 4 fingers in a vow, he finally persuaded Su Lishuan to step into the elevator. As the elevator arrived at Shen Lang's floor, he held Su Lishuan close while whispering comforting words. Upon entering his room, he released her and retrieved the room key to unlock the door. Just as he pushed the door open, Su Lishuan swiftly turned to flee. Shen Lang, reacting with remarkable speed, still clutching the room key, reached out and encircled her slender waist with his other arm. "Shenju, you, let me go," Su Lishuan exclaimed, astonished by his strength. As he effortlessly lifted her, her legs flailing in protest. "I just remembered I forgot some books. I must return home. Please, let me go." "That won't do. You promised me, and I have booked the hotel. If you leave now, what would that mean?" Shen Lang insisted, carrying her into the room and inserting the key, illuminating all the lights and appliances. I never agreed to anything, Su Lishuan retorted defiantly. Then what did you mean when you mentioned bringing your ID? Shen Lang inquired, tossing her onto the soft bed and leaning over her, gazing down at the proud young woman. Are you trying to tell me you are already an adult? Just turned 18? You. Su Lishuan stifled a laugh, shyly turning her head away, her arms crossed tightly over her chest, embodying an air of stubborn resistance. You just said that if you bullied me, you would be a dog. You were deceiving me. Wan. Shen Lang responded without hesitation, playfully asking, I am not deceiving you. I even barked like a dog. What more do you want from me? You. Su Lishuan widened her eyes in embarrassment, taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Lishuan Shen Lang gently caressed her fair thigh, softly kissing her delicate neck. Gradually, Su Lishuan succumbed to his advances, and Shen Lang emerged victorious in his playful battle. As her arms slowly released their hold, she pouted, You are truly insufferable. All you do is bully me. Upon hearing this, Shen Lang sensed his success. My dear, why not take a shower first? I shall wait for you. He tenderly kissed her cherry lips, then stood to retrieve a cigarette, glancing out the window at the relentless rain, nonchalantly remarking, If you truly do not wish to continue, we may return by car at this very moment. I have promised to respect your thoughts. After spending considerable time with Su Lishuan, Shen Lang has come to understand her temperament thoroughly. If you can demonstrate sincerity and a genuine attitude, revealing your heartfelt intentions, Su Lishuan will not refuse, provided it does not contravene her principles. Nestled in bed, Su Lishuan cast a glance at Shen Lang, her eyes shimmering with unspoken emotions. After a moment of hesitant contemplation, she ultimately bit her lip, rose from her bed, and took the cigarette from Shen Lang's lips, casting him an adorable glare before donning a hotel bathrobe and stepping into the bathroom. As the sound of water cascading from the shower echoed in the air, Shen Lang's thoughts stirred, prompting him to engage in a dialogue with the system within his mind. System, unlock the mysterious treasure chest. Chapter 94. My dear. Your hands are so small. Just moments ago, by the banks of the Huangpu River, Su Lishuan's fondness for Shen Lang had surpassed 50, granting him a mysterious treasure chest. Shen Lang estimated that Su Lishuan might spend a good 10 to 20 minutes in the bath. Thus, he decided to investigate the contents of the treasure chest first. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a luxurious standalone villa in Jiujiantang. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a divine talent, room enchantment technique. This ability must be comprehended intuitively, not spoken of. Only through practice can one truly appreciate its profundity. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving a supreme directorial talent. The host's directing prowess will undergo a qualitative enhancement in collaboration with exceptionally skilled actors. He can produce extraordinary masterpieces. What? 3 rewards in succession? A stroke of fortune indeed. Shen Lang exclaimed in delight, eagerly delving into the study of these 3 abilities. Firstly, the Jiujiantang Villa, which was simply astounding. It was a renowned, exorbitantly priced luxury residence in Jiahai City, part of the most expensive villa district in China. Currently, the price per square meter in Jiujiantang had soared to an astonishing 500,000, with even the cheapest unit likely exceeding 100 million. As Shen Lang pondered this, a thick, red document materialized out of thin air, unexpectedly landing in his hands. The document bore 8 gilded characters, China Real Estate Ownership Certificate. Casting a glance towards the bathroom, Shen Lang surmised that Su Lishuan would not emerge so quickly. With eager anticipation, he opened the ownership certificate to uncover the dimensions of his new property, hoping it was not the smallest villa. Jiujiantang Villa District, Building A, Unit 6, Villa Area, 710 m, Property Owner, Shen Lang, 710 square meters? Shen Lang inhaled sharply in disbelief. This could not possibly be the least desirable villa in Jiujiantang. Judging by the area alone, it was at least above average. Shen Lang estimated that his standalone villa could be valued at over 300 million. Of course, Shen Lang had no intention of selling this villa. Whether there were any wealthy individuals capable of dishing out 300 million was one thing, but primarily, this was a villa in Jiujiantang, the finest, most extravagant residence in Jiahai City. Without exception, Shen Lang was not in need of money. He had a beautiful and affluent landlady and several million in his pocket still unspent. Why would he consider selling the villa to liquidate assets? Living in such a magnificent estate was far more appealing. He could always find time to visit. With excitement, Shen Lang tucked the property certificate into the drawer of his bedside cabinet, then began to feel the bodily and memory transformations brought about by the room enchantment technique. How to describe this ability? It can only be said that those who understand. Just as the system described, it must be comprehended intuitively, not articulated. Only through practice can one truly appreciate its intricacies. In an instant, countless movements and techniques from various instructors were etched into Shen Lang's mind like indelible memories. It seemed he would soon be able to treat the elven maiden with kindness. Feeling the memories swirling in his mind, Shen Lang eagerly remarked on the prospects ahead. The third ability was rather intriguing, the talent for filmmaking, which, if harnessed properly, could also serve as a lucrative tool. Well, he would take his time to ponder this upon his return. After waiting in the living room for a few minutes, the sound of the hairdryer in the bathroom ceased. And Shen Lang knew that Su Lishuan was ready. The moment she emerged, he found himself momentarily breathless. The steam enveloped the bathroom, creating an ethereal ambience. Clad in a pristine white robe and stepping gingerly in damp slippers, Su Lishuan approached the bed. Torn between the desire to sit on its edge and the reluctance to lie down, her delicate fingers curled around damp strands of hair. And a visible blush adorned her cheeks as she cast shy, hesitant glances at Shen Lang, intermittently displaying playful expressions of bashfulness and pride. A few glistening droplets of water clung to her porcelain collarbone. Ahem, I should freshen up as well, Shen Lang remarked, swallowing hard to maintain his composure as he adjusted his demeanor before heading towards the bathroom. As he passed by Su Lishuan, he unexpectedly planted a playful kiss on her tender cheek. You pervert, Su Lishuan muttered with mock indignation, subsequently gazing silently at the inviting bed. Never mind. What has done is done. With a resolute heart, she flopped onto the bed, shy yet eager, burrowing beneath the covers. In less than 2 minutes, Shen Lang emerged, towel in hand. Lishuan from under the blankets, Su Lishuan revealed a pair of curious yet bashful eyes. What is it? Did you run out of body wash or shampoo? Shen Lang casually tossed the towel aside. I'm done, of course. Come on, if a shower takes more than 3 minutes now. That would be a blatant disrespect to manhood. What? Su Lishuan exclaimed, her surprise palpable as Shen Lang hurriedly threw back the covers and enveloped her, clad in her robe, in his embrace. Let me go, she protested, struggling playfully in his arms for a moment before surrendering to stillness. Her heart raced as she nestled against him, listening to the steady, robust rhythm of his heartbeat. With no prior experience, she found herself caught in a whirlwind of anticipations, awaiting her boyfriend's next move. Lishuan, your hands are so small and soft. Let us compare. Shen Lang took a gentle approach, engaging her in light conversation rather than diving straight into more intimate matters. You're a guy. Your hands must naturally be bigger than mine, Su Lishuan replied softly, clasping his sturdy hand. Shen Lang affectionately stroked her slightly damp hair, his voice tender. Darling, you smell divine. That must be the body wash, Su Lishuan thought, her heart racing and breath uneven as she sensed Shen Lang's hands beginning to wander. Do you know, sweetheart, that my favorite part about you is your legs? Shen Lang's hands glided from her ankles upwards, tracing the smoothness of her thighs. Honestly, your legs are stunning, perfectly proportioned, even more so than those of models. Silence enveloped Su Lishuan as she grasped Shen Lang's sleepwear tightly, her eyes squeezed shut as if bracing for something daunting, her skin ablaze with warmth. Shen Lang gently nibbled at her earlobe, whispering, Darling, is it all right? No, it is not permissible. Shen Lang, you're wicked. You bully me. It is acceptable, my dear, it is acceptable. Chapter 95, Su Lishuan, you're pulling my hair again. On the following morning, the heavy rain outside gradually subsided, replaced by a hazy sunlight, while a chilling air lingered. The sweltering summer had faded away, giving way to the melancholic autumn, marked by the mournful cries of cicadas. Shinju, you're pulling my hair. On the grand bed of the hotel, Shen Lang was roused from his slumber by Su Lishuan's sleepy murmurs. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by her exquisitely beautiful visage. Shen Lang had his arm around Su Lishuan, who was using it as a pillow, while her long, dark hair lay beneath his head, gently lifting her head. He withdrew his arm and rubbed it vigorously, easing the numbness that had settled in. At that moment, Su Lishuan's phone began to ring. With a lazy gesture, she nudged Shen Lang, turning away, unwilling to answer. Reluctantly, Shen Lang got out of bed and rummaged through her pile of warm clothing to retrieve her phone adorned with a cartoon Pikachu. Fortunately, the caller was not Su Lishuan's South parents but her close friend, Yi Xinshin. Otherwise, Shen Lang would have been hesitant to answer, since it was her best friend. He felt at ease and answered the call without hesitation. Hello, Xian, are you not coming to school today? Do you want me to ask the instructor for a leave of absence on your behalf? Stealing a glance at the slumbering Su Lishuan, Shen Lang felt a surge of pride as he envisioned an MVP moment. Xinshin? This is Shen Lang. I'm at the hotel with Xian. There was a long silence on the other end, during which Shen Lang could hear the astonishment of her roommates. Seriously? Is it true that Le Xian and Shen Lang went to a hotel? I'm so envious. If I had known, I would have asked Le Xian to help me out. Xiao Qiao, are you not embarrassed? Why didn't you suggest that Shen Lang call your name for a sense of inclusion? Shen Lang, you rascal. Finally, Yu Xin spoke up. So you took my best friend to a hotel after meeting the parents, huh? You must treat us to a meal next Saturday. Absolutely. Anything you desire. With a triumphant flourish, Shen Lang hung up the phone and slipped back under the covers, embracing Su Lishuan's warm, slender form with tender affection. What are you doing? I was sleeping soundly. Su Lishuan stirred awake from his movements, seemingly unperturbed by her state of undress, gazing at Shen Lang with a dazed, innocent expression. Your friend called. Shen Lang gently caressed her slightly swollen eyelids, quietly observing her. She said I should treat you to a meal. Anything is fine. Gazing into Shen Lang's eyes, feeling the strength of his arm around her, Su Lishuan gradually awakened, her mind flooded with memories of the previous night, her cheeks flushing with a faint blush. After a moment, she took his hand and playfully bit his knuckles, then cupped his face, looking at him earnestly and affectionately. Shenju, I gave you everything last night. You must treat me well from now on. Shen Lang, feeling affectionate, replied with a sweet whisper, of course. Have you ever seen a goblin abandon his elven princess? I can't even comprehend what you're saying. Su Lishuan playfully complained with a smile and then, somewhat unexpectedly and shyly, remarked, I thought it would be painful, but it turns out to be so easy. It seems everything depicted in movies is misleading. The two had been in a relationship for quite some time, and having taken their intimacy to the next level the previous night. Such flirtatious topics did not strike Su Lishuan as vulgar, especially since they were still nestled in each other's embrace. If it doesn't hurt, why are you scratching me? Look at the marks you've left. Shen Lang grumbled as he touched the scratches on his neck, saying if others saw this, they might think I got into a fight with a girl. His neck and back bore numerous faint but distinctly visible marks, all thanks to Su Lishuan. She hesitated, stammering. Who told you to? How annoying. Embarrassed, Su Lishuan pressed her flushed face against Shen Lang's chest and playfully nipped at him, declaring, Humph. You lecher. I'll bite you to death. After indulging in a tender moment in bed, Su Lishuan suddenly peered out from the covers, her vigilant eyes scanning the room's hidden corners with unease. Shen Lang, do you think there could be cameras in this room? I've seen in so many movies that people often get recorded by hidden cameras in hotels. Shen Lang chuckled, slightly exasperated. Oh please, where would all those cameras come from? You've watched too many films. Nevertheless, to be cautious, Shen Lang used his keen observational skills to survey the area, finding no trace of such invasive devices. After all, this was a well-known luxury hotel in Jia City, with rooms costing up to 5,000 yuan a night. Such low-grade surveillance equipment seemed implausible. But what if there really are? Su Lishuan retreated under the covers, speaking earnestly. If we were recorded and they threatened us for money, saying they would post our video online, we would be doomed. Let them post it. What's the big deal? Shen Lang shrugged dismissively. If they do upload it, I'll just tell them to make sure to edit me to look good, so I won't be embarrassed. Ha ha ha, you're ridiculous. Su Lishuan laughed brightly, then playfully swatted Shen Lang's arm, echoing a familiar sentiment. Oh, you're so annoying, you've messed up my hair again. Chapter 96. This young man is undoubtedly exceptional in that aspect. Until 4 in the afternoon, Shen Lang insisted on taking a bath with Su Lishuan. Only after this intimate moment did he affectionately wrap his arm around her waist, their steps somewhat peculiar as they approached the front desk to check out. The front desk attendant was the same lady from the previous night, exuding professionalism. Upon noticing Su Lishuan's flushed cheeks and somewhat awkward gait, she immediately deduced what had transpired the night before, just as she had suspected. This youthful beauty had undoubtedly blossomed into a woman. What a pity, though. With such a charming visage, why not seek out a wealthy and handsome suitor? After years of working in the bustling metropolis of Jia City, the attendant believed that someone of Su Lishuan's caliber could easily attract a wealthy heir. Why should she invest her emotions in a young man who might turn out to be unreliable? Perhaps in a few years, this girl would come to regret having entrusted her youth to this boy in a moment of weakness. The young attendant mused, reminiscent of her own youthful innocence. However, being a part of a 5-star establishment, she skillfully concealed her thoughts behind a facade of commercial smiles as she processed Shen Lang's checkout. Yet, Su Lishuan could not shake the feeling that the attendant regarded her with a critical eye, coupled with her own feelings of guilt and embarrassment. She felt an overwhelming desire to vanish into the ground at that moment, amidst the bustling hotel entrance. After completing the checkout process, Shen Lang took Su Lishuan's hand, leading her toward the elevator to the underground parking lot. Once inside the elevator, a nearby female attendant whispered, "Sister, let me tell you. This guy is undoubtedly exceptional in that regard." "Is that true? He didn't even undress. How can you tell? Why would I deceive you? I've encountered numerous guests. I would know." All right. Enough of this early morning banter. Please fetch me some breakfast. It's Monday and not many guests are around. I'll cover for you this time." "Fine." About half an hour later, the phone at the front desk rang. A call from the housekeeping staff responsible for cleaning Shen Lang's room. "Front desk, room 0219. Something has been left behind." "What is it?" the attendant asked absent-mindedly, her mind still on the young couple. "It seems to be a property certificate." "A property certificate?" The attendant was taken aback. How could they have brought such a document to a hotel room? Were they perhaps at the age where marriage discussions were imminent? Was the man not a scoundrel, but rather someone who had already purchased a home, awaiting the woman's consent? "All right, please bring it down." The attendant dismissively hung up the phone. On weekends and holidays, it was common for guests to leave behind various items. She had seen all sorts of peculiar belongings. But this was the first time she encountered a couple checking into a hotel with a property certificate in tow. A few minutes later, the housekeeping staff arrived at the front desk, holding a red property certificate and smiling warmly. In the drawer, something valuable was found. The carelessness of the younger generation is astonishing. How could they bring such a precious item to a hotel and carelessly leave it around? The female attendant chuckled lightly, accepting the property certificate and pressing it into her hand. "All right, Auntie, you can go about your business. I'll just call the owner." After dismissing the cleaning lady, the attendant opened the check-in records and dialed the number left by Shen Lang. "Hello, is this Mr. Shen? You checked out today, and it seems you may have left a property certificate in our hotel." "Well, yes, I did. I'll be right back." "Very well." The female attendant responded amicably. Then her gaze fell upon the crimson property certificate. What kind of property had this young man acquired? Curiously, she muttered to herself and glanced around the empty lobby. It was Monday, and the lobby was quite desolate, only a few cleaning ladies moving about. Although rummaging through a guest's belongings could lead to complaints, what harm could it do if she remained undetected? With no pressing tasks at hand, her curiosity piqued. The attendant discreetly opened the pristine property certificate. Now, she understood why that girl would willingly follow such a young man to the hotel. As she gazed at the certificate, reading the line that boasted a sprawling area of 710 square meters, she shook her head in envy. "I would gladly take such a large house. A residence of 710 square meters, even in the most remote suburbs of Jia High City, would still be worth at least 10 million. Ah, such is fate," she mused, gently closing the property certificate, concerned that Shen Lang might detect any signs of her curiosity. "Wait." A flicker of disbelief crossed her eyes as she swiftly reopened the crimson document, her gaze fixated on the first line embossed in gold. Nine Villas District. Those gilded words struck heavily in her heart. As a local of Jia High City, how could she be unaware of this opulent district known for its exorbitant property prices? Rumor has it that the price per square meter there had reached 500,000. Thus, for 710 square meters, that would amount to 350 million. Trembling, the attendant swallowed hard, incredulously closing the property certificate as if she had stumbled upon a dark secret. Approximately 20 minutes later, Shen Lang arrived at the hotel and approached the front desk. "Hello, I'm Shen. I received a call about the lost property." "Mr. Shen, you've arrived." The female attendant assisting Shen Lang beamed with delight, enthusiastically retrieving his property certificate. With an air of clumsiness, she stepped out from behind the counter, her black stockings accentuating her legs as she walked briskly towards him. "Here is your property certificate, please," she began, but suddenly stumbled, losing her balance and falling to the floor. In that position, her legs sprawled open, and as Shen Lang crouched down to assist her, he caught a glimpse of the scene. From her elevated position, one could discern the alluring contours of her décolletage, impeccable in every regard. Alas! A sharp pain coursed through her. The female attendant furrowed her brow, nursing her ankle, while discreetly gauging Shen Lang's reaction, pondering why this opulent figure had yet to offer assistance. Such a clumsy display elicited a chuckle from Shen Lang. Without a moment's hesitation, it was evident he had perused his property deed. Shen Lang, with an air of indifference, inquired without a trace of sympathy, grasping her arm and lifting her effortlessly. "Are you all right?" "Oh, I'm fine, really," she replied with a smile, shaking her head. Undeterred, she seized the moment to hand over the property deed to Shen Lang, subtly brushing against his palm, before adopting a demure and enchanting demeanor. Chapter 97. Shen Lin, can you be my boyfriend? If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. Shen Lang chuckled warmly, clutching the property deed, and departed without glancing back. Humph. The female attendant stamped her foot in frustration, expressing her discontent. My dear sister, I'm not saying this to you. But didn't you doubt my words? How could you act so swiftly? A colleague nearby, witnessing the attendant's poor performance, couldn't help but scoff. Moreover, your display was rather unconvincing. The traces of acting were too evident. The attendant shot her a helpless glare, unwilling to engage with someone who thought with only their lower half. She was merely interested in the boy's physique. After all, that fellow was a billionaire. Whoever caught his eye would undoubtedly bask in unparalleled wealth. Unfortunately, he seemed disinterested in a hotel receptionist. Upon reflection, it was understandable. The girl he brought yesterday was stunning. So how could he possibly care for a mere hotel employee? No wonder it is said that wealth corrupts men. This truly tests the human heart. Shen Lang skillfully maneuvered the steering wheel, navigating the bustling thoroughfare. As he paused at a traffic light, he glanced at the property deed in the passenger seat. Recalling the hotel receptionist's bold demeanor, and couldn't he help but chuckle at himself. Surely, it was my striking appearance that compelled her to make such advances, rather than the 300 million villa. In this materialistic society, money can be quite the seducer. With the system's assistance, Shen Lang's assets would undoubtedly grow. And perhaps then the hotel receptionist would be but a simple encounter. I hope I can withstand the trials that fate may bestow upon me, he thought, his grip firm on the steering wheel. At that moment, the sound of a WeChat notification pierced the air. Picking up the phone, he was taken aback to see a voice call from Shen Lang. What is it? After several moments of silence, he could only faintly hear her rapid breathing, growing impatient. Shen Lang remarked, if you're not going to speak, I'll hang up. Brother. Shen Lang finally spoke, her voice a mix of shyness and difficulty. Well? The sun must be rising in the west if you're calling me brother today. Shen Lang chuckled dismissively, assuming she was calling for money. Speak up. How many coins do you wish to extract from your brother this time? Today, I'm in a good mood and might consider granting you more. After a few moments of hesitation, he heard her swallow nervously before she uttered a shocking question. Can you be my boyfriend? What the hell? Shen Lang was taken aback, nearly rear-ending the Audi in front of him. Fortunately, he slammed on the brakes just in time, gripping the steering wheel, his heart racing as he asked, Wait, you little rascal, do you even comprehend what you just said? I'm driving. Shen Lang, concerned, inquired, Are you okay? Did you crash? I almost collided. What do you think? Composed himself and tentatively inquired, Did you lose a bet with your roommate and come here to cause a ruckus? No, it's not a dare, Shen Lang replied, her cheeks tinged with embarrassment. I was boasting to my roommate about having a handsome, tall, and wealthy boyfriend. So, could you help me out? With a playful grin, she added, Come on, share a bit more. Shen Lang, feeling flattered by her flattery, understood her intentions. She merely wished to introduce him as her boyfriend to substantiate her fib. Please, I beg you. I need to show them, Shen Lang implored, her tone shifting to a softer, more pleading demeanor, shedding her usual arrogant bravado. If you assist me this time, I will comply with any request of yours in the future. All right? I'm not interested. I'm hanging up, Shen Lang replied dismissively, placing his phone aside. Given his current circumstances, he could not dare to play the role of another girl's boyfriend, especially not his own sister's. If relatives or friends were to discover this charade, it would undoubtedly lead to more patients at the orthopedic hospital. At that moment, in the girls' dormitory at Zhuhai University, Su Lishuan returned to find only Yushinxin nestled in her blankets, engaged in a game with a male online acquaintance, while the other two roommates were attending classes. Stop for now. You can continue playing. I have something to handle, Yushinxin said, hastily shutting off the game as she noticed Su Lishuan's return. With a knowing smile, she climbed out of bed and ambled around Su Lishuan, her expression filled with playful curiosity. Xian, don't you have anything to share with me? Share? What should I say? Su Lishuan feigned ignorance, her refined features flushing slightly. Oh, come on. After all these years, you're still shy? Yushinxin settled beside her, wrapping an arm around her waist, playfully yet expectantly asking, So, did you spend the night with Shen Lang? I don't know what you're talking about. Su Lishuan stammered, her face turning crimson as she averted her gaze from her friend's inquisitive eyes. Yushinxin, unable to contain her excitement, pressed on, Xian. Don't tease me. It was Shen Lang who answered the call this morning. Just tell me, what was he like? Well, it was, just like that. You've seen movies, haven't you? Su Lishuan responded, her embarrassment deepening as a student passed by the door. Quickly, Yushinxin rushed to lock the door, her eagerness palpable. So you really did? Su Lishuan shyly murmured, he insisted. TSK, if the boys in our class found out you were with another man. Yuxinshin observed her typically cheerful friend turn bashful and confidently remarked, I bet our school forum will explode with gossip because of you. Su Lishuan retorted dismissively. Whether the forum explodes or not, it has nothing to do with me. Then, do share the details with me, Yuxinshin urged. Yuxinshin, with an insatiable thirst for knowledge, inquired, but I am your close friend. I merely wish to understand the sensation in preparation for the future. Well, just don't share it with others, Su Lishuan replied, her heart heavy with uncertainty. Although the two friends shared nearly everything, this particular topic made Su Lishuan uneasy. Of course, do tell me quickly, urged Yuxinshin. With her friend's gentle coaxing, Su Lishuan vividly recounted the events of the previous night. My goodness. Even just hearing you describe it sends shivers down my spine. It feels like an audio novel. Is that fellow Shen Lang truly that remarkable? Yuxinshin's cheeks flushed, her heart racing as she swallowed hard. Merely listening to Su Lishuan's depiction was enough to evoke a vivid imagery. Meanwhile, Su Lishuan's face burned with embarrassment. Discussing matters between herself and her boyfriend with her close friend felt utterly mortifying. Chapter 98. When wealth abounds, connections flourish. Around 1 p.m, under a radiant sun, Shen Lang chose not to drive directly home. Instead, he followed the navigation to the Jiujin Tang Villa district. Eager to behold the grand mansion he had recently acquired from the system, the villa boasted 2 parking options, the public parking area before him and a private garage belonging to the villa itself. Desiring to explore this coveted enclave, Shen Lang decided to first park in the public lot. To his astonishment, this was no mere parking lot. It resembled a car exhibition. The underground parking of Jiujiantang was filled with gleaming luxury sports cars, each worth over $1 million. Some vehicles, with their striking designs and ultra-low chassis, were valued in the tens of millions, models Shen Lang had only glimpsed in videos. Indeed, it was no exaggeration to claim that the collection in his personal garage from the game Extreme Speed Racing paled in comparison to the opulence before him. Amongst the luxury cars, even the least expensive, a BMW 7 Series, started at over $1 million. In stark contrast, Shen Lang's Mercedes-Benz C260L, worth merely 30-some thousand, appeared utterly out of place amidst such extravagance, rendering any comparison futile. Yet, Shen Lang felt no embarrassment. After all, wealth is not the sole measure of worth. With a self-satisfied grin, he parked in his designated spot, donned his sunglasses, and exited the underground garage, presenting his identification and property deed to the property management office. He effortlessly acquired the key to his $300 million standalone villa. The process was remarkably smooth, devoid of any bureaucratic hurdles. It felt akin to retrieving a package from a courier service. After verifying his identity, the property manager handed over the key without delay. Throughout the entire experience, there was no hint of the cliché narrative often depicted in novels, where the wealthy look down upon the less affluent. Instead, the property staff and security personnel greeted him with exceptional warmth, their smiles welcoming from the property department to the villa grounds. Had he not wished to explore alone, the property manager, clad in stockings, would have gladly escorted him to his grand mansion, eager to share the local architectural charm. On his way to the villa, he encountered other homeowners in Jiujiantang, all of whom were exceedingly amiable. These neighbors, each worth over $100 million, exhibited a remarkable cordiality and understanding, their tones gentle and soothing. In such a prosperous community, one rarely encounters condescension. While not every affluent individual possesses a kind temperament, the majority are notably polite, embodying the virtues of humility and respect. Having received a fine education from a young age, they treat others with exceptional kindness. Only a small fraction of the wealthy exhibit arrogance, believing their superior lineage and wealth entitle them to precedence. Such individuals, unless their fortunes are exceptionally robust, will soon find their resources rapidly dissipating into the marketplace. As it is a detached villa district, the further Shen Lang ventured into the area, the fewer individuals he encountered. Each opulent villa he passed appeared eerily desolate, as though no one resided within, with not a whisper of sound emanating from inside. The distance between the villas was considerable, evoking a sense of private territory akin to living on an isolated island. Villa A, number 6, was finally in sight. From afar, this villa resembled a fantastical palace, radiating boundless luxury and allure. Arriving at the entrance, Shen Lang retrieved the key provided by the property management, his heart brimming with excitement and anticipation as he unlocked the door. What greeted him was an expansive and chilly living room, lavishly adorned, where even the slightest elevation in voice seemed to echo. It would not be an exaggeration to say that one could play badminton in this living space without issue. The villa's interior design was exquisite, with every detail meticulously crafted. The grand floor-to-ceiling windows and balcony allowed sunlight and gentle breezes to flow freely indoors, while also offering residents breathtaking views. The walls were constructed from the finest materials, polished and treated to achieve a smooth, opulent finish. The luxurious sofas and coffee tables made one feel as though they had stepped into the lobby of a five-star hotel. The floors were laid with top-grade marble, intricately pieced together to present a flawless texture and sheen. This four-story villa boasted 7 rooms and a living area, with the upper floors filled with empty bedrooms and vacant spaces. Naturally, such a valuable property came with its own private swimming pool. From the massive floor-to-ceiling windows in the living room, one could see a shimmering expanse of water, with a few dried leaves drifting upon its surface. The villa's most remarkable feature was undoubtedly its view. From the windows of the bedrooms on the second floor and above, one could gaze upon the winding Huangpu River that encircled Jiahai City. The only drawback of this villa was its overwhelming solitude. Neighbors likely did not visit one another, lacking the vibrant atmosphere typical of a more communal living space. After spending over half an hour exploring the villa, Shen Lang mused about the comforts of wealth. Returning to the living room, he sank into the soft embrace of the couch, letting out a sigh that seemed to resonate from his very soul. At that moment, a message notification chimed from his phone. Upon checking, he discovered a friend request from an ID named Brother Sweeter Than Me. Shen Lang surmised it was a roommate of Su Lishuan and, after a moment's hesitation, accepted the request. The message read, "Good morning. May I ask who you are?" "Brother Sweeter Than Me? Oh my? Have you forgotten me so quickly? I was the one you met at the CAF for a blind date. Shen Lily, do you remember? Cute." It turned out to be the minor character from the first chapter. Shen Lang chuckled dismissively, quickly deducing the woman's intentions for reaching out. His mother, Chen Lijuan, and Shen Lily's mother were card-playing friends who often gathered to play together. Given Chen Lijuan's penchant for boasting, it was likely she had casually mentioned Shen Lang's recent earnings from his writing endeavors during one of their games. Indeed, when one possesses wealth, connections seem to flourish effortlessly. After a night's slumber, I pondered, "We have parted ways, so why do you still wish to engage with me?" He replied with sweetness, "It's merely that I did not know you well before. And I heard from a mutual acquaintance that you are now earning over $1 million a month from your novels and have purchased a Mercedes. Reflecting on it, you appear to be quite admirable, honest, grounded, and of considerable height. Your financial situation has improved, which instills a profound sense of security in me. Have you considered dining together this evening?" I responded, "I was merely fortunate to write a bestseller. I cannot guarantee that my next work will yield such profits. Perhaps only around 30 to 40,000. He reassured me that as perfectly fine, I am not like those materialistic women online. 30 to 40,000 a month suffices for my needs. I was left in contemplation. Chapter 99, Couple Avatars Awakening at Dawn. Goodness. You seem unwilling to leave me even a penny. A capitalist would surely weep at your words. Is it not quite natural for a boyfriend to spend money on his girlfriend? Sweeter than I. Several of my close friends' boyfriends lavish tens of thousands on them each month. What the heck? Have you lost your mind over a few beans? I wouldn't dare to burn that much even at a grave." Shen Lang couldn't help but chuckle. What audacity fuels this person's demand for money? Is it the courage bestowed by Liang Jingru? Considering that this individual's mother shares some acquaintance with his own, Shen Lang opted for a light-hearted response. "Awakening at dawn. Hiki, then perhaps you should find someone willing to spend on you. We may not be suited for each other. Perhaps fate will allow us to meet again." Sweeter than I? Are you truly not reconsidering? Awakening at dawn. No reconsideration. Thank you. After sending an emoji, Shen Lang was taken aback when the other party seemed to explode with fury, typing at an astonishing speed. Sweeter than I? Fine. I didn't really wish to converse with a gloomy homebody like you anyway, and I already have a boyfriend. Awakening at dawn. So, how does that concern me? Sweeter than I? Hee. Has anyone ever told you how pretentious you are? Do you think that such a response makes you appear aloof? Is a bit of money truly so impressive? Surely not, surely not. Just an average guy, truly disappointing. 1. Where did such a fool come from? Your brain must be as empty as your bowels, merely a vessel for waste, is it? Spare us your madness. 2. Your nonsense is as twisted as your username. Have I provoked you in any way? 3. Where does such a simpleton arise? I can hardly be bothered to engage. Keep your distance. Just as Shen Lang contemplated becoming a verbal virtuoso, the system swiftly intervened. The incisive critique augmented Shen Lang's vocabulary instantaneously, with the enhancement of his innate abilities. He typed at an extraordinary speed, dispatching responses to all 3 options within mere seconds. On the other side, the individual had been typing for quite some time. Likely astonished at the ferocity of Shen Lang's retorts, which struck at the core, leaving her momentarily bewildered before she finally questioned. Sweeter than I? You, a grown man. Dare to insult a woman? Are you even a man? Ding. Shen Lily's anger towards the host has increased by 20 points. Current total, 20 points. Please continue your efforts. Goodness, 20 points already? Just how furious is she? Shen Lang was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that eliciting anger would yield such substantial rewards. In that case, I shall rise to the occasion and engage you directly. Shen Lang stretched his limbs and, under the system's guidance, launched a fierce counterattack. Ding. Shen Lily's anger towards the host has increased by 20 points. Current total, 40 points. Please continue your efforts. Until Shen Lily's anger reached a boiling point of 40. She furiously replied, You little brat, I'll tell my mom, and promptly blocked Shen Lang on WeChat. Was she a child? Resorting to parental intervention when outmatched in a verbal exchange? Shen Lang scoffed, confident that once he explained the situation, his mother would not side with an outsider. Shortly thereafter, his mother, Qing Li Juan, called, What is going on, you rascal? Aunt Wang just called me, claiming you made her daughter cry. Mom, she started it. Shen Lang retorted. Sharing the chat history with Qing Li Juan, look at how she insulted me. Do you expect me to remain silent? Qing Li Juan, surprised, remarked. I never imagined the daughter of the Wang family would behave this way. Thank goodness you didn't choose her. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she sighed. Well then. It's no big deal. If anything, it just means I'll have one less card partner. Just don't provoke her again. By the way, how are things going with that girl you're seeing? Pretty well. That's good to hear. The new year is approaching. You should ask her if she wants to join us back home for a visit. Oh, isn't it a bit soon? We've only just started dating. Well, it's up to you. Just remember, Shen Lang, I really like this girl, so make sure to keep her close. All right, Mom. I have things to take care of, so I'll hang up now. Frustrated, Shen Lang ended the call, grumbling as he dialed the elderly couple. Noting that discussions always seemed to conclude with matters of relationships. In the past, he would have eagerly shared the news with Su Lishuan, seeking her approval before inviting her to visit relatives and friends back home. However, now that he had added another earnest girl to his thoughts, he felt the need to maintain balance. Either they both went home together, or neither of them did. Lost in contemplation, a WeChat message from Li Liuxi arrived. Yuxing Pingan, I'm back home from school. I noticed you're not at home. Are you coming back for dinner? I can cook for you now. Yiju Shu Tianyang. Yes, I'll be back. Yuxing Pingan, great. After her message, Li Liuxi sent 2 cartoon images. One depicted a cat-eared girl with outstretched arms, yearning for a hug, while the other showed a sunny young man mimicking the same gesture. Clearly, these were couple-themed avatars, and Li Liuxi's intention was unmistakable. She hesitated to directly ask Shen Lang if he would consider changing their avatars to match. After a long silence, she finally mustered the courage to indirectly probe Shen Lang's feelings. Yuxing Pingan, do you like this picture? Should we use it as our avatar? Yiju Shu Tianyang. Isn't this a couple's avatar? Yuxing Pingan, yes, but if you think it's unattractive, we can forget it. Shen Lang could easily envision Li Liuxi nervously clutching her off-brand phone, anxiously awaiting his response. Shen Lang did not wish to disappoint the pure-hearted girl's sincere intentions and readily agreed, stating, Let us change it. After all, this avatar is far more appealing than your sunflower one. Yuxing Pingan replied, Thank you. Upon awakening to the dawn, she pondered. What was it that I mentioned earlier? The WeChat assistant notified her. The other party has retracted a message. Just as Shen Lang sent his message, Li Liuxi promptly withdrew her own, exhibiting a caution that was somewhat endearing. Yuxing Pingan then said, All right, I'll be home in half an hour. You need to prepare a meal. I shall take you out to dine. After sending his message, Shen Lang seamlessly forwarded the cat-eared girl's avatar, requesting a hug. To Su Lishuan, Yuxing Pingan added, Darling, I just found a rather cute pair of couple avatars. Do change it promptly. Chapter 100. Why did I choose a second dimension otaku as my boyfriend? The female elf exclaimed, No. This is far too cartoonish. It resembles something a middle schooler would choose. Allow me to find a few more appealing options. Upon seeing the couple's avatar, Su Lishuan readily agreed to exchange it. Despite her lack of familiarity with the second dimension or otaku culture, leading her to prefer less whimsical images. I quite like this one, darling. I've been searching for ages, she declared with enthusiasm. Having committed to using this avatar for Li Liuxi, Shen Lang no longer felt the need to persuade Su Lishuan to find another couple's image, but simply decided to adopt the one she had chosen. The female elf remarked, All right then, I suppose I can't help it. After all, I did choose a second dimension otaku as my boyfriend. with a sense of pride. Shen Lang noticed that both Li Liuxi and Su Lishuan had changed their WeChat avatars to that of cat-eared girls seeking a hug. Promptly, he too switched to the image of a dashing young man. As he gazed at the two identical couple avatars in his friend list, Shen Lang felt an amalgamation of anxiety, guilt, and an indescribable thrill. Is this what it feels like to be a scoundrel? The female elf chimed in. Shen Pick, shall I come over to your house this Saturday to hang out? Absolutely, Shen Lang replied, excitement evident in his tone. After exchanging a few more words, Shen Lang drove back to the luxurious Fulong Garden community, a grand villa he planned to move into when time allowed. Upon arriving at the entrance, he leaned against his car, waiting for a moment until Li Liuxi emerged from the community. The weather was pleasantly cool, and Li Liuxi was adorned in a lightweight white fleece sweater paired with form-fitting jeans and comfortable athletic shoes. This ensemble struck a harmonious balance between style and comfort, showcasing her enviably proportioned figure. Particularly captivating was the snug white fleece that accentuated her figure, complemented by her long, shapely legs clad in denim, stirring Shen Lang's restless heart. However, Li Liuxi herself seemed somewhat uncomfortable in this attire. All these clothes were lavishly purchased by Shen Lang, and she harbored a deep-seated fear of accidentally damaging them while out and about. Upon spotting the familiar Mercedes and the young man beside it, a radiant smile graced her delicate features as she skipped joyfully towards Shen Lang. Wow, you look quite stunning. I can scarcely recognize you, Shen Lang complimented her sincerely. Yet, observing her rustic bun hairstyle, he could not suppress a slight frown. This pragmatic bun he had only seen worn by women of his mother's generation, as it was practical for daily tasks often donned by older housewives. Li Liuxi, barely 20 years old, possessed a youthful beauty and a striking figure that seemed incongruous with such a hairstyle. Not wanting to directly criticize her appearance, which would be rather tactless, Shen Lang smiled and gently suggested, perhaps you might consider letting your hair down in the future? I adore your long hair. Or you could style it like when we first met, perhaps in a braid. All right, she replied. Li Liuxi, without a second thought, gently removed the hair tie that bound her bun and tucked it into her pocket. Her shoulder-length, lustrous black hair cascaded down like a waterfall. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept through, causing her hair to unfurl with an enchanting grace, each strand seeming to dance to the rhythm of the wind, light and lively. This poetic scene, coupled with Li Liuxi's delicate and captivating visage, was utterly mesmerizing. Shen Lang reached out to caress Li Liuxi's soft, glossy hair and could not help but jest. With such hair, it would be a shame not to assist in promoting a hair care brand. Li Liuxi, unsure of how to respond to such playful flattery, felt a flutter of joy in her heart but could only shyly inquire, where are we going? Let us take a stroll around Aoyuan Square and perhaps grab a bite to eat, he replied. The vicinity of Zhuhai University and Century Square, where Su Lishuan studied, was certainly not a place he could take Li Liuxi. Encountering any student from Zhuhai University would pose a safety risk. Henceforth, wherever they ventured, it was best to remain distant from that university. All right. After both settled into the car, Li Liuxi fastened her seatbelt and unexpectedly said, wait, can I treat you today? Huh? Why? Shen Lang glanced at her, puzzled, as he gripped the steering wheel. I no longer need the money I saved for my grandmother's medical expenses. Li Liuxi replied earnestly. You've helped me so much, and my grandmother said I should treat you to a meal to express my gratitude. I see. Then it's settled. Today, I shall embrace the role of the man who lets the girl spend. Shen Lang agreed with a smile, adding playfully. But I have quite the appetite. Do you have enough money? Yes, I have money in my WeChat, Li Liuxi replied confidently. Why are you still using that old phone? Shen Lang inquired, noticing her outdated device. Didn't I buy you a new one? It should have arrived by now. It has arrived. But I haven't unboxed it yet, and it was rather expensive, she explained softly, holding her cracked screen phone. I thought I'd wait until this one was completely worn out. Shen Lang sighed lightly, uncertain how to guide this naive and innocent girl. After a moment of silence, he decided to persuade her, you should use the new phone regularly. If left unused, the components can easily malfunction. Li Liuxi, believing his words, asked anxiously, really? Is that true? Why would I lie to you? If you don't believe me, look it up online, he teased. I can't wait. I'll unpack it tomorrow. She exclaimed eagerly. Such adorably naive enthusiasm, Shen Lang chuckled, shaking his head. His gaze then inadvertently landed on Li Liuxi's long legs clad in denim, while he spoke of absurdities that even a fool could discern. Darling, I haven't driven much these past few days. I still feel a bit nervous. Li Liuxi cast a fleeting glance at Shen Lang, her cheeks flushed with a rare touch of pride, and in a voice barely above a whisper, she murmured, I don't believe it. Shen Lang mused to himself that perhaps she wasn't as foolish as he had presumed, as she seemed to have abandoned any notion of inappropriate advances, focusing intently on the road ahead. However, in the next moment, from the corner of his eye, he noticed Li Liuxi's legs subtly inching closer. When he turned to meet her gaze, she had already averted her eyes, blushing as she admired the vibrant scenery outside, leaving Shen Lang with a view of her flushed neck. Well, it seemed she still had her moments of naivety. Shen Lang chuckled softly, and his right hand comfortably settled on Li Liuxi's thigh, gently exploring